Chapter 1. Entering the world of blossoms and flesh. This narrative is characterized by an extensive emotional arc, with over 100 chapters before any sweetness is revealed, primarily focusing on career development and ensemble characters. The initial chapters may appear somewhat tedious, however. One can skip them without detracting from the main storyline that unfolds later. Readers are incredibly talented, and the fan community is replete with their fan art and fan fiction. This tale primarily revolves around the plot. Devoid of intricate logic, readers are advised to suspend their critical thinking. Dear Lu Tong, press on. The willpower system is currently encouraging Lu Wensheng, who is making his way forward, observing the silent, resolute youth with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Lu Wensheng is an ordinary high school student, living a life akin to most, his experience of transmigration mirroring that of others who truly understands the agony of being struck by a vehicle immediately after the college entrance examination. He finds himself within the pages of a narrative rich in romantic entanglements. With a protagonist, Lu Jiqian is a celebrated figure in the esteemed Wenshan secta paragon of virtue, possessing extraordinary talent, and the one most likely to ascend to immortality. His fellow disciples adore him. His master uncle is enamored with him, and even the demon and monster lords are infatuated with him in essence. He is the quintessential heartthrob, beloved by all, a veritable flower that blooms in every eye. However, this is a tale steeped in romantic tribulations, wherein the aspirant Lu Jiqian, destined for immortality, finds his path thwarted by those who, under the guise of love, merely seek to drag him down from his pedestal they possess and torment him, his fellow disciples, Master Uncle, the Demon Lord, and the Monster Lord, thus obliterating his chances of ascension, reducing him to a mere plaything, subject to the whims of all. Lu Jiqian, radiant and upright as the bright moon in the sky and the gentle breeze in the mountains, ultimately meets a heart-wrenching fate, his purity sullied. Those wretches, fearing his potential demise, even go so far as to seal his senses, rendering him in a perpetual stupor, unable even to contemplate suicide. This narrative leaves readers utterly disheartened, as they witness the mistreatment of Lu Jiqian, feeling a sense of revulsion. Yet they persist in their hope for his vengeance, only to find that the tale concludes without any reprisal. This work can be aptly described as Lu Jiqian's chronicle of suffering. The author, with exceptional prose, has propelled this work to popularity, and upon discovering Lu Jiqian's character, readers have come to cherish him, leading to an overwhelming surge of fan creation. Readers, while we revel in the thrill of seeing a lofty immortal dragged down from their pedestal, we do not wish to witness their descent into degradation, especially when the entirety of their plight is forced upon them. Cue the frantic squeals of a distressed groundhog. Thus, fueled by their frustration, the readers summoned immense energy, desiring a favorable ending for Lu Jiqian, wishing for the detestable characters in the narrative to swiftly meet their demise. Thus was born the willpower system in a twist of fate. Lu Wensheng meets an untimely end, becoming the executor of their wishes upon fulfilling the reader's true desires. He could either continue his existence in this world or venture into another realm, beginning anew, for his original world had indeed perished. Lu Wensheng had never perused this romantic tale. He personally favored the exhilaration found in male-oriented narratives and the unknown romances prevalent in female literature. He held a neutral stance towards dual male protagonists. Having read a couple of classic examples, his initial curiosity led him to his first erotic novel, a piece that elicited laughter among the girls in his class. Yet upon reading a portion, he nearly gouged his eyes out. Such content was simply unbearable for him. After the willpower system outlined the general plot, he felt sullied, pondering whether this could even be termed a dual male protagonist narrative. It should rather be classified as one with multiple male leads, a 1vn scenario. Having perished in his previous world, Lu Wensheng's soul occupies another's body, which inevitably ties him to the karmic threads of this new existence. Therefore, the system, utilizing the world's primal energy in conjunction with his willpower, crafted a body for Lu Wensheng that bore a striking resemblance to his former self, facilitating his adaptation and aiding in his cultivation. This world was birthed from the author's imagination, and the system emerged from the reader's collective willpower, thus endowing it with a degree of operability within this realm. To establish a credible identity within the Wenchen sect, Lu Wensheng activated the system's gift pack, which granted him some cultivation. His current identity is that of a fallen noble, relying on ancestral resources, hence possessing some degree of cultivation as a former disciple of a now-declined family. However, the system, prioritizing safety, deposited him in a rather secluded area with his cultivation at merely the 4th level of Qi refinement. He is still unable to perform the art of sword flight. The system's gift pack, aside from the cultivation reward, offered little else, rendering it rather meager. Thus, he must rely entirely on his own efforts to reach the Wenchen sect. He is, after all, a novice birthed from the reader's willpower. Should the leader falter, do not blame the treacherous path. Your inadequacy merely burdens me. Alas, such is the reality, and Lu Wensheng must dutifully press on, striving to arrive before the Wenchen sect's enrollment concludes. The system serves as his guide, selecting safe and reasonable routes for him. After 7 days, clad in garments provided by the system during the creation of his body, Lu Wensheng finally arrived at the foot of the Wenchen sect's mountain, dust-covered and weary, his face smeared with grime. He sported an awkward ponytail, reminiscent of a beggar more than a disciple. System, we've finally arrived, but I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Lu Wensheng gazed at the bustling activity of the mountain's base, feeling somewhat disoriented. Dear one, just hold on a little longer. I know you're starving, but please don't perish just yet. The system pleaded desperately. Fortunately, upon nearing the Wenchen sect, Lu Wensheng noticed several individuals resembling him. Perhaps a common sight, each year some disciples of the sect had set up a stand at the foot of the mountain, offering free simple food to those in need, thus saving Lu Wensheng from an untimely demise before his journey even began. Do you possess cultivation? Inquired the person distributing food, curiously observing Lu Wensheng as he devoured the offerings with fervor. Cultivators can discern significant differences in cultivation levels. They can perceive the cultivation of those significantly weaker than themselves, while those of similar levels may sense a disparity but lack precise knowledge of each other's exact abilities. A person with cultivation bears a stark contrast to an ordinary mortal. This disciple of the Wenchen sect possessed cultivation not much higher than Lu Wensheng's, yet he could still perceive whether Lu Wensheng had any cultivation at all. Indeed, my family has fallen, and I seek a master, Lu Wensheng replied. Nodding, the disciple refrained from probing further, seemingly satisfied with a casual inquiry, as individuals like Lu Wensheng were not uncommon. Your cultivation is evident. If your talent is commendable or your testing performance satisfactory, there's a high probability you will be accepted. Thank you for the guidance, senior. Perhaps it was the first time being addressed as a senior that caused the disciple to smile. Yet he chose not to elaborate further, nodding before returning to his duties. As the foremost sect in the realm, the Wenchen sect attracts countless aspirants seeking to learn. Lu Wensheng found himself unable to find even a moment to wash his face, standing in the scorching sun alongside others. Please approach in an orderly fashion for the spiritual root assessment. Suddenly, the array at the mountain's base emitted a shimmering yellow light, and several youthful disciples of the Wenchen sect emerged, clutching round, glimmering spiritual stones, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Lu Wensheng peered curiously, unperturbed by his own qualifications. Confident in the system's capabilities otherwise, he would have been dismissed from the outset, and he and the system might as well have rolled up their bedding and returned home. Under the guidance of a host, the previously chaotic crowd swiftly quieted. Establishing order, Lu Wensheng stood silently in line, starkly contrasting with the exuberance of the other youths around him. He observed the younger children nearby, feeling no embarrassment regarding his age. While cultivating at his age could be considered late, having cultivation on his side meant that as long as his aptitude wasn't abysmal, he would face no significant issues. In contrast, those seemingly jubilant children would likely face considerable disappointment, many of them destined to be eliminated, resulting in tears aplenty. Having not read the original work, Lu Wensheng possessed only fragments of information from the system regarding crucial plot points and character details, including the selection methods for the sect. Given that the original text was predominantly focused on romance, it offered little in the way of detailed exposition. Thus, He remained oblivious to the fact that the assessment process at the Wenshan sect commenced with the introduction of these individuals to test their spiritual roots. Chapter 2. The path of reflection can be skipped before the shimmering water mirror stood. The sect leader Tao Yin, the deputy sect leader by Wen Xiao, and 3 inner gate elders, who were observing this year's promising disciples. Should any exceptionally gifted students emerge, they hoped that their senior brother might graciously grant them a chance. The 3rd elder, Mu Jin, exuded a gentle beauty, speaking in a soft and melodious tone. Indeed, not to mention the inner gate disciples. Sect leader Tao Yin had taken on 3 direct disciples, while the 2nd elder Jun Ning, responsible for managing the discipline hall, had yet to accept even one. Tao Yin smiled ambiguously in response. Naturally, the senior brother would consider the junior sister's wishes, yet the desires of the disciples must take precedence. The eldest elder, Gu Yulan, rolled his eyes at the senior brother's flattering words, remarking how, during the selection process, he would lavish praise on the resources available to lure disciples to his side. The deputy sect leader by Wen Xiao smiled quietly, refraining from joining the conversation. Clad in white, with skin as pale as snow, he possessed a pair of ebony black pupils, a noble and striking nose, and his lustrous black hair was elegantly tied up, exuding an air of charm. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder's disciple is set to return. ISNT? He'll be back in just a few days, and oh wonder the Grand Elder didn't attend this year's disciple recruitment. Ha ha ha, if it were me, with such a capable disciple to inherit my legacy, I wouldn't just skip this recruitment. I'd never return again. Although the system may not bestow particularly remarkable talents upon Lu Wansheng, as that would disrupt the world's operational rules, the number of divine bodies is limited. Dictated by the laws of heaven and earth, the emergence of his mutated wind spiritual root has indeed drawn widespread attention. Lu Wansheng, my friend, how do you feel? I assure you, once you enter the sect, excellent teachers will be at your disposal. Quite impressive. I must commend you. With his mutated wind spiritual root, even if Lu Wansheng's subsequent assessments are less than stellar, he will undoubtedly be admitted as an exception. A certainty beyond doubt, alleviating his anxiety. The disciple selection process of the former Asking Immortal sect was rather intricate. However, due to the losses incurred while combating the demon clan, a significant number of disciples, both outstanding inner gate disciples and lower-tier outer gate disciples, were needed to replenish their ranks. Thus, this year's procedures were streamlined. The spiritual route merely serves as a threshold. As long as one can traverse the path of reflection, they may become an outer gate disciple, with the most exceptional among them having the opportunity to become elders or even direct disciples of the sect leader. The system's willpower is currently insufficient, so it cannot directly shield you from the path of reflection's effects. And no matter, how can I assist you in obtaining willpower? This cannot be a one-time resource. Can it? As positive influences surround Lu Jiqian, I can also acquire some willpower. If I thwart those who would harm him, particularly significant individuals, I will gain even more. Lu Wansheng began to form a vague understanding of willpower, and upon regaining his focus, he fixed his gaze ahead. However, what mattered most now was to ascend the path of reflection. Before him lay an expansive staircase that seemed to stretch into infinity, gradually shrouded in a thick mist, indicating that the formations above had been activated. Those who had passed the spiritual root tests must ascend to the summit within a designated time frame. The path of reflection is renowned for testing one's 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions being joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, while the 6 desires encompass lust, aesthetic desire, desire for authority, desire for eloquence, desire for refinement, and desire for companionship. Lu Wansheng's first encounter was with various beautiful figures, regardless of gender, each exuding an air of seduction. Inching closer to him, sending shivers down his spine. Cease this at once. I am but a newly adult child. After enduring the first trial, Lu Wansheng, aware that this was an illusion, disdainfully brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Though they were soiled, the current scene was far more daunting. The scene shifted abruptly to a resplendent chamber filled with an array of his favorite items. Piles of cash, merchandise featuring his beloved characters, and an assortment of gaming consoles. Lu Wansheng thought to himself, While this is tempting, the pain of unattainability is real. Perhaps this was merely an appetizer. The next challenge proved to be more realistic. Lu Wensheng found himself seated on a bus, the authenticity of his surroundings overwhelming his senses, as if he had returned to his former world. The bus was crowded, and before Lu Wensheng could react, a scornful, sharp-tongued elderly woman pointed a finger at him, berating him. Today's youth, truly uncouth. Don't they know how to behave? Seeing this old lady struggling with so many items, yet not a single one of you offers a seat? Are you all raised without proper upbringing? You lack the basic decency to respect your elders. As she continued her tirade, her criticisms escalated, centering around Lu Wensheng. How can a person be so cruel? Lu Wensheng felt a surge of anger, an uncontrollable urge to lash out at her. Yet upon hearing the system's voice, he regained his composure, realizing he was still undergoing a trial. This challenge tests my anger. Lu Wensheng speculated, replying internally to the system. System, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Release personal integrity and revel in a life devoid of virtue. Reject internal conflict and simply go wild. Now, watch me perform. Ababa, what did you mumble? Can't speak. Why not get up and give me your seat? The elderly woman retorted. Lu Wensheng nodded, continuing his Ababa, and the previously furrowed brows of the onlookers began to soften. Without waiting for her to finish, Lu Wensheng stood up, limping toward the side, grasping the railing as though he were a person with mobility issues. The onlookers murmured. In silence, one either erupts or fades away. Do you have no conscience? Yes. Picking on the disabled, are we? We ought to have a serious discussion with you. She can't even speak and has trouble walking. How dare you shamelessly demand a seat from her? What? Not letting you sit will kill you. Look at you, striding with such vigor, cursing with such energy, yet you still dare to occupy someone else's seat. Young man, fear not. We will support you. You should sit down. Offering a seat is kindness. Not offering is merely fulfilling one's duty. It's so difficult to do your duty once. The elderly woman, under the mounting pressure, could not withstand for long. Once the bus halted, she scurried off in defeat. Lu Wensheng's eyes brimmed with tears as he expressed his gratitude. Ababa, to the supportive crowd, who were all a bit embarrassed, their faces flushed with warmth. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. 666, the system, struck by the turn of events, was overwhelmed, affirming that morality had been restored. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and after a prolonged silence, just as Lu Wensheng began to wonder if something had gone awry, the cheerful laughter of children echoed in his ears. In July, the ghost door opens, ghosts emerge, and they suffer. Selling tofu, the tofu is rotten. Laying eggs, the eggs crack, and inside sits an elder brother. The brother comes out to pay respects. And inside sits a grandmother. The grandmother comes out to burn incense, and inside sits a young lady. The young lady comes out to light a lamp. If you fall into the river, you'll never return. The children sang this eerie nursery rhyme, and though he questioned his senses, Lu Wensheng felt as though they were right beside him, staring intently. System. What is happening? It seemed the system, too, was gripped by a hint of fear. I don't want to play anymore. Very well. Path of reflection, you win. He now only wished to scream at the top of his lungs. Chapter 3. The final trial can be skipped before Lu Wensheng. Images materialized, dispelling the darkness. Yet he would have preferred to see nothing at all. A narrow mountain path, thick shadows that neither blade nor needle could penetrate. Lu Wensheng trudged forward, as if swimming through a foreboding ocean's depths. The scattered lights from the homes below resembled bioluminescence beneath the sea. There was no rustle of wind, no chirping of insects. The profound silence of the deep mountains instilled a sense of dread. The pitch-black night appeared as an endless expanse of thick ink, obscuring even the faintest twinkle of stars. As the night mist descended, a chill permeated the air. Beneath the hazy moonlight, only a handful of stars were visible, and the sky was not merely black, but rather a profound, deep blue that stretched endlessly into the distance. From his elevated vantage point, Lu Wensheng could faintly hear the sound of drums and gongs emanating from the village below, where the small town appeared to be draped in a shroud of white. That he took a few steps back, and in the blink of an eye, found himself at the entrance of the town. greeted by a grand gate adorned with a plaque, flanked by two white lanterns inscribed with bold, black characters emitting a soft glow. Lu Wensheng exclaimed. What on earth is this? A mandatory event. I distinctly remember coming here to cultivate immortality, not to participate in some terrifying game. System, I implore your assistance. Fearless in the face of adversity, Lu Wensheng was most unnerved by this kind of traditional horror. In his childhood, his sister had a penchant for dragging him to watch horror films, leaving an indelible impression upon his psyche. Why fear such trivialities? I too am frightened. I must devise a plan. I must devise a plan. Please hold on for a moment. The system responded with an equally frantic outcry, its reaction seemingly more intense than Lu Wensheng's own. The town was enveloped in a flurry of sacrificial white paper, and the desolate bluestone path was devoid of any human presence behind Lu Wensheng. There seemed to be someone lingering, softly humming a tune that was indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Goosebumps prickled his skin to ding-dong. No one is home. The eyes may be bright, but the heart is not at ease. Gurgle, gurgle, the first sip of soup. If you don't drink, I shall partake first. Hoo-hoo. Drink it all. Stone out. Scissors hidden thee. Do not panic. For the next meal, you shall prepare the soup. Suddenly, 4 or 5 mischievous children came running down the empty street, holding hands as they twirled and hopped towards him. Clad in garments fashioned from paper, their faces were pale, their eye sockets darkened, and the black of their pupils overtook the whites, their joints appearing somewhat stiff as they moved, the bones creaking with an unsettling sound. Lu Wensheng sensed an ominous undertone in their nursery rhyme, the malice evident in their dark, glinting eyes as they approached him, making him feel as if his feet were nailed to the ground. System, all right, let us move directly to the next level. As the eerie town faded from view, Lu Wensheng let out a sigh of relief. I shall hasten your pace, jumping straight to the final level. The system vowed to make its executor the most dazzling one. The brilliance before him compelled Lu Wensheng to shield his eyes, and once he adjusted, he found himself standing in his living room. Lu Wensheng, why are you standing there like a fool? His sister, Lu Wenj, lounged on the sofa watching television, snacks in hand, casting him a curious glance. Though the scene seemed quite ordinary, Lu Wensheng inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort in his eyes. Awkwardly taking a seat on the sofa. What's wrong? You seem so out of sorts. Lu Wenj shot a glance at her brother before returning her attention to the screen. Go fetch me a yogurt from the fridge, she commanded, as usual, delegating tasks to her brother. All right. Lu Wensheng nodded, rising to head to the kitchen. However, Lu Wenj nearly dropped her chips in shock, straightening up to scrutinize him as he returned with the yogurt. Why aren't you complaining about my laziness today? Are you so compliant because the college entrance exams are approaching? Have you burned out your brain with stress? Lu Wensheng glanced at his sister, but remained silent. Where are Mom and Dad? Mom's still sleeping in, and Dad went out to buy groceries. Oh, Lu Wensheng quietly settled beside Lu Wenj, who casually offered him a bag of chips, then ignored him once more. Their father returned with the groceries, greeting his children before donning an apron to prepare dinner. Dad, I want to eat braised pork. Did you buy it? Lu Wenj called from the sofa, her voice heightened. Of course. You're the one who loves this dish the most. I also got ingredients for water-boiled meat and pickled fish. With so much meat, it should be enough for you, their father replied from the kitchen. Awesome. Go wake Mom up. Lu Wenj nudged Lu Wensheng with her foot. Go on. Good brother, she added, as their father poked his head out from the kitchen. He actually enjoys being commanded by me. Lu Wensheng heard his father joke as he ascended the stairs, a familiar warmth washing over him. Your brother truly listens to you, doesn't he? Their mother, dressed in loose clothing, descended the stairs and glanced at the dishes already laid out on the table. Wenj, did you prepare all this food? It seems that Wensheng and I will be well fed. Their father removed his apron and began serving food for his wife. If I'm biased. Wensheng is preparing for the college entrance exam. What have we served lately that isn't good? He looks like he has gained quite a bit of weight. Lu Wenj chimed in immediately. Lu Wensheng remained silent, observing his family's lively interaction. Children's emotions were immediately apparent to their parents, and once the family sat down, their mother looked at her son with concern. What's wrong? You seem so quiet and brooding. Their father, too, sensed something amiss. Is it the pressure of the impending exams weighing heavily on you? Heartbreak. Lu Winge, chewing on meat, mumbled something incoherent. Their mother shot a glare at her eldest daughter, who had failed to filter her words, prompting Lu Winge to sheepishly smile and remain silent. It is nothing. Lu Winching feared that if he spoke any further, tears would inevitably fall. The most agonizing plight was knowing the outcome, while suppressing emotions in the company of familiar faces. Has someone been bullying you? Lu Winch scrutinized her brother, already concocting various conspiracy theories. Their mother dished out a piece of meat for Lu Winch, signaling her to keep quiet, then turned to her son. Her tone gentled to, "It's all right if you don't want to talk. Just let us know when you're ready." Feeling the concern enveloping him from his family, Lu Wensheng could no longer hold back, his eyes reddening. "What would you do if I died?" The question hung in the air, leaving the entire family stunned. "Don't speak of death. My son is about to excel in the college entrance exams. The future is bright." Their father nearly dropped his chopsticks in fright. "My dear, is something troubling you? Please confide in your mother. Don't scare her." Their mother, more emotional, had tears streaming down her face as she embraced her son tightly. "Did you have a nightmare? Stop thinking about such nonsense," Lu Winch stammered, her expression betraying her underlying panic. "I just had a dream." Feeling the warmth of his mother enveloping him, Lu Wensheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with affection. Upon hearing his words, the family collectively sighed in relief, yet their worry remained uncontainable. "Winch, since you've returned these past few days, have you taken your brother to watch any horror films?" Their mother wiped her tears and directed her gaze towards the horror film enthusiast. Lu Winch raised both hands in surrender, exclaiming her innocence. "I didn't, Mom. He is about to take his exams. I wouldn't dare. It must be Wensheng who is nervous and didn't sleep well last night." Their father played the peacemaker, but with such a commotion, everyone felt a lingering unease during the meal. That night, their mother, still unsettled, knocked on Lu Wensheng's door, which he had anticipated. Their mother settled into a chair in his room. "I'm still worried about what happened today. Can we talk for a bit?" Chapter 4. Seeking a mentor can be skipped. "I just had a nightmare. I'm simply not feeling well." "What did you dream about?" Their mother hesitated to voice the question. "I dreamt that after finishing my college entrance exams, I was struck and killed by a car running a red light." Lu Wensheng's voice trembled with unshed tears, unsure why he was revealing this to her. "Dreams are often the opposite, my dear. You're overthinking it." Though she spoke reassuringly, tears streamed down her mother's face, and she couldn't help but embrace him. "You two are my precious treasures. I couldn't bear to lose either of you. Please don't think such dark thoughts. It pains me to hear that on the day your exams conclude, have your father drive you home. It's a pity your sister won't be back from her internship." "It's a pity I can't go back," Lu Wensheng thought silently, remaining mute. Though the person before him resembled his mother in every way, he knew she was not truly hurt. He regretted sharing this with her. She wore a mother's face, displaying grief that was unbearable for him. "Allow me to skip this part for you." Sensing Lu Wensheng's emotional turmoil, the system quietly suggested, "All right, go ahead and skip it." He feared that if he lingered any longer in this part of the trial, he would wish to remain here indefinitely. Across the street, far from the school, due to the throngs of people, Father Lu's car had a park there. Suddenly, a speeding sedan barreled towards him, injuring or grazing pedestrians who were too close. Lu Wensheng stood on the road, paralyzed with fear as he watched the car hurtling directly towards him. He felt no pain, only a dizzying sensation, as if his body remained on the ground while his soul hovered above, observing everything. After the car struck him, it nearly crushed him beneath its wheels. Gushing blood that soaked a large stretch of the road, eliciting horrific screams from bystanders, he saw his chest devoid of breath. His father squeezed through the crowd, stumbling towards him, bloodied and battered, as if robbed of his spirit. Kneeling beside him, and, amidst the crowd's urging, numbly dialing for help, he witnessed the driver being seized by an enraged mob. His own body shattered beyond recognition, declared lifeless on the spot. He saw himself covered with a white cloth. His parents, already youthful, had aged overnight, their hair turned gray. His sister, who was interning in another city, rushed back after taking leave, her once carefully adorned appearance now devoid of makeup, bearing the marks of exhaustion and despair. The impact of this tragedy weighed heavily on his parents, who drifted through their days and a days, their once joyous home now a hollow shell. Each day, his mother would sit in his room, lost in thoughts of her child's suffering, her own grief echoing with multiplied intensity. His sister, once the most vivacious in the family, resigned from her beloved job to care for their parents, becoming taciturn, often staring blankly at his photographs on her phone. "Please, don't do this," Lu Wensheng cried, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, his body trembling with overwhelming fear. Deep within, a colossal dread burgeoned as the truths he had long concealed were finally laid bare. For days, he had been subtly hinting to himself, even avoiding thoughts of what would transpire after his death, trying to adopt an indifferent fade, for he could not bear the thought of his departure fracturing his family. "Lu Wensheng, wake up! None of this will come to pass. This is merely an illusion. As the chosen one, your family in another realm will receive certain arrangements," the system interjected, seeing Lu Wensheng ensnared in despair. "We will diminish their memories, alter their perceptions of you. Their lives will improve. This is a necessary compensation for your task." Slowly, Lu Wensheng lifted his head, his tear-stained eyes, once clouded with grief, now glimmered with a flicker of hope. "Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me. I swear on my very existence, your family's business will thrive, your parents will enjoy robust health, free from calamity in their twilight years, and your sister will flourish in her chosen career, eventually finding true love." The system, fearing Lu Wensheng might succumb to despair, hastily continued, "The tasks in this world are fraught with peril. You may find it impossible to complete them, and you could even perish along the way. Therefore, these compensations are vital, while the benefits I mentioned earlier will be granted upon fulfilling your wishes." Lu Wensheng wiped his face and stifled a sob, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions. "Understood. Can you break this illusion in the final challenge?" The system, glancing at the willpower in its grasp, clenched its teeth. Yes, Lu Wensheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. In a daze, he found himself standing on the steps of the path of reflection. Exhaling deeply, his gaze resolute as he ascended, that a person of steadfast heart, combined with the innate talent of his spiritual roots, if nurtured properly, would surely achieve great success. The senior members of the Wenxian sect praised Lu Wensheng's performance profusely. "This child is destined to be connected to me," the sect leader, Tao Yin, remarked, stroking his beard, unabashedly proclaiming this, drawing disdainful glances from the others. Freed from the interference of illusions, Lu Wensheng swiftly surged ahead. And unless something unforeseen occurred, the first place was undoubtedly his. With a resonant chime, the bell signaling the end of the path of reflection rang, confirming Lu Wensheng's expectations. Despite many having passed the spiritual root assessment, a significant number were eliminated before the path of reflection. However, Wenxian sect, being the preeminent sect in the realm, had a considerable number of people gathered at its gates. The grand and magnificent Wenxian sect, like a jewel embedded in the clouds, exuded an air of solemnity and reverence. Perched atop a steep, majestic peak, it was enveloped by dense forests and bizarre rock formations. Mist swirled about, resembling a vast white silk ribbon that wrapped around the mountain and the sect, imparting an ethereal quality. Above the sect, clouds and hues shimmered like smoke, creating an almost otherworldly scene. The newly initiated disciples gazed around in awe, enchanted by the sight. Several senior members sat atop a high platform, looking down at the vibrant and fresh faces of the disciples with satisfaction. Tao Yin, akin to a principal delivering a welcome speech, launched into a lengthy address regarding the arrival of the disciples. While briefly introducing a few elders, "Those who perform exceptionally may be accepted into our ranks." Tao Yin called out the names of several promising disciples. Lu Wensheng, unfazed, stepped forward to accept the envious gazes of the crowd. "Do any of you wish to pledge yourself to a master?" Tao Yin first looked to Lu Wensheng, his eyes filled with anticipation that Lu Wensheng, having been informed by the system, was aware of the specifics regarding these senior members. Apart from the original book's protagonist, the deputy sect leader by Wen Chao, the second person he eliminated was sect leader Tao Yin. With 3 disciples, all male leads, adding himself into the mix would lead to chaos. Such a terrifying scenario, Even the resources of the sect leader could not entice him. The second elder, Ning, was far more suitable. With no personal disciples and a righteous character, she managed the law enforcement hall and was skilled in swordsmanship. If he became her disciple, it would provide an advantage against the sect's male leads. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wansheng turned his gaze towards Ning. Disciple Lu Wansheng wishes to become a disciple of Elder Jun. Ning regarded Lu Wansheng with satisfaction. She was quite selective in her choice of disciples, and some deemed her too stringent to interact with, leading to no one having pledged to her. However, this was only part of the reason. Previously, she had found potential disciples, but most had been lured away by other elders, and she had refrained from making enticing offers, resulting in her having no personal disciples to date. It appears he has made his choice early. The third elder, Mu Jin, chuckled softly. Disciple has heard of Elder Jun, often reflecting on the perils of greed, steadfast in avoiding unworthy thoughts, and nurturing a heart of discipline. Aspiring to virtuous governance, a heart as regulated as a ruler, ambition as precise as a measure, integrity as straight as a line, I have admired you for long. Lu Wansheng bowed earnestly. Though these were flattering words, they felt genuine, flattering words, yet you appear sincere. Ning furrowed her brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. Rise, from this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. Yes, master, Lu Wansheng promptly corrected himself. Seeing this, Tao Yin had no choice but to swallow his words of persuasion to retain an exceptional disciple. Regarding the path of reflection, more details will be supplemented in later chapters. Here the system assists in skipping over it, and this will not repeat. Matters concerning family will be confronted directly. Chapter 15. Vingxian sect congratulations. Senior sister, Mu Jin spoke softly. Congratulations, junior sister and senior sister, others chimed in unison. With a new disciple, Ning, observing the remaining selected disciples, lost interest and prepared to depart. Lu Wansheng quickly adapted, adopting a docile demeanor as he followed his newly appointed master. Logically, Elder Ning's residence should be near that of her personal disciples, yet she was indifferent to such matters, having had no disciples previously and devoted solely to the law enforcement hall. She had dismantled the living quarters of her former disciples and moved to the law enforcement hall. Elder Ning's residence was situated conveniently close to the law enforcement hall, showcasing her dedication. Lu Wansheng resolved to become a diligent cultivator and worker, thus he felt quite pleased with his master. Lacking a personal dwelling did not bother him. Rather, he found it advantageous to accompany Ning to the law enforcement hall. Ning, feeling somewhat awkward, wore a slightly stiff expression tinged with embarrassment. There is an available room here. You may stay temporarily, and I will arrange for a new one later. Master, there is no need for such trouble. A large residence would be wasteful, and I find this arrangement more convenient. Lu Wansheng declined her kind offer, appreciating the opportunity for one-on-one mentorship and the proximity to his work location, such a rare opportunity that would have been highly coveted in his previous life. Sensing Lu Wansheng's sincerity, Ning's fondness for him grew immensely. She dropped the pretense and nodded in agreement. Allow me to show you to your room. All right, mastered. Lu Wansheng followed Ning as they entered the grand entrance. Traversing the winding path ahead, as he surveyed the surroundings, towering mountains soared into the clouds, while the shadows of trees danced gracefully on either side of the path. A babbling brook meandered nearby, and fleeting figures flitted about, creating a picturesque scene akin to a painting. The elder's residence comprised a main hall and several auxiliary rooms. The main hall served as Ning's abode, while the other chambers lay unoccupied. Lu Wansheng chose an eastern courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a meandering corridor, with pebbles strewn across the steps leading to the pathway. From within the inner chamber, a small door opened to reveal the backyard, where a grand pear blossom tree stood. The faint aroma of sandalwood wafted through the room, while dappled sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window screens. 4 colorful hanging screens adorned the front wall, and a mirror stood atop a table. Accompanied by a few chairs beyond a beaded curtain, a wooden bed revealed exquisite carvings that hinted at exceptional craftsmanship. Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied, Lu Wansheng replied, nearly drooling in delight. Good. then that I shall first teach you the fundamentals of theory and swordsmanship. I also oversee the discipline hall, and it is imperative that you memorize the sect rules that I do not expect you to inherit my position. But I hope you will abide by the regulations and uphold the reputation of both myself and the discipline hall. Yes, Master, such a principal character is indeed rare in this narrative. Alas, it is unfortunate that Master meets his demise at the hands of the demon clan later on. Though perhaps this fate can be altered, Liu Wensheng held no complaints about diving straight into his studies. Rather, he displayed remarkable enthusiasm, prompting Jun Ning to feel she had chosen a worthy disciple, one akin to herself. Thus, the two kindred spirits ventured to the elder's dedicated classroom, embarking on a reciprocal journey of teaching and learning. As a recent high school graduate, Liu Wensheng's intellect was at its peak, further enhanced by the system's endowment of talent, allowing him to grasp concepts with remarkable speed and apply them adeptly. Teaching such a bright student filled Jun Ning with a sense of accomplishment and an eagerness to guide. Keeping her spirits high, the teacher and disciple quickly developed a rapport, wishing they had met sooner, and their educational exchange continued into the following day. Fortunately, as cultivators, they could endure the strain. However, Jun Ning had business at the discipline hall, and she entrusted her compiled sect rules to her disciple. Study diligently and practice your swordsmanship, that I will take you to the discipline hall later. While their initial meeting seemed merely to encourage Liu Wensheng to focus on his studies, it now appeared that Jun Ning intended to nurture him as her successor. Before departing, she left him a storage ring filled with valuable items. Liu Wensheng bid a reluctant farewell to his master, only to realize he had yet to change his clothes or bathe. His master, however, appeared unconcerned and had yet to remind him. The elder's residence boasted a hot spring, but for precautionary reasons, Liu Wensheng opted not to use it. Instead, he went to a separate courtyard to heat water. Though it was somewhat unfamiliar, he was grateful for the warm water. The disciples' attire was stored within the ring, and while direct disciples could wear their own clothes in addition to their disciple robes, Liu Wensheng's garments were those of the discipline hall, distinctly different from those of ordinary disciples. The black color, he mused, was likely chosen for its dirt-resistant qualities, as the discipline hall often sent out its members to apprehend errant disciples. The attire of the Wenxian sect was traditionally a captivating blue and white, exuding an ethereal quality that a disciple's rank could be discerned not only from their jade token, but also from the cloud patterns on their clothing. Outer disciples bore no cloud patterns, while inner disciples displayed them at the hems that, in contrast, direct disciples showcased them at the cuffs, collar, and hem of their robes. Liu Wensheng's attire featured a round collar, with golden cloud patterns embroidered at the collar, cuffs, and hem. After trying on the outfit, he found it quite fitting. The style resembled a round-collared robe, with excellent drape. A wide belt adorned with deep red and white cloud patterns cinched his waist, from which hung a high-quality jade disciple token, complemented by dark wrist guards of unknown material. Images in the comment section may not be entirely accurate. Let your imagination fill in the gaps. Previously, his sister had been too lazy to style her hair, prompting him to learn various hairstyles under the pretext of practicing for his future girlfriend. Consequently, Liu Wensheng had mastered many styles, and although his ponytail was beautifully done, he found himself somewhat clumsy in styling his own hair, taking a bit longer than anticipated. Gazing into the bronze mirror atop the table, he beheld a youth whose face resembled that of a peach blossom, exuding an elegant demeanor. His brown eyes sparkled with life, radiating warmth, while his delicate nose stood out against his fair complexion, contrasting sharply with a striking red tassel cascading from his ponytail. Wensheng, you truly are handsome. The system chimed in, ever supportive. Thank you. As Liu Jiqian had yet to return, Liu Wensheng pondered his plans for the time, being that I shall focus on diligent cultivation. Wouldn't most people venture out for a stroll? One must fortify oneself before attempting to forge weapons. Imagine if I were to surpass these attackers. I could easily crush them all in an instant, clearing every obstacle and exceeding expectations. I am someone with an exceptional advantage. And such a scenario is entirely plausible. It is well known that all schemes and machinations crumble before absolute strength. The system was captivated, finding his reasoning compelling. Liu Wensheng, indeed, was a high school student at the zenith of his intellectual prowess. This strategy would save him a decade's worth of detours. Nonetheless, Lu Wensheng still needed to venture out, as he had yet to begin fasting. Damn, I must hasten my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage and commence fasting. Eating is simply a waste of my time. As he stepped outside, Lu Wensheng encountered Zhang Zhishu, who was garbed in the attire of a direct disciple. The latter was strikingly handsome, with a welcoming smile that radiated approachability. And you are? I am Zhang Zhishu, a disciple of the Grand Elder. Elder Jun has instructed me to await you here. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. The name was unfamiliar, suggesting he was a minor character. But why not enter? Is he simply to wait here in case I do not emerge? Follow me, Junior Brother, and let us familiarize ourselves with the sect. Lu Wensheng nodded in agreement. A complimentary tour was too good to pass up. Zhang Zhishu led Lu Wensheng on foot, during which Lu Wensheng noted an interesting phenomenon. When Zhang mentioned the cafeteria, his expression turned serious for a moment, but he remained disinterested thereafter. However, upon discussing the library, the training grounds, and the discipline hall, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the architecture. Junior Brother Lu, it is no wonder you and Elder Jun share such a bond. The training grounds location is unique. Many disciples come at dawn to absorb the first rays of sunlight, which is beneficial for our cultivation. You should give it a try. Hearing that makes me wide awake. Remember to collect spirit stones each month. Although they are scant for us direct disciples, they still serve as a bit of pocket money. The benefits of being a direct disciple were evident. Outer disciples relied on a meager supply of spirit stones, far less than what direct disciples received. Chapter 6. The meeting Lu Wensheng's relationship with Zhang Zhishu was rather lukewarm. Zhang had merely come at Jun Ning's behest to check on Lu Wensheng and introduce him to the sect, leaving once his task was complete. In a few days, once Elder Jun had managed affairs at the discipline hall, she would likely introduce Lu Wensheng to disciples of his generation. In the meantime, Junior Brother, try not to venture out. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Very well, Senior Brother. Until we meet again, he would avoid unnecessary outings, as they consumed precious time. Farewell. Once Zhang Zhishu departed, Lu Wensheng hurried back to his cultivation. He could not afford to squander his valuable practice time. Thus, after a few days, Lu Wensheng gained quite a reputation. Wherever one ventured in the training ground, the first figure to be seen was invariably Lu Wensheng, clad in the discipline hall's black attire. Adorned with the cloud patterns of a direct disciple, his identity was unmistakable. 4 days on end, anyone passing by would observe him diligently practicing swordsmanship in the backyard, demonstrating a relentless drive that set him apart from other talented direct disciples. Wensheng. Today, Jun Ning had some free time and planned to introduce her disciple to his peers. Having heard of Lu Wensheng's progress, she felt a swell of pride, just returning from the training ground after breakfast. Lu Wensheng intended to practice swordsmanship, but was reminded of Jun Ning's presence and quickly approached her. Disciple pays respects to master. Rise. Have you made any progress in your practice over the past few days? Understanding that Jun Ning sought to assess him, Lu Wensheng did not hesitate, promptly grasping the spirit's sword she had left in his storage ring. With a graceful stance, Lu Wensheng moved as fluidly as a serpent, his sword weaving through the air with dexterity and elegance, embodying the essence of flowing clouds and rushing waters. A flicker of appreciation crossed Jun Ning's eyes, quickly replaced by satisfaction as she observed her disciple's diligence and remarkable comprehension. Well done. It appears you have studied diligently. Tomorrow, I will take you to the discipline hall to witness its workings. For now, let us visit your fellow disciples. Will there be many skilled practitioners present? Will the scene be quite spectacular? Lu Wensheng sheathed his longsword, internally voicing his grievances while maintaining a calm exterior, and nodded in agreement. Their meeting was rather informal, merely an opportunity to become acquainted with one another. The gathering took place at the residence of the sect leader, where the earliest arrivals were naturally the disciples of Tao Yin. Tao Yin's eldest disciple, Ji Yanli, was still away on a training expedition, leaving only his second disciple, Jin Jianxian, and the youngest disciple, Song Wan, present. The two exhibited distinctly different demeanors, making them easily distinguishable. Jin Jianxian appeared somewhat shy, while Songwen carried an air of superiority. Jin Jianxian, akin to the overlooked second child in a family of three, often found himself overshadowed by his esteemed elder brother and the whims of his more capricious junior. Consequently, in the original text, his yearning for affection led him to develop feelings for Lu Jiqian, who showed him kindness. On the other hand, Songwen admired Lu Jiqian's excellence and humility, but was somewhat early to be ensnared by the machinations of others. Leaving his true character somewhat ambiguous, Liu Wensheng noted that most of the aggressors had received assistance from Lu Jiqian, yet their gratitude often turned into betrayal, as their affections demanded a price far too steep. Jin Jianxian was strikingly handsome, his bashfulness evident in his demeanor. Clad in disciple robes, his fair skin contrasted with his dark, ebony-like eyes, and his noble nose lent him an air of gallantry. His lustrous black hair was elegantly tied back. Resembling a delicate lotus blossom, he shyly exchanged smiles with Liu Wensheng and greeted Junning. Songwen, adorned in a goose-yellow robe trimmed with gold, resembled a flawless jade figure, exuding an inherent nobility even while standing still. His youthful visage was smooth and fair, marked by sharp angles. His thick eyebrows arched slightly, framing his bright, watery eyes, which held a certain clarity, though a hint of ruthlessness lurked within. After greeting Junning, he simply nodded at Liu Wensheng with a slight lift of his chin. Liu Wensheng remarked, "Is this how one gauges others?" Apologizing for his tardiness, he noted that Bai Wenjia had also arrived with his two disciples. The eldest disciple, Jiang Shun, and the second disciple, Jiang Jinfeng, were a pair of twin brothers. The elder, Jiang Shun, appeared cultured yet harbored a ruthless streak, while the younger, Jiang Jinfeng, exuded a brash demeanor. Their playful antics were well known, often indulging in the pleasures of brotherhood and camaraderie. "Greetings, Elder Jun, you must be junior brother Liu." Jiang Shun initiated the greeting, not neglecting to acknowledge Liu Wensheng. "Greetings, senior brother," Liu Wensheng replied, harboring a dislike for this seemingly amiable facade. He thought to himself that this young man ought to conceal his misdeeds better in the future, lest he be caught and face the consequences of the discipline hall. The brothers shared a striking resemblance, yet exuded contrasting auras. Jiang Shun's deep-set eyes conveyed profound thoughts, with a hint of a smirk that betrayed his true nature. Liu Wensheng found him chillingly sharp, the aloofness of his smile accentuating his features. Conversely, Jiang Jinfeng possessed the same visage but with a more straightforward gaze. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of deceit, yet a fierceness lurked within. When he fixed his gaze upon someone, it felt akin to being scrutinized by a predator. He casually greeted Junning, dismissing Liu Wensheng entirely, his demeanor quite unfriendly. Jiang Shun, apologizing on behalf of his brother, observed Liu Wensheng with a knowing expression, sensing the underlying discord. The elder Guyulan and the third elder Mujin arrived with their disciples, followed by two others, Zhang Zhixiu, Guyulan's disciple, and Li Ruishi, Mujin's pupil. Li Ruishi donned a soft azure garment, intricately embroidered with a delicate pink flower at her waist, the fabric tightly tailored to accentuate her graceful curves. Her long, silky black hair was casually styled, giving her an ethereal quality, and her gentle smile radiated warmth and purity, reminiscent of a lotus blossom. Liu Wensheng greeted each of them in turn before retreating to the side. The elders had already taken their seats and engaged in conversation, while the disciples stood by. Liu Wensheng discreetly observed the other disciples. Jin Jianxian appeared withdrawn, as if disconnected from the gathering. Songwen and Jiang Jinfeng exchanged glances filled with animosity. Jiang Xian watched the two with a bemused smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. Zhang Zhixiu seemed lost in contemplation, occasionally staring blankly into space. Clearly bored, Liu Wensheng glanced at Li Ruishi, but their eyes met unexpectedly, prompting a friendly smile from her, which made him blush slightly in embarrassment. "Has Lu Shizhi returned yet? What about Ji Shizhi? When is he expected back?" Elder Guyulan was inquisitive, demonstrating more concern for others than for his own affairs. Upon hearing mention of his eldest disciple, Tao Yin's face lit up with pride. "He won't be long. I recently received word that he is currently dealing with a troublesome beast tide, which is quite time-consuming. Yanli is swift in his actions in my humble opinion, aside from Lu Shizhi, Ji Yamli is undoubtedly the most promising among us, he chuckled. The laughter of the elders resonated, and the disciples absorbed the atmosphere, each reflecting a different sentiment. Songwen rolled his eyes. Jiang Jinfeng scoffed dismissively, while Jiang Xuan appeared contemplative, manipulating his fan. Zhang Zhishu remained in a daze, yawning intermittently, and Li Ruishi maintained her gentle smile. Lu Wenxing's attention returned to Jin Jianxian, who exuded a palpable sense of disappointment. When he gazed at his master, longing flickered in his eyes, and he bit his lip, lowering his head in melancholy. However, Ji Yamli had yet to return as a quintessentially aloof figure. Ji Yamli was justly renowned for his fairness and integrity, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jiqian as a favored prodigy. In their interactions, he came to admire Lu Jiqian, leading to an unspoken affection. Readers once believed him to be the ideal match for Lu Jiqian, one who respected him and treated him as an equal, only for him to ultimately fall victim to the machinations of the demon lord, succumbing to darkness and betrayal. How frustrating, readers would exclaim, their outrage palpable to Lu Wensheng, wishing to support Ji Yanli in any way he could. Resolved to assist him discreetly. Chapter 7. The discipline hall. Lu Wenxing's excitement was palpable from the moment he awoke until he returned from the training grounds. His master was finally taking him to the discipline hall. Sighing contentedly, he thought, what a day. The discipline hall was responsible for overseeing the disciples, administering appropriate punishments to those who erred. Without rules, one cannot achieve order. It is not honor that is valued, but rather the law. The law must be clear, and commands must be followed. Your master, I hope you will exercise caution and adhere strictly to the sex regulations. Zhu Ning observed his disciple's enthusiasm with a subtle smile. Your disciple obeys, Lu Wensheng replied eagerly. The discipline hall was situated atop a distinct peak, shrouded in clouds, occasionally graced by the calls of auspicious cranes soaring overhead, creating a fairy-like atmosphere. The building, constructed of dark materials, radiated a solemn dignity that inspired reverence. An arched rainbow bridge spanned the air, leading to a tranquil pond at the hall's entrance, exuding an otherworldly aura. Lu Wensheng glanced around. He noticed numerous solemn-faced disciples clad in the discipline hall's black robes, prompting him to rein in his curiosity. Your master intends for you to review the reports on the sex regulations. Are you prepared? Lu Wenxing nodded. I have memorized them. There was a distinct difference between memorized and remembered, with the latter implying a more profound understanding. Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Recite the 6 cardinal sins. The first, betraying the righteous sect and colluding with the demon clan, shall be met with divine retribution. The second, unjustly harming and killing innocent civilians or creating artificial furnace cauldrons, shall be met with divine retribution. The third, having a depraved heart and practicing malevolent arts, shall be met with divine retribution. The fourth, stealing the essence of mortals to concoct pills, resulting in their injury or death, shall be met with divine retribution. The fifth, using magic to disrupt the natural order and incite chaos, shall be met with divine retribution. The sixth, plaguing villages and causing disaster, shall be met with divine retribution. Lu Wensheng recited nearly flawlessly. Zhu Ning was pleasantly surprised, his satisfaction evident. Excellent. It appears you have been diligent in your studies. I will entrust you with these reports. Simply add your annotations and verdicts at the end. Do not worry about the quality of your writing. I will review it again. Understood, Master, Lu Wensheng responded enthusiastically. Thus, he began to immerse himself in his new responsibilities. After daily training at the martial arts arena, he would dutifully attend to his work in the discipline hall, returning home in the afternoons to practice. His schedule reminiscent of a diligent cultivator. Having grown up in a society governed by laws, Lu Wensheng had prepared for his examinations by studying political science, familiarizing himself with national policies and legal systems, which provided him with a solid foundation. His insights into the reports were unique and innovative, earning him Zhu Ning's commendation. Lu Wenxing's diligence did not go unnoticed. The disciples of the discipline hall observed him as he remained steadfastly focused, completing his tasks with remarkable speed and efficiency. Remarkably, even Elder Zhu Ning's expression had softened, and the attending elders showered him with praise. While feeling admiration and respect, the other disciples also began to strive diligently. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wansheng gained the recognition of the disciples of the Discipline Hall and even became their role model. Consequently, when Juning called upon Lu Wansheng to participate in a task, those initially aloof disciples of the Discipline Hall transformed into a fervent crowd, eagerly inviting Lu Wansheng to join them, illustrating the concept of an external coldness masking an internal warmth. The Discipline Hall had previously lacked direct disciples, often facing issues when resolving disputes among them. As the newly arrived disciples could hardly assert their authority, in some cases, they even had to summon Juning, and if she was unavailable, matters would either be left unresolved or dragged on indefinitely, ultimately diminishing serious issues to trivial ones. Therefore, as Juning's direct disciple, Lu Wansheng proved to be immensely useful. Just a few months later, when a dispute arose among the direct disciples, Lu Wansheng was the first to receive the report. The altercation involved two direct disciples, Song Wen and Jiang Jinfeng, whom Lu Wansheng had recently encountered and who appeared to have a strained relationship. For reasons unknown, they began to fight by the roadside. Disciples are strictly prohibited from internal strife. Will you not cease? Lu Wansheng admonished, accompanied by several disciples from the Discipline Hall, as he observed the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Given the Discipline Hall's inability to handle these direct disciples, it had become nearly inconsequential in that regard, rendering any reports made to them largely ignored. It was only upon seeing Lu Wansheng that they remembered there were indeed direct disciples. But considering he was a newly initiated junior brother, neither Song Wen nor Jiang Jinfeng took him seriously. Lu Wansheng coldly smirked, declaring, for internal conflict, 20 strikes of the death staff. Ignoring the warnings of the Discipline Hall will incur an additional 10 strikes. The Discipline Hall will intervene, and injuries will not be taken into account. He spoke deliberately loudly, not only to demonstrate the fairness of the Discipline Hall's enforcement, but also to caution everyone against challenging the sex regulations, particularly addressing Song Wen and Jiang Jinfeng, warning them that any disregard for his admonition would lead to consequences they must bear, though he had only been training for a few months. Lu Wansheng's diligent practice, coupled with his master's unwavering support, had elevated him to the 9th level of Qi refinement. With the assistance of the system, he had begun to grasp the essence of sword energy, a fact he had yet to disclose to his master. The two young men, both of whom had merely reached the foundation establishment stage, were no match for Lu Wansheng, especially with his sword energy and the system's backing, allowing him to handle them effortlessly, which emboldened him to adopt a firm stance. As anticipated, neither Song Wen nor Jiang Jinfeng regarded Lu Wansheng seriously. They were lost in their battle, and when Lu Wansheng's sword energy swept towards them, both sustained injuries. Song Wen stared at Lu Wansheng in astonishment, unsure whether he was surprised by the latter's audacity or by his young age and sudden comprehension of sword energy. Blood flowed from his right arm, yet he had no time to attend to it. Jiang Jinfeng, on the other hand, was consumed with rage, perceiving Lu Wansheng's actions as a sneak attack. Without hesitation, he abandoned Song Wen and turned to assault Lu Wansheng. The fights among direct disciples were not to be interfered with by others. The disciples of the Discipline Hall were anxious for Lu Wansheng, fearing he might be overpowered, yet they could do nothing but clear the area, separating onlookers from the brawling disciples, silently praying that Lu Wansheng would not suffer too grievously. Some even contemplated whether to summon Elder Juning. However, Lu Wansheng faced the confrontation with remarkable ease, unperturbed by the attacks, even displaying a hint of mockery on his face, nearly infuriating Jiang Jinfeng. Attacking a disciple of the Discipline Hall incurs additional penalties. That's 30 extra strikes, Lu Wansheng stated calmly. Even accusing Jiang Jinfeng of assaulting an enforcement officer, Lu Wansheng. Is that all you can do? Just defend? Jiang Jinfeng sneered repeatedly. Lu Wansheng returned the smile, tinged with sarcasm. If I were to attack, my junior brother would fear that my senior brother could not withstand it. Arrogance, Jiang Jinfeng, who had a naturally volatile disposition, was immediately enraged, increasing the ferocity of his assault. Lu Wansheng adeptly parried each attack, his gaze icy as he transformed defense into offense, forcing Jiang Jinfeng to resort to self-protection. Most of Jiang Jinfeng's attacks lacked effort, relying heavily on innate talent due to his rapid cultivation, while his skills remained mediocre. In contrast, Lu Wansheng had channeled all his efforts into rigorous training under the guidance of the system's esteemed instructors. If he could not overpower a character like Jiang Jinfeng, he felt he might as well give up on his tasks altogether. Lu Wansheng swiftly wielded his sword, its light resembling a white serpent flicking its tongue. Hissing through the air, akin to a dragon weaving through water, swift as lightning and shattering everything in its path, Jiang Jinfeng broke into a cold sweat. In a moment of distraction, his sword was knocked from his grasp, and a sharp pain in his abdomen sent him crashing to the ground, the sword energy grazing past him, shredding his garments and leaving tiny, deliberate cuts on his arms and face. Let us hope Brother Jiang can endure the 60 strikes from the discipline hall. Lu Wansheng stood above Jiang Jinfeng, bathed in backlight, his expression tinged with disdain, the modest sword in his hand, a mere artifact Jiang Jinfeng had previously scorned. Now poised at his throat, Jiang Jinfeng froze. Realizing the profound humiliation he faced, his eyes burning with resentment, Lu Wansheng is truly formidable. Jiang Jinfeng is hardly anything special. Song 1. Witnessing the scene, felt a sense of relief wash over him as he observed Jiang Jinfeng's plight. He was no fool. Given that Jiang Jinfeng was of comparable strength, he too would likely become the subject of ridicule if he intervened. Very well. Song 1, who usually regarded others with disdain, adopted a more humble demeanor. As Lu Wansheng and the disciples of the discipline hall escorted the two away, the incident spread like wildfire, leaving many astonished at the prowess of this newly initiated direct disciple. They were taken to the discipline hall's entrance for punishment. Allowing other disciples to grasp the rules of the sect, which are not to be disregarded, Lu Wansheng intended to establish the authority of the discipline hall through Song 1 and Jiang Jinfeng. Yes, senior brother, the disciples of the discipline hall responded eagerly to Lu Wansheng's orders, their eyes shining with enthusiasm. There existed a regulation within the discipline hall that punishments executed outside, as long as they did not disrupt order, could be witnessed. A word of Lu Wansheng's apprehension of the direct disciple spread. Countless disciples gathered to witness the spectacle. Song 1 and Jiang Jinfeng were stripped of their cultivation and forcibly bound to the punishment bench. Their mouths gagged with wooden blocks, their expressions shifting dramatically. Was it truly necessary to be punished before such a crowd? As direct disciples, you ought to lead by example. Instead, you have taken the lead in violating sect rules. And it is only fitting that everyone knows, Lu Wansheng proclaimed, standing atop the highest step of the discipline hall, gazing down at the two restrained on the bench. Lu Wansheng's display attracted attention from higher-ups, particularly the masters of the involved parties. Show mercy. Tao Yin rushed in, his breath hitching at the sight of his young disciple being restrained. Upon seeing his master, Song Wen breathed a sigh of relief. And Jiang Jinfeng's eyes lit up upon spotting Bai Wenjie behind Tao. Why, Lu Wansheng feigned ignorance, calling out. Song Wen engaged in internal strife, disregarding warnings. 30 strikes. Jiang Jinfeng engaged in internal strife, disregarding warnings. And assaulted an enforcement officer. 60 strikes. Now, execute the punishment. Lu Wansheng's cold demeanor astonished even the arriving higher-ups, leaving a chilling impression on all the disciples present. The disciples of the discipline hall held Lu Wansheng in high esteem. His apprehension of direct disciples was a source of vindication for them. Hearing Lu Wansheng's decree, the 4 disciples responsible for administering the punishment exchanged knowing glances, their resolve hardening as they raised their staffs, delivering strikes that rendered the two unable to utter a sound, their whimpers muffled by the wooden gags. Lu Wansheng. Tao Yin could scarcely believe that Lu Wansheng would disregard his plea. Even Bai Wenjie and the other elders were taken aback. A few senior brothers and sisters arrived, likely to assert the sect's stance on discipline. Lu Wansheng, undaunted by the presence of the senior executives, took the initiative to pose a question, feigning ignorance. Tao Yin was taken aback to find himself stumped by a junior. He realized that either answer or no response would be inadequate to discern the straight path. One must have a standard. To understand the square, one must have rules. To know balance, one must weigh. To know the circle, one must have a compass. It is apparent that this is the reason behind the establishment of the sex regulations. Rules are rules, and the sanctity of these regulations cannot be violated, even by their originators, if one rule can be breached without consequence. It lacks authority and binding power, rendering its existence meaningless. Does it not? Indeed, it does. Juning was the first to speak, his eyes filled with admiration for his disciple. Such resolute measures are essential to uphold the status of the discipline hall and the sanctity of the sex rules. Before the others could voice their opinions, Lu Wansheng seized the opportunity once more. After he finished speaking, the crowd was rendered speechless, their silence a stark contrast to the cries of anguish below. The juniors strictly adhered to the sex regulations in handling the matter, supported by recorded footage and handwritten reports. The disciple did not lessen the punishment due to the identities of the two senior brothers. However, should the elders be dissatisfied with the disciplinary outcomes, the junior is willing to amend them. Lu Wansheng had articulated both the good and the bad, presenting two plans that left no room for rebuttal, specifically highlighting the identities of the individuals involved and subtly inquiring if there was anything inappropriate. That it was simply flawless. Truly, he is worthy of being the disciple of my junior sister, managing such matters with an unyielding demeanor. Gu Yulan whispered to the third elder, Mu Jin, expressing their discontent, only to be overheard by Lu Wansheng. Chapter 9. Aftermath of the disciplinary action to it was merely a matter of adhering to the rules. If one were to show favoritism, it would only complicate matters. Knowing full well that the discipline hall is overseen by the master, yet still breaking the law, is it not a burden upon the master? Elder, do you not concur? Lu Wansheng decisively countered. Using magic to vanquish magic itself, the Jiu Yulan awkwardly nodded, exclaiming, my goodness, my junior sister's disciple is truly formidable. If the uncles or aunts have any further inquiries, the junior would be more than happy to serve. Today, he aimed to engage in a battle of wits with the learned assembly, ensuring that these individuals would think twice before speaking recklessly in the future. The upper echelons fell into silence, and by Wenjia's words sealed the matter. It is my failure to discipline adequately. I must trouble my nephew to deal with this miscreant. Jiang Jinfeng, with his impatient disposition, saw this as an opportunity for some training. The 60 strikes were indeed severe, yet not fatal. Afterward, he would have ample time to rest and reflect. Tao Yin sighed, harboring no resentment towards Lu Wansheng for avoiding discussion of Songwon. He genuinely appreciated Lu Wansheng's actions. The authority of the sex regulations must be upheld, though he felt a pang of sympathy for the young disciple, wishing to inquire if the punishment could be lessened. Though now he felt too embarrassed to voice it. I apologize for the trouble, dear nephew. I will certainly have a serious talk with him upon my return. 30 strikes should not result in death. Yet Jiang Jinfeng still faced another 60. The senior members quickly shifted their allegiance due to Lu Wansheng's few remarks, with Tao Yin and Bai Wenjia even taking a seat to witness the punishment. A sight that left many astonished. Everyone began to regard the sex regulations with newfound seriousness, while simultaneously harboring apprehension towards Lu Wansheng, realizing that it was indeed due to him that the sex leaders had chosen to remain silent. As Song Won and Jiang Jinfeng witnessed their master's indifference to their plight, they were left with scant time for lamentation, the punishment leaving them exposed, their bodies battered by specially crafted rods. Without any cultivation to protect them, they were soon left in a state of agony, consciousness fading, feeling as though their lower bodies were no longer their own. Jiang Xuan had also come along, and upon witnessing his brother's dire state, he felt a surge of compassion, casting a furtive, venomous glance at Lu Wansheng's back. Unexpectedly, the latter turned around, offering an enigmatic smile. The fault lay with Jiang Jinfeng. One must discern right from wrong. Jun Ning suddenly sent a mental message to Jiang Shuyuan. Jiang Shuyuan snapped back to reality, nodding and smiling at Jun Ning, though he felt a sense of bitterness. Convinced that there would be another opportunity, Lu Wansheng knew immediately what Jiang Shuyuan's gaze had implied. These two brothers were cut from the same cloth, and with Jiang Shuyuan possessing the ability to restrain himself from taking action against him. It was only a matter of time before he would slip up. Should that happen, Lu Wansheng would not rest until he had dealt with Jiang Shuyuan. Song Won was the first to finish. Still retaining some awareness, though his body trembled, rendering him immobile, prompting Tao Yin to rush over to assist him. Next time, do not make the same mistake. Song nodded weakly, his peripheral vision catching sight of Jiang Jinfeng, who seemed somewhat relieved, failing to perceive Lu Wensheng as intentionally targeting them. That be why the time Jiang Jinfeng concluded, he resembled a puddle of mud, slumped on the bench, blood flowing from his trousers to the floor. On the brink of death, startling Jiang Shuyuan, the other disciples felt it best to depart, leaving behind murmurs about Lu Wensheng's valiant verbal confrontation with the senior members. Lu Wensheng observed with an impassive expression, exuding an air of coldness, while Gu Yulan and Mu Jin, who were merely spectators, noted his demeanor and reflected on his composed yet assertive stance in front of the high-ranking officials, feeling a sense of admiration for his promising future. Juning had certainly taken in a remarkable disciple. Chapter 10. Ji Yanli. The handling of Song Wen and Jiang Jinfeng's affair compelled those disciples who often exploited their status and tested the boundaries of the sect's regulations to retreat. As they observed the discipline hall's disciples exhibiting a newfound sense of propriety, Lu Wensheng also began to reveal his true nature, unreservedly criticizing his senior brothers whom he disdained, often with a sarcastic tone. Yet well-founded arguments, and his strength grew increasingly formidable. There was no arguing with him, nor could anyone overpower him, for Lu Wensheng had no intention of fostering camaraderie with these senior brothers. What truly instilled fear in the others was Lu Wensheng's proposal of a rewards and penalty system, integrating the previous points system designated for disciples. Under this system, not only would the disciples face punishment for their transgressions, but their respective departments would also incur point deductions. Conversely, when disciples excelled, their departments would gain points. Interdepartmental rankings based on total points would determine the allocation of sect resources. The highest-ranking departments would receive greater resources, while the lowest would see a reduction. This initiative not only encouraged disciples to strive for points, but also advanced the sect's legal governance. The high-ranking members naturally had no objections. Additionally, there were departmental and individual titles, with departments receiving extra rewards for earning titles, while individuals could obtain personal rewards. Disciples were encouraged to supervise one another, and those who provided sufficient evidence to report violations could earn personal points and rewards, privately granted by the discipline hall. Although the disciples lamented their plight, they found themselves busily engaged in the pursuit of their own and their department's interests. Lu Wensheng even incentivized departments to reward disciples who met their KPIs, leading to a blend of toil and satisfaction, as he himself led the charge in this relentless pursuit of KPIs. Consequently, the disciples privately dubbed him Lu the Demon King, as he seemed to gleefully impose rigor upon everyone. Know the law and abide by it, starting with yourselves, he declared, as long as you keep busy. There will be no mischief. When Ji Yanli returned, he was met with a dramatically transformed sect. Disciples hurried along, conversations had dwindled, and the training grounds, once sparsely populated, were now bustling with activity, while lines formed at the library and training tower, indicating a collective fervor. Though perplexed, Ji Yanli set aside his curiosity and proceeded to pay his respects to his master. Elder brother, you have returned, greeted his peers, Jin Jianxian and Song, when Ji Yanli was somewhat taken aback by Jin's warm reception, and even more so by Song's unexpected enthusiasm. What had transpired during his brief absence? Elder brother, how was your journey? Song asked, lowering his voice. Ji Yanli frowned. What do you mean? Did you not see any disciples from the discipline hall? I did not. Why do you ask? Song sighed in relief. It's nothing. I'm heading down the mountain. With that, he dashed away. Ji Yanli's confusion deepened as he turned to Jin Jianxian. What is happening in the sect? Jin Jianxian replied. It's about Elder Jun's direct disciple, Lu Wensheng. Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli's eyes brightened. That's excellent news. Lu seems to be a person of ambition and resolve. If he and I were to get acquainted, we would surely have much in common. Jin Jianxian remained silent. Tao Yin was overjoyed to learn of his eldest disciple's return, showering him with warmth and insisting on inviting the other elders for a gathering. No need, master, Ji Yanli politely declined. Why not? Your uncles and aunts have not seen you in ages. You should also get to know your fellow disciples. Tao Yin was determined to host a gathering for his disciple. And without further ado, He sent messages to the other elders, who readily agreed. Thus, Ji Yamli found himself standing at the entrance with his master, awaiting the arrival of his uncles and aunts, still in a haze of confusion. The first to arrive were by Wenjia and the others, and Ji Yamli found it odd that Jiang Jinfeng was absent. Perhaps his bewilderment was evident. As Jin Jianxian quietly pointed out, his injuries are a bit more severe than Song's. He is still resting in B.D.is. That's so, Ji Yamli responded. Ji Yamli found himself deeply impressed by the elusive Dear Shitty, who had managed to subdue the notorious Jiang Jinfeng, a renowned troublemaker. His curiosity was piqued even further. Jiu Yulan and Mu Jin arrived shortly after, each accompanied by their respective disciples. Those who had arrived first took their seats, and since Song Wen's injuries had improved significantly, he could not stand for long, and thus joined his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Has someone yet to rise from their bed? Song Wen raised his voice intentionally for Zhang Shuyuan to hear, causing Zhang Jishu to stifle a laugh and exchange knowing glances with him, filled with playful teasing. Jiang Xuan remained silent with his eyes shut, harboring a simmering anger within, while Li Ruishi merely shook her head, refraining from interjecting. Master has pressing matters to attend to, and I am here to convey his congratulations on his behalf. This is a token of apology for Master, and I hope you will accept it. Senior Brother J. Lu Wansheng approached alone, bowing respectfully and presenting a gift to Ji Yamli. Yamli noticed that the disciples, who had been engaged in lively chatter moments ago, fell silent upon his arrival. This must be Lu Wansheng, he thought. The youth donned the black robes of the discipline hall, with golden threaded cloud patterns adorning the cuffs and collar, signifying his status as a direct disciple. A red wide brocade belt cinched his waist, and his glossy black hair was tied up with a jade-inlaid silver crown, from which 2 crimson tassels hung down. The lustrous white jade of the crown accentuated the silkiness of his dark hair. He appeared youthful yet strikingly handsome, bowing to their master with utmost decorum, exuding an air of obedience and propriety, contrary to the villainous image described by his fellow disciples. Tao Yin chuckled amiably. I understand. Junior sister has many matters to attend to, and it is fortunate that Lu Shixi has arrived. Lu Wensheng acknowledged Ji Shixiang with a nod. Taking advantage of the bow, he discreetly observed Ji Yanli. The latter had thick black hair, well-defined features, and a strikingly handsome countenance. His deep-set eyes glimmered like stars beneath his arched brows, radiating an extraordinary beauty tempered by an air of steadfast composure. His high nose and the blue outfit embellished with bat patterns accentuated his tall stature, while his lightly pursed lips formed a subtle, aloof arc, giving him a somewhat detached and formidable presence. Greetings, Lu Shitty, Jin Shixiang. Ji Yamli returned the greeting that Lu Wansheng turned his gaze toward Jin Jianxian. Typically, Jin Jinxian's despondency was overlooked by others, but now, as he met Lu Wensheng's steely yet smiling eyes, he suddenly wished to avoid attention. Lu Shitty, Jin Jianxian managed a somewhat awkward smile. Chapter 11. The study group. Lu Wansheng raised an eyebrow, unconcerned by Jin Jianxian's awkward demeanor, and walked directly inside, glancing around before taking a seat beside Song Wen. To be honest, whenever I see Lu Wansheng, I feel a pang in my backside, Song Wen remarked. Song Shixiang. Lu Wansheng replied with a polite smile that Song Wen averted his gaze, seemingly hesitant to meet his eyes. Zhang Shixiang, long time no see. Lu Wansheng greeted Zhang Jishu, who held a favorable impression of him, having only heard of his accomplishments. However, the recent regulations had greatly affected those like him who preferred to recline rather than sit. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "Is it possible to avoid earning points?" Lu Wansheng maintained his cheerful demeanor. Zhang Shixiang could give it a try. I was just joking. The nickname isn't for nothing, Zhang Jishu laughed. The atmosphere remained pleasant among Ji Yanli and the others, although no one initiated conversation with Lu Wansheng. Unfazed by his brother's avoidance, Lu Wansheng understood that it was not a matter of isolation, but rather his own choice to distance himself from them. Curiosity regarding Lu Wansheng lingered in Ji Yanli's mind as he noted the deliberate evasion of the others. Frowning slightly, he approached Lu Wansheng when Tao Yin instructed the disciples to mingle. "So, you are a sword cultivator?" Ji Yanli inquired. While Lu Wansheng found Ji Yanli's initiative puzzling, he did not show it. "Indeed, that I also practice swordsmanship," that if you have a time, feel free to come and exchange ideas with me. Ji Yanli offered. Lu Wensheng perceived significance in Ji Yanli's words, sensing an intention to foster goodwill. Yet he questioned the motive behind such friendliness, given that this was their first encounter. According to the system's data, Ji Yanli was known for his aloofness. Senior brother Ji's swordsmanship is profound, and I have long admired it. Should I intrude, I hope for your forgiveness. Ji Yanli recognized Lu Wensheng's politeness and said nothing further, merely nodding in response. The two found themselves in a silent stalemate, staring at one another without words. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not last long, as the elders soon dispersed due to pressing matters that on his way back. Lu Wensheng calculated the time until Ji Yanli's return. Wasn't Lu Jiqian also due soon? It seemed he needed to put in more effort. There was still time for him to surpass these formidable opponents. But that might not be the case later. In a bid to enhance his abilities, Lu Wensheng even set aside his reservations about Ji Yanli, brazenly seeking his guidance. Ji Yanli, ever succinct in his speech, welcomed Lu Wensheng without hesitation. Their interactions proved to be quite pleasant, leading Ji Yanli to develop a greater appreciation for Lu Wensheng, who resonated with his expectations. The two frequently discussed sword techniques, exchanging analyses, and Lu Wensheng consistently provided unique insights that left Ji Yanli in admiration. On days when Lu Wensheng was absent, Ji Yanli would actively seek him out. Tao Yin was delighted that his eldest disciple was engaging with others, particularly in discussions of swordsmanship. Observing Lu Wensheng's increasingly amiable demeanor, he felt this young man was indeed commendable, even encouraging the other two disciples to engage with him. Song 1, however, seemed to have developed a reflexive aversion to Lu Wensheng, shaking his head vigorously, while Jin Jinxian hesitated before acquiescing. Sensing their master's satisfaction with the collaboration between his eldest disciple and Lu Shidi, Lu Wensheng's residence, Ji Yanli frowned upon seeing Jin Jinxian. Feeling that their master was somewhat misguided, Jin Shidi is not a sword practitioner. Isn't a waste of time for him to be here, he advised. You don't belong here. How eloquent. Lu Wensheng interjected. Sensing Ji Yanli's intent, I know you meant well, but it might come off as dismissive. Seeing Jin Jinxian's downcast eyes evidently hurt Lu Wensheng's side. Come in, Jin Shixiang. My apologies for the intrusion, Jin Jinxian murmured softly. Ji Yanli noticed his timid demeanor and felt displeased. Understanding Ji Yanli's unspoken concerns, Lu Wensheng preemptively addressed the situation. Jin Shixiang, you specialize in talismans, right? I also intend to learn something new, and with you here, could you assist me with some tools? Jin Jinxian found this request agreeable, feeling relieved to have a task to occupy him, and complied. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wensheng whispered to Ji Yanli, I understand that you wish to remind Jin Shixiang of his responsibilities. But it might be best to refrain from such comments now that he is sensitive, and if you say too much, he might think you're dissatisfied with him. Ji Yanli had not considered this perspective. Reflecting on Lu Wensheng's reasoning and nodding in acknowledgement, realizing that his younger brother had a more nuanced understanding of the situation, Lu Shidi, I've brought it, Jin Jinxian announced, placing the items on the table in the courtyard. Would you mind drawing a talisman? Jin Jinxian appeared more relaxed, shaking his head to indicate he had no objections, and promptly set up the talisman paper and brush. Lu Wensheng noted the transformation in his demeanor. He exuded confidence and focus. Jin Jinxian skillfully rendered a few strokes on the talisman paper. The patterns began to shimmer with vitality, revealing his proficiency in the art. Yanli expressed surprise. Is that a spirit-gathering talisman? I've heard its success rate is quite low. Lu Wensheng readily praised him. Jin Shixiang is truly remarkable. Jin Jinxian, flattered yet bashful, reverted to a shy demeanor, rendered speechless by the compliment. With such skill in talisman crafting, why undervalue yourself? Are you perhaps being modest? Lu Wensheng mused, sensing Ji Yanli's shift in perception, indicating that Jin Jinxian possessed noteworthy abilities. Jin Jinxian remained silent, visibly embarrassed, while Lu Wensheng refrained from pressing him for a response, steering the conversation toward learning as he invited him to join their study group. Jin Jinxian felt a sense of validation, a sweet reward for his efforts, and eagerly accepted Lu Wensheng's invitation. The system observed the diligent learning of its host, who had managed to rally two disciples to join in the pursuit of knowledge, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 12. Is Lu Jiqian returning? Lu Wensheng noticed a recent surge of restlessness among the disciples within the sect. As they resumed their usual aimless pursuits, he observed several disciples laughing foolishly at the jade mirrors, akin to the internet, which nearly every practitioner possessed. Accompanied by his disciples from the discipline hall, they often found themselves in a daze, huddled together in hushed whispers. What could they be gazing at? They seemed oblivious to my approach. Lu Wensheng snatched away the jade mirror from one disciple's grasp. Loitering during duty hours will result in a deduction of points. Brother Lu. The surrounding individuals were taken aback, and the one from whom the jade mirror was taken appeared somewhat flustered. Glancing at the mirror in Lu Wensheng's hand. What are you all looking at? You seem rather distracted. Lu Wensheng cast a glance and saw a figure with an impressive silhouette, the scene somewhat blurred. Yet it still conveyed a sense of remarkable grace. It's Brother Lu. The disciple dared not meet Lu Wensheng's gaze, his voice barely a whisper. Lu Wensheng, preoccupied with his own affairs, had completely forgotten the most crucial matter. The mention of Lu Shiqian sent his thoughts into a frenzy. System. It's Lu Shiqian, host. How could you forget our primary objective? Indeed, you have devoted all your energy to cultivation. Lu Wensheng felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Shiqian, he has returned. He's on his way back. Brother Lu has brought great honor to our sect by resolving the northern beast tide. Some fellow cultivators have even caught sight of his figure. And it's gone viral on the jade mirror. Yes. There are even people selling portraits of him, and they fetch quite a number of spirit stones. The disciples chattered excitedly, but when they realized Lu Wensheng had not responded, they felt a bit awkward. Of course, in my heart, Brother Lu remains our number one. Exactly. Brother Lu is our true champion. Brother Lu may have a great reputation, but we are merely here to observe. As disciples of the law enforcement hall, we are not like those other disciples. We do not judge based on appearances. That Lu Wensheng remarked. Are you implying that I am not presentable? No. What you're saying is quite questionable. Do you believe it yourselves? From now on, when you should be clear about what needs to be done, you'll have your deducted points restored before you come to reclaim the jade mirror from me. Instantly, the disciples wilted. Yes, Brother Lu Wensheng returned with a pile of jade mirrors. Having not purchased one himself, he remained unaware of Lu Shiqian's return. After some contemplation, he tasked someone to descend the mountain to procure a jade mirror for him. He was far too occupied to venture down for such errands. Upon acquiring the jade mirror, Lu Wensheng infused a fragment of his spiritual awareness into it. If the jade mirror were likened to a social media feed, it would be saturated with news of Lu Shiqian. A veritable modern sensation, featuring numerous photos of him, yet none in clear view. Either this crowd deemed the transcendent figure too sacred to capture directly, or they hoarded their own private snapshots, indulging in fantasies. Given the peculiarities of this narrative, Lu Wensheng leaned towards the latter. Wensheng, what do you intend to do? Lu Wensheng closed the jade mirror. What is there to consider? I shall speak with him when we meet. He will return accompanied by Shi Yu Bai, a rather dangerous individual. Shi Yu Bai, a half-demon cast adrift, born of ill-fated lineage, had his adoptive parents consumed by the northern beast tide. Lu Shiqian rescued him, and, upon discovering his latent talent for cultivation, brought him back for careful nurturing. However, Shi Yu Bai developed feelings that were quite inappropriate, his character warped with a pathological possessiveness, as a prodigy. Lu Shiqian's cultivation prowess far surpassed that of his peers. In pursuit of his affections, Shi Yu Bai initially coerced a disciple into assisting him with a slow-acting poison to weaken Lu Shiqian for his ulterior motives. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly obedient junior disciple harbored such malevolent intentions? In the original storyline, Shi Yu Bai had disappeared once, only to return leading a horde of demons to assault the realm of cultivation, committing heinous acts. According to narrative progression, he likely betrayed the nurturing sect to rapidly enhance his own power in pursuit of Lu Shiqian. Lu Shiqian, spearheading the resistance against him, would eventually succumb to the cumulative effects of the poison within him, falling prey to Shi Yu Bai's machinations. To compel Lu Shiqian's submission, Shi Yu Bai even filmed compromising moments, threatening to release a captive for each encounter. Quite a mild form of coercion, Indeed, a quintessential example of ingratitude. Lu Wenxing mused that Shi Yubai was merely driven by lustful impulses. Lu Shiqian, indeed, had been wronged, betrayed by everyone he had aided. Yes, yes. So what shall we do? Lu Wensheng sighed. Must you inquire incessantly, dear system? He resigned himself to the reality that both he and the system were novices, destined to muddle through together. If Shi Yubai were to commit further transgressions, Lu Wensheng resolved to find a way to expose him, or if necessary, eliminate him preemptively. However, outright murder seemed too bloody. Perhaps incapacitating him and feeding him to demonic beasts would suffice. Should he survive, they could merely observe him being devoured. Wasn't that equally gruesome? When it came to matters of severity, the system took the prize. Yet Lu Wensheng remained unaffected by Lu Jiqian's father was the son and disciple of the Grand Elder. Naturally, Lu Jiqian, being his father's disciple, is also the grand disciple of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's son met his demise at the hands of the demon clan, having raised his grandson with deep affection. Unfortunately, Lu Jiqian's narrative is one of beauty and tragedy, as it is expected that, as a family member, he will ultimately meet an untimely end. However, compared to others, the Grand Elder's departure was relatively peaceful. He failed to break through in his cultivation, suffered a backlash, and, when his chronic illness resurfaced, he did not survive. The original text merely touched upon this, according to the information provided by the system. It seems this is the moment. The current Grand Elder is experiencing a fleeting revival. But regrettably, Lu Wensheng lacks the ability to intervene, or else the one who truly cherished Lu Jiqian would not have met such a disappointing fate. Nonetheless, when the Grand Elder passed away, he did so with a sense of joy, as Lu Jiqian was a paragon of excellence, akin to a bright moon in the sky, destined to ascend without regret. Lu Wensheng even felt it fortunate that he departed early. Otherwise, the cause of death later would undoubtedly have been due to frustration. Wensheng. My apologies, master. I was a bit distracted. I hope my hard-earned disciple has not been rendered foolish by the lack of training. Juning cast a concerned glance at Lu Wensheng. I called for you several times. Did you hear what I just said? Clearly, a balance between work and rest is necessary. After all, my disciple is still quite young. Perhaps I should encourage him to venture out more. I heard you. Shall we go now? Of course, your senior brothers and sisters have already gone ahead. Had it been earlier, Juning might have felt relieved that his disciple was not one to seek out frivolities, being focused on his tasks. But now, noticing the sudden distraction, he perceived that his disciple was perhaps too withdrawn, lacking in social engagement. This moment, Lu Wensheng's attention was entirely on Lu Jiqian, oblivious to the gaze of his master. When he and his master arrived, they found many disciples loitering outside the main hall, feigning busyness while their hearts and eyes were clearly elsewhere. Truly a heartthrob. Lu Wensheng mused, "Look at this scene. What are you all doing gathered here?" Juning, not understanding the youthful naivety of love, disapproved of their idleness and called for them to disperse. The disciples, reluctant, shuffled away slowly, prompting Lu Wensheng to frown and admonish. "Do you have nothing better to do? It seems you are all far too idle. Hurry back." In an instant, the previously sluggish disciples scattered. Remarkable! Lu Wensheng's authority surpassed even that of Juning, drawing a curious glance from the latter, who had not anticipated that his obedient disciple could wield such influence among the others. "Senior brother, I have arrived late." "Not at all," Lu Wensheng replied, approaching the elders to greet them respectfully. The Grand Elder, however, was gravely ill, and Lu Jiqian had only just come from visiting his grandfather. The young man in white stood out remarkably in the grand hall, clad in garments as white as snow, with a pair of sharp yet gentle brows beneath elongated eyes that shimmered like flowing spring water, exuding warmth akin to a gentle breeze. His nose, straight and elegant, resembled distant green mountains, and his long brows were like willow branches. His stature akin to that of a jade tree. Silver hair adorned his head, crowned with a jade ornament, cascading like satin, with delicate strands falling over his brow, resembling exquisite porcelain, creating an ethereal impression of a jade person. His eyes, seemingly golden in their lightness, sparkled with clarity and emotion, radiating beauty and affection, imbued with a gentle smile that felt warm and inviting. evoking an instant sense of intimacy. It is Lu Jiqian. Indeed. Oh my goodness. He is simply too stunning. Lu Wenxiang exclaimed in awe, feeling as if he had encountered a celestial being. Could mere mortals truly possess such magnificence? The system's exclamation jolted Lu Wenxiang back to reality, leaving him momentarily speechless. Having been so captivated by Lu Jiqian, Lu Wenxiang only then noticed his own junior disciples standing behind him and greeted them in a neutral manner. This is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Wenxiang, and this is Lu Jiqian. Zhu Ning introduced. Lu Wenxiang offered his greetings. Greetings, Lu Shixiang. Lu Jiqian nodded, his voice gentle. Lu Shidi. Oh dear, my ears are going to burst from all this sweetness. The system chimed in. That's quite absurd. You still have ears? Lu Wenxiang retorted. It's merely an exaggerated expression. The system defended itself, revealing its unexpected enthusiasm, perhaps indicating a preference for beauty. Lu Wenxiang respectfully stood behind Zhu Ning, sneaking glances at Lu Jiqian. But upon not finding anything amiss, he was about to inquire with the system when Lu Jiqian spoke up. This disciple has brought back a talented child. His parents perished at the hands of demon beasts. Out of compassion, I took the liberty of bringing him here, hoping for the master's judgment. Tao Yin, of course, would not blame Lu Jiqian, saying, Your heart is full of love, and the child truly possesses talent. Bringing him back to our sect is a fortunate turn of events. Where's the child? I left him waiting outside. I shall fetch him now. Chapter 14. Sure you by donned a simple robe. His hair neatly tied back, his eyes resembling dark onyx, with hair that shone like silk. His complexion was fair, suggesting he was well-groomed. Exuding an aura of innocence, Lu Wenxiang observed him closely from the moment he entered, catching the fleeting look of infatuation on his face as he turned to Lu Jiqian. Having tested his spiritual roots, Shi Bai was found to possess dual roots. Yet this was insufficient for the sect leader to take him under his wing. He glanced at the other elders who either had just taken on disciples or had enough already, remaining silent. Perhaps he could temporarily follow this disciple. I could take him under my wing, or he could join the discipline hall. As we are in need of more disciples, Lu Jiqian and Lu Wenxiang proposed almost simultaneously. Lu Jiqian glanced over in surprise, while Zhu Ning gazed at his disciple, equally astonished. The master lacks disciples. Having another would bring more liveliness. Lu Wenxiang smiled, casting a friendly look at Shi Bai, as if to say, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Does the master mind? Lu Wenxiang pressed, seeking Zhu Ning's approval. Zhu Ning nodded in agreement. Very well. He may accompany Wenxiang. Tao Yin was pleased with this outcome and turned to Shi Bai, who hesitated, gazing longingly at Lu Jiqian. Lu Wenxiang noticed this and felt a twinge of discomfort. Lu Bai, he murmured, his tone weak and timid. Yet Lu Wenxiang knew he was bolder than anyone. Jiang Jinfeng, having been chastened by Lu Wenxiang, remained quiet, his pallor more pronounced, and unexpectedly spoke up, catching everyone off guard. Shi Bai. Shi Bai's voice was frail, seemingly anxious and timid, yet Lu Wenxiang understood that he was far from meek. Jiang Jinfeng surveyed Shi Bai, and Lu Wenxiang sensed he might be considering using him to turn the tables. Very well, let it be so. Shi Bai shall enter under the second elder's tutelage. The atmosphere felt somewhat unplaceable, and Tao Yin, wishing to avoid any further contention, suggested they disperse. Ji Yanli had merely been a bystander throughout the proceedings and, upon seeing it conclude, sought out Lu Wenxiang. However, he noticed Lu Wenxiang's narrowed eyes as he approached Shi Bai, leading him to depart on his own. Sure, Shitty, let me take you back to see the place. Lu Wenxiang was eager to remove Shi Bai from Lu Jiqian's sight, recognizing that the prior brotherly bond had shifted, and Shi Bai, being a potential risk, was better kept close. Shi Bai was exasperated by this inexplicable senior brother, yet found himself obliged to respond, his tone reluctant, and no need. Lu Shixiang will assist me. Shitty, that isn't quite right. I am your true senior brother now. While Lu Shixiang is quite busy, it is my responsibility to help you with such minor matters. How can you trouble him? But I wish to be with Lu Shixiang right now. Unfortunately, Lu Wenxiang was not swayed by Shi Bai's plea. His smile was warm yet firm, exuding an air of authority as he regarded Shi Bai with a look that said, You are being unreasonable. I cannot relent. Sooner or later, You will rely on your own abilities. If not, you shall rely on me, for I am. After all, your brother. He spoke word by word, making it evident to anyone that Lu Wensheng harbored a fondness for this junior disciple, eagerly anticipating their time together. The mere mention of Shi Bai made his head throb, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Lu Jiqian observed the entire exchange in silence, waiting for the two to cease their conversation before he spoke in a measured tone. Junior brother Lu is the esteemed disciple of Elder Jun and can assist you in better acclimating to the sect. You may visit me again when you have the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Shi Bai felt a heaviness in his heart as he glanced at Lu Wensheng, the instigator, almost revealing a menacing expression. All right, I understand, he replied through gritted teeth. Lu Wensheng, pleased, gestured for Shi Bai to proceed, while Shi Bai left Lu Jiqian with a frosty demeanor. Junior brother Lu is also welcome to visit. Lu Jiqian suddenly extended an invitation. Lu Wensheng politely nodded in acknowledgement, aware that a man of his charm was best admired from a distance. Had it not been for his current task, he would have certainly kept his distance. The few disciples returned together, and sensing Lu Wensheng's enthusiasm for Shi Bai, Jun Ning felt gratified by his eldest disciple's concern for the junior members. After offering a few words of comfort to Shi Bai, he departed to attend to his duties. On the way, Shi Bai remained silent, while Lu Wensheng, shedding his earlier fervor, relished the quietude, having no desire to engage in conversation. After a brief introduction to their residence, Lu Wensheng led Shi Bai to the discipline hall. As the disciple of their master, adhering to the rules was instinctive. Shi Bai sensed an underlying implication in the other S words. This is the fundamental requirement for a disciple in the discipline hall. Junior brother must remember it well that Lu Wensheng produced stack after stack of sect regulations, urging, come, learn. You must master this, understand? Reflecting on the shift in Lu Wensheng's demeanor, Shi Bai concluded it was no illusion. This unyielding senior brother harbored discontent towards him. It seems you do not take a liking to me, Shi Bai remarked. Surprised by the directness, Lu Wensheng nodded. Intrigued, to be honest, I sensed a rebellious spirit in you from the very first glance. Shi Bai stifled a laugh inwardly while maintaining an innocent facade. Then why did you allow Master to accept me as a disciple? For amusement, provoke you. Shi Bai fell silent. Nonetheless, none of that matters now. You must diligently study these, as there will be examinations. Lu Wensheng beamed. Nearby, the disciples of the discipline hall, feigning indifference while eavesdropping, expressed sympathy for Shi Bai, recognizing that Lu Wensheng was determined to personally oversee his studies. This new disciple was in for a rough time. Chapter 15. No shenanigans, Shi Bai. Do you know what you are doing? I'm your senior brother. Shi Bai grasped Lu Wensheng's foot before he could retract it, his thumb gently caressing the protrusion at the ankle, suddenly yanking it back with force, then wrapping his arms tightly around him. The beauty in his embrace appeared feeble, with disheveled hair, eyes glistening like autumn waters, brows furrowed like spring mountains, yet devoid of vitality. The lovely gaze was clouded with a mist of tears, and Shi Bai's eyes churned with unrestrained desire. Now is not the time. You are mine. How dare you? Let the junior brother witness the lofty senior brother. What has changed now? Shi Bai held down Lu Wensheng's wrist, disregarding his struggles. The following 1,000 words omitted. Lu Jiqian gritted his teeth, the effects of the drug clouding his mind, rendering him dazed, as he involuntarily emitted sounds of pain from the offense, regretting not having better guided Shi Bai, tears streaming down his face. To hasten the process, Shi Bai deprived Lu Jiqian of even a semblance of decent clothing, leaving him exposed, only to resume when the mood struck. After administering the drug, Lu Jiqian would remember nothing, and he remained a good junior brother. Each time after encounter, the amnesia induced by the drug allowed Shi Bai to explore various methods, relishing in the torment of the ethereal being, fulfilling his own twisted satisfaction. Poor Lu Jiqian could only watch in agony, his consciousness muddled by the drug, ultimately recalling nothing time has passed, yet Shi Bai's expression was barely contained. How could he still be seen here? Lu Wensheng suppressed his triumphant demeanor, feigning surprise. Don't be astonished just yet. I assure you that every time Shi Bai visits, he will see me. Lu Jiqian discerned the amusement in the other's eyes clearly, masking it with a sip of tea. This junior, Lu, was rather petty. However, it appeared that the other party was indeed privy to something. What a coincidence. How did Shidi end up here? Junior has come to extend greetings to Brother Lu. Jiang Jinfeng appeared at the door once more to Lu and Sheng remarked, "What day is it today?" One after another, they all arrive, don't they? That scoundrel Shiryu Bai. Jiang Jinfeng barely managed to restrain his piercing gaze, akin to that of Lu Wensheng, directed at the audacity of seeking to ingratiate himself with Brother Lu. The junior had thought that after a prolonged absence from visits, he might take the opportunity to drop by, only to be met with such lively company in the brothers' quarters. Jiang Jinfeng, in an unusual display of cordiality, yet with a gaze that felt distinctly uncomfortable, seeing Jiang Jinfeng's demeanor. Lu Wensheng felt reassured and thus decided to take his leave. Lu Jiqian queried, "You've only just arrived. Why are you leaving already?" Suddenly recalling matters pertaining to the discipline hall. If he lingered any longer, it would surely become a scene of chaos. To be frank, Lu Jiqian was indeed quite busy. The daily affairs of the discipline hall were limited in scope. Since it was rare to see the junior here, it would be more delightful to engage in further conversation. Jiang Jinfeng interjected, "Recently, I have found some clarity and insights. Why not, Lu Shidi, engage in a friendly spar with me, with Brother Lu as a witness?" Ah, so he sought to regain face before Lu Jiqian. How predictable it was clear that Jiang Jinfeng preferred to keep others at bay for Brother Lu. So why the sudden invitation? It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. Lu and Sheng chuckled. Internal disputes are strictly prohibited within the sect. How could this be considered an internal conflict? It is merely a spar. We could easily proceed to the practice arena. Surely, you are not afraid? Am I afraid? Brother knows me best, does he not? I have no qualms, merely concerned for your injuries, wondering if they have healed. Lu Wensheng showed no signs of yielding. Jiang Jinfeng, lacking eloquence, was instantly incensed, unable to retort effectively, only managing to say, "My injuries have long since healed. Let us simply see if you are willing." Lu Jiqian, not one to pry, remained unaware of their underlying issues but could sense some tension between the two juniors. Lu Wensheng stubbornly declared, "I am unwilling. Why must he be used as a pawn? Like a peacock displaying its feathers? You." Jiang Jinfeng nearly revealed his true self, but mindful of Lu Jiqian's presence, he held back his anger. "Are you afraid?" Yes, indeed. I am terrified, afraid of injuring my brother. What would happen if a throng came seeking retribution? Wensheng, you truly understand the art of sarcasm. Just look at Jiang Jinfeng's expression. The system gleefully remarked, "Shiryu Bai," while harboring some disdain for Lu Wensheng. Found Jiang Jinfeng even less agreeable. Just by the way Jiang Jinfeng gazed at Lu Jiqian, Shiryu Bai could tell that this Jiang brother shared a similar mindset to his own. He immediately interjected, feigning innocence. "Isn't it common knowledge that Jiang Shige was disciplined with 60 strikes by Lu Shige? Why would he willingly seek out punishment again?" Lu Jiqian raised an eyebrow slightly, sipping his tea in a concealing manner. Jiang Jinfeng, unable to restrain himself, coldly retorted, "What do my conversations with your brother have to do with you? Does this scoundrel not know my intentions? Besides, it was Lu Wensheng who took advantage of the situation that led to my defeat." Lu Wensheng replied with an indifferent tone, as if it were none of his concern. Why must Jiang Shige speak so harshly? According to the 12th article of the sect's regulations, harmony should be valued, and instigating conflict is a provocation of discipline. Jiang Jinfeng, filled with rage, loathed being lectured on rules, and without regard for the surroundings, drew his sword against Lu Wensheng. This fool truly fails to learn. Lu Wensheng dodged the strike, his right hand brushing against his sword, hesitating but not drawing it. "Brother Lu," Shiryu Bai's eyes darted, rushing towards Lu Jiqian in a state of panic. Lu Jiqian instinctively stepped aside, causing Shiryu Bai to collapse at his feet, while Jiang Jinfeng had already entangled himself with Lu Wensheng. "Wensheng, strike him quickly!" The expression in Lu Wensheng's eyes was inscrutable as he internally soothed the agitated system. What a foolish endeavor. Coming to seek trouble daily. What good would it do to merely engage in a brawl? In the aftermath, he would only be confined to his quarters for a while longer. I not only wish for him to be punished, but also to be placed in solitary confinement. Let the plot unfold further before I release him. Chapter 17. The tug-of-war prepare the pain relief supplies. Watch my performance. Before the system could react, as Jiang Jinfeng charged again, Lu Wensheng not only did not evade, but deliberately lunged towards Jiang Jinfeng's sword. Stop! Lu Jiqian could not act quickly enough. Lu Wensheng had done so on purpose, and Jiang Jinfeng, unable to withdraw in time, had thrust his sword directly into Lu Wensheng's body. Junior Bai, this matter requires an explanation. Jun Ning was furious. The other high-ranking officials present had never seen her like this and dared not speak out. The personal disciple's altercation resulting in injury was a grave matter. Aside from the sect's higher-ups, many disciples were also present. Bai Wenxie was taken aback by the turn of events. Looking at the disciples, why resort to violence? Jiang Jinfeng knelt at the foot of the hall, his chest seething with anger, feeling that Lu Wensheng was the scheming scoundrel. Just wanted a friendly spar. He charged at me. His frustration surged, raising his voice, but unfortunately, Jiang Jinfeng's reputation had long been tarnished. And few believe him to others. He appeared unrepentant, brazenly justifying his actions, causing Jun Ning to angrily smash the cup beside her. I end the cave for a spar? Bai Junior, do you think you can turn the tables? Do you take us for fools? Now, he openly bullied his fellow disciples. And if he were an ordinary disciple, would he not have been executed on the spot? Jun Ning's eyes widened in fury as she shot up, nearly rushing at Jiang Jinfeng, but was restrained by others. Master, I too am at fault. Lu Wensheng, bandaged and seemingly weak, stood tall like a pine tree, supported by fellow disciples as he entered the main hall. Jun Ning's anger subsided somewhat, her tone softening. What brings you here? Why aren't you recuperating properly? This matter pertains to me. How could I not be present? It was indeed the junior's fault. Had he not allowed his impatience to spark a quarrel with Jiang Shige, this disgrace would not have occurred. Jiang Jinfeng interjected. While the facts are correct, why does it feel like this fellow is speaking strangely? Host, you seem like a white lotus, the system remarked, having gained some insight. Our Lu Shige is ever so cautious. What quarrel could arise? It must be Jiang Jinfeng, who is relentless. The disciples from the discipline hall were the first to speak up for their brother. Surely, you still harbor resentment from the previous incident? Zhang Jisu, who had a good relationship with Lu Wensheng, could not stand Jiang Jinfeng any longer and immediately chimed in. Song 1. An arch-rival of Jiang Jinfeng gleefully added fuel to the fire. Lu Shige easily dealt with you back then. Do you think that after a short time, you have become his match? Clearly, he refrained from striking out of concern for your feelings. Yet you take liberties and seek excuses. Jiang Jinfeng felt a heavy burden placed upon him, his face contorted with anger, defiantly denying the accusations. I accept your claims, but I never intended to injure Lu Wensheng. I merely wanted to intimidate him during our spar. Song Wen retorted loudly. Why not say that your hand attacked him of its own volition? There must be limits to your shamelessness. Song Wen's verbal prowess earned my approval. That Lu Wensheng silently agreed with the system while maintaining an expression of righteous indignation. He then knelt beside Jiang Jinfeng. Jiang Shige speaks the truth. The junior intentionally lunged at him. I implore the elders to mete out punishment. Lu Wensheng appeared to endure and feign grievance, akin to someone who felt cold-hearted after witnessing the other party's relentless denial. Thus, adopting a broken mentality, he admitted it himself. Jiang Jinfeng, blinded by his stubbornness, felt a sense of unjust vindication, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere and the disdainful gazes directed at him. She, typically quiet, furrowed her brow and remarked, the reed on the wall is top-heavy and shallow-rooted. The bamboo shoots in the mountains are sharp-tongued, thick-skinned, and hollow inside. This is a rather subtle way of suggesting that someone possesses a thick skin. However, Song Wen is different. His words are blunt and laced with venom, and his audacious tongue is precisely the kind that could compel the Jiang brothers to resolve to take his life. The snake's words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. His eloquence is as smooth as silk, yet his countenance is most brazen. Song Wen, Jiang Jinfeng is gnashing his teeth in frustration, were it not for the scheming little rogue. Lu Wensheng, it would hardly be his place to mock him. I speak nothing but the truth, and there were two witnesses present. Indeed, both Shi Yubai and Lu Jiqian were watching. The system may find this amusing. Yet Lu Wenxing's sudden decision seems somewhat rash. What if it backfires? I wager that Shi Yubai will assist me, for this fellow harbors many nefarious thoughts. Shi Yubai's heart is as dark as coal. Although Jiang Jinfeng has no direct dealings with him, that does not prevent him from feigning innocence while treading upon him. As anticipated, he commenced a tea ceremony right then and there to tea that moment. Lu Shixiang was preparing to leave, but Jiang Shixiang urged him to stay and spar with him. Lu Shixiang, deeming it against the rules, declined, prompting Jiang Shixiang to act directly, and without even drawing his sword. Lu Shixiang was wounded. I wonder if Jiang Shixiang will hold a grudge against me for speaking candidly? Shi Yubai. Jiang Jinfeng abruptly turned his head, his face contorted, enunciating Shi Yubai's name with each syllable. Shi Yubai felt a surge of exhilaration, yet his expression swiftly turned pale, exuding a pitiable fear, and he cunningly sheltered himself behind Lu Jiqian. Lu Wenxing remarked. Look at his acting skills. No wonder he could so easily bewilder Lu Jiqian in the original text. Treating him as a benevolent junior brother, Jiang Jinfeng assumed they were merely seeking trouble, particularly Shi Yubai, that scoundrel who distorts the truth. With hope, he looked to Lu Jiqian, convinced that his Shixiang would not wrongfully accuse him. It was indeed he who had crashed into them. Lu Shixiang, you witnessed it, did you not? What to do? What to do? Lu Jiqian would certainly not lie. If the system had a physical form, it would be fuming with rage by now. Calm down. Calm down. It's not a grave issue. Lu Wenxing remained composed, reminding the system that he had already admitted to colliding with them. It was not his fault if others disbelieved. He was an honest young man. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Lu Jiqian lowered his gaze, his tone gentle, yet plunged Jiang Jinfeng into an icy abyss. Junior brother Jiang, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Lu Wenxing was taken aback, unable to fathom why Lu Jiqian would say such a thing. Lu Jiqian's expression was serene, as if it were the most natural thing, compelling belief. Lu Wenxing concluded that perhaps the other party had not seen clearly, exacerbated by his own exceptional acting. Chapter 18. Conviction. Jiang Jinfeng could scarcely believe it, his expression akin to a camel bending under the weight of the last straw. Lu Shixiang. Lu Shixiang. Surely you must have seen it incorrectly? Jiang Jinfeng. At this juncture, what further arguments do you wish to present? Bai Wenchao could no longer tolerate his disciple's petty antics, anger seeping through his demeanor that he hurled the teacup in his hand, the now lukewarm tea splattering over Jiang Jinfeng. He prided himself on being benevolent and held in high esteem by numerous disciples. How had he ended up with such a brazenly foolish disciple spouting nonsense and acting rebelliously? Fortunately, he had confined Jiang Shiyuan to the forbidden grounds after learning of Jiang Jinfeng's troublemaking. Otherwise, this older brother would have been at a loss for words, left to save face for his younger sibling. Master, even you do not believe in your disciple. Jiang Jinfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he feigned strength while gazing at Bai Wenchao. Bai Wenchao showed no signs of softening, merely regarding him with a cold stare. How can I trust you? Jiang Jinfeng stubbornly met his gaze. The disciple speaks truthfully. Bai Wenchao closed his eyes. Mere fabrications. Jiang Jinfeng fell silent, his gaze lowered, yet tears stubbornly swam in his eyes. Lu Wenxing bowed his head to conceal his expression, his heart ignited with gossip. Oh dear, would this rift cause a divide between the master and disciple? It should be noted that those two unruly twins still hold Bai Wenchao in high regard, even including him in their mischief. Cough, cough. My failure to exert proper restraint has led you to act so recklessly, drawing sword against your fellow disciples, committing errors without remorse, spewing nonsense in a desperate attempt to evade culpability. Hence, you shall be sent to the discipline hall for 10 lashes of thunder, followed by months in the cold pool, to genuinely learn a lesson. Jiang Jinfeng abruptly glared at Bai Wenchao, tears streaming down his face. His fists clenched tightly, then slackened, his head hanging low in silence, as if accepting his punishment. Bai Wenchao exhaled a breath of frustration, turning his gaze gently towards Lu Wenxing. Lu Shizhe, please rise. This disciple's mischief has caused you trouble. Lu Wenxing complied, finding satisfaction in this outcome. One must not overindulge, lest it backfire. Truly, I am sorry, Zhu Ning scoffed. Aside from cultivation, disciples must also be guided in their character. Bai Wenchao awkwardly agreed. Jiang Jinfeng was restrained by the disciplinary disciples in the Hall of Discipline. The binding ropes incapacitating his powers entirely, as he was led away. He questioned Bai Wenchao. Why are you the one punishing me, master? Zhu Ning retorted. It appears that my junior brother lacks authority over his disciple. Lu Wensheng cast a glance at his master, sensing a hint of provocation in the words. Bai Wenchao, feeling the weighty stares of others, worried that his face would be tarnished by this disciple's actions. And Jiang Jinfeng's audacity to defy him ignited a rare fury, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Your master, it is only fitting that I administer your punishment. Quickly, take this miscreant away. Bai Wenchao had initially intended to show leniency and care for Jiang Jinfeng in the cold pool, but in this moment of anger, he swept his sleeve and departed. TSK, 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 the disciples who disapproved of Jiang Jinfeng murmured their disdain, their faces betraying a genuine sense of schadenfreude. Let us go witness the punishment. Songwen took the lead, earning a disapproving glare from the ever-invisible sect leader. Jiang Jinfeng knelt on the execution platform in the Hall of Discipline, surrounded by a sea of dark-clad disciples, while the executing disciple wielded a long whip entwined with thunder threads. The execution commenced. The whip lashed through the air behind him, the tip slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. And upon contact with flesh, it ignited with searing pain. Jiang Jinfeng's back muscles swelled under the relentless strikes, a faint scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Why the second lash? Jiang Jinfeng instinctively collapsed to the ground, each strike delivering excruciating agony, his garments soaked through with cold sweat, the remnants of the whip searing his nerves, leaving him curled in a fetal pea. The system seemed to comprehend only partially. Realizing that being Jiang Jinfeng's master was truly arduous, one had to consider his feelings while also cleaning up after him, that a single misstep could even lead to resentment. Chapter 19. The late arrival. By the time the punishment concluded, Jiang Jinfeng appeared to be on the brink of death, sprawled on the ground, his consciousness hazy, crimson blood saturating his garments. And one stepped forward to assist him, and just as the executing disciples were about to drag him to the cold pool, an anxious voice halted their actions. Wait! Jiang Xun rushed in, panting, upon seeing his brother in such a disheveled state, his complexion grim. He took a deep breath and donned a gentle smile. Could we perhaps delay the execution? Given my brother's current condition, he may very well perish in the cold pool. How did Jiang Shiyuan arrive here? Songwen frowned, glancing at Lu Wensheng. You think Jiang Jinfeng might escape? It was evident that he was merely acting under Bai Wensheng's orders. Lu Wensheng discerned this, and upon hearing Songwen's words, chose to remain silent. The executing disciples halted their actions, turning their gaze towards the only high-ranking official present, Elder Zhu Ning. My brother has committed a grave error, and I shall not plead for leniency. He must face the full extent of his punishment. That I only hope that the master can show mercy and grant him a chance at life. Jiang Xun knelt, his expression one of sorrow and desperation, evoking sympathy from onlookers. However, Lu Wensheng sensed something amiss. The punishment had been decreed by Bai Wensheng, and Jiang Jinfeng was certainly not destined for death. Besides, there had been cases far more severe than this. Yet those individuals had emerged unscathed. Cultivators are not mere mortals. Even if their powers are suppressed, they still possess their physical forms. What was so delicate about your brother? This and that cannot be done. What kind of cultivator does that make him? The notion of sparing his life was not within their jurisdiction. If anyone was to be questioned, it should be your own master. What a pitiful act to kneel here. It only makes them appear as the villains that Lu Wensheng believed that Jiang Shiyuan's plea for his brother was secondary. The primary intention was to cast a shadow on others. Cough, cough, cough. We are all fellow disciples, and naturally, no one would lose their life. However, this punishment was set by Master Bai. Does Jiang Shixiang know? After pondering for a moment, Lu Wensheng stepped forward, still feigning weakness, although the master did not explicitly state it. It was clear he wished to rescue his brother. Yet, to openly acknowledge this would tarnish the master's reputation. making it difficult for him to explain later. Conversely, should he refuse, his brother's injuries might worsen. Jiang Xuan's body stiffened, his mind racing. In the span of a breath, he adopted a new facade, his face marked by guilt and helplessness. I was perhaps too eager. It's just that Jinfeng's current state is truly dire. After a prolonged silence, Ji Yanli, who had been observing the unfolding drama, finally spoke, his voice cool and tinged with subtle skepticism. Jiang Jinfeng has been punished. After all, he is a direct disciple. There are responsible disciples at the cold pool. Why does Jiang Shidi believe he might be in danger? His eyes bore genuine curiosity, indicating he found the situation perplexing. Unexpectedly, Ji Yanli's remark was a sharp blow, and Lu Wenxing nearly laughed in delight. Sincerity is indeed a lethal weapon. Indeed, we are all fellow disciples. Jiang Jinfeng has merely given me a minor wounded eye. After all, I'm a disciple of the Discipline Hall and would not engage in nepotism. Jiang Shixiang, rest assured, Lu Wenxing's words dripped with sarcasm, causing many to regard Jiang Xiuyuan's expression with disdain. The cold pool was a place designed to target cultivators. Moreover, the medicinal pills in the hands of those there could not compare to what he possessed. To enter with a weakened body would surely result in significant loss of vitality, not to mention the potential lasting ailments. Lu Wenxing's intentions were undoubtedly malicious, although Jiang Xiuyuan wore a smile. His gaze turned icy as he warned Lu Wenxing. Unfazed, Lu Wenxing met his stare. Having already torn their masks off, he maintained his facade of a wounded disciple. Outsiders, he remained a hurt disciple. But secretly, he reveled in his proximity to Jiang Xun, his gaze filled with mockery and provocation. Elder Jun Ning, aware of by Wenxing's calculative nature, darkened her expression and issued a warning to us. Oh, what exactly is your intention in coming here? I wonder if your master is aware of this. Should Bai Wenxing wish to retract his punishment, you must summon him to speak with me directly. Jiang Xun gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure mounting. After several rounds of tugging, the elder appeared increasingly impatient, and Jiang Jinfeng, accustomed to being domineering, had few allies among the disciples who merely enjoyed the spectacle. This impulsive brother of mine, how much trouble is he going to cause me? My disciple is aware. This endeavor was solely my decision, and master was unaware. I miscalculated. Ultimately, Jiang Shuyuan relented. He had done all he could. Jiang Jinfeng, this foolish boy, should learn a lesson and hopefully return with a clearer mind. Whether out of anger or concern for his brother, Jiang Xuan left in haste, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Jinfeng's pitiful condition. Their brotherly bond appeared rather fragile. The system mused over this electronic drama. There was indeed brotherly affection, but only when Jiang Shuyuan's interests remained unscathed. Lu Wenxing watched as Jiang Jinfeng was led away, his expression considerably more relaxed. At long last, that rascal was being dealt with. Song feigned displeasure, but it was evident to all that he held disdain for Jiang Jinfeng, as his smugness was impossible to conceal. To be cautious. He may harbor resentment, warned Ji Yanli. Master Bai is not a bad person. Yet why do his disciples behave like this? Let him resent me. He has long looked down on me. Am I not doing just fine? Song shrugged indifferently. Lu Wenxing shot him a glance. If memory served him right, this unfortunate lad would soon be tossed to the beasts by these two brothers, leaving no trace behind. With the matter resolved, I shall take my leave. Lu Wenxing bid them farewell. Ji Yanli observed, hesitating to voice his thoughts, yet remained silent as Lu Wenxing distanced himself. Lu Shixiang, please help. Upon returning, Lu Wenxing was met with considerable concern. Although he held high standards for the disciples of the Discipline Hall, his relationships with them remained amicable. Elder Jun Ning had also provided him with ample compensation. Given that his injuries were not severe, Lu Wenxing quickly resumed his previous life. Today, as he returned with his sword in hand, he encountered a disciple from the Discipline Hall. The individual, named Tang He, was a talented inner-sect disciple. Like many sword cultivators, he struggled to maintain and care for his beloved sword due to a lack of spiritual stones. Recently, Tang He had begun engaging in legitimate business ventures. Cough, cough, cough. Not that his previous dealings were dishonest, but he had taken on commissions to assist other cultivators, which often led to disputes, as internal strife was not permissible. It was Lu Wenxing who had to intervene. Chapter 20. Scavenging, That artifact cultivator claimed my sword was inferior to his. How could I endure such an affront? I scolded him, saying, "You brutish hammer wielder understand nothing." And he wanted to fight me. As a proud sword cultivator, fierce as a raging flame, with a heart attuned to the will of heaven, he wielded his sword to illuminate the skies, believing all things to be mere extensions of his blade. With a single stroke, he could cleave open the gates of heaven, embodying both offense and defense, punishing evildoers while championing righteousness. Sword in hand, he soared through the skies, never bowing to the gazes of others. Such a cultivator would fear no battle, and when angered, he could leave a trail of devastation in his wake. Tang, he was a quintessential sword cultivator, and rather unusually, he was quite the chatterbox. After perusing the reflection he had submitted, Lu Wensheng regarded him with a smirk, marveling at his audacity. However, such individuals are often quite endearing, and Tang he enjoyed a stellar reputation within the discipline hall. While Lu Wensheng maintained a professional relationship with his peers, he preferred solitude. Tang he diligently worked alongside Lu Wensheng, and over time, their rapport had flourished. Tang he possessed a knack for ingratiating himself and was remarkably familiar. After conversing with Lu Wensheng once, he would frequently seek him out for casual chats, unfazed by any indifference. Unbeknownst to Lu Wensheng, his courtyard had become Tang He's second home, with the latter coming and going freely. By the time Lu Wensheng realized, it was already too late. Tang He had become as clingy as a stubborn gum. Tang He, already financially strained, found his situation exacerbated by a botched commission, plunging him into debt. However, he recently stumbled upon a surefire business opportunity, reselling fan art of Lu Jiqian. But let there be no misunderstanding. These were legitimate likenesses, for otherwise, Lu Wensheng would have been the first to deal with him. With Tang Yi now able to focus on his entrepreneurial endeavors for a while, Lu Wensheng wholeheartedly supported his new venture. Nonetheless, Tang Yi now appeared troubled, prompting Lu Wensheng to worry that he had encountered yet another failure. "Lu Shixiang, I accidentally ordered too much stock. My storage ring is far too small to accommodate it all. My own room is already full. You are my only hope. You know I lack the spiritual stones to rent a place." Tang Yi wore a sincere expression. "It's not much. I beg you," Lu Wensheng sighed, realizing he had gained newfound insights into Tang He's unreliability. "Come on in." "All right." Lu Wensheng sat on the steps at the entrance of the room, propping his chin on his hand, his gaze vacant as he observed Tang He moving items in and out. This billionaire in debt could hardly afford a storage ring, relying solely on sheer human effort. Upon entering the room, Lu Wensheng initially thought he had stumbled into the chamber of a fervent admirer of Lu Jiqian, with numerous albums and scripts piled high and portraits adorning the walls. He suppressed his urge to chastise Tang He and said, "Find a way to stow these items away and stuff the scrolls into the drawers. Doesn't senior brother Lu want them? Those few paintings have been selling quite well. I hung them up specifically. All of these are brand new, and I can offer them to you for free." Under Lu Wensheng's menacing glare, Tang He wisely fell silent. Indeed, it seemed to have been overly sentimental. After all, senior brother Lu was a sword cultivator. What else could he possibly appreciate besides his own sword? Tang He relocated the items to the partitioned area where Lu Wensheng rested. The room appeared to merely gain a few decorative pieces. The scrolls and scripts shoved beneath the desk, on the bookshelf, and under the bed. Senior brother can look at these whenever he wishes. Ahem, I shall take my leave now. Lu Wensheng let out a cold snort and retracted his ominous gaze only after Tang He had slipped away. His peripheral vision catching sight of a script wedged awkwardly in the bookshelf. The hint of obsessive compulsion washed over Lu Wensheng as he attempted to push the book inside, but to no avail. Frowning, he opted to pull it out instead, coincidentally noticing the title. "One Pregnancy, 3 Treasures." Beautiful senior brother, don't think of escaping, did Lu Wensheng thought to himself. It carries a flavor reminiscent of the romance novels his sister used to read. However, the rather unique title piqued his interest, prompting him to flip through a few more books. Titles such as After Discovering Lu Daoyou's Secret, We Got Together, Taming the Beauty, Starting from the Bed, and Conquering the First Inquiry Immortal with Technique caught his eye. Just reading the titles felt quite raunchy, prompting even the system to emerge and voice its disdain. Lu Wensheng refrained from commenting, casually selecting a book and flipping to a page that, in his memory, Lu Jiqian had always been as cool and distant as snow atop a mountain, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. Yet now, upon realizing I had not come the previous night, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes, and upon seeing me, he appeared somewhat flustered. Noticing him lowering his gaze and furrowing his brows, I sensed his displeasure. Lifting his chin, I found his beautiful eyes filled with grievance and sorrow, which surprised me. However, before I could react, he suddenly brushed my hand away and wrapped his arms around me. Resting his head on my shoulder, his rare initiative delighted me, and I embraced him, placing a kiss upon his face, which ignited desire in his eyes that we shifted towards the bed, our clothes gradually falling away. Ahem, I dare not write more, as this brief segment has faced multiple reviews. I've opted to delete it and leave the rest to your imagination. Oh my, the first-person perspective of Lu Wansheng bore a striking resemblance to an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. A work of indulgent fantasy. Lu Wansheng, expressionless, affixed a fire talisman to the book, reducing the beautiful junior brother's love to ashes. He perused a few other titles, all steeped in the genre of pampered wives, depicting Lu Jiqian as a mere possession, devoid of individuality or thought. The authors, with skewed perspectives, shamelessly vented their sordid fantasies through their writings, which Lu Wansheng promptly incinerated. You remember our motto, prohibit lewdness? No, it's to eradicate all ill-intentioned individuals around Lu Jiqian. Lu Wansheng blew away the ashes from the book in his hand, and I intend to see which audacious soul dares to indulge in fantasies about our inquiry immortal sect's chief disciple. At the very least, we must cleanse our territory of such impurities. Given the vast audience, can we truly maintain control? We cannot allow them to promote their ideas so brazenly. After contemplating for a while, Lu Wansheng sought out Jun Ning to discuss his thoughts. Yes, your master, I naturally support you. However, Wansheng, this may increase your workload. Lu Wansheng chuckled. This won't be solely my responsibility. He intended to involve the Inquiry Immortal Sect, which would, in turn, galvanize other factions. As for whether this might be too self-serving, Lu Wansheng felt that his duties revolved around Lu Jiqian. The affairs of others were of little concern to him. Cough, cough, cough. The plot involving this collection of books will eventually be discovered, but there are no misunderstandings. Tang was reprimanded, and Lu knows it has nothing to do with Lu. Chapter 21. Proposing Suggestions. The unfeeling path vigorously eradicating the color industry and combating lewd behavior will assist in eliminating the malignant tumors within the realm of cultivation, establishing the image of righteous cultivators, and fostering a healthy and progressive environment for the cultivation community. A strong crackdown on the color industry and lewd behaviors can effectively suppress the breeding of criminal activities among cultivators or mortals within our jurisdiction, reducing the likelihood of crime and safeguarding the lives and property of the populace. Eradicating the color industry and combating lewd behaviors will contribute to establishing a civilized and progressive image for our sect, earning the respect of other sects and factions while promoting the righteous ethos of our Inquiry Immortal Sect. Simultaneously, the vigorous eradication of the color industry and lewd behaviors will enhance the standing of the Inquiry Immortal Sect among other sects, showcasing our influence over the cultivators and common folk within our jurisdiction, thus creating favorable conditions for the sect's development. By vigorously addressing the color industry and combating lewd behaviors, the sect can provide a safe and healthy cultivation environment for the talented youth under its wing, protecting their physical and mental well-being, preventing them from becoming entranced by beauty, and allowing them to devote themselves more attentively to their cultivation. This, then, is the rationale behind the disciples' advocacy for the vigorous eradication of the color industry and combating lewd behavior, which I believe holds significant importance for the development of our sect. Having read through the thick proposal in his hands, Lu Wansheng observed the upper echelons below him staring at him in stunned silence. Jun Ning, your disciple is quite impressive. Well said. The elder, having recuperated for some time, knowing his days were numbered, now focused on managing and supervising the sect. Upon hearing Lu Wansheng's words, he was the first to applaud. He was a practitioner of the unfeeling path, though not in the sense of seeking to slay his spouse for the sake of enlightenment. Here, the unfeeling path refers to the principle that one should not allow personal likes or dislikes to harm their essence. always adhering to nature without unnecessary embellishments. He speaks to the notion of not allowing personal biases to damage one's true nature and to regularly align with the natural order without adding anything extraneous. In this context, emotion does not refer to the 7 emotions and 6 desires we typically speak of, but rather to the genuine nature that aligns with the natural world. The teachings of the unfeeling path begin with the premise that one must forget emotions. This forgetting is not akin to being cold-blooded or cruel, but rather a tranquil indifference. Harboring compassion for all beings and safeguarding them, with boundless love and steadfastness to one's true self, embodies the essence of the unfeeling path. To put it in modern terms, in a narrower sense, it means that objectivity supersedes subjectivity. Practitioners of the unfeeling path value the larger picture, and for the sake of the greater good, they can act without sentiment, often demonstrating selflessness that in this world, which cultivator does not cultivate for themselves. Thus, practitioners of the unfeeling path are few and far between, but those who emerge are deeply respected, often serving as overseers within the cultivation community. When the cultivation world previously battled against the demonic tribes, it was predominantly the practitioners of the unfeeling path who charged forth without hesitation, willing to forsake their lives for the sake of their principles. An ancestor of the unfeeling path within the Inquiry Immortal sect, who was on the verge of ascension, knowing that the common folk were in peril, relinquished his chance at immortality to seal the demonic tribes within the abyss, thus solidifying the current standing of the Inquiry Immortal sect. The unfeeling path demands greater introspection than other types of cultivation, yet outstanding practitioners of this path are invariably powerful and held in high esteem. In the murky waters of the cultivation world, practitioners of the unfeeling path stand as a refreshing stream. Already scarce in number, they have dwindled further following the fierce battles against the demonic tribes. Now, those known to be exceptional practitioners of the unfeeling path can be counted on one's fingers, digressing. Thus, compared to others who ponder over various considerations, the elder felt that Lu Wenxing's proposal outweighed any potential drawbacks, and he decisively voiced his support, prioritizing collective interests over individual gains. As the highest-ranking member of the sect, the elder's words held great weight, and the others, being his juniors, naturally echoed his sentiments. This matter is best entrusted to this child and Ji Yanli. June, lend your support. As elders, we shall stand behind them. Ji Yanli, a practitioner of the unfeeling path, faced stringent conditions for training. The elder's actions also carried the intent of nurturing Ji Yanli's potential. The leadership of the Inquiry Immortal sect possessed commendable character. Recognizing the merit in Lu Wenxing's proposal, and with the elder's endorsement, they appeared eager to cooperate. Notably, the sect leader beamed at the chance for his eldest disciple to shine. Thus, Lu Wenxing's proposal was met with smooth approval, and several senior members even added their insights, enhancing the completeness of his suggestion. This child is named Lu Wenxing, is he not? The elder, resembling an ethereal figure with his flowing white beard, smiled warmly. Calling out to Lu Wenxing and Zhu Ning as the meeting adjourned, Zhu Ning nodded. Yes. Disciple Lu Wenxing pays his respects to the elder, Lu Wenxing said, bowing respectfully. This child possesses ambition. I have heard some tales about him. He is a fine seedling, capable of inheriting your mantle. In my opinion, taking on disciples should focus on quality rather than quantity. One must select suitable disciples rather than merely those with the greatest talent. Juning's eyes sparkled with surprise. That Wenxing, Lu Wenxing stood quietly, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two. The grand elder nodded. Tell him to visit me like Ji Yanli does when he has the time. But whether he chooses this path depends on himself. Thank you, Master Uncle, Juning said gratefully, bowing. Lu Wenxing understood that this was a favorable matter for him, and also followed suit in bowing. Be adaptable and courageous enough to break conventions. If he truly embarked on the path of ruthlessness with the resources that the immortal sect could provide, it might indeed change certain aspects of the cultivation world. Do you understand what I mean? The Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Lu Wenxing. Do you believe my disciple is suitable for the path of ruthlessness? After pondering for a moment, Lu Wenxing began to grasp the implications. Ha ha! Then do you know what the path of ruthlessness entails? Lu Wensheng instinctively thought of the kind of bloodshed depicted in novels, yet his master followed the path of ruthlessness, as did this Grand Elder. It did not seem to align with his initial thoughts, so he shook his head. The path of ruthlessness is also known as the supreme path of forgetfulness. Forgetfulness does not equate to ruthlessness. I merely explore this path ahead of you. I cannot claim to guide you to my understanding is that to forsake personal emotions for the sake of all beings, to be free of malice and desires, and to embrace one's true self is what constitutes forgetfulness. So, what do you believe the path of ruthlessness is? Lu Wensheng contemplated the question earnestly. After all, he had emerged in an era of information. His horizons were broad and his experiences plentiful. With the Grand Elder's guidance, he soon found clarity. It seems to me that the supreme path of forgetfulness is about transcending human desires and biases. Achieving a state of impartiality and justice towards all things in the universe, it embodies a profound sense of fairness and selflessness that in other words, love for all beings is equality. Thus great love is the essence of the supreme ruthlessness. The Grand Elder did not respond but burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, you have a talent. I did not misjudge. He looked at Lu Wensheng with a hint of admiration. Truly comprehend the path of ruthlessness. You must rely on your own experiences. So, my child, what are your thoughts? The smile in Juning's eyes faded slightly. Although she wished for her disciple to follow this path, it ultimately depended on his own will. She looked at her disciple with anticipation. Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled. I am willing to give it a walk the path of ruthlessness. That sounds quite appealing. Excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder clapped his hands and laughed. Though it was a pity that Lu Jiqian was not suited for this path, he felt reassured that both Ji Yanli and Lu Wensheng would continue the legacy of the path of ruthlessness. Regarding Lu Wensheng's journey on the path of ruthlessness, there will be explanations later with unavoidable biases, such as considerations for Lu. However, Lu is the main character of the story, and for him, it could be seen as an adjustment to the world's discrepancies. Correcting problematic aspects of this realm, I believe the manifestation of the path of ruthlessness may exhibit favoritism, yet still wishes to extend great love to more individuals, loving all beings even more. Moreover, the path of ruthlessness does not imply a lack of emotions. Rather, it represents a form of fairness and impartiality, akin to not defending a loved one when they err. Lu's mission aligns with his pursuit of the path of ruthlessness. And further explanations can be found in Chapter 180, where Juning provides clarifications that if you are not averse to the details, you may wish to read her explanations, as my own understanding of the path of ruthlessness is also included. In my view, the path of ruthlessness can be likened to the path of the common people. It is not about severing emotions, but rather cultivating compassion and empathy for all beings, as well as the pursuit of justice and equality for all. Chapter 22. The action against Huang the Grand Elder eagerly transmitted the teachings of the supreme path of forgetfulness to Lu Wensheng, revealing that practitioners of the path of ruthlessness were indeed quite rare. After expressing his gratitude for the Grand Elder's instruction, Lu Wensheng briefly reviewed the material with his spiritual awareness, recognizing its value, and bowed deeply in appreciation. Your insights rival those of many. Once you can concretely demonstrate your understanding of the supreme path of forgetfulness through your actions, you shall reap the rewards. Your current cultivation places you among the elite of your peers. Seek opportunities for further practice. The Grand Elder observed Lu Wensheng with a fondness akin to that of an elder regarding a younger generation, stroking his beard as he offered counsel. Yes, Master, I shall remember this. Lu Wensheng replied earnestly. Unlike that Ji Yanli, who constantly questions everything, such an inquisitive nature could be a double-edged sword, the Grand Elder thought, feeling a tinge of sorrow. This was also why he had arranged for Ji Yanli to accompany Lu Wensheng. Sometimes Ji Yanli's fixation on his own ideas, while not easily swayed, could lead to stubbornness, and if he encountered a challenge to his resolve in the future, it could easily lead him astray. Juning had been quite attentive to her disciple Lu Wensheng, offering reminders along their journey. The more our insights into the path of ruthlessness are recognized by the heavens, the greater our rewards will be. However, if one's understanding is too narrow, it may encounter obstacles. But since the Grand Elder has not dismissed your ideas, it indicates you are on the right path. You may proceed with confidence. Isn't it all about having a grand perspective? My political knowledge is not merely for show. Lu Wensheng nodded, appearing humble and eager to learn, which greatly pleased Juning. After bidding farewell to his master, Lu Wensheng set his plans in motion as the person in charge of this operation against Huang. He intended to start from the discipline hall that he first addressed his junior disciples, urging them to set an example as enforcers that he then began to promote within the sect, strictly monitoring disciples engaged in illicit activities, imposing penalties based on the severity of their offenses. Regardless of the transgressions, all must publicly read their pledges of commitment. Tang, he was the first to be named by Lu Wensheng, although he felt somewhat guilty. The established rules applied to everyone, and he could not shield those he was close to. Who was unaware that Tang, he was a disciple of the discipline hall and had a good relationship with Lu Wensheng? Seeing Tang, he being singled out, made it clear to everyone that Lu Wensheng was serious, unyielding, and that even acquaintances could not breach the limits. The atmosphere within the sect underwent a complete transformation. Afterward, Lu Wensheng felt somewhat apologetic upon encountering Tang. I apologize, Brother Tang. It's my duty. Lu Wensheng believed that even if Tang he understood, he would still harbor some resentment, and thus he approached him with a somewhat somber demeanor. However, to his surprise, Tang he appeared unfazed. I know. You chose me to set an example, because we are familiar. Besides, I made you a promise, and my punishment is deserved. As a good brother, I will certainly support you. Who else but me to be the sacrificial chicken? Tang he leaned closer to Lu Wensheng and whispered, I have thick skin, so I don't mind, but I heard there are extra rewards for joining your action team to catch these people. Brother Lu, you know my timing is off, and with our sect targeting this, I've lost money on my last venture. Could you consider me? Lu Wensheng replied. Tang he, you never fail to amaze me. Ultimately, Tang he, embodying the principle of knowing how to tear down others' umbrellas because he had once been drenched in the rain, joined the action team. The management of their jurisdiction primarily aimed to combat those who coerced innocent girls and boys into illicit activities. After all, it was somewhat unrealistic to expect all brothels to shut down. They also prioritized warnings and hints to their own sect subordinates before directly detaining those who continued to disregard the rules. Although Lu Wensheng had never engaged in apprehending individuals before, he had seen police officers in videos instructing suspects to crouch down, and he thought he could mimic that effectively. Esteemed guest, this is a rare treasure, worth its weight in gold. Oh, so you know your stuff? Of course. Who doesn't know the quality of what I hold? So good. Go back and tell us all about it. Lu Wensheng removed his disguise, looking at the person with an expression of indifference. You are currently suspected of engaging in the trafficking of illicit goods, violating the regulations set forth by the Ask the Immortal sect. Please come with us. Dressed in black with a red belt, the disciples in waiting filed in. Crouch down and cover your heads. Do not resist. Ji Yanli entered just after, observing Lu Wensheng removing his disguise with an expression of mixed feelings. He had assumed it was merely about apprehending individuals, this what they call entrapment. These individuals are quite cunning, if you don't anticipate their movements and simply rush in with the news. ULL not only fail to catch them, but also become the subject of their ridicule. Lu Wensheng glanced at the suspects being led away. Our enforcement must be flexible. We must outsmart them, not rely solely on our bravery. Look at their team's KPIs. They are undoubtedly number one. The action team was divided into several groups, and to encourage everyone's efforts, rewards for meeting targets were established for each group. Ji Yanli appeared to be taking notes. Today, let us visit the Tianxin building in the city. They are hosting an auction tonight, and it is said that the merchandise is obtained through dubious means. Lu Wensheng shook his sleeves. Preparing for the next event. Tianxin building is the largest brothel in Ask the Immortal City, right? The clientele there holds significant status, typically beyond our reach, but today we might have the chance to witness it. Ha! Brother Lu has set the rules. If you dare to look around, you'll find yourself on stage with these individuals the next day. I'm not looking at people. Can I admire the decor? Brother Ji will accompany Brother Lu, right? I also want to join in the excitement. Dear Wensheng, despite his origins in the discipline hall, is anything but rigid in character. His innovative ideas often leave others in awe. And he generously includes members from other groups in his endeavors. After collaborating with Dear Wensheng's team, the members of Ji Lee's group have grown fond of him, frequently probing Jian Li about the possibility of visiting Deer Wensheng whenever there is a moment to spare. The Tianxian building looms as a malignant presence, with its enterprises tainted by the blood of countless innocents, even involving the creation of artificial furnace cauldrons, which is expressly forbidden by the cultivation community. Upon hearing that Deer Wensheng is aware of the happenings at the Tianxian building, Jian Li's disciples regard him with admiration, their gazes toward Jian Li imbued with unspoken desire. For the first time, Jian Li finds himself momentarily at a loss, gazing at Deer Wensheng in astonishment, questioning the source of his disciples' information. This is our group's closely held secret. He muses. Deer Wensheng grins mischievously, feigning mystery, unable to disclose that it is the system's assistance that has facilitated this knowledge. Given the myriad issues surrounding the Tianxian building, do you think we might be acting recklessly? Jian Li's unexpected concern prompts a look of appreciation from Deer Wensheng, who shakes his head. We are undertaking this in secrecy. I have reported this matter to the Grand Elder, who has given us the green light, as long as we remain in the right. This is the city of inquiry, not the city of celestials. We have already issued warnings to them, on our territory. Any violations must be accounted for by them. The status of the inquiry sect is not so easily shaken. Otherwise, this auction would not be shrouded in such secrecy, although the Grand Elder is reputed to be the inquiry sect's most formidable force. Other high-ranking officials are equally capable. Moreover, the system has means of maintaining the Grand Elder's health. Regarding Lu Jiqian, the system can gather the power of wishes, fundamentally due to Lu Jiqian being the sun of the world, connected to the ultimate desires of the readers. Any calamity befalling him would impact this world, thus allowing beneficial occurrences in the cultivation realm to also be a source of wish power. This is something Deer Wensheng perceives as he senses the influx of wish-powered AS for why he does not inquire about the standards for obtaining wish power. The system admits. This is my first time as a system. I am unaware. In other words, if the cultivation realm flourishes, it benefits Lu Jiqian as well. The generation of wish power is, indeed, something to be counted. The system, born alongside Lu Jiqian in this world, can be regarded as a manifestation of the world's consciousness, and addressing the Grand Elder's health issues is a trivial matter. Furthermore, retaining those who genuinely care for Lu Jiqian could be seen as a transformation of his life. With his grandfather a nearly unparalleled force in the cultivation realm, who would dare act recklessly? However, this addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. Deer Wensheng can merely maintain the Grand Elder's physical condition, unable to resolve the illness afflicting him, as the wish power at his disposal is insufficient. Although he has gathered considerable wish power by dealing with Jiang Jinfeng and reforming the sex atmosphere, it remains a drop in the bucket for someone of the Grand Elder's stature. Thus, Deer Wensheng seeks an opportunity, one that would alleviate the need for a constant supply of wish power to support the Grand Elder. This opportunity lies within the Tianxian building, the inquiry sect's largest entertainment venue. It holds significant intrigue, with its inhabitants having been specially portrayed by the author. The young master of the Tianxian building has fallen head over heels for Lu Jiqian. Yet, unable to approach him, he seeks substitutes who bear resemblance to Lu Jiqian to alleviate his yearning. This young master believes that sharing joy is preferable to solitary indulgence, and thus provides replacement services for many of Lu Jiqian's unrequited admirers. Most of these substitutes are mortals, subjected to forbidden elixirs that forcibly alter their bodies, transforming them into furnace cauldrons. Despite the ensuing shortening of their lifespans, those who procure these substitutes, as well as those who utilize them, remain indifferent, finding satisfaction in preserving the beauty of the substitutes. The users of these furnace cauldrons regard them not as human beings, but as mere playthings to satiate their desires, viewing them as nothing more than more durable versions of mortals. One particular furnace cauldron, resembling Lu Jiqian to a significant degree, becomes the exclusive plaything of this young master. However, this individual, possessing a fierce spirit, cannot withstand the indignities inflicted upon him in a moment of feigned compliance. He seizes an opportunity during an enthusiastic encounter, ultimately stabbing his captor. In a fit of rage, the young master discards him, leading to his demise at the hands of others, his corpse subsequently turned into a grotesque specimen. The system provides access to the original text, and Dear Sheng, having perused it, feels an intense urge to gouge out his own eyes, his heart ablaze with indignation. The attitudes of these individuals toward the substitutes reflect their perspective on Lu Jiqian. However, the current Lu Jiqian, endowed with exceptional talent, remains a figure of reverence among all. Their covetous gazes linger on him, illuminating their concealed greed and possessiveness. Yet, should Lu Jiqian show any signs of decline, they will swarm to drag him from his pedestal, revealing the darker aspects of human nature. An insatiable desire to witness the fall of those who tower above them, a means to appease their shadowy inner selves and untold secrets. Capturing Lu Jiqian would yield no better fate than that of the substitutes. Should an opportunity arise, Dear Sheng plans to expose the young master and others for their pursuit of Lu Jiqian's substitutes and the despicable treatment of these furnace cauldrons. Not to mention, with the young master's grandfather still alive, the inquiry sect's reputation would be severely tarnished, making any attempt to minimize the situation futile. Faced with the ire of the inquiry sect, the Tianxian building would undoubtedly find itself obliterated. Dear Sheng discusses this outcome with the system, which expresses excitement, indicating that the wish power collected may not cure the Grand Elder or restore his true strength, but it will certainly stabilize his condition without further expenditure of wish power. After all, the deplorable actions surrounding the substitutes and the heinous coercion of innocent youths have drawn widespread condemnation from readers in the original text. Among other grievances, thus, Senior Ji, shall we proceed together? As thoughts whirl in his mind, Dear Sheng gazes at Ji Yanli, his expression unchanged Yanli, with a slightly imperceptible smile in his eyes. Replies, very well. Dear Sheng and Ji Yanli change into new garments and procure disguise potions from Elder Mujin. They adopt the appearance of patrons frequenting the Tianxian building, successfully infiltrating its opulent confines. The Tianxian building, indeed the largest den of vice, boasts towering structures surrounded by ancient trees, lush greenery, and resplendent red walls adorned with golden tiles, gleaming magnificently in the sunlight. The grand edifice resembles a palace, with golden glazed tiles radiating dazzling brilliance. The vermilion gates are crowned with a black, gold-threaded plaque inscribed with the three prominent characters Tianxian Lu inside. The lavishness is overwhelming. The beams are crafted from fragrant sandalwood, illuminated by crystal and jade lamps, with curtains of pearls and golden pillars. A vast porch, 6 feet wide, bears a delicate canopy embroidered with silver threads depicting begonia flowers, swaying gently as if caught in a dreamlike haze. Above, a massive, luminous pearl hangs, shimmering like the moon. The floor is laid with white jade, inlaid with golden pearls, carved into the shape of lotus flowers, each petal exquisitely detailed, resembling warm and delicate jade from Lantian. As Dear Sheng gazes in envy, he nearly drools at the sight, but the knowledge that this wealth is built upon countless lives makes the place feel more like a disguised den of demons. Their extraordinary attire and demeanor catch the eye of the welcoming matron. Welcome, esteemed guests. Is this your first visit? I am the proprietor here, and I may be of assistance to you. The matron, unlike any impression Dear Sheng had of such figures, wears heavy makeup and sports a beauty mark, exuding an air of experience. Her every smile and frown captivates, her face reminiscent of smooth, creamy silk, imbued with a hint of sensuality. Her hair remains lustrous and dark, akin to a thick cloud, and although she is aged, her allure remains undiminished. Clad in a resplendent red gown embroidered with intricate golden patterns, she carries a subtle fragrance that is pleasant rather than overpowering. Adorning her wrist is a green bracelet set with a brilliant pearl, enhancing her elegance, making her appear more like a noblewoman than a mere matron. This is our first visit. We have heard the Tianxian buildings renowned for quite some time and wish to indulge in its pleasures. Dear Sheng glances around, feigning eagerness, his hands wandering to touch the passing beauties, provoking playful glares from them, as if he were an old hand at such establishments. Yanli, feeling tense, is swept up in a torrent of emotions at Dear Sheng's antics. Yet he understands it to be an act. Having never visited such a place before, he instinctively feels a bit awkward, his gaze unable to wander freely, aligning with Dear Wensheng's portrayal of him as a novice. The matron observes them keenly, her caution slightly alleviated. Today, their young master has significant plans, and she must remain vigilant, especially with the discipline hall's recent clampdown. Shall I recommend some enchanting companions for you? She inquires. My brother is a first-timer. I intend for him to ease into the experience. So let's invite 4 of them. We'll start with some tea and later enjoy the evening's festivities. Would you like a private suite? Lu Wensheng waved his hand dismissively, saying no. The location should be in the main hall, and make sure it's a prime spot. With a sigh, he felt a sense of relief. The seasoned matron of the brothel observed the 2 men's smiles with a touch of sincerity. The matron summoned a servant to escort them to their seats, and then called out to the hall. Yanli noticed that Lu Wensheng had much to say, so he decided to communicate directly through his spiritual consciousness. What did your earlier conversation imply? The language of the brothel is rather cryptic. Serving tea refers to the act of having the summoned women arrange themselves at the table, pouring tea and lighting cigarettes. Limited to playful singing and music, floral banquets also denote a feast, referring to patrons hosting gatherings in rooms, inviting friends, and setting up a double table for entertainment and drinking. There are terms like opening ticket for the initial invitation, starting the towel as a phrase to commence the feast, bringing in the gentleman for the arrival of guests, and selecting the play for choosing performances such as dramas, flute playing, and singing to enliven the atmosphere. Laying the bedding indicates sharing a room with guests. We've chosen our companions. The matron will call the hall, which means these individuals will come down to meet the guests, Lu Wensheng explained in great detail, causing Ji Yanli to cast him a curious glance. How does my junior brother know so much? I was born with this knowledge. Do you believe it, brother? Well, I suppose it's all that I've learned. In truth, this is my first visit. Ji Yanli did not respond further, evidently skeptical. The 2 settled in the main hall, where the dancers on stage moved with grace, clad in garments as light as smoke, stepping delicately as they ascended the platform. Their movements resembled the gentle caress of spring breezes upon willow branches, elegant and supple, akin to butterflies fluttering in the air, both ethereal and versatile. As the music played, they spun and danced gracefully, their sleeves veiling their faces, each gesture imbued with rhythm. The sheer fabric of their attire was translucent, revealing their delicate forms, captivating the audience below, some even gasping in breathless astonishment. The girl summoned by the matron arrived promptly, with the leading maiden particularly striking, her jet black hair flowing like a spring under the snowy fingers of her hands, intricately styled into a bun. A jade hairpin loosely held her hair, adorned with a golden hair ornament, while long pearl strands cascaded down, swaying at her temples. Her brows were naturally accentuated, and her skin, devoid of makeup, shone with a porcelain-like luster. Clad in a flowing white gown embroidered with pink patterns, her arms draped in long, light fabric that trailed elegantly. How could they possibly select such high-caliber companions? Lu Wensheng pondered as he gazed at the approaching beauty, his mind racing with thoughts of potential flaws. Gentlemen, let Yanxue bring a few sisters to serve us. Yanxue's eyes sparkled, her gaze primarily revolving around Ji Yanli, who had caught her attention earlier. Such a refined man must possess exquisite tastes. Under normal circumstances, Ji Yanli might have issued a cold warning, but they were currently disguising themselves, making it prudent to avoid any disturbances, so he restrained his icy demeanor. I ask your name, Yanxue, sister? Lu Wensheng interjected, breaking her gaze. Oh my, I see you're taken with Ji Yanli. Yanxue withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, now looking at Lu Wensheng with a flirtatious demeanor. Indeed, how should I address this young gentleman? My surname is Go, and he is Huang. Go Gongzi? Yanxue paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Wensheng chuckled. You may call me Go Fuguwei. It's perfectly fine. Yanxue naturally addressed him as young Master Fuguwei. Lu Wensheng engaged the 4 courtesans in conversation and drinking, while Yanxue attempted to converse with Ji Yanli multiple times, only to be interrupted. Growing somewhat impatient, Yanxue was then discreetly informed by Lu Wensheng, Sister, please understand, my friend has someone in his heart. Someone in his heart. Yet he comes to Tianxian Tower? Yanxue mentally cursed, though she maintained an outwardly charming smile. Really? Who is so fortunate? Lu Wensheng responded mysteriously, This person is unattainable. He is nearly lovesick from longing. In a flash, Yin Shue realized something. Could it be that person from Wuxin's sect? Why share this with her? Could it be? Lu Wenxing winked, wearing an expression that implied understanding. Hee, I merely wanted to bring my brother here to alleviate his yearning. Otherwise, what is the purpose of this visit? Feigning confusion, Yin Shue replied to Tianxian Tower, surely we do not have. Lu Wenxing interrupted. Cheeks flushed with rouge and sweat, fair faces marred by powder. Yin Shue paused, casting Lu Wenxing a peculiar glance. In this disarray, sleep eludes me, and the rooster's crow heralds the autumn at dawn. Lu Wenxing smiled. Is that so? And now, Yin Shue revealed a flirtatious smile, gently leaning against Lu Wenxing's shoulder. Haha, naturally at Tianxian Tower, we provide every service imaginable. Chapter 25. The Cauldron. Tianxian Tower operated discreetly, particularly given the recent strictures imposed by Wuxin's sect, and the illicit trade of human cauldrons was inherently a nefarious endeavor that defied natural order. Exposure would spell disaster. Nonetheless, the young master of Tianxian Tower was determined to act against the wind, having allegedly engaged in such dealings on several occasions prior. As the saying goes, one who walked by the river often gets their shoes wet. Today, Lu Wenxing aimed to capture them all. The clandestine trade of human cauldrons was veiled beneath the faade of a courtesan selection. When Lu Wenxing and his companion ventured into the tower's basement, the selection of courtesans was underway, bustling with excitement. The surroundings were dimly lit. Each individual donned a magically enhanced mask, and both Lu Wenxing and Ji Yanli received their own masks, prompting Lu Wenxing to inwardly scoff at those who came to partake in such dealings while maintaining an air of superiority. Numerous patrons had entered before them, silent and austere behind their masks. Lu Wenxing scanned the room, internally deriding these individuals, who likely hailed from reputable backgrounds, caught in a web of hidden desires while fearing exposure. The basement was not only shrouded in darkness, but also extravagantly adorned. Aside from the central display of goods and surrounding tables, there were additional rooms. The air was thick with a damp aroma. Tinged with a faint, unpleasant scent, Lu Wenxing stealthily approached one of the rooms, ostensibly to secure a vantage point, while actually observing the adjacent chamber. He noted that the closer one got to the room, the stronger the peculiar odor became. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from within the room, accompanied by the anguished cry of a young man, causing the odor to intensify. Lu Wenxing instinctively blushed, grateful for the mask that concealed his embarrassment. He tugged at Ji Yanli, who was peering in, and selected a seat farther away. What happened? That room seems problematic, Yanli inquired through their spiritual connection, casting a scrutinizing glance toward the source of the noise. Cough, 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 there's no need to look. They're engaging in a rather intimate activity. Lu Wenxing awkwardly replied. Ji Yanli remained perplexed. What do you mean by intimate activity? Lu Wenxing bit his lip. It refers to fighting whilst unclothed. Is that not sufficiently discreet? Ji Yanli raised an eyebrow. Why would they fight? Suddenly, Ji Yanli's realization struck, and he fell silent. Lu Wenxing exhaled in relief, grateful he had not pressed further. Had he done so, Lu Wenxing might have broken into a sweat. After a moment, a handsome young man emerged from the room, wearing only a robe that left little to the imagination. The moment the door swung open, the scene inside was revealed. A young boy lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious, with only a few hastily discarded garments covering him, akin to a forgotten doll. Esteemed guests, are you not eagerly anticipating tonight's cauldron? The young man, evidently the young master Yin Feng of Tianxian Tower, stepped onto the stage, his expression one of satisfaction. Has the young master only remembered us after enjoying himself? The last cauldrons were rather flimsy. Both broke down, so I hope this new one is of better quality. The patrons below murmured among themselves, clearly familiar with the proceedings, causing Lu Wenxing and Ji Yanli's fists to clench in disgust. This time, I have acquired an excellent cauldron that I have invested considerable resources to cultivate. As Yin Feng spoke, he gestured for a boy to be dragged onto the stage. The boy, bound and presented, wore thin garments, with bells jingling softly at his feet, producing a delicate sound. Though his hair was tousled, it could not conceal his exquisite features. His eyes shone like brilliant glass beads, and his lips were plump and rosy. His complexion smooth as jade. However, a swollen mark marred his right cheek, suggesting he had been struck, diminishing some of his beauty, while a glimmer of moisture lingered in his captivating eyes, amplifying the tragic allure. The audience's gaze fixated on him, and upon regaining their senses, they erupted into various expressions of admiration, their greedy and loathsome eyes glued to the boy. How could the young master possibly part with such a gem? Surely he must have met with a setback with his cauldron. One patron bluntly revealed the underlying truth that Ji Yanli felt a wave of discomfort sitting among these repugnant individuals, scrutinizing the boy's face. His brow furrowing, he seems somewhat familiar. Familiar indeed. Lu Wenxing's spiritual consciousness replied, "They are seeking a substitute for senior brother Lu." Though the Tianxian Tower restricted guests from taking photos upon entry, Lu Wenxing was entirely unconcerned. The system would surely assist, guaranteeing that every action of these individuals would be captured from every conceivable angle. Upon this reminder, Ji Yanli recognized the uncanny resemblance of youth to Lu Shiqian. How audacious of them! It was as though they were trampling the reputation of the One Xian sect beneath their feet. There were those who, out of compassion, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the handprint on the youth's face. No matter the circumstances, one should never resort to violence against a beauty. What if harm were done? Yan Feng let out a cold laugh, grabbing the youth's hair and lifting him, causing the boy to emit a muffled groan of pain. His furious gaze fixed on the young master. "This brat dares to bite me." I was nearly incapacitated. The audience gasped at the tempestuous nature of the situation. Yan Feng, with a malicious grin, declared, "This is a gift for everyone. You needn't offer anything in return. Consider it a benefit. The only condition is..." Yan Feng tossed the youth to the ground, who lay there, struggling to recover. "The only stipulation is that it must occur here. In front of everyone. First come, first served." The crowd erupted in astonishment, hardly expecting Yan Feng to escalate things to this extent, though some were already eager to join. Yan Feng scanned the room and suddenly smiled. "We have newcomers among us. Newcomers are given priority." Lu Wenxing sensed the covert glances directed at him, and Ji Yanli. He could feel Ji Yanli beside him, his body tense with rigidity. That Lu Wenxing feigned shyness. "It feels rather awkward to play so boldly since it's our first time here." As he spoke, he stood up, causing Ji Yanli to widen his eyes in disbelief. Though you claim to feel awkward. This friend of ours is quite bold. Newcomers are fortunate. It's a serendipitous moment. Be gentle when you ascend, as there are others waiting in line behind you. Hearing Lu Wenxing's words and observing his impatient demeanor, the guests withdrew their scrutinizing gazes, their tone turning oddly friendly. Naturally, one was not allowed to bring swords into the basement, and Lu Wenxing had come to the Tianxian Tower without one alongside Ji Yanli. Had he not relied on his abilities, he might have found himself truly at a loss against these individuals, ultimately facing exposure or being forced into complicity. The so-called benefits for newcomers were merely a ruse to test them. If one refused, they would be targeted, and if one accepted, they would be no different from the rest. A slight smile curved Lu Wenxing's lips as he took in the expressions of the crowd. Excitement mingled with madness. Their eyes filled with a desire to tear the youth on stage apart. As Lu Wenxing approached, the youth trembled even more violently, his gaze towards Lu Wenxing filled with hatred, despair, and an unmistakable fear. Lu Wenxing nonchalantly loosened his belt, subtly crushing a bead on it without anyone noticing. He removed his azure outer robe and draped it over the youth, enveloping him completely. The youth looked up in shock, catching only a glimpse of the other's indifferent eyes. "What do you mean by this, friend? Are you showing pity?" Yan Feng spoke coolly, his eyes warning. As the expressions of the audience darkened, "I in the realm of cultivation." The 6 cardinal sins were well known. The first being the betrayal of righteous sects and collusion with demonic forces, punishable by death. The second was the unwarranted slaughter of innocents and the creation of artificial furnished tripods, also punishable by death. Those present, once their masks were removed, were surely individuals of stature, aware of the law yet willing to break it. Yanli leaned forward. Yan Feng maintained his cold demeanor, watching the two with scrutiny. "Which disciple has come to proclaim justice here?" Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above as the Tianxian Tower was filled with chaos. accompanied by frantic cries. Yin Feng frowned, about to speak when a group of disciples clad in black burst in, surrounding everyone present. While some entered the room to search, that Lu Wensheng dispelled the disguise of the elixir, removed his mask, and produced a token, his voice audible enough for all to hear, that I am Lu Wensheng, the chief disciple of the Discipline Hall under the Taoist lord of the Wenxian sect. I hereby arrest you on the charge of violating the second cardinal sin. Disciples of the Discipline Hall unsheathed their swords, directing them at the crowd. We shall heed the chief's command. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and Yin Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lu Wensheng. Lu Wensheng discarded his mask, stomping on it and glancing around, warning those who looked eager to act. You would do well to surrender. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I carry a trace of my master as sword intent. Should it be unleashed, every one of you present will have no chance for judgment, merely turning to ash. And do not think to flee with secret arts. The Discipline Hall possesses specialized artifacts. Yin Feng's expression fluctuated. Why resort to such ruthless extermination? Ji Yanli, having shed his disguise, coldly interjected, You dare to act against the law, creating artificial furnace tripods and lusting after our chief disciple. Do you think a few words can erase that? Such a notion was, of course, impossible. Suddenly, an irate voice boomed from above, accompanied by a thunderous crash as the basement of the Tianxian Tower collapsed. Blinding sunlight pouring in as if to cleanse all darkness, illuminating the space brightly. Lu Wensheng noted that the upper part of the Tianxian Tower had entirely crumbled, resembling a demolition site, with only fragments of the structure still standing. No wonder light was streaming in. The venerable elder had arrived, seething with rage, accompanied by Lu Shiqian, the subject of the matter. The expressions of the crowd shifted drastically, with no thoughts of fleeing in the presence of such formidable power in the cultivation world. Yin Feng, hoping to maintain his bravado, insisted we were merely conducting a transaction. We had no part in the creation of artificial furnace tripods. Others, regaining their composure, echoed his sentiment, realizing that their only option was to mitigate their culpability. The incident involving Lu Shiqian would at most incur the ire of the Wenxian sect, but combined with the creation of artificial furnace tripods, they would become the enemies of the entire cultivation world. Young master, you did not say that earlier. Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow at him. Yin Feng loathed Lu Wensheng, yet he had no choice but to speak amicably. You must have misheard. I never said such a thing. Right, everyone? The other chimed in. Yes, we did not hear anything but a stubborn denial. Lu Wensheng chuckled softly, producing the recording stone prepared by the system, channeling spiritual energy to extract a segment of the video. This time I have acquired a fine furnace tripod, for which I expended considerable elixirs to cultivate. Yin Feng's voice, filled with smug satisfaction, echoed throughout. The recording was comprehensive, capturing everything since their entry. If they did not recall, would they like him to help jog their memories? The mirth in Lu Wensheng's eyes was boundless. The guests were left in stunned silence, their minds blank. I have already reported this matter to other sects. How would you like to handle them? The venerable elder, fuming, turned to Lu Shiqian. Lu Shiqian maintained a gentle smile. Let us deal with this according to the rules. Lu Shiqian, standing high upon his sword, was bathed in soft sunlight, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. His expression imbued with a hint of compassionate divinity. After the physical body is obliterated by thunder, it would be best if the soul were also extracted. Lighting a lamp should prove to be quite effective. He spoke slowly, a look of pity gracing his features. Lu Wensheng nearly thought he had misheard, glancing at Ji Yanli, whose expression mirrored his own surprise. It seemed he had not imagined this. Lu Shiqian had indeed uttered those words, not out of cruelty, but because Lu Shiqian appeared quite different from what he had expected. Lu Wensheng mused. In the original text, despite enduring various tribulations without succumbing to darkness, he had continuously forgiven others, leading Lu Wensheng to believe him to be a naive, sweet-hearted saint. Lu Shiqian, do you know why I would undertake such actions? It is all because I love you. Yin Feng could no longer bear the words spoken by his unattainable ideal. Bah! Do not insult love. You act in the name of love while committing immoral deeds. Your heart may be filled with affection, but it does not mean that heart is virtuous that Lu Wensheng interrupted. Yin Feng, flushed with embarrassment from the scorn, glared at Lu Wensheng. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? You impose your unwholesome desires upon innocent individuals, revealing your true nature as anything but a good person. Just because you are the young master of the Tianxian Tower, do you believe you can create artificial furnished tripods and harm mortals? If your status were elevated, would you sacrifice the entire cultivation world for your love? Lu Wensheng could not help but strike again. You have been self-absorbed from the beginning. What unrequited love! The person in question does not even know you, yet here you are, wallowing in self-pity, convinced of your own righteousness. Should love be obliged to reciprocate? On what grounds? Your twisted desires or your dark soul? Yin Feng was thoroughly defeated. Those who had intended to join in the fray fell silent, astonished by the sharp tongue of the chief disciple from the discipline hall. Chapter 27. Placement. Lu Qiqian let out a light chuckle as he turned to look at Lu Wensheng, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable meaning that Lu Wensheng, oblivious to this, instructed the other disciples to bind the captives with the immortal binding rope. Suddenly, he felt an undeniable gaze upon him. The first boy dragged out was staring intently, draped in the outer robe that he had provided. "What is your name?" Lu Wensheng inquired. The boy pressed his lips together and cast his eyes downward. Remaining silent, Lu Wensheng, unfazed, was interrupted by a clear voice that rang out beside him. "How does junior brother Lu intend to handle this?" Lu Qiqian gracefully leaped down from his sword, his simple white attire billowing around him. Exuding an ethereal aura, his amber eyes bore into Lu Wensheng's, drawing him into their depths. Taken aback, Lu Wensheng shook himself from his reverie and crouched down to untie the ropes from the boy. If they were to simply return him, he might fall victim to further harm from others. The practitioners captured here were not the entirety of those involved. Meanwhile, Tang he returned with a group. Reporting to Lu Wensheng, "Senior brother Lu, there are still many more detained here." Tang he led a group of cowering furnace cauldrons out, in order to showcase their merchandise effectively. The male and female furnace cauldrons were stripped of their clothing. Emerging only clad in the outer robes of the disciple from the discipline hall, Lu Wensheng felt a headache coming on. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, his inner fury boiling over, as he exhaled a heavy sigh and looked at Lu Wensheng. "You all should escort them back to the sect to settle in first, that we will decide what to do after discussing matters with the Xian sect and other factions." That Lu Wensheng breathed a sigh of relief. Clasping his hands in salute, disciple obeys. Every single one of those rescued possessed the physique of a furnace cauldron. Those who did not succumb during their transformation into artificial cauldrons, concerned about bringing back these bare individuals. Lu Wensheng instructed Tang he to take them to a room, sending disciples to procure clothing for them to change into, while also dispersing the onlookers around the Tianxian building to preserve the dignity of those who had suffered. These individuals had endured humiliation for so long, feeling as though their days outside the room were numbered. Their skin was unnaturally pale, and even after donning clothing, they huddled together like frightened lambs. Some were unable to even put on their clothes, their mental states largely disturbed. Senior brother Lu, Tang he assisted a boy in putting on his clothes, only for the boy to collapse limply into his arms. Startling Tang, he nearly out of his wits, Lu Wensheng, expressionless, accepted the garments and dressed the boy with the ease of dressing a doll, the boy responding like a lifeless puppet, indicating the severe torment they had endured at the Tianxian building. These unfortunate souls appear to have suffered not only physically but also mentally, and Lu Wensheng, lacking the expertise of a psychologist, felt a headache as he looked at the dejected group of men and women. "Senior brother, they go limp at the slightest touch. How are we to take them back?" Tang he expressed his apprehension regarding those who readily collapsed into his embrace. "Employ a carriage. The sect should reimburse us." Lu Wensheng mused, his thoughts drifting as he observed Tang he rushing off to find a carriage. The remaining individuals began to seal off the Tianxian building under the watchful eyes of the Grand Elder, ensuring that no one dared to intrude. However, many were filled with curiosity. The customers who had been apprehended were desperate, some even resorting to curses directed at Lu Wensheng, harboring resentment that extended to Lu Qiqian. Leading the way, Lu Wensheng turned a deaf ear to their insults. Suddenly, the noise ceased, and sensing an unusual silence, he curiously glanced back to find that those who had been shouting were now clutching their throats in agony. Lu Qiqian smiled gently beside him. Their behavior is indeed unbecoming. Unbecoming, indeed. Lu Wenxing thought it odd that the protagonist appeared so different. He had always been portrayed as someone easily bullied, naively trusting others. Yet, the Lu Qiqian before him exuded a decisive aura. Could it be that he had undergone a transformation? How could he possibly be reborn as someone vengeful? Does this not alter the narrative? Lu Wenxiang mused silently. The system, feeling a tinge of guilt, replied, I merely aim to lessen your workload. Lu Wenxiang narrowed his eyes. And this concerns you? Ah, well, I transmitted certain parts of the original text to him, so he could understand his fate. Oh, so I need not do anything. With Lu Qiqian's current demeanor, would he not wreak havoc? Not quite. I cannot divulge too much, merely that he is aware of his impending fate. Most of the plot, especially the parts without Lu Qiqian's perspective, remain unknown to him. The effect seems rather impressive, does it not? Impressive. It has transformed him into a white lotus turned dark. Lu Wenxiang suspected that when the system informed Lu Qiqian of his fate, it had plunged him into a vivid experience, explaining the drastic change. Then I need not worry about Shiyubai. Lu Qiqian only knew that Shiyubai would harm himself, unaware of the rest. Then there remains a need for caution, Lu Wenxiang sighed. These individuals were settled on the mountain near the discipline hall, effectively minimizing the curiosity of disciples who might otherwise intrude. The discipline hall resembled a police station from his past life. Few ventured there without cause, respecting its sanctity. Their psychological and physical conditions were poor. Some might even have tendencies for self-harm. While Lu Wenxiang lacked knowledge of psychology, he recognized the urgency of redirecting their focus from their own traumatic experiences. He selected suitable disciples from the miscellaneous ranks to teach them daily living skills and basic survival techniques, ensuring they exercised regularly, and even assigned them tasks. He encouraged these individuals to pursue hobbies and engage in activities of interest during their spare time, organizing group activities that involved minimal physical contact to help them acclimate to normal social interactions. Over time, the spirits of these men and women improved significantly. They began to speak up and express themselves, with those who adapted well appearing almost indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Lu Wenxiang felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that their time had not been wasted. However, most of them had endured considerable physical strain, each bearing minor ailments, and were highly cautious of inquiries about their condition. The medical practitioners Lu Wenxiang enlisted found it challenging to provide appropriate remedies, indicating that much time was still needed. Chapter 28. Untitled. During this period, Lu Qiqian frequently visited to inspect the situation. Most of those who had suffered were intended to be replacements for Lu Qiqian, and as Lu Wenxiang contemplated their positions, he realized that if he were in their shoes, he would surely feel sickened. Even knowing they were innocent would create a discomfort within him, prompting him to avoid them as much as possible. However, it was evident that Lu Qiqian's thoughts diverged from his own. He seemed quite concerned about these individuals, often seeking out Lu Wenxiang for updates on their arrangements. Although discussing their traumas was sensitive, as victims, their testimonies were essential for accountability, compelling Lu Wenxiang to subtly inquire about the Tianxian building's actions toward them, seeking as much detail as possible. Fortunately, recognizing that this was targeted at the Tianxian building's personnel, most cooperated well, while a handful of those traumatized by the establishment shared some details. What they had endured was not dissimilar to experiments conducted on Lu Wenxiang himself. Lu Qiqian held the records, his voice barely above a whisper, prompting Lu Wenxiang to question if he had even spoken. Senior Brother Lu, what did you just say? Nothing, Lu Qiqian replied, his tone still gentle as he smiled at Lu Wenxiang. Junior Brother Lu, the so-called love of the world is truly twisted. Would you not agree? Lu Wenxiang raised an eyebrow. If you refer to it as so-called love, then it is not love at all, but merely the filth within their hearts, cloaked in a facade of righteousness. Lu Qiqian lowered his gaze, concealing the probing and speculation in his eyes. Then what does Junior Brother Lu believe love to be? You wish to debate this with me? Lu Wenxiang felt exasperated, but still responded, in my opinion, love is not a self-righteous demand, nor is it self-indulgent, nor an emotion imposed upon another. Rather, it is a constant feeling of indebtedness. Lu Wensheng worried that Lu Qiqian might become fixated on this notion. For instance, the Grand Elder, after these events, would not blame you for drawing trouble. He would instead reproach himself for not understanding and protecting you adequately. Lu Qiqian paused, his voice barely audible, a constant feeling of indebtedness. After a moment, he raised his head and smiled warmly. Does junior brother Lu believe I attract trouble? I offer you comfort, and you dig a pit for me. Do you? Lu Wensheng's expression stiffened. He awkwardly shifted the topic. Ahem. By the way, has that junior brother of mine caused you any more trouble? Is the charming one causing a stir? Lu Qiqian continued in agreement with Lu Wensheng's line of thought. Is it regarding Sure? Indeed. Does junior brother Lu know what will transpire to him? Lu Qiqian squinted, his tone casual. It seems he still clings to me, visiting often. The loss of his parents has evidently taken a significant toll on him. Lu Qiqian wore a look of deep concern, as expected. Lu Wensheng's expression shifted, and upon witnessing this, Lu Qiqian began to calculate in his mind. It seemed that his junior, Lu Shidi, truly understood something, though it remained unclear just how much he comprehended. Time waits for no man. And yet Wensheng appears to be undeterred. Upon hearing the system's indignant voice, Lu Wensheng snapped back to reality and offered Lu Qiqian a light smile. It seems I, as his elder brother, have overlooked him. My apologies, Lu Xixiang. I should make a concerted effort to show him more care. Clearly, the tasks assigned to Shi Yubai were insufficient, allowing him time to seek out Lu Qiqian. While Lu Wensheng contemplated how to deal with Shi Yubai, he remained unaware that someone was secretly plotting against him. Jiang Jinfeng, accustomed to being above others since childhood, often found his mistakes downplayed due to Bai Wenji's influence. Now, having stumbled in his dealings with Lu Wensheng, he faced lashes and confinement in the cold pool, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards him. Indeed, Lu Wensheng was now more detestable in his eyes than Song-Wan. In that moment, Jiang Jinfeng's hair was disheveled and his body emanated a chill, curled up in a corner of the cold pool. Far from the image of a chaotic demon he once was. Jiang Xuan came to visit him, and upon seeing his pitiful state, frowned. Brother, seeing his elder brother, Jiang Jinfeng could not contain a cry of despair. They all doubt me, and my master even more. Why would Lu Xixiang lie? Observing this foolishness, Jiang Xuan struggled to suppress the urge to slap him into oblivion. How utterly brainless! At that moment, the advantage was not yours. Admitting your mistake would have lessened your punishment, yet you stubbornly cling to your ways. How can Master assist you? You speak without thought and disrespect Master. The suffering you endure now is truly deserved. Jiang Jinfeng wore a look of grievance, clearly oblivious to his own faults, snorting in frustration as he fixated on Lu Qiqian. Lu Xixiang was present as well. Why did he lie? Lu Qiqian's reputation was indeed impeccable, leading Jiang Shiyuan to question his brother's judgment. Could it be that you failed to control your own actions and inadvertently harmed Lu Wensheng? You simply have not realized it. Initially resolute in his denial of having harmed anyone, Jiang Jinfeng began to doubt himself, sensing that Lu Qiqian had no reason to lie. Noticing his brother's silence, Jiang Xuan concluded that the fault lay with him, and thus, this punishment was indeed warranted. However, he still harbored a grudge against Lu Wensheng. This Lu Shidi possesses quite the talent upon hearing his brother's words. Jiang Jinfeng's face contorted with rage. I must eliminate him. Skinning him alive would not suffice to quell my hatred. Jiang Shiyuan's expression darkened. What is the rush? He currently basks in glory. Being a disciple of Jun Ning, we must proceed with caution eventually. He will venture into the secret realm, and we shall find a way to dispose of him. Jiang Xuan shook his head. Using another's hand to accomplish our goal is the safest approach. We shall see how things unfold. For now, focus on your recovery. After soothing Jiang Jinfeng with a few words, Jiang Xuan exited the cold pool, fortuitously encountering Lu Wensheng, who was on his way to find Shi Yubai. Accompanied by Lu Qiqian. Having just declared his intention to eliminate Lu Wensheng, Jiang Xuan exhibited no sign of discomfort upon seeing him, instead greeting the two with a friendly demeanor. Jiang Xuan locked eyes with Lu Wensheng, who wore a mocking expression, as if peering into the rotting heart beneath his skin. For a moment, Jiang Xuan was taken aback, but quickly regained composure. nodding in acknowledgement, though his disdain for Lu Wensheng intensified. You just came back from seeing Jiang Jinfeng, didn't you? Lu Wensheng asked knowingly. Jiang Shuyan nodded, his feigned smile fading noticeably. Where are you two headed, Lu Shixiao? Jiang Shuyan's gaze subtly scrutinized Lu Jiqian, while Lu Wensheng observed beside him, feeling a sense of discomfort from the invasive scrutiny. What business is it of yours? Lu Wensheng retorted, pulling Lu Jiqian along. Lu Jiqian was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the sudden tug. Chapter 29, a visit caught off guard by the unexpected change in expression. Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Lu Wensheng had already dragged Lu Jiqian away, and his expression finally betrayed his irritation, darkening as he glared at their retreating figures. This Lu Wensheng is truly a nuisance, Jiang Shuyuan thought, his resentful gaze fixed on Lu Wensheng until he vanished from sight. This was Lu Jiqian's first experience of being pulled along in such a manner. Typically, others dared not approach him closely, let alone engage in physical contact. Though Lu Wensheng merely grasped his sleeve, it still felt foreign to him. After walking a short distance, Lu Wensheng released his grip without realizing the impropriety, his mouth running with complaints. Staying there any longer would surely lead to rheumatism. Lu Jiqian walked alongside him, adjusting his sleeve. Why do you say that? That cold, damp stare. Do you not feel uncomfortable under his gaze? Knowing Jiang Shuyuan's true nature, Lu Wensheng perceived something amiss about him. Lu Jiqian replied, Lu Shidi, you are being overly dramatic. He was well aware that Jiang Shuyan harbored ill intentions towards him, yet Lu Wensheng seemed to react even more strongly. In Lu Wensheng's eyes, everyone around Lu Jiqian appeared to be a villain. Not dramatic at all, not in the slightest, Lu Wensheng muttered under his breath. Lu Jiqian smirked slightly. Fear not, I generally avoid excessive interaction with Jiang Shuyuan. Although uncertain why Lu Jiqian suddenly offered such reassurance, Lu Wensheng nodded in satisfaction. Master, you have returned? Sure Yubai awaited Lu Jiqian in his cave, cunningly opting to call him master instead of Shixiang to convey his affection and admiration. He resembled an adorably clingy puppy, harmless and endearing. Upon noticing Lu Wensheng behind Lu Jiqian, Shi Yubai's joyful expression faltered. With arms crossed, Lu Wensheng's gaze was filled with intrigue. He was well aware that Shi Yubai not only looked like a dog, but also possessed a canine-like personality. Lu Shixiang, what brings you here? What is it? Are you displeased to see your Shixiang? Lu Wensheng feigned innocence, turning his back on Lu Jiqian as he playfully pinched Shi Yubai's youthful face. T.O. Shi Yubai. The other's expression appeared sinister, and the pinch on his cheek was painfully tight, causing him to grimace. Finally, when Lu Wensheng released him, Shi Yubai felt as if he had lost all sensation in his face. Seizing the opportunity to cast a pitiful glance at Lu Jiqian, noticing the numerous imprints left on Shi Yubai's face from the harsh pinch, Lu Jiqian chuckled softly. The tears welling in Shi Yubai's eyes made him look so pitiful. Yet his words felt, I see why. Lu Shidi seems to have quite the fondness for Shi Shidi. Shi Yubai thought. Is this what you call fondness? My face is about to be torn apart. Lu Wensheng scoffed, draping an arm around Shi Yubai's shoulders, clearly feeling the tension in the latter's body. Shi Yubai's face was one of utmost reluctance. Why Shixiang has been busy lately. He hasn't checked in on you in quite some time. Shi Yubai quickly interjected. My Shixiang can be busy. I won't trouble him. That simply won't do. The more you say that, the more guilty I feel. I'll make it up to you. I, your Shixiang, shall help you with your studies. You seem quite fond of Lu Shixiang. How about we study here with him? We can start with swordsmanship. Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled with a dangerous gleam, and it seemed Shi Yubai caught the meaning behind that gaze. If I don't seize this opportunity to beat you senseless, I might as well wear my pants tightly, Shi Yubai exclaimed. It is unacceptable to be beaten in front of Lu Jiqian. Shixiang, I just remembered I haven't completed my assignments. I came to see my master, but intended to leave right away. Lu Wensheng still held onto his shoulders. Leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer with your master? No, my assignments take precedence. He absolutely despised Lu Wensheng. Shi Yubai whipped his head away, breaking free from Lu Wensheng's arm, and scurried off in a flash. Lu Wensheng watched as Shi Yubai's figure disappeared, snorting softly before turning to Lu Jiqian. What does my shitty typically do when he visits you, Lu Shixiang? He merely converses with me or requests guidance on his cultivation. Lu Jiqian replied that Lu Wensheng remarked. For a junior to bypass his Shixiang and master to seek you out, it appears sure Yubai has been quite calculating. Shall we go inside and talk? Lu Jiqian gestured for Lu Wensheng to enter and take a seat. Following Lu Jiqian into the room, Lu Wensheng conveniently settled himself beside him as Lu Jiqian poured tea for him. Lifting the teacup, Lu Wensheng could not resist asking, Lu Shixiang, do you believe that Sure Yubai seeks you out solely out of dependence? Lu Jiqian paused for a moment, his mind swirling with thoughts. Though his exterior remained one of confusion, that not the case? Did the system not imply that Lu Jiqian was aware of his fate? Sure Yubai is one of the antagonists as well. Why does Lu Jiqian still permit Sure Yubai to approach him? Initially suspecting that Lu Jiqian possessed a duplicitous nature, Lu Wensheng now found himself uncertain. Could it be that Lu Jiqian believed there was still hope for Sure Yubai and sought to save him? Observing the myriad expressions on Lu Wensheng's face, hesitant, conflicted, and doubtful, Lu Jiqian struggled to suppress a smile. Lu Shitty, feel free to speak your mind. Are you suggesting that Sure Yubai harbors ulterior motives towards you? Lu Wensheng hesitated for a long while. It seems that Sure Shitty is quite fond of you. Lu Wensheng believed he had expressed himself quite tactfully. After all, I saved him. Such a special bond is only natural. It does not equate to affection. He still possesses a childlike heart and will require your thoughtful nurturing. Lu Wensheng observed Lu Jiqian's gaze, which resembled that of a naive fool, foolishly hoping to reform the inherently malevolent Yubai. If he continues with such delusions, it would not be unjust if he were later subdued. He would indeed invest effort into this endeavor. Has Lu Jiqian not already expended considerable thought? Every day he schemes on how to eliminate Yubai. Does he not? Lu Jiqian smiled gently. I naturally have faith in junior brother Lu. If this junior brother could resolve Yubai directly, that would be splendid. Then I would not need to intervene. Lu Wensheng nodded, sipped his tea, and grimaced slightly. Finding it somewhat astringent, he sampled a piece of the pastry on the table, which was quite in line with Lu Jiqian's temperament, mild and soft, yet subtly bland. Lu Jiqian noticed and couldn't help but chuckle. Is it not to your liking? This junior brother Lu seems a tad childish. Fortunately, Lu Wensheng replied with an awkward smile, setting his tea aside and consuming 2 more pieces of the delicate pastry. Chapter 30. Frenzy practice. Realizing he had little to discuss with Lu Jiqian, Lu Wensheng took his leave after sitting in Lu Jiqian's abode for a while. Yubai, under his watchful eye, was temporarily subdued. Yet Lu Wensheng could sense an underlying psychological barrier. Yubai's countenance stiffened at the sight of him. Lu Wensheng entrusted those rescued from the Celestial Pavilion to Ji Yanli, as he needed to prepare for an upcoming meeting. As the premier sect in the realm of cultivation, the Asking Immortals sect maintained its interactions with other factions, frequently organizing events to foster camaraderie. This time, it was their turn to host, much like the opening ceremony of a sports event. The gathering of these formidable sects commenced with a ceremonial bow, where each faction sent forth a promising disciple to ignite the ceremonial flame, reminiscent of Olympic torchbearers. Previously, the Asking Immortals sect had dispatched its chief disciple, Lu Jiqian, at times Ji Yanli or Jiang Xiuyan. However, due to his diligent performance as Zhu Ning's hard-won disciple, Lu Wensheng was chosen as this event's archer. The challenge lay in Lu Wensheng's unfamiliarity with archery. The bow he would wield was a specially crafted magical artifact, requiring time to adapt. With little time remaining before the other sects arrived, the pressure mounted. The gathering would not only include these top-tier factions, but also various lesser sects, each bringing their exceptional disciples to seize opportunities for resources or advancement within the major sections. Failing to perform well here would equate to disgrace throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Indeed, within a day, one might find oneself the subject of scandalous headlines. The esteemed disciple of the Asking Immortals sect falters publicly. Social death, Lu Wensheng deemed, was the cruelest fate imaginable. Thus began Lu Wensheng's quest for an archery instructor. Jiang Xiuyan was an obvious choice, but Ji Yanli was preoccupied, and as for Lu Jiqian, Lu Wensheng mused, for some reason, seeing him makes me feel exhausted. as if I were heading to work. Lu Wensheng, if you continue to hesitate by the time you stand to shoot, you won't even be able to lift the bow, the system interjected, unable to contain itself. With a sigh, Lu Wensheng resolved to seek out Lu Jiqian, only to discover he was absent. Leaving him in a state of frustration on his way back, he encountered the elder disciple, Zhang Zhishu. Brother Zhang, have you seen Brother Lu? Zhang Zhishu nodded. As the chief disciple, Brother Lu is currently occupied with arranging the meeting, likely with the sect leader. Well, that settled it. Lu Jiqian was no longer an option to consider. Yes, there's something you need. Junior Brother Lu? Not much. Brother Zhang, Oh, you know how to use the bow for the meeting? Of course. Have you never tried? I can teach you. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lu Wensheng. He felt a surge of goodwill towards this somewhat unfamiliar brother. Zhang Zhishu instructed Lu Wensheng to start with a regular bow, only to realize that he didn't even know how to knock an arrow, leaving him stunned. Thus, he had to begin from the very basics. However, Lu Wensheng, being quick-witted, swiftly grasped the techniques, albeit his shots were erratic. Initially, Zhang Zhishu remained patient, but after several days, he could no longer contain his frustration. Stop shaking. Steady your hand on the bow. Why are you trembling? If you have an issue, go see the third elder before returning. Shoot. Shoot. Why aren't you shooting when I just told you to? What are you hesitating for? Afraid of hitting the target too hard and killing it. Beautiful. 8 shots fired, yet not one hit the target. Brother, are you merely outlining it? Junior Brother Lu, when the time comes, do not claim that your archery was taught by me. I cannot bear this shame. Zhang Zhishu exclaimed in frustration. Lu Wensheng felt utterly humiliated as he encountered a fellow disciple from the discipline hall who remarked, "This is the first time I've seen Brother Lu in such a pitiful state." Embarrassed, Lu Wensheng began a rigorous regimen of archery practice, alongside his daily sword training at the training grounds, dedicating all his remaining time to honing his skills. Zhang Zhishu's assessment of him gradually shifted from contemptible to commendable. Recognizing his improvement in archery, Lu Wensheng felt as though his mind was filled with visions of drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Why do I continue to struggle alone when I could receive assistance? The system pondered, observing the weary Lu Wensheng. Zhang Zhishu frequently found himself exasperated, although Lu Wensheng was unaware if a cultivator's frequent irritation could lead to physical ailments. Yet now that he had acquired the necessary skills, it was merely a matter of practice. Thus, he concluded his lessons, hoping to save Zhang Zhishu from further vexation. Upon hearing the system's comments, Lu Wensheng, at that moment, successfully shot an arrow that struck the target. Barely missing the center, I still wish to rely on myself. It brings me peace to feel as though I am mastering this skill. Should my efforts prove inadequate, I will not be stubborn. Your assistance would be welcome. During this time, Lu Wensheng also took a brief retreat. Aided by excellent elixirs and his innate talent, he experienced a smooth breakthrough and emerged within less than a month as a foundational cultivator. Now capable of abstaining from food, with a lifespan exceeding 200 years. Although he could not yet fly at light speed, he could now soar through the skies on a sword for extended periods. Lu Wensheng marveled at the life of a cultivator. At a certain level, one could forego food and sleep. Truly a chosen worker, the diligent Lu Wensheng, efficiently eliminating mealtime from his schedule. Once he could hit stationary targets with his eyes closed. Lu Wensheng began challenging moving targets, spending several spirit stones to enlist Tang He as a target. Tang He, dodging fruit, was genuinely panicked, having witnessed Lu Wensheng's novice archery skills and regretting his decision to be blinded by spirit stones. What if Brother Lu accidentally pierces me? Wouldn't my sword become a mere hilt? What about my spirit stones? Suddenly, he felt a chill above his head as Lu Wensheng released an arrow, striking a fruit the size of a fist off his head, juice splattering down. For a moment, Tang He thought his head had been hit. How was that? Accurate? Lu Wensheng inquired, only for Tang He to scream in terror. Mistaking it for a slaughtered, you scare me to death, Brother Lu. I no longer wish to be a target. Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow. Why are you so slow to react? Tossing a towel to Tang He. He encouraged him to wipe his head dry, his tone laced with temptation. What are you afraid of? I didn't use spiritual power. Even if I hit you, it wouldn't pierce your skin. I can even add 2 more spirit stones. Having just regretted his earlier decision to be blinded by spirit stones, upon hearing Lu Wenxing's offer, Tang He immediately agreed, his expression brightening. Lu Wenxiang sighed. Foolish indeed. No wonder business always results in losses. Unable even to haggle. Chapter 31. What a small world from a novice who could not even knock an arrow to a master archer. Lu Wenxiang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. With everyone preoccupied, including Jiang Jinfeng, who had yet to emerge from the cold pond, Lu Wenxiang experienced a sense of liberation. Thus, he indulged in practicing swordplay uninterrupted all day. Ah, bliss! He spent a whole day processing documents from the discipline hall without interruption. Ah, bliss! He apprehended several individuals committing offenses, during which no communications disturbed him. Ah, bliss! The system finally understood. Lu Wenxiang had previously claimed his efforts were for Lu Jiqian, but in reality, the system mused, he simply enjoys being diligent. As the saying goes, the protagonist often makes their grand entrance last. The principal factions arrived that very day, while the smaller sects had already arrived early. The Asking Immortals sect, with its numerous peaks, could easily accommodate these smaller sects participants. Amidst the bustling crowd, the disciples of the discipline hall took on the role of maintaining order, even dispatching some sword practitioners to assist Lu Wenxiang, unable to indulge any longer, surveyed the throng below, registering at the sect, and effortlessly lifted a small disciple who had been knocked over by the crowd, akin to a little chick, placing him back on the ground with ease. "Thank you, senior," the young boy exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Wenxing couldn't help but chuckle. "You're welcomed." In the midst of the crowd, Lu Wenxing's attire, wholly clad in black, was strikingly conspicuous. The golden patterns, emblematic of a direct disciple, gleamed upon his garment, and as soon as he made his entrance, the nearby disciples of the discipline hall were alerted. Eager to heed Lu's words, Lu Wenxiang sensed numerous gazes directed toward him. Yet he felt no malice, so he chose to indulge their curiosity. Just as he feigned supervision while his mind drifted elsewhere, the system suddenly chimed in. "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. A hapless soul has inadvertently crossed over. Much like you did. Hurry, seek her out. We shall gain another ally." Lu Wenxiang replied, "What do you mean someone has crossed over?" "Ahem, of course it's a person. When you met your demise, this individual coincidentally passed away while reading this very book. Though I cannot fathom why there was a delay, it seems she is just... Wait, isn't crossing over typically a solitary affair? Why are we having a cooperative experience?" Nevertheless, Lu Wenxing's body responded obediently and truthfully. He was rather curious to meet a fellow compatriot. Upon encountering Yin Qingshu, he found her lost in thought beside the third elder's herb field. She appeared somewhat dim-witted, prompting him to observe her in silence. Dressed in a white disciple's robe adorned with azure patterns for distinction, her hair was simply styled in a bun. Her fair complexion and large, grape-like eyes complemented her lovely features, and her chin resting upon her hand gave her an air of innocent bewilderment. She was undeniably an endearing young lady. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Wenxiang felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her, yet he could not quite place it. Yin Qingshu also noticed the youth before her, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and likewise felt he looked familiar, as if he bore the likeness of an old acquaintance. "Have we met somewhere before?" Lu Wenxiang inquired. "Oh, you know Lu Wenj. She's my elder sister." Lu Wenxiang was taken aback, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, suddenly recalling her name. Yin Qingshu clapped her thigh, her sweet demeanor evaporating, replaced by a refreshing, unrestrained spirit. "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you seem familiar. You are the brother of an old friend. I was a roommate in college. I visited your home during the summer break." Lu Wenxing nodded vigorously. Yes, I remember now. You are Yin Qingshu." Yin Qingshu smacked her lips. "This world is astonishingly small. Who would have thought I would encounter my friend's brother after crossing over?" Feeling somewhat awkward upon meeting a familiar face, Lu Wenxing chuckled. "Hello, sister. Brother, how long have you been here? You seem to be doing quite well." Yin Qingshu remarked, her surprise palpable. "Wait a moment. You were a direct disciple of the discipline hall?" "I recall there were no direct disciples in the original story." "Ah, I crossed over with a wind spirit route, and my aptitude is quite decent. I joined Juning's sect upon my arrival." Yin Qingshu fell silent. Realizing that Lu Wansheng had arrived far earlier than she had, the sudden doubt crept in her mind regarding the reliability of the original plot. I was reading and became so frustrated that the story had ended. While Lu Jiqian still hadn't eliminated these characters, I must have fainted from anger, and now I find myself as an extra, a newly initiated outer disciple, Lu Wansheng replied. I was struck by a vehicle. Yin Qingshu looked shocked. Regaining her composure, I pity your sister. I hope she can endure this. And Min, your sister mentioned that you're not fond of reading novels. How did you end up here? Lu Wansheng mused that the saying about birds of a feather flocking together was indeed true. His sister, who appeared so serious, was actually filled with frivolous thoughts, and her friends were of similar ilk. The system interjected, granting Yin Qingshu the ability to hear his words. Her eyes widened in astonishment as the system expressed satisfaction with her reaction, reiterating the conversation she had with Lu Wansheng. Since he had not read the original text, the system provided the necessary information. Yin Qingshu felt her face flush with embarrassment. Ahem, where are we in the plot now? She asked, awkwardly shifting the topic, mirroring her elder sister's mannerisms. Had it been her biological sibling, Lu Wansheng would have seized the opportunity to tease her, but as she was a friend of his sister, he prided himself on being a polite young man. Almost at the meeting point, he replied, uncertain of how to explain. Lu Jiqian has been spoiled by my revelations. Zhang Jinfeng has been ensnared by Wansheng in the cold pool and has yet to emerge. Bai Cheng has become Wenxing's junior brother, and Wansheng has set numerous tasks. Currently preoccupied with assignments, the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, under Wenxing's guidance, has been dismantled, and Ji Yanli is one of the action group leaders. The Immortal Inquiry sect has now imposed a complete ban on vulgarity, and the disciples are busy striving for performance metrics. Ultimately, the system summarized the recent developments. Yin Qingshu pondered, is her method of crossing overflawed? Why does it feel like an academic atmosphere? Moreover, how do such circumstances arise in a romance novel? Brother, what have you done? Yin Qingshu gave Lu Wansheng a thumbs up, that, if it were me, I would have employed unscrupulous methods to physically castrate these characters, leading to a grand escape. After all, asking her to think critically was akin to torturing her. High school brains are quite resourceful, she mused. Chapter 32. Entrepreneurship, Junior Brother Lu? What brings you here? Li Ruishi, a direct disciple of the third elder, happened upon the two and expressed her surprise. Senior sister Li, Lu Wansheng, and Yin Qingshu greeted her promptly. We were just chatting, and Yin is my friend. Lu Wansheng said, without concealing their relationship, that that so? Li Ruishi remarked, her surprise evident, before succumbing to a smile, in terms of entry sequence. Junior Brother Lu should actually refer to Yin as junior sister. Yin Qingshu was unfazed, but Lu Wansheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and could not bring himself to utter the title. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ruishi entered the herb field, prompting Lu Wansheng to turn to Yin Qingshu. Yin, what are your plans moving forward? Yin Qingshu stroked her chin thoughtfully that I believe the original plot no longer holds much significance. This narrative is impossible to navigate. Thus, I intend to delve deeply into alchemy, reaping the benefits of being an alchemist, experimenting with unique elixirs, and exploring various formulations. After all, research-oriented talents are quite sought after. However, I currently lack the initial capital. Lu Wansheng raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. As a direct disciple, I am currently overflowing with spirit stones and can support you. Yin Qingshu clapped her hands in delight. Perfect. You shall be the major investor in the Yin family's elixirs. I will handle the formulation and after-sales, while you provide the funding that will split the profits 70-30. However, I need to find a few more people to share the risk. That Lu Wansheng pondered for a moment. Remember to research that universal antidote, primarily effective against aphrodisiacs and emotional toxins. His thoughts began to flow as he considered investing in a few weapon cultivators to develop a protective artifact to shield oneself from unwanted touches. Envisioning a name for it. 5-colored celestial garment, reminiscent of the attire of the Queen of the Purple Nation from Journey to the West. Upon hearing Lu Wansheng's words, Yin Qingshu expressed admiration. No wonder you were chosen by the system. You are perpetually focused on your objectives. Rest assured, I shall fiercely protect Lu Jiqian's purity. Lu Wansheng replied, Sister, please refrain from such exclamations. It is rather awkward. However, when you mention finding people, what about the sword cultivators who lack skills but are inexpensive labor? Would they suffice? Lu Wensheng immediately had someone in mind. Yan Qingshu asked, "Who is the unfortunate soul you have in mind?" Lu Wensheng wore a capitalist smile. "And if he fails, you could always trick him into signing a contract of servitude." Ahem, am I that kind of person? Such individuals deserve to be lampooned. Who is it? Wow, junior brother Lu, you are too generous. Tang He feels as if you were a reincarnation of a benevolent parent. Knowing I lack spirit stones, you even introduced me to opportunities. Yan Qingshu smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Yan Qingshu." Tang He beamed like a golden retriever, and if he had a tail, it would have been wagging furiously at that moment. "Hello, hello." Yan Qingshu leaned in, lowering her voice to, "So, this handsome lad isn't exactly sharp. Is he? Will he end up cutting me with his sword after being deceived?" Lu Wensheng chuckled softly, responding, "Not at all. He lacks the wit for that. Rest assured his foolishness is guaranteed. You two are truly incorrigible." "Deceiving even the simple-minded," the system remarked, unable to watch any longer. Lu Wensheng contemplated. "Most sword cultivators are in dire need of spirit stones, and they tend to be rigid in nature, in a few days. Individuals from Lingxiao sect will arrive. Their sect comprises sword and body cultivators, potentially providing us with laborers. Are you planning to assemble a workforce? Are we to establish an assembly line?" Yan Qingshu mused. "Well, that's not entirely out of the question. However, I need to research the optimal dosage for the elixirs to explore the feasibility of mass production. At that point, the system felt a shift in atmosphere, sensing that they should not be venturing into such industrial territory, as its role was to protect the charming protagonist and delve into the conflicts of love and animosity with others. Unaware of the system's bewilderment, the two continued to enthusiastically discuss their plans. Those engaged in research can be found at the Medical Valley. They possess ample funds and numerous skilled personnel. They will undoubtedly be interested in our imaginative elixirs. Yan Qingshu. The clientele can be drawn from Xianyai. Those engaged in the arts are not short of funds, and their thought processes are quite unique, making them willing to spend at Lu Wensheng. There are many female cultivators in Piamiao Valley. If you concoct some beauty-enhancing pills, such as whitening pills, and adopt a luxury brand approach, you will surely amass wealth effortlessly. System. So a few factions have come over to be fleeced by the two of you. Have they? The two of them hit it off instantly, and with visions of a cascade of spirit stones filling their minds. Yan Qingshu felt invigorated. Lu Wensheng generously provided all the materials available from her storage ring to her companion. While the ever-eager Tang, he successfully passed on a share as well, walking away with a light step. Observing Lu Wensheng's retreating figure, Tang he belatedly sensed something amiss and turned to Yan Qingshu. "What's wrong?" Yan Qingshu tilted her head, her sweet appearance proving to be quite deceptive. It was Tang, his first time interacting so closely with a girl, and his usual vivacity turned into awkwardness. "Yin Shimmy. You could just call me by my name." Lu Wensheng referred to her as sister, while this one called her Lu Wensheng Shi Xiao, and addressing her as sister was simply too confusing. "Ahem, Yan Qingshu. What are we to do now?" As Yan Qingshu waited for him to finish speaking, she noticed his stammering demeanor and thought her name must be quite the tongue twister for him. "I'm going to refine pills. You assist me in sorting the materials, and after I succeed, you can help me taste the pills." "What pills need tasting?" Tang he felt a sense of foreboding. Later, upon hearing that a new flavor of fasting pills had been released, Lu Wensheng was momentarily taken aback, noticing disciples who were employed handing out flyers with a plethora of flavors listed. The standard offerings included fruit, chocolate, and honey flavors, while the unusual ones were cilantro, ginger, soy sauce, chicken essence, lettuce, potato, and hot pot-based flavor. "What is this? Are we to casually mix and serve up meals straight from our mouths?" Lu Wensheng began to question Yan Qingshu's mental state. However, to be fair, these fasting pills had indeed become quite the sensation, piquing the curiosity of mortals, and the profits were likely to be substantial. Tang he appeared, bearing good news, but his pallor aroused Lu Wensheng's suspicion that Yan Qingshu had used him as a test subject. "What happened to you?" "Ugh, nothing. Ugh, just tried a new flavor. Ugh." Tang he was retching. "What new flavor? You look as though you've eaten something foul." Sister Yin said it was bean juice-flavored Luansheng. Huh. To be precise, it's both raw and cooked bean juice flavor. Luansheng what? After a considerable pause, Lu Wansheng finally spoke. I guess there's really a market for such bizarre flavors. Tang He, still retching, replied, yes, quite a few. Some are merely curious, while others buy them to prank others. Sister Yin mentioned that flavors that are just a bit strange don't sell, but the truly bizarre ones attract many buyers to Lu Wansheng. All right, let them buy. Every purchase is made without a word. Chapter 33. Concerning the gathering of sword cultivators for this gathering of several sects. The Wenxian sect had made thorough preparations. The venue was chosen in the plains nestled between three towering mountains within the sect, where a vast area had already been cleared. Numerous tables and chairs were arranged on the open ground, with designated positions for the larger factions, marked by flags of various colors to avoid confusion. The seating was meticulously arranged in a circular formation, allowing even the smaller sects to find their place. At the center was a vast grassy platform capable of accommodating hundreds, if not thousands, of attendees. The platform was open to the sky above, with a vibrant red silk carpet laid out beneath. From a bird's eye view, the entire gathering stage harmoniously blended with the surrounding blooming flora and greenery. Showcasing exquisite craftsmanship, 5 towering torches adorned the stage, yet none had been ignited, with flags corresponding to the seating also placed beneath them for clarity. Disciples were seen stringing beautiful, long silks overhead, intricately patterned with formations to shield the venue from adverse weather. As dawn broke, members from various powerful factions began to arrive to demonstrate their seriousness. Nearly all disciples of the Wenxian sect were mobilized, with the higher-ups donning ceremonial robes to welcome guests, while Lu Wansheng and her peers stood respectfully behind their master. The earliest arrivals were the disciples of Lingxiao's sect, who appeared in simple attire, arriving on flying swords without any ostentation. Although their numbers were impressive, their entrance seemed rather ordinary, particularly when the female cultivators of Piaomiao Valley followed closely behind. The cultivators from Piaomiao Valley brought an enchanting spectacle, with petals swirling through the air. The female cultivators descended either with glowing umbrellas or while playing delicate musical instruments, resembling celestial maidens descending to the mortal realm. The later arrivals from Yao Valley and Xianyai did not hold back either, unleashing a dazzling display of sword chi and treasure light that danced vibrantly in the air, creating a breathtaking vista above the Wenxian sect. With colors blending in a magnificent spectacle, the extraordinary displays from the three sects highlighted the stark contrast against Lingxiao's sect, which appeared rather shabby despite their grand entrance. The leaders of the 4 factions approached to greet one another, and Lu Wansheng noticed that the clothing of the Lingxiao sect leaders bore visible patches, prompting her to wonder if their sect leader lacked even a single ceremonial robe. Tao Yin also noticed this. Gazing in astonishment at the leader of Lingxiao's sect, Daoist Kong Yun, where's your ceremonial robe? I distinctly remember seeing it last time. The sect leader of Lingxiao's sect, named Shen Wenxin, addressed as Kong Yun, appeared to be a stern middle-aged man. Shen Wenxin replied nonchalantly, I sold it to acquire materials for sword inlays. As he spoke, he reached for his sword to showcase it to everyone, while others wore expressions of disbelief. The disciples behind Shen Wenxin gazed enviously at his falling blossom sword, some even touching their own swords with longing. Once I have money, I'll get my wife a sword just like the sect leader. Thought others were left speechless, their perception of the sword cultivators of Lingxiao's sect thoroughly refreshed. Observing Shen Wenxin's stoic demeanor, Lu Wansheng surprisingly sensed an air of self-satisfaction emanating from him. Shen Wenxin's eldest disciple, Wei Sun, possessed eyes deep as the sea, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Reflecting a spirit of sword intent and audacity, radiating an unyielding charisma. Dressed in black, tall and well-proportioned, his muscular build was evident as his attire clung tightly to his chest. Aside from that, he perfectly matched Lu Wansheng's mental image of a sword cultivator. She also noted that the disciples of Lingxiao's sect seemed to lack a uniform attire, each wearing their own clothes. For some reason, Lu Wansheng suspected that Lingxiao's sect might be unable to afford proper robes for their disciples. She chastised herself for such thoughts, realizing that the financial struggles of sword cultivators had become a stereotype. The disciples of Lingxiao sect were seated close to those of Wenxian's sect, and as the leaders of these factions engaged in conversation, Lu Wensheng and her group took their seats, while Wei Sun and his companions sat opposite them. Lu Wensheng observed the Lingxiao sect disciples either fondling their swords or gazing skyward, feeling hesitant to initiate conversation until a disciple set forth a platter of fruits and snacks on the table before them. The typically aloof Lingxiao disciples finally broke their silence. Wow, how extravagant! These spirit fruits are something our sect leader rarely indulges in, right? The last time I had some was when I directly picked them in the secret realm. If it's free, why not indulge? Thus, the sword cultivators abandoned their previous activities, now fervently showcasing the fruit platter. Even the seemingly sophisticated chief disciple of Lingxiao's sect joined in, flaunting the platter twice. The disciple who delivered the platter looked perplexed. I just placed this platter here. Did I misremember? Lu Wensheng could hardly bear to watch. Would you like mine as well? Does Lingxiao's sect not even provide meals? Wei Sun paused, taking the platter. You're quite kind. Receiving a good person card, Lu Wensheng awkwardly smiled, continuing, there will also be specially prepared beast meat later. Don't fill up on these. They're beast meat too? It's not raw, right? Although Wei Sun's tone was inquisitive, Lu Wensheng sensed an undercurrent of excitement. Suddenly, Lu Wensheng found herself receiving many eager glances. Of course not. It's been prepared by a chef. Zhang Jishu, seated nearby, couldn't resist chiming in. I know some dishes. Charred flame milk juice corners, stir-fried four-eyed chicken, spicy pigeon, 8 treasures lotus duck, stir-fried blue crystal fish strips. Golden silk crispy sparrow, embroidered ball scallops, colorful beef strips, roast flame chicken, raw roasted roe deer meat, mountain delicacy thorn dragon sprouts, Tianshan lotus seed tofu. Eating so well. The disciples of Lingxiao sect felt as though their mouths were watering. I directly gnaw on the beast meat. Well, you have strong teeth. I eat it half raw. Are you all so extravagant? I only consume fasting pills while the beast meat is traded for spirit stones to buy spirit swords and maintenance oil. They shared their experiences. Zhang Jishu leaned closer to Lu Wensheng, speaking in a hushed tone. How do these disciples of Lingxiao's sect usually live? Who knows? They live like wildlings. Lu Wensheng replied with an awkward smile. Our junior brother Lu is also a sword cultivator. You must have plenty to talk about. Songwen suddenly leaned in from the other side, smiling at Lu Wensheng, who felt he was being deliberate. Yuri, a sword cultivator? Wei Sun seemed intrigued, and the nearby disciples of Lingxiao sect also cast curious glances at Lu Wensheng. Ah yes. However, this sword cultivator does not quite embody the essence of a true sword cultivator. Observing the sword, Lu Wensheng, with a face full of questions, attempted to draw it out, only to meet with a look of astonishment from the other party. You are showing it to me just like that? Chapter 34. The meeting begins, or else? Are we to engage in a duel? Wei Sun retorted, you think the sword cultivators of the Xian sect are so easily appeased? My wife said to look. So we shall look? Lu Wensheng replied, somewhat at a loss, wife. I don't quite understand the sword cultivators of Lingxiao sect. Suddenly, a disciple of Lingxiao sect raised his voice. What is that gem on your headband? Today, in order to mark the occasion, Lu Wensheng and the others donned headbands, each adorned with a gem of Qingtian stone, with Lu Wensheng's red headband featuring a striking yellow gem, radiating a warm glow. Qingtian stone? Huh. Such a premium material for enhancing spirit swords is merely being used as decoration on your headband. The disciples of Lingxiao sect felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, as it is commonly said that 9 out of 10 sword cultivators are poor, and the 10th is exceptionally impoverished. How is it that you seem quite affluent? Such a waste, such extravagance. I only just noticed that their floor is covered in spirit jade. Is it too late to change allegiances? The envious sword cultivators of Lingxiao sect whispered among themselves, seeing the fervent gazes directed at him. Lu Wensheng, in good spirits, removed his headband. Would you like to see it? Absolutely, the Lingxiao sect sword cultivators clamored, eager for a once-in-a-lifetime close encounter with Qingtian stone. The disciples rushed forward, but were ultimately outpaced by the chief disciple. Wei Sun reverently accepted the headband with both hands. Lu Wensheng felt an odd sensation, especially with the crowd surrounding his headband. their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation, as if fearing to disturb the Qingtian stone. Suddenly, he found himself rather reluctant to part with the headband. Beside him, Zhang Jishu and Song Wen discreetly covered the Qingtian stone on their own headbands. "Why don't you adorn your sword sheath as well?" Wei Sun inquired, suddenly much more familiar, suggesting improvements to Lu Wensheng's sword sheath. "I know a shop that sells materials of excellent quality at reasonable prices. Your sword sheath should match the elegance of our spirit swords." Lu Wensheng responded, "Ah, you've said quite a lot in one breath." We conversed extensively, Wei Sun remarked abruptly, causing Lu Wensheng to nod in confusion, fearing he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Wei Sun shifted the conversation. "Then we are somewhat acquainted now. May I see your sword?" "I want to touch it. I'm merely curious about the sword cultivators of the Xian sect, that a cunning bunch." The system assessed that Lu Wensheng generously drew his sword, revealing a jade-white hilt intricately carved with delicate red maple patterns, which appeared even more vibrant against the white backdrop. The sword, forged from dark iron, was as thin as a cicada's wing, glimmering coldly, with its surface embedded with tiny gemstones that exuded a chilling beauty. The Lingxiao sect disciples were captivated, and Lu Wensheng suspected tears might spill from their mouths. Restrain yourselves. This is rather impolite," Wei Sun admonished the nearby disciple. Lu Wensheng began to see some redeeming qualities in the sword cultivators of Lingxiao sect. But upon glancing at Wei Sun, he noticed his eyes were still glued to his sword, hardly blinking. For some reason, Lu Wensheng felt a sense of offense and decisively sheathed his sword, causing the onlookers to display expressions of regret. "Here you go." The disciples reluctantly returned the headband to Lu Wensheng, who paused momentarily. "Consider a gift. I'll take another one. What?" Wei Sun looked at Lu Wensheng in disbelief, and suddenly this seemingly highbrow sword cultivator became overly familiar, pulling Lu Wensheng into a brotherly embrace, shattering the cold facade he had previously maintained that "I'll look out for you. If you wish to deal with someone, I shall do so too," Wei Sun whispered. "It wouldn't be impossible to discreetly assist you in eliminating certain individuals, though I do need to charge a premium. Brother, is it truly just a headband that has turned you into a lawless rogue? I am a disciple of the Discipline Hall of Xian sect. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. That would be too harsh." Wei Sun's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he lowered his voice again. "Rest assured, I will handle it discreetly, ensuring you remain unscathed. Let us discuss something else." Fortunately, the meeting commenced, interrupting the ongoing chatter below, or else Lu Wensheng felt he would truly be overwhelmed by the enthusiastic attentions of these sword cultivators. As the host, Tao Yin ascended the podium to speak, his discourse a familiar cadence. Lu Wensheng sat upright, yet found he absorbed none of the words. It suddenly dawned on him that the place where the inner disciples were seated was rather too quiet. Ji Amli was seated somewhat distantly, while Jiang Jinfeng had emerged from the cold pool and sat quite close to Song Wen, surprisingly not engaging in a quarrel, if one were to claim that the other had restrained himself. Lu Wensheng found that hard to believe, that he glanced casually towards Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Shuyuan, and from this angle, he could see Jiang Shuyuan's ever-gentle facade, that he gazed deeply at someone in the direction of Lu Wensheng, his narrow eyes brimming with boundless affection and obsession, faintly shimmering with a hint of morbidity and possessiveness, dark and inky like a pool of unyielding ink. Lu Wensheng could easily deduce who he was observing. Next to him, Jiang Jinfeng appeared somewhat pale, the ribbons fluttering above casting shadows over his handsome face. His gaze shifted between the stage and a certain individual, a fleeting shadow of darkness passing through his eyes, revealing the toll the recent punishment had taken on his spirit and body, rendering him much quieter than usual. Uncertain if Jiang Jinfeng sensed Lu Wensheng's gaze, he slightly tilted his head, their eyes meeting for a moment, causing Lu Wensheng's heart to skip a beat, though he smoothly averted his gaze back to the impassioned Tao Yin. Lu Wensheng refrained from looking back at Jiang Jinfeng, but his instincts told him Jiang Jinfeng was now fixated on him with an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike its prey. "Wensheng, Jiang Jinfeng is watching you. His gaze seems rather unfriendly." "I know, and if it were friendly, I'd be astonished." "Wouldn't I?" Lu Wensheng replied mentally to the system, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Once Tao Yin concluded his spirited address with a grand gesture, declaring the formal commencement of the exchange meeting among the 5 sects, Lu Wensheng and the 4 other dispatched disciples approached the stage. The weather was splendid, the sun's rays gentle, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. The bow and arrows were the ready. The bronze bow resembled a crescent moon, adorned with a smattering of gemstones, simple yet elegant, exuding an understated nobility. The silver bowstring, having withstood the test of time, remained taut and unyielding, radiating both grace and solemnity. Note: the term refers to a traditional Chinese headband, also known as an forehead band, used historically to secure hair. The custom dates back to the Shang dynasty, serving various ceremonial purposes throughout history. Chapter 35. Untitled Wei Sun represented Lingxiao sect, while a graceful young woman clad in a green dress adorned with pale blue peonies and silver thread approached from Yamyao Valley. Her every movement reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. Lu Wensheng, seated opposite her, felt her gaze upon him. She smiled back, her skin as fair as freshly peeled lotus seeds, a delicate beauty accentuated by a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye. From a medical valley came a young man in white, his features soft and well-proportioned, imbued with youthful vigor, a slight smile playing on his lips, exuding warmth and joy, greeting the others with friendly nods. From Xianyi Pavilion appeared a young woman in yellow, her beauty radiant, like a luminous pearl, her presence imbued with a scholarly air. Her skin gleamed like snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. Casting curious glances at those around her, her demeanor shy and demure. Lu Wensheng merely nodded and smiled at these disciples before grasping the prepared bow and arrows, channeling spiritual energy into the bow. Yet before reaching the required amount, the bronze bow began to grow uncomfortably hot, fiery patterns spreading across its surface. Lu Wensheng's expression shifted. Something was amiss with this bow. Almost instinctively, Lu Wensheng's peripheral vision darted to Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Shiyuan below. Jiang Xian maintained his usual composure, though his eyes seemed to hold a trace of amusement, emotions swirling within that were difficult to decipher. In contrast, Jiang Jinfeng's gaze was rather icy, arching an eyebrow as he squinted. His expression deceptively playful. Lu Wensheng did not overlook Shi Yubai, who exchanged a surprised glance with him, smiling yet enigmatic in expression. TSK. All 3 are rather suspicious. Wensheng, is there an issue with that bow? The system chimed in, sensing the oddity. Reinforce the bow for me. As he felt the temperature of the bow rising, Lu Wensheng suppressed his growing annoyance and gloom, but understood. Lu Wensheng maintained a demeanor, as usual, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow like everyone else. The temperature of the bow in his hand had stabilized, yet as he gazed at the distant torch, a fierce glint involuntarily flickered in his eyes. The crowd held their breath, eagerly watching the young man on stage. Lu Jiqian glanced at Lu Wensheng, a flicker of concern and curiosity crossing his features. It seemed something was amiss with his junior brother when he took the bow. Could it be that the bow had been tampered with? With a command, the arrows were released from the stage, shattering the silence. The arrows, ignited with sparks, erupted into a brilliant light, tracing an orange-red arc across the sky. As if tearing through the heavens of the platform, the arrowheads whistled as they plunged into the torch, and with a resounding pong, the torch was successfully ignited. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, while Lu Wensheng remained serene, casting a glance at the torch of the Wenxian sect before descending, though the bow in his hand was already faintly emitting a charred odor. Were it not for the system's assistance, he might have had to endure the searing heat of the bow while shooting. With a stroke of luck, the bow might remain intact, though his hand would surely suffer burns to end the worst-case scenario. The bow could explode, causing significant repercussions, and the schemer's intentions were undoubtedly malicious. Lu Jiqian naturally stepped forward to take the bow from Lu Wensheng's hands, recognizing the charred portions and realizing that this bow was indeed rendered unusable. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. Someone had indeed meddled with it. Are you feeling all right? Lu Jiqian inquired, surveying Lu Wensheng's hand that held the bow. Fortune favored me, Lu Wensheng replied, opening his palm to reveal no marks. I will investigate the matter regarding the bow, Lu Jiqian asserted as the responsible party. Lu Wenxing nodded, pondering 3 suspicious individuals he would not let escape, determined to unleash his wrath upon them. Whether they were wrongly accused mattered little to him. He simply did not care. As the opening ceremony concluded, it was time for the disciples to engage in exchanges. Yan Qingshu seized the opportunity to promote her new products, successfully recruiting several sword cultivators to work for her with her silver tongue. Oh dear. Yan Qingshu turned a bit too swiftly and accidentally collided with someone, feeling a sudden darkness before her face was met with softness, after a struggle to free herself from the softness. She looked up to find herself staring into a handsome face. Wei Sun, could you kindly remove your face from my chest? And why are you still rubbing against me? Lu Wensheng, who had approached intending to assist, was taken aback by the scene before him. What kind of dramatic scenario is this? I'm so sorry. Yan Qingshu immediately pulled her face away, yet her gaze couldn't help but steal glances at Wei Sun's muscular chest. Is this what a male mom is like? Did she just experience a facial wash? Lu Wensheng, Sister Yin, you have a nosebleed. What on earth is going through her mind? Yan Qingshu, flustered, hurriedly pinched her nose, feeling quite embarrassed. While Wei Sun remained calm, greeting Lu Wensheng. Oh, you two know each other? Yan Qingshu asked. Lu Wensheng nodded. This is Wei Sun, the chief of Lingxiao sect. The chief of Lingxiao sect? Yan Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly presented her new product for Wei Sun to sample. These are new flavors of the fasting pills. Wei Daoist, you should try them. Wei Sun, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, No spirit stones, I presume? None at all. But would you mind if I used your name? Wei Sun pondered for a moment before nodding, and Yan Qingshu swiftly handed him the fasting pills before darting away. The flavor was indeed delightful. He wondered if there were more available, as purchasing some would be quite convenient without the worry of growing tired of them. Wei Sun held a favorable view of the fasting pills, only to turn and see Yan Qingshu had unfurled a banner. The banner boldly proclaimed, Even the chief of Lingxiao sect praises the fasting pills. What are you hesitating for? The text was large enough for any cultivator to read without difficulty. Upon seeing the banner, Lu Wensheng felt an unexpected sense of embarrassment and instinctively lowered his head, catching a glimpse of Wei Sun's petrified expression, which elicited sympathy. What is this? Wei Sun frowned, preparing to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Yan Qingshu's cheerful voice. Wei Daoist, as long as this banner is displayed, I will ensure you have all the fasting pills you desire. Wei Sun immediately shifted his tone. Where's the need? You can use the fasting pills for as long as you wish. Of course, Wei Sun smiled shyly. You are quite generous, but I haven't yet inquired about your name. Yan Qingshu. Your generosity will surely lead to prosperous business, Wei Sun remarked. Lu Wenxing thought to himself. This is simply unbearable to watch. It seems I have gained a new perspective on the supposed poverty of the sword cultivators from Lingxiao sect. Look at that. Those who are oblivious to the ways of the world now speak well of their plight. Chapter 36. Yan Qingshu's flourishing business. I saw you shoot earlier. It was magnificent. But are you all right? I heard the bow was tampered with. Yan Qingshu whispered that Lu Wensheng was taken aback. How did you know? The system informed me. So, have you guessed who did it? I don't know. They all seem suspicious. This is a newly developed explosive pill. Take it. Yan Qingshu handed Lu Wensheng a vial of pills. Have you ever played with firecrackers? Just infuse a bit of spiritual energy into the pill, toss it, and it will do the rest. Its lethality is extraordinary. Suddenly, Lu Wensheng felt the vial in his hand was rather hot. Why is this sister also developing weapons? Oh ho ho, you might not know, but with my powerful rhetoric, I have successfully attracted several investors that we now have plenty of funds, and the aphrodisiac antidote we discussed is already under research. Progressing this swiftly? Lu Wensheng inquired with curiosity. How did you manage it? Could it be that Yan Qingshu is truly a genius? Yan Qingshu took out the latest jade mirror from the immortal cultivation world, opening the forum on Wenxian's sect, and while handing the mirror to him, she proclaimed, Times have changed, young one. The world of immortal cultivation has its own internet now. Lu Wensheng accepted the jade mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief at the contents displayed. What Vimy spirit stones? Make me pregnant. Wenxian sect Yan's pills. 1 pill equals 2. I was a prominent disciple of a prestigious family, but was betrayed by a cunning demonic cultivator, and my family abandoned me. My father drove me away. I fell from grace, but now I have returned to reclaim everything. Today, Wenxian Sekian's pills are on discount. Who will treat me? The popularity was astonishing, with cultivators even inquiring if there was a formation transmission, free shipping. Yan Qingshu's responses were remarkably customer-friendly, addressing everyone as dear, indicating she had thoroughly managed the situation. Very effective. The fasting pills taste wonderful. Image of fasting pills JPG. I bought some for my child, who loves them. Highly recommended. The pills arrived swiftly, the seller service was excellent, and they were very patient that I am extremely satisfied. The pills are truly remarkable, matching the advertised effects. They're worth the price, and the seller is incredibly attentive. I will certainly repurchase. Lu Wenxing couldn't help but comment, these reviews. Why do they have the scent of a discount website's comment section? Yan Qingshu replied, oh, those are my hired commenters. I taught them the rhetoric. You know those sword cultivators? They work for spirit stones. Lu Wenxing mused, I can hardly imagine how those seemingly aloof sword cultivators seriously type these messages in front of a jade mirror. Is it true that money can make the world go round? And here, spirit stones can turn sword cultivators into hired commenters? A one booked a room with a 0. Upon arrival, the 0 found another one inside, prompting the 0 to ask where the one it booked with had come from. The one replied, today is the day of crazy discounts for Wenxian Sekian's pills. Buy one, get one free. Lu Wenxiang read aloud one of Yan Qingshu's latest advertisements and couldn't help but scoff. Do they even understand your ones and 0s? Yan Qingshu smiled mysteriously. I have more than one identity. I have another account dedicated to writing novels published on the Jade Mirror, ensuring that cultivators who read them grasp the wonders of binary. A novel? What is it about? Cough, cough, cough. O revered immortal, the immortal's substitute partner. 101 times chasing love. The sword master wants to hold me tight. The dangerous sword cultivator's heartthrob, refusing to marry the first sect. The sect leader's wife escapes 99 times. The most popular one is refusing to marry the first sect. The sect leader's wife escapes 99 times. Many female cultivators are pursuing it, and it has even been published into physical books. I plan to enlist the help of cultivators from Xianyai to produce a comic version, and later I can sell merchandise. Would you like me to read you a passage? One fateful night, she entangled herself with the overbearing sect leader of the first sect. A disciple reported, Sect leader, the sect leader's wife has run away again. I heard she intends to marry someone else. Damn it. How dare she marry someone else? Currently, there are 99 nascent soul cultivators outside. If you dare agree to him, just try it. He is the leader of the first sect. The world only contains what he desires, and what he does not desire is irrelevant. Man, you are the one I do not desire. After a night of passion, she fled with his mini-me, years later returning with him. Uncle, do not bully my mother. He curled his lips into a smile and said, it is because of you, a wicked being, that she is bullied. Don't you wish to add a younger sibling to the mix? Lu Wenxing exclaimed, help. His ears, what is this rustic novel content? Why does it exude the essence of an ancient domineering CEO romance? Yan Qingshu displayed a Dragon King smile. Having traversed the literary world for many years, I am acutely aware of the 10 billion in gambling debts, the ailing mother, the schooling sister, and the shattered him. What delicate medical practitioners being embraced by domineering sword cultivators. After being transported into a story, I shall claim the protagonist's heart, burdened by 1,000,000 spirit stones and debts, becoming the cherished pet of a cold and aloof celestial lord, passionately kissed by my senior brother. And once my sword cultivator's facade falls away, my junior brother turns red with envy. These cultivators in the realm of immortality cannot resist. I am now a celebrated author within the realm of cultivation. Many practitioners from Xian Pavilion have sent me private messages seeking to learn. Not to mention, the money earned from readers writing fanfiction about my books is quite delightful. Lu Wenxiang expressed admiration. Yan Qingshu truly understands the art of tension, red eyes, and the literature of the sickly delicate. The system suddenly realized. So Yan Qingshu is a career critic. Yan Qingshu casually pulled a book from her storage ring and tossed it to Lu Wenxiang. He glanced at the title, Refusing to Marry the First Sect. The sect master's wife escapes 99 times and suddenly felt it was a bit too hot to handle. This was a signed copy by the author. Such a treasure is rare. It would be nice to gift it to someone, Liu Wenxing thought. To give this book to another would surely tarnish my image. Wei Sun had been observing Yin Qingshu's stall and turned to see the book in Liu Wenxing's hands. His eyes lighting up. Taoist Liu, you two are reading refusing to marry the first sect. The sect master's wife escapes 99 times? How infuriating. Stop uttering the title. Liu Wenxing forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward. Chapter 37. The Sword Cultivator's Deity Substitute. It's not so, be it. Liu Wenxing felt an urge to escape. Wei Sun's expression turned serious. The sect master, Shimen Chuehua, is truly formidable, as expected of our sword cultivators. They love boldly and hate fiercely, and he genuinely loves his wife. The male protagonist is also a sword cultivator. Surely not. Sword cultivators are bound to be ruined. And yet you, looking so refined, actually indulge in such literature. Liu Wenxing felt the once powerful and solitary image of sword cultivator was irrevocably lost. However, he was somewhat curious about the perspective of this chief disciple of Lingshao sect regarding so-called love. For example, he inquired if he is willing to conceal his brilliance, merely to remain by her side. Liu Wenxing nodded in agreement. It does indeed feel like true love. What I adore most is the line he tells his wife. If I die, please carry my ashes with you, and when you encounter evildoers, scatter them, allowing me to protect you one last time. Liu Wenxing gasped. Is the love of a sword cultivator so direct? How is that different from taking the ashes of a deceased beloved to brew tea in remembrance? Wei Sun found nothing amiss, gazing at Liu Wenxing with a serious expression. Do you not find it romantic? Liu Wenxing chuckled. It is indeed somewhat romantic, to love even in death. Truly disconcerting. My friend are your sword cultivators not offer deity substitute services? Yin Qingshu regarded Wei Sun, stroking her chin, and suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Upon hearing the topic shift, Liu Wenxing breathed a sigh of relief, stowing away the somewhat heated book and looking towards Yin Qingshu. What do you mean by deity substitute? Wei Sun similarly appeared curious. Help me teach someone a lesson. I will cover the labor and aftermath expenses. Yin Qingshu replied with a tone that exuded the grandeur of a wealthy woman. Liu Wenxing hesitated. Hey, the grand disciple of the Hall of Discipline is still present, and you wish to hire an assassin to beat someone in front of me. Isn't that a bit too brazen? Yin Qingshu waved her hand dismissively. You know Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Shouyuan, right? Deal with those two and clean up any traces. They must not be discovered. How much do you require? The hesitant individual, now no longer hesitant, even suggested they could chip a sword cultivator sensitive to spirit stones. Wei Sun immediately sensed the business opportunity and, looking at the two golden patrons before him, forced a friendly smile onto his stern face in no need for compensation. Taoist Liu is my friend that I will handle those two foundation establishment practitioners without charging spirit stones. Just ensure you come to find me again next time. He even understood a grand opening discount, the first order at half price. Wei Sun exhibited a sincere eagerness to earn spirit stones, not even inquiring why these two wished to deal with Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Shouyuan. He displayed a commendable entrepreneurial spirit, asking in detail where they wanted to confront the two, how they wished to handle it, what tools to use, how long it would take, and to what extent they wanted the confrontation to go. Yin Qingshu replied, You choose the location and tools at your discretion, Liu Wenxing added, but do ensure they experience pain while appearing unharmed. Wei Sun assured he could manage that. Sword cultivators are adept at inflicting pain without leaving marks. You have inspired me. Let us do this. You are my first client. May I break their bones? Yin Qingshu clapped her thigh. Is this how we do discounts? I like it. Liu Wenxing interjected. Add one more person to the mix. Sure you buy. My junior brother, Taoist Wei. Such camaraderie. I shall provide you with another job. Wei Sun felt touched and even contemplated asking other junior brothers to assist in dealing with the three individuals. Perhaps crafting a script to ensure the two patrons remained uninvolved. With her ample resources, Yin Qingshu generously offered to cover the meal expenses for those junior brothers participating in the script. Indeed, indeed, these three have conspired together. And do today's sword cultivators have no boundaries whatsoever? The system did not comprehend, but was greatly astonished, silently marking the three individuals on Wei Sun's list for retribution. Wei Sun was quick to act. Merely a day after the meeting's opening ceremony, Lu Wensheng heard whispers regarding the three being beaten, indicating the other party was diligent and swift, clearly intent on earning those spirit stones. It was said that during a sword cultivator competition in Lingxiao sect, they lost control of their strength, resulting in Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Xiuyuan inadvertently entering their attack range, and thus being injured. Yin Qingshu now evidently played the role of a grand boss, hiring numerous workers, allowing Tang He to visit the Hall of Discipline to chat with Lu Wensheng. Listening to the terms inadvertently entering and unintentionally injured, Lu Wensheng could hardly suppress his laughter. Ahem, how are their injuries? He asked, resting his fist against his mouth to mask his amusement. Jiang Xiuyuan is all right, with only minor abrasions, but his hand is broken. Jiang Jinfeng fared worse. Having just emerged from the cold pool, his body had yet to recover, and his leg was broken. Moreover, they bear numerous signs of being beaten. Tang He remarked, a bit perplexed. Senior brother, how is it that so many sword cultivators failed to control their strength during the competition, resulting in multiple injuries, including broken bones? Lu Wensheng replied, I am uncertain. He could no longer contain his raucous laughter. Wei Sun was truly a brother worth keeping. He would leave a 5-star review indeed. In the future, when needing to deal with someone, he would turn to him. Ahem, how was the matter ultimately resolved? Tang He inquired. The sword cultivators from Lingxiao sect sincerely came to apologize, yet they claimed to be utterly impoverished. Sect Master Shen even visited in person, stating, a dead pig fears not the boiling water. We sword cultivators have but this life. How about you take my disciples as compensation? It is impossible to pay. We have no spirit stones. As Tang He recounted, he mimicked Shen Wenxin's demeanor and tone, causing Lu Wensheng to suspect he had witnessed the entire scene. The offending sword cultivators also expressed their inability to cover medical expenses, but acknowledged their mistakes and offered to attend to Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Xiuyuan until their injuries healed. Supposedly, when the Jiang brothers heard this proposed solution, their faces changed. However, considering it, having those who severely injured you hovering nearby daily is unbearable. Ultimately, Elder Shirbai saw the sincerity in the sword cultivators' attitudes. And since the chief disciple of Lingxiao sect was among them, it was deemed a mere accident and dismissed. The appearance of Shen Wenxin, the sect master of Lingxiao sect, undoubtedly lent a dramatic flair to the situation, allowing everyone to perceive it merely as an ordinary mishap. Lu Wensheng found it rather coincidental. Surely, it cannot be. Wei Sun and the others summoned their sect master merely to stage a performance over a few spirit stones? That would be too degrading. Chapter 38. The Victim. However, it must be said that Jiang Jinfeng and Jiang Xiuyuan had indeed run into misfortune, and the one most pleased was none other than Songwen. Upon encountering Lu Wensheng, this somewhat proud youth surprisingly approached to greet him. His first words were, "Hey, have you heard? Jiang Jinfeng was beaten." Following swiftly was, "I even went to visit him. The beating was truly dreadful." Upon seeing him, I couldn't help but laugh. His tone was laced with unhidden schadenfreude, and he shamelessly expressed that he had witnessed the humiliation firsthand, which was no surprise that Jiang Jinfeng would hold a grudge against him. Lu Wensheng indicated he was already aware of the incident and regarded the excited Song, when with curiosity, "That be by the way, why does senior brother Song dislike Jiang Jinfeng so much?" Songwen appeared in good spirits, unusually amiable in his conversation with others. Jiang Jinfeng has a mouth that runs too freely. Moreover, his character leaves much to be desired. He is undoubtedly a reprehensible individual. Lu Wensheng perceives the unfolding drama, noting that the original text merely indicates the discord between Song Wen and Jiang Jinfeng, without delving into the specifics of their strained relationship. Eager for gossip, Lu Wensheng promptly adopts the role of the inquisitive listener to, "Oh, pray tell. When I first acquainted myself with him, I found his somewhat arrogant demeanor utterly intolerable. I couldn't help but mock him a couple of times. And that petty fellow promptly began to spar with me. Subsequently, his actions only served to deepen my disdain. Not only did he deliberately make life difficult for the outer disciples and servants, but he also exhibited a callous disregard for life itself. It is said that he hails from a wealthy family prior to his ascension and cultivation, with a notoriously bad temper and a history of violence against his subordinates. While I have only heard whispers of other incidents, one particular event remains vividly imprinted in my memory. There was an inner disciple who, after clashing with him, ended up grievously injured during a sect competition due to Jiang Jinfeng's underhanded tactics. His methods were so insidious that no one realized he had meddled, and the matter was ultimately swept under the rug after he merely compensated the disciple with some resources that Lu Wensheng. Curious inquires, how did you come to know that Jiang Jinfeng was behind the scheme to harm that inner disciple, especially since the sect failed to uncover the truth? Intuition, Songwen replies. Besides him, there was no one else with a motive to dislike that inner disciple. Especially after their recent confrontation, followed by the unfortunate incident, it's hardly rocket science to connect the dots. Moreover, after the fact, this insufferable fellow boasted about how the inner disciple brought it upon himself. It's not just my own conjecture. Even Zhang Jishu was present with me at the time, and we both heard him. His master is the deputy sect leader, and his own talents are commendable. So without concrete evidence, they can do little despite the suspicion surrounding him. Songwen continues to lament Jiang Jinfeng's behavior, gradually shifting the focus of the conversation onto Lu Wensheng. Junior brother Lu, you are the one who has truly caused him to stumble. By the way, what is it that you dislike about Jiang Jinfeng? Lu Wensheng raises an eyebrow that I actually have no personal conflict with him. My encounters were merely due to his violations of sect rules. How can one claim I dislike him? Songwen reiterates, intuition. After battling with Jiang Jinfeng for so long, I am highly attuned to anything related to him. I bet you harbor a dislike for him, and for Jiang Shuyuan as well. Lu Wensheng chuckles, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Songwen persists, and remember when you first joined the sect, you gave him quite the thrashing with 60 strikes. It felt like you were targeting him directly. When I hardly knew him then, how could you say I was targeting him? Besides, you were there with me during the incident. That is quite different. You took advantage of his reputation to give him a beating. Isn't that evidence enough? And when he attempted to insult you, you said something that still resonates in my memory. Senior brother Jiang ought to think carefully before he speaks. Even verbal attacks against disciples of the law enforcement hall warrant punishment. Junior brother fears for senior brother's safety. It was quite the backhanded remark. How should I put it? It was rather sarcastic. As Songwen mimics the scene with remarkable accuracy, Lu Wensheng finds himself questioning whether he truly sounded so mocking. Yet, even if his words were accurately portrayed, he would never concede. Senior brother Song must be mistaken. I was merely upholding justice, devoid of any ulterior motives. Songwen scoffs. Your law enforcement hall disciples are remarkably meticulous in their speech. I also heard that your junior brother was beaten up. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Why junior brother was beaten? Has Wei Sun been that swift? Indeed, that same one brought back by senior brother Lu, named Sure You by It seems he was misunderstood by a sword cultivator as provocative and subsequently assaulted. Speaking of which, Jiang Jinfeng was also dealt with by the sword cultivators. Are their tempers truly that volatile? The disciples we've encountered from Lingxiao's sect don't appear so. Even their chief disciple, Wei Sun, seems rather composed and amiable. How could such a temperament lead to provocation? Lu Wensheng responds, is it not possible that Jiang Jinfeng and Shi Yubai were both dealt with by Wei Sun, whom you perceive as calm and good-natured? Cough, cough, cough. Such an occurrence transpired. As a senior brother, I am utterly remiss for not being aware of this. Lu Wensheng, who had a hand in instigating the altercation, wore an expression of concern and guilt, portraying himself as a devoted senior brother. Your law enforcement hall is quite occupied. It is only natural that you are rarely seen. Songwen, with a rather carefree nature, often neglects his cultivation, which is why he remains at the early stage of foundation building, frequently teased by Tao Yin for his propensity for leisure. He holds great admiration for Lu Wensheng, who possesses the discipline to remain diligent and consistently report for duty, even going so far as to offer him words of encouragement. Your junior brother is quite unfortunate. He's unable to identify the sword cultivator who struck him. It is said the incident occurred at night, shrouded in darkness. They only heard the voice of their assailant, leaving the sect unable to mobilize assistance, as a senior brother, if you have the means, it will be prudent to help investigate, though I suspect it will be challenging to uncover the culprit. Lu Wensheng suppresses a laugh. Understood, I appreciate you bringing this matter to my attention. I intend to pay him a visit. There is a sense of dark humor in his actions, akin to a perpetrator returning to the scene of the crime to admire their handiwork. Wensheng, your demeanor seems rather unseemly. Nevertheless, I find it amusing. As a keen observer, the system revels in the comedic effect, and Lu Wensheng chuckles internally. Chapter 39. Forming teams upon encountering Shi Yubai, Lu Wensheng observes the latter's pale complexion, his arm wrapped in bandages. Grimacing in pain as he leans against the table to pour water, breath coming in quick gasps, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and an expression of agony evident on his face. Notably, he is seated in a wheelchair. Appearing even more wretched than the rumors suggested regarding Jiang Jinfeng and his brother, Lu Wensheng nearly bursts into laughter, struggling to maintain a serious facade. His expression somewhat contorted, he clears his throat and approaches, offering to pour water for him with genuine concern. Internally, he muses that this lad is now confined to a wheelchair, seemingly lacking the energy to confront Lu Jiqian. Perhaps he can relax a bit now. Shi Yubai accepts the water with a huff. Senior brother Lu, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. He harbors no illusions about the motives of his visitor, suspecting that Lu Wensheng is merely here to witness his misfortune. Moreover, he even suspects that Lu Wensheng orchestrated the beating. The disdainful look Lu Wensheng cast upon him from the stage had been anything but friendly. Since you put it that way, I shall not hold back. Lu Wensheng admits, unable to suppress his amusement any longer, he finds Shi Yubai's plight utterly delightful. If he does not laugh, he fears he might choke. Huh. Junior brother, how are you so unfortunate? Why did that individual choose to beat you, and not someone else? Shi Yubai pauses, incredulous that Lu Wensheng would audaciously mock him to his face. Simultaneously, he begins to doubt whether Lu Wensheng truly was behind the incident, as he observes the laughter of his so-called senior brother. He contemplates the improbability of it being a deliberate act. Though Lu Wensheng has occasionally been antagonistic, he has not yet engaged in anything so vile, especially considering his status as the foremost disciple of the law enforcement hall and a practitioner of the heartless path. With this thought, Shi Yubai begins to soften his perception of Lu Wensheng, allowing the anger of being ridiculed to dissipate somewhat. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Lu Wensheng, during the brief time he spent laughing, Shi Yubai had pondered numerous possibilities. Having had his fill of laughter, he does not linger and departs in high spirits. Shi Yubai mutters to himself, grinding his teeth, I knew that weasel was up to no good. This insufferable senior brother has come solely to mock me. He offers no pretense of decorum, clearly relishing the opportunity to belittle him. With the immediate threat to the sect temporarily alleviated, Lu Wensheng feels as though he is the mastermind behind Lu Jiqian. He has effectively neutralized 3 dangerous elements and prepares to address the upcoming matters with assurance. The representatives of several major sects, as the vanguards of righteousness, do not merely engage in exchanges of cultivation experiences. They have integrated the training of disciples with opportunities for mutual exchange and practical experience. The outstanding disciples brought forth by each sect will select tasks from the Wuxian sect's trial missions, with specialized spiritual treasures to record and evaluate their performances. This initiative not only fosters the cultivation of disciples, but also promotes the prestige of the sect, contributing significantly to the realm of cultivation, a truly multifaceted endeavor. Initially, Lu Wensheng is elated at the prospect of expanding his horizons, only to feel as if the difficulty has been ramped up upon learning that Lu Jiqian will also participate. Will he not encounter an array of peculiar aggressors? Is there no respite for him? Thus, the seemingly righteous Lu Wensheng, chief disciple of the law enforcement hall, immediately requests the system to manipulate the draw, ensuring he and Lu Jiqian are paired together. To foster teamwork and cooperation among the participating disciples, the disciples are randomly assigned into groups of 4. What a coincidence. Senior brother Lu, we are in the same group. Lu Wensheng gazed in astonishment at the card in his hand. Lu Jiqian nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. This indicates that we are destined to meet. Wensheng, he continued, has anyone ever remarked that you appear remarkably insincere like this? The system couldn't help but interject with a bit of sarcasm. Lu Wensheng's expression stiffened, and he turned his face away in indignation, feeling that the system had no sense of tact. Lu Jiqian, noticing his sudden turn and the hint of anger in his demeanor, felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The other two members of their team included a girl in yellow from Xianyi Pavilion, named Ning Rongrong, who was the epitome of a sweet girl. Somewhat shy, and after a few hesitant greetings, fell silent, her gaze wandering as if she wished to sink into the ground. Then there was Gu Jinji, the young master of the medical valley, who, despite his refined name and gentle demeanor, was quite the talkative one. After exchanging names, he chattered incessantly, divulging everything, even details about his father's choice of undergarments. The two of them were clearly distinguishable. One was an introvert, while the other was extroverted. After randomly drawing a task from a box, their impromptu four-member team was set to embark on their journey. The spirit treasure, used to assess each person's condition, resembled an ornate, hollow bell, suspended from which was a delicate jade tablet. Within the hollow bell danced bright, luminous points, representing the spirit within the treasure, while the jade tablet displayed the assessment scores. The IT also automatically recorded the highlights of their performance during the task, and upon returning, the treasure would upload the mission details to the higher-ups of their sect. The Jiu Jinji looked up to Lu Jiqian, peppering him with questions as they descended the mountain, to which Lu Jiqian responded with remarkable patience. His enthusiasm was palpable, even prompting the shy Ning Rongrong to muster the courage to speak a few words with him. However, it seemed that Gu Jinji was somewhat intimidated by Lu Wensheng. Lu Wensheng felt inundated by Gu Jinji's chatter and, unable to resist, turned to him with curiosity, wondering if he didn't feel parched from all the talking. To his surprise, he discovered that as soon as he directed his gaze towards Gu Jinji, the loquacious young master would instantly fall silent, as if his voice had been muted. After a few exchanges, he noticed that Gu Jinji, previously so eloquent, now awkwardly turned to face him, his expression decidedly unnatural. As if on the verge of tears, "Is something the matter? Taoist Lu?" Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow. "Why do you seem so frightened of me?" Gu Jinji's expression tightened. "How could that be? We have just met. Why would I be afraid of Taoist Lu?" Lu Wensheng nodded. Indeed, as he spoke, he casually patted Gu Jinji on the shoulder, causing Gu Jinji to startle, nearly jumping out of his skin. "Wensheng, you are too mischievous. Why would you deliberately scare him?" "I certainly did not. It was his reaction that was rather excessive." Lu Wensheng found amusement in teasing Gu Jinji, yet he hadn't anticipated such a vigorous response. Unable to contain his laughter, Lu Wensheng remarked, "Did you not claim to be unafraid of me? Why such a dramatic reaction?" Gu Jinji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's just that seeing a disciple of the disciplinary hall instinctively makes me a bit uneasy." Lu Jiqian cast a curious glance at him. "Taoist Gu, have you perhaps had a run-in with the disciplinary hall's disciples?" "Well, that's a long story." Gu Jinji's embarrassment became even more pronounced. "Then let us make it brief." Lu Wensheng interjected, his curiosity piqued. Even the typically silent Ning Rongrong cast a curious look their way. "There's really not much to say. I was unaware of the rules in Xiancheng and, trying to join in the fun, ended up being mistaken for an accomplice." Lu Wensheng inquired, "Unaware of the rules in Xiancheng?" Gu Jinji nodded. "Yes, I was oblivious to the fact that the rules had changed. I had no idea what gathering for gambling meant. While wandering through the city, I saw a group playing dice and, out of curiosity, decided to join in for a round, without any money. Mind you, suddenly, the disciples of the disciplinary hall burst in and apprehended us all. If it weren't for someone vouching for me and the fact that they recognized me as a disciple of the medical valley, I might have ended up in your prison. Ever since then, I felt inexplicably guilty upon encountering any of your disciplinary hall disciples. After this incident, I took the time to carefully examine your sect's rules, which state that one must not read any lewd literature or engage in the sale of lascivious items. And what's this about disciples needing to meet performance standards? I've never even heard of such a thing. Why has your sect suddenly introduced so many regulations? It's akin to becoming a monk in a temple. Don't you all feel stifled living under such bizarre rules? Who on earth proposed these odd regulations? As Gu Jinji spoke, he couldn't help but lament the recent changes to the sect's rules. The sheer number of rules was overwhelming, and even as an outsider, he felt a shiver at the thought of such a burdensome existence. Lu Jiqian couldn't suppress a chuckle and paused to glance at Lu Wensheng. "Junior brother Lu, what are your thoughts?" Lu Wensheng smiled broadly. Yet Gu Jinji inexplicably felt a chill from his expression, as if the smile were devoid of warmth. "I must apologize. These rules were all proposed by me. Do you have any insights to share? What can I say?" Gu Jinji responded, "Haha, I was merely jesting. Taoist Lu, these rules are indeed commendable. They impose necessary constraints on the disciples, allowing them to focus more on their cultivation and preventing distractions that could hinder their progress. As cultivators, we must cultivate our character and avoid being seduced by temptations." Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Just a moment ago, you didn't seem to think so that if you believe any aspect to be unreasonable. Please feel free to voice your concerns. Rest assured, I won't take offense. I do like to hear the opinions of others." That Gu Jinji shook his head vigorously. No, I have no objections whatsoever. I believe these rules are absolutely splendid. They rectify the sect's ethos and manage the local jurisdiction effectively. Our medical valley should learn from you. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Jinji's abrupt change in demeanor. Gu Jinji smiled awkwardly, his eagerness to please evident, as the memory of being suddenly subdued by the disciples of the disciplinary hall had left him with a significant psychological scar, with Gu Jinji's lively presence. The camaraderie among the group grew closer. The group leader was tacitly accepted to be Lu Jiqian, who, unlike the others, was quite experienced in such excursions. "That we are headed to the towns of Zhongzhou. Let us utilize the teleportation array." The realm of cultivation was broadly divided into 3 regions. The inner state, where the top sects and families resided, forming the very heart of the cultivation world. The middle state, which represented the realm of mortals and had fewer cultivators. And the outer state, where non-human races such as demons were active. Lu Jiqian, being quite affluent, opted for the teleportation array, foregoing even the spirit vessel. Much to the delight of the other 3 that on their way to the task location, Lu Jiqian briefed them on the mission. The request came from 2 prominent families in Chaokan City, the Wang and Su families, who reported disturbances caused by vengeful spirits that disrupted their peace. Just these 2 families? Gu Jinji couldn't help but ask. These 2 households are related by marriage, with a daughter from the Su family marrying into the Wang family. The bride has been displaying erratic behavior, and both families claim she has been haunted by a malevolent spirit. The details are somewhat vague, so we will need to clarify upon our arrival. Lu Wensheng's body stiffened momentarily, and he fervently prayed that this was merely a misunderstanding. Any kind of monster would be acceptable, but please, not a ghost. He was most terrified of them. "Wensheng, why are you so afraid of ghosts?" It seems that just hearing the mention of them leaves you tense. The system, which had aided Lu Wensheng in passing the final trial of the Heart Inquiry path, was aware of his fears, yet remained puzzled. You wouldn't understand the kind of terror that is distinctly Chinese. It's a psychological assault. Plus, I have a traumatic history. My sister was quite mischievous in her youth, deliberately taking me to watch horror films. And afterward, she would hide in corners, her hair disheveled, making eerie sounds and suddenly jumping out to scare me. There was a time when I was terrified every night. The films of my Uncle G were the only horror films I could tolerate. I am not afraid of those foreign zombie or sci-fi horror movies, but anything remotely related to traditional Chinese horror is beyond what I can bear to watch. System. Lu Wensh truly is an enigmatic woman, appearing solely in the conversations of Lu Wensheng and Yin Qingshu. Although she is absent, her legends abound everywhere. Chapter 41. A visit to the Wang family. The city of Chaokan is exceptionally prosperous, bustling with people. Instead of heading directly to the Wang or Su households, they inquired with passers-by. "What do you know about the Wang and Su families?" An old man, smoking a pipe by the roadside, replied, "I reckon it's the Su family's daughter who has returned. Otherwise, why would only those 2 families be in trouble?" The old man, noticing the fine attire of the 4, was eager to enlighten them, explaining that the Su and Wang families were related by marriage. The Su family had married off their eldest daughter, but after several years without a child, she finally conceived only to suffer a tragic labor. I have heard that women who die in childbirth often become vengeful spirits. In my opinion, The Su family's eldest daughter must be unwilling to accept her fate. Her happy days were so close. Yet she met with death, which is why she haunts both families. The old man spoke with an air of mystery, lowering his voice while mixing in personal opinions. Liu Wenxing mused that this rumor could have many versions. Albeit with the same essence, Jiu Jinji remarked, this matter seems far from simple. Ning Rongrong added, so, the spirit they want us to deal with is indeed the Su family's eldest daughter? Lu Jiqian suggested. Let us first visit the Wang family, the husband of this Su family eldest daughter. However, the existence of the so-called spirit, and whether it truly is the Su family's eldest daughter, remains to be investigated. Lu Wenxiang felt a twinge of anxiety, choosing silence as the others deliberated. The group inquired for directions and soon arrived at the Wang family estate, the wealthiest household in town. The grand entrance loomed high, exuding an extraordinary presence. Flanking the entrance were intricately carved stone lions, lifelike and imposing. While heavy redwood doors hung, there would grain vividly visible, adorned with gleaming metal accents that added an air of opulence. Yet, as they approached, a chill inexplicably enveloped them. Lu Jiqian, experienced and adept, employed his divination skills to assess the atmosphere, frowning as he observed the thick presence of negative energy above the Wang residence. It seemed the tales were not mere fabrications. The Wang family indeed appeared to be entangled with a spirit. Liu Wenxiang felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon knocking, a young servant, with an air of arrogance, regarded them through his nostrils, his narrow eyes scanning the group. Upon encountering the striking quartet, his expression transformed into one of eager flattery. Esteemed young masters and mistresses, what brings you to the Wang family? Gu Jinji was taken aback by the servant's sudden change in demeanor, while Lu Jiqian maintained his composure and explained, we have been entrusted to address the matters concerning the Wang and Su families. The servant's demeanor shifted to genuine concern, visibly relieved and emotional. Esteemed celestial masters, please come in. I shall inform the master at once. Upon entering the estate, they beheld a spacious courtyard adorned with graceful flowers and lush greenery, exuding delightful fragrances. Towering bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, adding to the serene ambience that a gray-blue stone path led directly to the hall, flanked by 4 dark red doors that stood slightly ajar. With diamond-patterned wooden windows along the side, clean and inviting, Liu Wenxing noted that most doors and windows were open, allowing sunlight to flood the interior. However, despite this, a pervasive chill gripped him as they entered the reception hall. It felt less like a physical sensation and more like an eerie presence that penetrated to his bones. Just as they settled in, the head of the Wang family, along with his wife and children, arrived in a grand procession. Their attire was lavish and colorful, creating a dazzling spectacle. The head, Wang Quanfeng, sought to show respect by summoning all his family members, including his concubine, who appeared to be in her 40s, accompanied by a bevy of younger women, some of whom looked as though they could be his daughters. Wang Quanfeng introduced only his legitimate wife and son, despite the throng of young women surrounding him. He had but one son, Wang Xianwen, born of his wife Zhao. Zhao appeared well-preserved, with only faint lines at the corners of her eyes betraying her age. Her smile was warm, yet her sharp, elongated nose and discerning gaze imparted an unsettling aura, evoking a sense of kindness beneath a harsh exterior. To put it bluntly, one could describe her as having a bitter and acerbic visage, which Lu Wenxiang felt was a strong possibility given the rumors. As the son of the still vibrant Wang Quanfeng, Wang Xianwen was not lacking in consorts. Yet the only child present was a baby cradled in Zhao's arms. Jiu Jinji, ever the observant one, shared his thoughts with the others. Is it possible that the Wang family's only line is hereditary? One might wonder if the men of the Wang family are lacking. Lu Wenxing nearly chuckled, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. Clearly understanding the implication, only Lu Jiqian remained unfazed, continuing to converse with the head of the Wang family. Esteemed celestial masters, we implore you to assist us. We have so many family members here. Wang Quanfeng did not mention anything else, solely pleading for the 4 to resolve their predicament, offering no background on the matter. Indeed, our families are being tormented by that ungrateful wretch, leaving us in unrest. My dear grandson awakens each night, refusing to sleep. This cannot continue. Zhao, holding her grandson, interjected, her words further darkening her already unwelcoming countenance. Lu Wensheng interjected, you seem quite certain of the identity of the troublemaker. May I inquire who it is? Is it the Su family's eldest daughter? Wang Quanfeng appeared surprised at Lu Wensheng's query, letting out a chuckle to ease the tense atmosphere. Last night, several servants claimed to have seen a figure resembling my deceased daughter-in-law, so we naturally assumed it was her, especially since it has been only a short while since her passing. Lu Wensheng probed further. Is that so? But why would your daughter-in-law disturb your two families? The Wang family may be one thing, but the Su family is her maternal home. Why would she target them as well? Wang Quanfeng felt a flicker of annoyance, thinking Lu Wensheng was being unreasonably inquisitive, merely there to do a job. Why ask so many questions? Just resolve the issue and take their reward. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. As the Wang family members seemed reluctant to answer tea that moment, the Su family arrived, bringing with them the parents of the Su family's eldest daughter. Chapter 42, A Web of Intrigue. Celestial Masters. Please do not misunderstand. My eldest daughter passed away during childbirth, perhaps out of resentment towards us for not caring for her properly. Lu Wensheng's comment caught the attention of the Su couple. Su mother wiped her tears, her sorrow evident, making Lu Wensheng hesitant to press further, lest he appear overly aggressive. However, his suspicions deepened. It seemed the Su couple were subtly defending the Wang family, arriving at such a convenient time, almost as if summoned by the Wang family as reinforcements. Regardless, both the Su and Wang families adamantly insisted that the eldest daughter had merely died from complications during childbirth, harboring resentment and seeking revenge. Lu Jiqian maintained his calm demeanor, inquiring of the Su couple, what specific occurrences have transpired in your household? Restless nights, shadows moving about in the courtyard during the late hours, accompanied by the sounds of a woman weeping. Su father detailed, rubbing his temples, dark circles evident beneath his eyes from lack of sleep. I heard the Celestial Masters had arrived. Why didn't Team Mother call for me? A soft, melodious voice suddenly floated in from outside the hall. The speaker was a young and beautiful woman, clad in a pure white garment with silver-embroidered collar, cinched at the waist with a wide silk sash that accentuated her slender figure. Her long, flowing silk skirt trailed gracefully behind her. Her features were exquisite, framed by a delicate melancholy, untouched by makeup yet radiating unmatched beauty. Her complexion pale and slightly translucent that a light cloak enveloped her somewhat fragile form. Her long hair cascading freely, held up only by a single jade hairpin, giving her an ethereal, willow-like appearance. She seemed as fragile as porcelain, as if a gentle breeze could shatter her, her skirts billowing in the wind like a drifting leaf. Light and insubstantial, her pale visage contrasted starkly with her bright eyes, resembling a beacon in the night, exuding a faint yet resilient glow that was impossible to overlook. Little Su, why have you come out? Zhao and Su mother spoke in unison upon sighting the woman, clearly recognizing her, and their choice of words hinted at a significant relationship, especially given the woman's resemblance to Su mother. Might I inquire if the head of the Wang family could provide an introduction? Gu Jinji cast a glance at the woman, sensing that the situation had grown increasingly intricate. This is my daughter-in-law. Wang Quanfeng stated dryly. Su Mu interjected, supplementing Wang Quanfeng's words. This is my concubine's youngest daughter, Su Yunrao. Goodness, the two sisters are married to the same man. Lu Wensheng found himself perplexed by the mindset of these ancient people. Feeling it was rather difficult to judge the situation, that he thought that the Wang family was rather unimpressive. The previous daughter-in-law had left to bear children for them, and it hadn't been long since the 7-day mourning period passed before they took in a new bride. The Su family, having married off 2 daughters, also seemed less than admirable. The last daughter had died in childbirth, yet they sent in another daughter. What was the difference between this and sending a lamb into a tiger's den? What brings you here? Zhao Shi appeared visibly displeased. Regarding Su Yun Rao as an ill omen, Su Mu added, Raoer, you've been quite troubled by your sister. Your health is frail that if you catch a chill from the wind, it would not bode well that D.O. return indoors. Lu Wensheng keenly grasped the key phrase in Su Mu's words. Troubled by her sister? He pondered. Su Mu let out a brief gasp, glancing at her husband with a somewhat indecisive expression. Su Fu patted his wife's hand and explained to the others, "In the evenings, my youngest daughter experiences episodes akin to sleepwalking, performing various actions while her body moves on its own, yet upon waking, she remains unaware. Our relatives have witnessed Yun Rao sitting at her vanity in the dead of night, grooming herself. However, unlike sleepwalking, Yun Rao's eyes are open, and she seems to notice when someone approaches. Her eyes even dart about, albeit with a vacant expression. It appears more akin to being possessed by some malevolent force. Even if we bring our daughter back home, she continues to manifest such behavior. And she has been growing increasingly emaciated, likely due to being drained of her vital essence." Lu Jiqian observed that both families seemed well prepared and could not help but furrow his brow. "Have both families been in turmoil for the same duration?" Wang Quanfeng replied. "Our family was the first that such peculiar disturbances occur every night." Both families nodded in unison, confirming that it happened nightly. It felt as though their explanations were meticulously rehearsed, as if they had been waiting for Wen Sheng to inquire. The system could not help but comment. Although it possessed some control over this world, it lacked insight into the minutiae absent from the original text and could not foresee the future to provide information to Lu Wensheng. Awakened by the system's cryptic words, Lu Wensheng realized that their accounts were strikingly uniform, even supplementing their own reasons. Aside from their apparent lack of spirit and their fearful demeanor, they still resided in the estate, suggesting they were not as terrified as they appeared. Later, under the pretext of inspecting the house, the group gathered together, casting glances at the Wang and Su families in the distance, scrutinizing their surroundings while whispering amongst themselves. "These two families are certainly concealing something from us," Lu Jiqian voiced, evidently sensing something amiss. However, the house exuded a heavy aura, and the young Su lady bore numerous traces of ghostly energy. The haunting and possession were likely genuine, a fact that neither family had lied about. Lu Wensheng frowned. It seems the issue lies in their claim that the eldest Su daughter simply died in childbirth. Jiu Jinji shook his head. While childbirth complications are true, there may be more to the story. Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "The child Zhao Shi is holding is likely that of the Su family's eldest daughter. I was seated nearby and observed the child closely. If their timeline is accurate, this child appears somewhat larger than expected for their age, which indeed could have contributed to the complications experienced by the eldest Su daughter," Ning Rong quietly suggested. "Since both families claim that disturbances occur nightly, we should have a clearer understanding once night falls. Moreover, this young Wang appears rather too indifferent and detached." Lu Wensheng did not overlook the taciturn Wang Xianwen, feeling that every member of both families, including the suddenly appearing Su Yun Rao, was highly suspect. Chapter 43. Suspicions indeed. It is quite possible that the ghost is the previous daughter-in-law, and now the newlywed wife is also afflicted by the ghost, leaving the family in a state of anxiety. While he appears rather unconcerned, Jiu Jinji glanced at Wang Xianwen, who was following his father silently, seemingly in a daze. Wang Xianwen was the archetype of a wealthy heir. His attire replete with opulence and extravagance. He wore a robe of sapphire blue, adorned with intricate embroidery that resembled a vivid painting, the collar embellished with precious pearls and jade bangles gracing his wrists, his luxurious appearance eliciting admiration. Yet, the dark circles beneath his eyes and his pallid complexion diminished the allure of his otherwise handsome visage. His gaze flitted about, seemingly out of sorts, and upon locking eyes with the quartet, he immediately averted his gaze, exuding an air of guilt. Jiu Jinji declared with certainty he is undoubtedly suffering from kidney deficiency. Ning Rong whispered, "He certainly seems to be harboring a guilty conscience." Gu Jinji's peculiar focus garnered the curious glances of the other three. Ahem, "My apologies, it is a habit," he said, disregarding the previous comment. Wang Xianwen indeed appeared highly suspicious, yet Su Yun Rao, the young Su lady, was equally suspect. Compared to the two families who seemed deprived of rest, she appeared somewhat pale and weak, yet her demeanor was remarkably composed. While the two families gazed at their every move with eager anticipation, she seemed to leisurely admire the blooming flowers nearby, appearing utterly unperturbed, as if she were not the one tormented by a ghost. In truth, the four could easily dismiss the affairs of the two families, treating them as though they were oblivious, merely waiting for nightfall to exorcise the so-called ghost, thus completing their task. However, their youthful spirits were unable to ignore the plight of the women in the story, and upon discovering numerous discrepancies, they could not tolerate the concealment of the truth. Moreover, the two families did not appear to be virtuous individuals, inviting them to handle matters while shrouding their intentions in secrecy. And there were hints of deception. Put it bluntly, even if it were merely to find fault with these two families, it would be quite worthwhile. Lu and Sheng held this belief firmly. Before nightfall, the Wang family hosted a banquet to entertain the four. True to their reputation as the wealthiest family in Chaokan City, the opulence of their estate was evident from the moment they entered, and a lavish spread of dishes only reinforced this impression. The table was a zitun with beauty with auspicious patterns, draped in exquisite silk, and they began with 10 dishes and 5 fruits, followed by an array of fine teas and sweet confections before introducing the main courses. Delectable dishes like Baodi silver fish, Huaiyang dry silk, Huzhou water plantain, Taicang tender bamboo shoots, and Linjiang yellow quail, showcasing the richness of the 4 seasons. The extravagance was astounding. However, the four had surpassed the qi refinement stage and were capable of fasting. Their appetite was not greatly affected. Lu and Sheng and his companions found no issue with the meal. Although Lu Jiqian, a golden core cultivator, had long since ceased eating grains, knowing that consuming them would lead to impurities in his body, necessitating the use of a special cleansing pill. Moreover, Lu Jiqian was not one to indulge in rich flavors, and thus he refrained from partaking. However, Lu and Sheng was somewhat surprised when Lu Jiqian, albeit minimally, did sample some dishes. If he abstained entirely, it might instill a sense of unease in their hosts. Lu and Sheng quickly deduced the intention behind Lu Jiqian's actions. The Su couple did not linger long. After dining with the four, they took their leave, and Lu and Sheng provided them with protective talismans. Lu Jiqian observed the eager Wang family members and distributed the protective talismans to each of them, including the current servants of the estate, instructing them to carry on as usual and leave any subsequent matters to them. Gu Jinji gazed up at the night sky obscured by clouds, then turned to look at his companions. You think that the so-called ghost might know we have been invited to confront it, and thus choose not to reveal itself tonight? Lu Jiqian shook his head, uncertain. Therefore, to be safe, I distributed talismans to each of them. The four gathered in the now darkened courtyard, engaged in discussion, when suddenly a few maidservants with lanterns arrived, bringing warm tea. Our Lady has sent tea for you esteemed cultivators to warm yourselves against the chill of the night. Jiu Jinji, unfamiliar with such titles, inquired, which lady? The maidservant, appearing well-trained, respectfully replied, it is young Lady Su. Cultivators possess physical constitutions far superior to ordinary mortals, hence they were not particularly susceptible to the cold. Nonetheless, the four accepted Su Yun Rao's kind gesture, drinking the tea before returning the cups. They did not forget their primary objective. As cultivators, they could easily manage without sleep for a day or two, so they dispersed throughout the expansive Wang estate, patrolling the premises, even when encountering the servants. None dared to impede their passage, as they were all in the know. Lu and Sheng, somewhat perplexed by the layout of the estate, wandered wherever seemed convenient, unknowingly arriving at the quarters designated for the female residents in the rear. It truly was a hindrance. Even such a simple task as carrying tea was executed poorly, just like that short-lived sister of yours. Utterly useless, a familiar, sharp voice of reproach echoed from a nearby room, reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard, grating and irksome, mingled with the cries of a startled infant. It was the voice of the Zhao matriarch, and judging by her bitter tirade, it seemed that the young Su was also present within. The adept Lu Wansheng, standing by a slightly ajar window, effortlessly discerned the scene unfolding inside. Zhao was tenderly consoling her eldest grandson while simultaneously hurling scathing rebukes at Su Yunrao, her triangular eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, suggesting a rather bleak mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Su Yunrao knelt submissively at Zhao's feet, embodying a demeanor of resignation, accustomed to such treatment. Observing this, Zhao became even more fervent in her scolding, commanding Su Yunrao to gather the shattered pieces of the teacup strewn across the floor. You are as spineless as your sister, incapable of doing anything right. After all these years in our home, your only contribution has been the birth of our grandson. At least that has not been in vain. Zhao's caustic remarks persisted, not hesitating to disparage her previous daughter-in-law. As well, Su Yunrao paused momentarily in her task, her pale face rendering her thick lashes strikingly prominent, trembling like raven feathers, clutching the shards. Her grip tightened slowly. The sharp porcelain soon drew forth vivid crimson from her fair hands. Upon noticing the blood, Zhao's indifferent glance turned into one of alarm, a startled gasp escaping her lips. What on earth are you doing? Can't you even pick up a piece of porcelain properly? Are you unaware of the current state of affairs in this household? Bleeding brings ill fortune. Go back inside. You left your room without permission today, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. It is only due to my compassion, considering your frail condition, that I refrain from imposing strict rules upon you. Otherwise, do you see any other daughter-in-law behaving in such a manner? Not offering tea to her mother-in-law, neglecting her duties. Your parents are no better, marrying a daughter off when she is but a sickly entity. How could they not have seen this before? And with so many in the household, why is it only her that is plagued by spirits? Zhao unleashed a tirade of unrestrained, venomous words, each one striking at the heart of Su Yunrao, who remained silent throughout. Lu Wansheng observed the entire scene with a heavy heart, sighing as he approached the entrance, deciding to address the ladies with a semblance of decorum rather than barging in. Madam Wang, may I inquire as to what the commotion is about? It is quite late, and it would be prudent to temper one's agitation. Such negative energies may inadvertently attract malevolent forces, according to your own words. It is she who is haunted by spirits. Surely, it would be wise to ensure her safety at this late hour. Upon hearing Lu Wansheng's voice, Zhao initially sighed, but as she processed his words, a flicker of alarm crossed her face. She quickly regained her composure, realizing the urgency of the situation. Yes, she had almost forgotten that this little wretch was still being tormented by her sister's ghost. If she remained here, who knows what might befall her and her precious grandson. It was imperative to usher Su Yunrao back inside. The daughters of the Su family were indeed troublesome. Perhaps it would be best if his daughter-in-law were seen less frequently. Zhao's demeanor shifted, discarding her authoritative stance as she hastily expelled Su Yunrao from the room. Su Yunrao maintained her placid facade, emerging at a leisurely pace, exuding the grace of a well-bred lady. She looked up at the distance to Lu Wansheng and offered a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master, for intervening on my behalf. Lu Wansheng responded nonchalantly. It was merely a small effort. The constraints faced by a daughter-in-law were fraught with difficulties, and he felt powerless to alter her circumstances. Offering a few kind words was the extent of his assistance. Perhaps this incident would leave Zhao with lingering apprehensions, and she might refrain from summoning Su Yunrao to serve her in the future. Although Lu Wansheng harbored some sympathy for this beleaguered woman facing a harsh mother-in-law, he could not shake his reservations regarding Su Yunrao. After exchanging pleasantries, he proposed to escort her back to her quarters, mindful of her reputation, ensuring that a maid with a lantern kept a discreet distance between them. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Su Yunrao expressed her gratitude for Lu Wansheng's escort. Would you mind sharing more about your sister's situation? Night had deepened, making it inappropriate for Lu Wansheng to enter a woman's quarters for idle chatter. Thus, he opted to inquire from the threshold. Su Yunrao shook her head, appearing delicate and fragile. I do not mind at all, and my sister is Su Yunxiu. She married my husband 5 years ago. It is commonly said that her fate is ill-fated, as she has been childless for many years, while my husband has taken more concubines into the household. Her mother-in-law nearly invoked the 7-out clause to have her husband divorce her sister, but fortunately, her sister bore a child, only to succumb before enjoying the fruits of motherhood. How peculiar it felt for sisters to share a husband. Merely uttering the term husband seemed to muddle one's thoughts. Lu Wansheng rubbed his temples. How many children has your husband had over the years? Only one, my sister's child. Isn't it rather evident where the problem lies? Lu Wansheng instinctively raised his voice, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Su Yunrao's gaze flickered, hesitating as she stammered. This matter should not be spoken of lightly. Do you believe this to be the result of your sister's misfortune? Su Yunrao lowered her head, her back to the light, obscuring her expression, remaining silent, which seemed to convey tacit agreement. According to your family and the Wang family, it is said that at night, your sister possesses you to Oh, you truly feel nothing at all? Su Yunrao shook her head. Aside from feeling slightly dizzy the next morning, I have experienced nothing. Finding no useful information from Su Yunrao, Lu Wensheng frowned and suggested she retire for the night. As the hour grew late, Lu Wensheng carried a lantern and began his rounds. The bamboo grove rustled softly, casting deep shadows that enveloped the stone-paved path. The thickets along the roadside blurred into dark masses, swaying freely in the night breeze, producing eerie whispers that seemed to suggest something was stealthily approaching, instilling a sense of dread. Encouraging himself, Lu Wensheng quickened his pace, eventually arriving outside Su Yunrao's courtyard, where the lantern's glow offered a modicum of reassurance. In the stillness of the night, a haunting melody drifted from within the courtyard, eerie and disconcerting, amplified by the occasional chill in the air. Lu Wensheng yearned to vanish into the ground or feign ignorance, turning to flee. He sent a message to Lu Jiqian and the others, steeling himself to venture inside. The courtyard lay in darkness, save for one room radiating a soft orange glow. Cautiously, Lu Wensheng extended a foot, peering inside to find only the illuminated chamber, his heart pounding with fear as he felt rooted to the doorframe. Too terrified to enter, Wensheng, do not be afraid. Gather your courage and step inside. The system urged Lu Wensheng, who felt utterly despondent, but finally crossed the threshold, adorning himself with various protective talismans. Madam Su. Madam Su. Lu Wensheng gingerly pushed open the door to the brightly lit room, his voice barely above a whisper. Inside was a typical chamber of a noblewoman, featuring intricately designed wooden lattice windows that framed the soft candlelight, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Delicate bronze mirrors adorned the table, reflecting the moonlight that spilled in from outside. The red candles wept wax, casting a warm, mellow light upon Su Yunrao's face. Though the ambience felt strangely sinister, the air was thick with an eerie beauty, and her voice, now husky and low, resonated with a haunting allure, echoing with unspoken resentment. The candlelight flickered, and the sheer curtains danced lightly, while the window paper glowed faintly. Beneath the crescent moon and amidst the stars, her song was as ethereal as gossamer wings, flowing like a river through the galaxy. The room fell silent for a brief moment, and Lu Wensheng felt an overwhelming urge to scream, wishing desperately to perish on the spot rather than endure the potential horror of a ghostly encounter. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to say, "I apologize for the intrusion." Then, with an earnest heart, he abruptly turned and fled, unresponsive even as the system's astonishment echoed wildly in his mind. Wensheng, what are you so afraid of? Why not simply stick the talisman paper onto her? I can't do it. Truly, I can't. If I get too close, her face will rot away, and that would give me nightmares. The moment I stepped inside, all my courage was drained. I genuinely cannot handle this. Someone who is truly terrified of ghosts was on the verge of tears. The system revised its understanding of Lu Wensheng's fear of ghosts. It had yet to reveal its true form, merely possessing someone. And he was already this frightened? Lu Wensheng sprinted out of the courtyard with remarkable speed, and as he flung open the door, he collided with Lu Jiqian with a loud thud. Lu Jiqian, taken by surprise, nearly toppled over with the impact, staggering back a few steps to steady himself, his expression one of astonishment upon recognizing the person before him. Junior brother Lu? Lu Wensheng's legs turned to jelly as he shrank behind the man, utterly collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, his face drained of color. Upon hearing someone call his name, he appeared somewhat dazed, resembling a lost soul, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Damn it, there's a ghost inside. His first utterance was rather amusing. Wensheng, you're so scared you're out of character. The system, witnessing the outburst, felt a tinge of helplessness, seeing Lu Wensheng, akin to a frightened cat with bristled fur and wide eyes. Lu Jiqian couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that the usually serious and seemingly fearless junior brother Lu was actually terrified of ghosts. Ji Jinji refrained from mocking Lu Wensheng, for he too harbored a fear. During his patrol of the Wang household, he had always accompanied Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng frightened, he swallowed hard. "Did you see a ghost? What did it look like?" At that moment, Lu Wensheng began to compose himself. Hearing Gu Jinji's question, he paused for a moment. "I didn't see it." The other three exchanged bewildered glances. "Did you run out in fright without seeing it?" Cough, cough, cough. "I heard someone singing in the courtyard, so I came to check, only to find Madame Su sitting at the vanity, clad in a red dress, singing while casting a resentful glance at me through the mirror. And, relying on the many ghost stories I've heard, I panicked." Ning Rongrong and Lu Jiqian fell silent, while Gu Jinji appeared empathetic, expressing his own dread. "Was it that terrifying? If it were me, I'd run even faster and might not even dare to step into the courtyard." "Taoist Lu, your courage is far greater than mine." He looked at Lu Wensheng with a sense of admiration. "Well, it seems there's another like Wensheng here, and they seem even more timid." The system believed this quartet had suddenly become rather unreliable. Lu Jiqian sighed. "Junior brother and Taoist Gu, please wait here. We will go inside to take a look." "Let us go together." Gu Jinji felt the outside was eerily quiet, preferring to stick together. Lu Wensheng, who had intended to respond affirmatively, swallowed his words, nodding instead, and quickly pressed himself against the most powerful cultivator, Lu Jiqian, glancing around with a vigilant demeanor, as if wary of something emerging from the shadows. Ji Jinji chose a favorable position, wedged between Lu Wensheng and Ning Rongrong, mirroring Lu Wensheng's expression. Lu Jiqian was amused by these two lively characters, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly as he stifled a laugh, leading his little tail to knock on the door. Why have the esteemed cultivators come? Before Lu Jiqian's hand even touched the door, Su Yunrao unexpectedly opened it from within, the wooden door creaking sharply in the stillness of the night, rendering the sound particularly pronounced. Lu Wensheng stiffened, instinctively hiding behind Lu Jiqian, while Gu Jinji, more exaggeratedly, let out a startled yelp, clinging directly to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, effortlessly catching the startled Gu Jinji in a princess carry, her demeanor unruffled. The sudden scream from Gu Jinji nearly caused Lu Wensheng to cling to Lu Jiqian as well. Once he regained his composure, he shot a glare at Gu Jinji. "What are you yelling for? You scared me." Once Gu Jinji came to his senses, he felt somewhat embarrassed in realizing his current position. His face flushed crimson that he hurriedly extricated himself from Ning Rongrong's embrace. Wishing he could sink into the ground, that Su Yunrao asked, "Esteemed cultivators, is there something urgent behind your sudden visit?" Observing her from behind, Lu Wensheng noted that she was draped in a garment, her hair still disheveled, yet the color of the hem visible to him was not the red dress he had seen her wearing at the vanity. Lu Jiqian offered a brief explanation, and upon hearing it, Su Yunrao's face turned pale, stepping back a few paces, pressing her forehead as if about to collapse. "Have I been possessed again?" But I felt nothing this time. Upon waking, my body felt entirely normal. "Madame Su, would you mind if we entered a check?" Su Yunrao shook her head, taking a step back to grant them passage. With a companion at his side, Lu Wensheng felt emboldened, leading the way to the vanity. The red candle was still somewhat warm, as if extinguished only recently. He scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate that red dress. Lu Jiqian, meanwhile, sensed the presence of Yin energy. Indeed, the atmosphere in the room was thick with it. He cast a glance at Su Yunrao, who was unmistakably enveloped in ghostly energy, an instinct from his cultivation informing him that the situation was far from simple. Where did this dress come from? Lu Wensheng began to investigate further, discovering the very red dress he had seen earlier in a more secluded changing area. "I thought the dress was stored at the bottom of the trunk. How could it be here?" Su Yunrao appeared genuinely surprised. Chapter 46. An incident. Lu Wensheng scrutinized Su Yunrao's expression. Although she feigned astonishment, her eyes were as cold and still as a spring, devoid of emotion. Highly suspicious, Lu Jiqian, after observing the room's arrangement, directed a scrutinizing gaze at Su Yunrao, finding it rather peculiar. The ghostly energy surrounding her, according to protocol, should dissipate after receiving the talisman. Yet it seemed to have taken root within this Madame Su. He said nothing, indicating that all was well, and after assuring Su Yun Rao to rest easy, he exited with the others. This Madame Su is problematic, Lu Wensheng declared. Lu Jiqian lowered his gaze. She is certainly lying. The question is which part? Ning Rongrong whispered. The Wang family must be concealing something from us, not sharing everything. Jiu Jinji nodded vigorously. I and Daoist Ning circled near that young Master Wang's room and overheard him rambling, even setting up a memorial for the Su family's eldest daughter, saying something like, "Don't come looking for me." Lu Wensheng, growing impatient, remarked, "It seems both families have told hardly any truths. They want to shed tears until they see the coffin. They likely need to face some real consequences before they clarify matters." The four dispersed once more to patrol, meeting the early morning light, when a pale-faced servant hurriedly beckoned them to the hall. The head of the Su family has died. The four were taken aback. Had the spirits ventured to the Su household at night? Had they been robbed? Lu Jiqian frowned. That shouldn't be. The head of the Su family had protective talismans. How could anything happen? Su Mu's heart-wrenching cries abruptly ceased, as if she were contemplating something. Then she stuttered. The master was bathing and changed his clothes. Forget and take them with him. Is this self-sabotage? To lose something meant for survival? The system quipped. Lu Jiqian sighed. Junior brother Lu, let us go check on the Su family. Lu Wensheng nodded, voicing no objections. The head of the Su family was discovered beneath a tree in the courtyard, his expression grave and horrific, skin darkened and dry, void of luster, eyes hollow, face etched with deep lines as if carved by shadows. Long hair lacking color draped over his face, and a rope hung around his neck, suspending him from the tree, eliciting chills. Lu Jiqian, maintaining a calm demeanor, examined the corpse. Indeed, it was the work of vengeful spirit. Even from a distance, Lu Wensheng could smell the stench of decay, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit, pinching his nose as he spoke. Will Madame Su become a target next? With only Su Mu present among the madams, her already pale face drained of color at his words, her eyes wide with panic as she looked at Lu Jiqian. No, the Su family no longer harbors any lingering energy. Lu Jiqian shook his head, waving his sleeve to dispel the ghostly energy surrounding the head of the Su family. By the time they returned to the Wang household, preparations for white cloth were already underway at the Su family. It's strange. Why would they kill the head of the Su family but spare Madame Su? Lu Jiqian shook his head, expressing his own confusion. Finally, you're back. Zhao's family has gone mad. Upon seeing Lu Jiqian and the others, Gu Jinji appeared as though he had spotted a lifeline, rushing over while quickly explaining. Something has happened at the Su family. The head of the Wang family summoned all the household members. But the Zhao family has been silent for too long. We went to check and found them in a state of delirium, completely unhinged. Lu Jiqian furrowed his brows and instructed them to lead the way to see Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's complexion was as pale as snow, devoid of any trace of color. Her gaze was hollow and devoid of spirit, as if she had lost all focus and awareness. The once neatly arranged bun had become disheveled, resembling a thicket of grass tossed about by a raging wind, aimlessly dancing in the air with her movements. Her attire was in disarray, the formerly splendid silk now hanging loosely and carelessly, while the hairpins adorning her head were askew, dangling haphazardly amidst her hair. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth as she trembled, seemingly unable to control her emotions, her hands flailing in the air as if trying to grasp something intangible. Her voice sharp and frenzied. "You little wretch, I fear you not. I was unafraid of you while you lived. How could I possibly fear you now that you are dead? You short-lived specter, a hen that cannot lay eggs. Filthy creature, you cowered while alive, and now you dare to come for my life and death. After 5 years, your belly has only produced a single ill-fated child, you thieving little monkey." Although Zhao Shi's words were harsh, her frenzied state clearly indicated that it was merely a fade. Her mental state had deteriorated completely, and the foul language spilling from her lips caused all present to frown in disapproval. The concubines huddled together, whispering among themselves, suggesting that the mistress had been haunted by the ghost of Su Yunxiu. Su Yun Rao, and Wang Xianwen stepped forward to comfort Zhao Shi, but she pushed her daughter-in-law away with a fierce shove, causing Su Yunrao to cry out as she fell to the side, while Wang Xianwen was met with a painful scratch from his mother, eliciting a yelp of agony. The group of curious concubines, twisting their waists, rushed over to assist, and chaos erupted within the room. "What a disgrace! Move aside, all of you! Are you servants not even capable of doing your job? Hurry and restrain Zhao Shi." Wang Quanfeng felt a flush of heat rising to his face as he bellowed. Summoning several servants to subdue Zhao Shito his astonishment, Zhao Shi possessed an extraordinary strength, and it took considerable effort for the servants to finally bring her under control. Lu Wenxing noticed that Zhao Shi still wore the talisman they had exchanged, appearing intact, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to approach for a closer look. Sensing someone nearby, Zhao Shi became alarmed and agitated, thrashing even more violently. Two robust women could barely hold her down as her sharp nails nearly swiped at Lu Wenxing's face. He quickly dodged aside, yet with remarkable reflexes, he managed to snatch the talisman from her waist. Lu Jiqian, standing nearby, performed a calming incantation, and Zhao Shi gradually quieted, though her gaze remained vacant. There was indeed a ghostly presence surrounding Zhao Shi, but they had been patrolling the residence throughout the night. If a spirit had stirred, they would have known, and the talisman was unharmed. Lu Jiqian examined the talisman and found no issues with the paper. Lu Wenxing's gaze swept over Wang Xianwen, who was clutching his face and moaning, and Su Yunrao, who was shakily rising from the ground, wiping tears with her handkerchief. His voice was low but clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. "This is a result of human intervention." "Human intervention? What do you mean?" Wang Quanfeng exclaimed in astonishment, surveying the room with a perplexed expression. Either this so-called ghost is entirely a human fabrication, or someone within the estate is colluding with this spirit. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Chapter 47. The Aftermath. Where is Su Yunqiu's grave? Lu Wenxing tactfully changed the subject, inquiring about the location of Su Yunqiu's tomb. The Wang family found it ominous and would not personally lead them. So it was the frail Su Yunrao who came forward to guide them. The family tomb of the Wang clan lay nestled at the foot of a verdant hill, far removed from the clamor of the world. As if time itself slowed its pace in this tranquil haven, the elevated terrain offered a view of flat farmlands and a winding river in the distance, surrounded by dense woods that formed a natural barrier. Safeguarding this serene locale, here rests the grave of Wang Xianwen's wife, Wang Su. The location of the family tomb is significant, and they quickly located Su Yunqiu's burial site. That Jiu Jinji remarked, "There's a ghostly presence entwined here." It seems Su Yunqiu's spirit is indeed involved. After inquiring about the burial time and receiving consent, Lu Jiqian knelt to touch the soil laid upon the grave, digging a little deeper, and, as he rubbed the dirt in his hands, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The burial had not taken place long ago, and the soil had been disturbed, indicating it was fresh earth. However, there was a time discrepancy, suggesting that Su Yunqiu's grave had been tampered with after the burial. Lu Jiqian communicated with the three through his spiritual awareness. Ning Rongrong stated, "The ghostly energy surrounding Su Yunqiu's grave, combined with the lingering Yin energy in the Wang residence, confirms it is indeed her spirit. However, there are signs of human involvement, implying someone is aiding Su Yunqiu, correct?" Gu Jinji added, "The person assisting Su Yunqiu must possess a substantial understanding of both families, based on the attitudes of the Wang and Su families toward Su Yunqiu. The most likely candidate to assist her is..." Lu Wenxing interjected. Su Yunrao. Jiu Jinji replied, "Su Yunrao certainly fits the profile, but wasn't she also possessed by the spirit? It appears she was the first to be tormented by the ghost. We can ascertain this through a simple test," Lu Wenxing suggested, narrowing his eyes at Su Yunrao, who had guided them. "Madam Su, we have devised a method to break this curse. Tonight, if everyone gathers together and steps into the formation we have set, you still bear the ghostly aura and can directly follow the trail to ensure the spirit is utterly dispelled, never to be reborn." Su Yunrao's expression stiffened, instinctively tightening her grip on the handkerchief, caught off guard by Lu Wenxing's sudden declaration, revealing a flaw in her demeanor. "Madam Su, do you have anything further to say?" Lu Jiqian inquired gently, his gaze unwavering. Su Yunrao realized she had been exposed by their probing. Yet she was not particularly surprised, for she had not expected to deceive them for long. Her actions had not been meticulously concealed, and it was merely a matter of time before they would be discovered. She had only hoped to prolong the charade for a bit longer. She shed her earlier submissive demeanor, still appearing frail, yet her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Must you four sages intervene in this matter? Her tone bore a hint of desperation. Can you enlighten us on the circumstances surrounding this? Lu Wensheng, driven by personal motives, was the first to speak, expressing his discontent with the secrets kept by both families, especially regarding Su Yunxiu, whose tale was evidently one of tragedy, evoking a sense of sympathy that made him willing to give her some leeway. Su Yunrao nodded. My sister was a gentle soul. In an effort to forge a connection with the Wang family, our father married her to Wang Xianwen. Zhao Shi, my sister's mother-in-law, took pleasure in testing her, frequently imposing rules upon her, and Wai's sister endured years of marriage without conceiving. And Zhao Shi's behavior only grew more oppressive. Wang Xianwen, driven by greed and lust, always heeded his mother's wishes and never spoke up for my sister, making her life increasingly unbearable. This aligned closely with the rumors circulating about both families. Before my marriage, I could occasionally visit my sister. When she became pregnant, I felt happiness for her, thinking that her mother-in-law would torment her less. Zhao Shi cherished the child in my sister's womb. Having consulted someone who claimed it was likely to be a boy, sending an abundance of nourishing supplements, which my sister struggled to consume, yet she was forced to eat them for the child's sake. However, my sister was frail, and the excessive nourishment led to complications during childbirth. I rushed to the delivery room with my mother, and upon hearing the midwife's words, it felt as if the sky was collapsing. When we entered the room, blood was pouring out in buckets, and Wai's sister lay on the bed, crying out for us to save her. Zhao Shi was determined to protect the child, and when I argued with her over saving my sister, my mother pulled me away, and Wai's sister subsequently passed away. The reasons behind it, my mother refused to disclose, stating it was my father's wish. Later, I overheard my father telling my mother that I was to be married to the Wang family because my sister had died. In both families, still it stands to reason that it should have been dispelled by the amulet. Su Yunrao, in truth, is rather inept. She herself is unclear. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieves a fragrant pouch from her bosom. Perhaps it contains the bones of my sister, which I carry with me at all times. The four individuals fell silent. This woman is truly ruthless. Lu Jiqian gazes at the pouch enveloped in ghostly energy and feels as though he has unraveled the mystery. Had we not intervened, what were your and your sister's intentions? Upon hearing Lu Wensheng's words, the other three cast astonished glances in his direction. Su Yunrao's eyes lit up. Naturally, we do not wish to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Our only desire is to exact revenge upon those who have wronged us. Otherwise, the servants would not have remained unharmed upon seeing my sister's spirit. Chapter 48 unfolds. Lu Wensheng believes in the principle of good being rewarded and evil being punished. Allowing these two sisters to retaliate is simply perfect. Yet their identities are somewhat awkward, as they are here to subdue demons and vanquish evil, which pertains to their mission. That Lu Wensheng is unconcerned about whether the mission will be deemed a failure. But since it is a group task, he must consider the opinions of the other three. But Eugene senses Lu Wensheng's inquiring gaze and cannot help but speak up. I find this idea quite commendable. A mission failure isn't the end of the world. In this instance, I stand with the two sisters. He then observes the expressions of the other two. That Ning Rongrong also whispers. The Wang family is excessively cruel. I believe they deserve this fate. The three of them express their stance, eagerly looking towards Lu Jiqian. Lu Jiqian chuckles lightly. Naturally, I believe in the principle of the majority. We shall wait for the sisters to complete their revenge before performing the rite for Su Yunxiu. Who can say the mission would not be deemed accomplished? The three of them are still underestimating the situation. That Su Yunrao expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed masters. Lu Wensheng and the others follow Su Yunrao back. Observing the Wang family members peering from the doorway, he cannot help but muse over whether the Wang family would regret not having accompanied them if they knew that the summoned cultivators had turned against them. Although he thinks this, he turns and resolutely informs the Wang family that they have secured evidence of the ghost, and Su Yunxiu will undoubtedly make her appearance tonight. As night descends, ominous clouds shroud the sky, and the moonlight filters through the leaves, casting a sinister glow upon the Wang residence, adding a layer of eeriness to the silent land. The wind howls, accompanied by distant rustling sounds, and no one dares to rest. A group of people huddles in the grand hall, while Lu Jiqian and his companions stand at the four corners, closing their eyes to cultivate their energy. Even a mentally unstable Zhao family member has been brought over, leaning against a chair, biting her nails, her gaze wandering, muttering incomprehensible words, occasionally startling the others in the room, causing a palpable tension. The only child present seems to sense the oppressive atmosphere, crying incessantly in Su Yunrao's arms, further heightening the pressure on those gathered. Outside, darkness envelopes everything, and the branches sway in the biting wind, as if countless ghostly hands are dancing. Deep within the forest, lanterns emit a flickering light, alternating between brightness and darkness. Ashes swirl like white butterflies, and tears of blood stain the red azaleas. As the sun sets, the foxes slumber upon the graves, while children return home, laughing before the lanterns. Life demands that one indulge in wine. How can a single drop reach the netherworld? In the dead of night, the chilling wilderness stretches on, with gusts of wind accompanying the cawing of crows. The sound of gongs echoes through the forest, as shadowy figures in palanquins dance beneath the moonlight that a pale face devoid of spirit is coated in white wax, while dark tresses hide beneath crimson veils. Where do the fragrant souls return? Seeking their beloved, they arrive at your abode. The lilting melodies resonate in the stillness of the night, seemingly drifting from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill deep into the bones, laced with an air of eeriness. The yellow lantern hanging at the eaves begins to spin, the candlelight shifting from orange-red to a blood-like crimson, and the flames of the candles within the candelabra begin to flicker as if dancing with the wind. Suddenly, all sounds vanish. The entire hall succumbs to a profound silence, with only the sound of one's heartbeat echoing in their ears, as if one can hear their own breath. This terrifying stillness amplifies the fear, as if the very air around them has solidified. She is coming. She is coming. Zhao family member suddenly screams, causing everyone's hearts to leap. The somewhat fearful Wang Quanfeng nearly falters at Zhao's shrill voice, but dares not reprimand her, instead shifting closer to the crowd. Father, it is the voice of Yunxiu. Wang Xianwen, who has seemingly lacked presence, cannot help but cry out, trembling and instinctively retreating beside Lu Wenxing. Lu Wenxing thinks, "You don't come near me. I'm scared too." Tap, 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 drip, drip, drip. Outside, it is pitch black, yet faint footsteps and the sound of liquid dripping can be heard. Lu Wenxing silently shifts inward. Closing his eyes to avoid looking, Su Yunxiu walks in, her appearance somewhat reminiscent of Su Yunrao, yet compared to her sister, her features are imbued with gentleness and the weariness of hardship. Her eyes bear slight dark circles, her complexion as pale as paper, her hair damp and clinging to her face. Dressed in thin white garments, she resembles a sheet of white paper, as if a gentle breeze could carry her away. Su Yunxiu's lower half is also damp, stained with blood that has soaked her skirt, growing increasingly crimson, while the sound of liquid dripping provides the answer to the earlier mystery, as she treads upon a trail of blood. Lu Wenxing senses the presence, resolutely keeping his eyes shut. Determined to uphold his meditative posture, Dajiyu Jinji had already retreated to a corner beside the servants, embodying a demeanor of approachability. The child in Su Yunrao's arms, initially crying, seems to sense the presence of its mother. Despite the heavy atmosphere, it breaks into a cheerful giggle, adding an even more uncanny element to the scene. Everyone's breath catches in their throats, feeling a wave of chill wash over them. Once they regain their composure, they all huddle together. Esteemed masters, she has emerged. Quickly, seize her. Wang Quanfeng breathes hastily, pausing for a moment before addressing the others. However, the four individuals stand resolutely, eyes closed and unmoving, as if nailed to the ground. Husband. Su Yunxiu's voice emerges hoarsely. Although her tone is soft, It feels as if she is whispering in each person's ear, faintly laced with a chilling aura. Wang Xianwen's legs give way, and with a thud he collapses to the ground, prostrating himself. "I did nothing to you. Those deeds were not mine. It was my mother." The word filial looms large. "I was left with no choice. We were once husband and wife. Please spare me." Su Yunrao, with her head bowed and child in her arms, stands amidst the crowd. Upon hearing Wang Xianwen's words, a hint of derision flashes in her eyes, followed by a sense of satisfaction. After lying on the ground for a long while, hearing no sound, Wang Xianwen, with tightly shut eyes, slowly opens them to find a pair of blood-red shoes before him. Sticky blood dripping onto the ground. The stench of blood assaults his senses, mingled with a faint odor of decay, causing his stomach to churn, and he feels an overwhelming urge to vomit. His body trembles uncontrollably. Saliva pooling in his recollections, his second wife was embroiled in a fierce dispute with his mother, her usual delicate demeanor replaced by an alarming fierceness, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity, as if she were a sword unsheathed. "Please, mother, a child can be born again after loss. Save me. I do not wish to die. Consider the filial piety I have shown you." Su Yunxio's anguished wail echoed through the room, her gaze pleadingly fixed upon his mother, as the blood gushed copiously between her legs, rendering Wang Xianwen weak-kneed and dizzy. The sight of blood was overwhelming. He could hardly maintain his footing. He needed to escape this room immediately. However, just as he sought to withdraw, an unexpected and peculiar sound broke through the atmosphere. Giggling, hissing. Suddenly, the world fell silent. No cries from the midwives, no scurrying of maidens, no lamentations from Su Yunxiu, nor the sounds of his mother arguing with Su Yunrao. The light dimmed abruptly, as if he were in a secluded warehouse, the only illumination emanating from a flickering candelabrum. The yellow cow was led into the room, and several women turned the still pregnant Su Yunxiu over, forcing her onto the cow's back, urging it to trot in circles. His mother stood nearby, her tone brimming with joy. "Xianwen, at last, our Wang family shall have descendants." Wang Xianwen found himself voiceless, yet he heard his own voice responding. "Yes, mother, I have already thought of a name for the child." It was as if he had been drawn into a trance. He had come when he heard there were complications with the delivery, concerned for the welfare of his lineage, and had resorted to traditional methods to expedite the birth. Su Yunxio's belly pressed against the cow's back, and the blood flowed profusely, soon staining the cow's hide crimson. Initially, she screamed in agony, but after just 2 revolutions, her cries ceased, leaving a horrifying pool of blood on the ground. Su Yunxiu hung her head, her once lustrous hair now matted with sweat, her arms, weak and limp, draped over the women supporting her. The hem of her thin garment was thoroughly soaked with blood, rendering her a ghostly apparition. Once life had ebbed from her, Su Yunxiu was lifted from the cow's back and lay motionless on the ground, while the others rejoiced at the birth of the child, completely disregarding her plight. The eerie sounds persisted, echoing in the background. The figures of those present began to fade, yet Su Yunxiu remained vividly clear, a sense of foreboding drawing closer. Wang Xianwen found himself unable to move, as if he were a marionette compelled to approach Su Yunxiu's lifeless form. His astonishment, the still figure slowly raised her head. Dark blood oozing from her long hair, trickling down her pallid face. She smiled at him, as if she were finally seeing him once more, though their union had been arranged by their parents. It cannot be denied that Wang Xianwen was a handsome youth, embodying the romantic ideals cherished by young maidens. He was well-versed in the art of sweet words, and when he chose to be, he was a tender and considerate husband. Su Yunxiu, having encountered few men, had enjoyed a brief period of marital bliss, her heart and mind consumed solely by her husband, that dashing figure in white. Those affectionate, smiling eyes, his gentle smile, his tenderness, his frowns, his gestures, all were once her everything, and it seemed destined to be so. Her mother had said before her marriage that a husband was her all. Her very essence. Su Yunxiu loved him obediently, even to death. "Husband." The hoarse voice emerged from the bloodied lips of the long-haired woman. Wang Xianwen's body went rigid. She called him, "Husband. Husband, we have been together for 5 years. Why won't you save me?" The sweet words you spoke at our wedding were mere deceptions. Su Yunxiu, prostrate on the ground, smiled at him. Husband. Her voice, now a rasp, echoed as she began to crawl toward him. Wang Xianwen felt as though his throat were being constricted, emitting only a series of choked sounds, a dreadful response to the horror before him. He found himself paralyzed, helplessly watching as she drew closer. His mind blank until a warm fluid trickled down his leg, stirring his consciousness. I had no choice. Truly, I had no choice. I did not act against you. I merely observed. Perhaps the instinct for survival emboldened Wang Xianwen, allowing him the strength to speak that, yes, that's so. By your reasoning, mother imposed rules upon me, and you stood idly by as I was forced to take a concubine. You were also helpless as I endured a difficult labor, while you merely watched. In the end, your inaction rewarded you with an obedient wife and a bevy of lovely concubines, enabling you to cherish your child. Thus, your so-called helplessness has brought you many benefits. Yet none of this was your desire, was it? Husband, if only you had spoken up for me once, I would not have met such a fate. Chapter 50. Revenge. Your silence is tantamount to consent, is it not? Su Yunxiu seemed to murmur to herself, yet it felt as if she were addressing Wang Xianwen directly. Her hollow gaze bore into him, devoid of anger, yet brimming with malice. Husband, you claim you are not helpless, that you did not mean it. Then come, accompany me. Let us become a pair of ghostly lovers in the underworld. Wouldn't that be splendid? Please, no. Don't come any closer. Her skin appeared translucent, revealing the blood vessels beneath. What had once been a full, vibrant visage gradually sank into a gaunt pallor, her cheeks hollowing and turning a sickly hue, her dark eyes widening, encroaching upon the whites. Her body twisted grotesquely as she crawled closer, producing a series of unsettling, crackling sounds, her deliberate pace seemingly designed to torment Wang Xianwen. The others in the room remained oblivious to Wang Xianwen's plight, perceiving only the spectral figure of Su Yunxiu standing before him. As he began to tremble violently, his eyes bulged in terror, fists clenched, teeth grinding, as if he had glimpsed something horrific. His opulent robes were drenched, his legs quaking. He attempted to retreat frantically, Lu Wensheng, eyes shut. Initially quaking with fear, ultimately succumbed to curiosity and opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Wang Xianwen's left side caved in, blood cascading from his head, staining half his body crimson. His features were grotesquely distorted, obscured by blood, his hands dangling, the right one a mere mass of flesh, barely attached to his arm. The cacophony of terrified screams surrounded him, a chorus of panic. Lu Wensheng. He could scarcely suppress the urge to vomit, his stomach churning violently. In that moment, it was clear that Wang Xianwen would not survive, and Su Yunxiu's blood seemed to shine even more vividly, each drop resonating in the now eerily quiet room. It was as if a rule from a horror tale dictated that a ghost must claim a victim before the others recognized the danger and attempted to flee. The head of the Wang family, appearing far from the age of reckoning, exhibited remarkable agility, shoving through the crowd of screaming women, regardless of whether they were his own or his sons, determined to escape. Yet, the flimsy wooden door stood like a fortress, refusing to yield as a throng pressed against the entrance, feeling the encroaching presence of the threat, each step akin to treading upon their own hearts. Some collapsed in terror, while others scattered, seeking refuge near the four immortal figures. However, Gu Jinxia's voice rang louder than the rest, claiming a spot beside Ning Rongrong. Lu Wensheng, equally terrified, dared not approach. Even with ample incentive, he remained close to Su Yunxiu, resolutely shutting his eyes, determined never to reopen them, paralyzed by the perilous proximity. Meanwhile, the crowd around Lu Jiqian swelled, Wang Quanfeng shielding everyone in front of him, urgency and frustration creeping into his tone as he urged. We invited you here to resolve this matter. Why do you not take action? My son is dead. Lu Jiqian's silver-white brows arched like two sharp swords, slanting across either side of his silver hair. Upon hearing Wang Chuanfeng's words, he finally seemed to stir, opening his eyes. His amber gaze appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering his expression hazy and enigmatic, as if imbued with a semblance of compassion towards Wang Quanfeng, though perhaps it was something else entirely. Naturally, matters would resolve themselves, but not at this moment. His voice flowed forth like a spring infused with the morning sun. Just a simple sentence from him chilled Wang Quanfeng to the bone. Far colder than a sip of lay-by, sending shivers through his very soul. "You are utterly inactive," Wang Quanfeng exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he watched his amiable former daughter-in-law approach. "How could one dare to claim inactivity? Was it not your application that sought our assistance in dealing with the specters? There was never a promise made to protect you." Though Lu Wensheng kept his eyes closed, the keen hearing of a cultivator allowed him to retort from afar without impediment. "Whether or not to safeguard your lives is entirely contingent upon our whims. The duration for resolving this matter is without constraint. We shall decide when it is to be addressed. Moreover, what audacity do you possess to speak to us in such a manner? Do you presume to cut in line at the underworld? While this dialogue may not align with the righteous demeanor expected of a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Gu Jinji, having heard it, was left agape, momentarily forgetting his fear. Nevertheless, Lu Wensheng's choice of words was reserved for those who possessed a modicum of discernment. There was no need to extend courtesy to someone like him. However, I must say, being a tyrannical and unreasonable cultivator, dismissive of mortals, is rather exhilarating. Is it not a case of blaming others rather than oneself? One who commits no wrongdoing has no fear of ghostly visits. As long as none present have harmed Su Yunxiu, there remains a chance for survival. Wang Xuanfeng's urgency hinted at a guilty conscience, apprehensive of retribution. The sole open gateway to life was firmly blocked by Su Yunxiu, rendering the connecting door to the courtyard inoperable, leaving the assembly akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Wang Quanfeng had no desire to meet the same fate as his wife, becoming a lunatic, nor did he wish to share the gruesome end of his son. The celestial teacher who had come to his aid seemed entirely unreliable, merely a spectator in this dire moment. With no ally to depend upon, he could only devise a plan of his own. Su Yunrao, cradling the child in her arms, remained quietly inconspicuous. The infant had fallen asleep early, his mouth drooling, appearing exceedingly well-behaved, an image that immediately caught Wang Xuanfeng's attention. "If you dare approach, I shall throw your son to his death." Wang Quanfeng seized his grandson with a sudden motion, inexplicably turning to threaten Su Yunxiu. The abruptness of his action startled the child awake, eliciting a distressed wail that echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Lu Jiqian glanced over. As a golden core cultivator, he could effortlessly use simple spatial techniques to rescue the child from the grasp of his adversary without reciting incantations, yet he merely fluttered his eyelashes. Making no move. Chapter 51. Truly, no title will arise initially. Wang Quanfeng had harbored concerns that these celestial beings might interfere in the matter, but upon observing their inaction, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, witnessing Su Yunxiu come to a halt, he exhaled, his tone taking on a somewhat arrogant inflection. "Release me, or else your son shall." A muffled thud interrupted him, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Su Yunrao had approached from behind, brandishing a small dagger that she plunged decisively into Wang Xuanfeng's side. The girl's features remained as delicate and fragile as when Lu Wensheng and the others first encountered her. Her porcelain-like face glowing under the orange candlelight, exquisite yet easily shattered. "Grandfather, how could you forget me?" Her voice was soft and gentle, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Her tender laugh could melt the iciest of hearts. Imbued with an air of delight and curiosity, her expression seemed to tread cautiously, as though treating a fragile treasure, yet her hands were relentless, targeting the same spot with several swift thrusts, striking with lethal precision. Her pale, slender fingers clutched the hilt of the dagger tightly, yet it was clear from her motions that she deemed it insufficient. After plunging it in, she twisted the blade, allowing the sharp edge to writhe within the flesh. These decisive strikes brought forth a torrent of blood, staining the blade while crimson splattered onto her light pink dress, resembling blooming flowers of vibrant hue. Indeed, the more pink one wore, the harsher the strike. The system emitted a series of clicks, akin to munching on electronic popcorn, treating the scene like a film. Wang Xuanfeng's eyes widened, desperately turning his head to catch a glimpse of Su Yunrao. Wishing to utter something, but the blood surging up his throat stifled his voice, producing only rasping sounds as crimson trickled from the corners of his mouth, that a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Retreating from Su Yunrao, their gazes betraying their disbelief. How could she dare lay hands on her father-in-law? Wang Quanfeng coughed up blood, his body leaning forward, crashing to the ground with a thud, trembling as a pool of scarlet spread beneath him. The child in his arms was caught by Su Yunxiu just as he released his grip. What had Wang Quanfeng done? What instilled such terror within him? Ning Rongrong, appearing petite and sweet, bore an extraordinary boldness. The figure beside her, Gu Jinji, trembled uncontrollably, while she maintained her composure, even daring to inquire of the assailant with curiosity. Su Yunrao regarded Wang Quanfeng, her eyes brimming with uncontainable disdain, with nothing left to conceal. She spoke candidly. This old wretch has taken advantage of my sister, and I too have fallen victim to his lewd advances that he dared to exploit his own daughter-in-law. Lu Wensheng looked at Wang Quanfeng with contempt. Wensheng, when did you open your eyes? Are you not afraid of being scared to death? Lu Wensheng replied, cough, cough, cough. Does it matter? It's of no importance. The novice system is utterly useless, the champion of sabotage. Haha, please, someone save me. Wang Quanfeng, on the brink of death, had yet to breathe his last. Our Wang family has but one line. We merely seek a grandson, a sentiment one can understand, yes? Moreover, this child is your grandson, merely lacking a daughter, and daughters are of little worth. You could marry your youngest daughter over, making it easier to care for the child. After all, Yunrao is also the child's aunt, is she not? This would foster a closer bond between our families. Su Yunrao chuckled softly. Isn't this what you discussed with my father in the study? Do you remember, grandfather? Wang Chuanfeng's pupils quivered, his lips moved, yet no words emerged. He lay on the ground like a fish stranded and gasping for breath. Rest assured, grandfather, I shan't allow you to perish so easily. My sister is yet to exact her vengeance upon you, Su Yunrao laughed. Her voice low and hoarse, her complexion pale and sickly, her arched brows and eyes emanating an indescribable emotion, while she held the bloodied dagger. Lu Wensheng and the system muttered, does this little Mrs. Su truly possess no special attributes? The occupants of the room were gripped by fear. Aside from a few venomous matriarchs supporting the Zhao family, the rest of the unrelated servants had been dismissed. Behind them echoed an unending chorus of anguished cries, while the four-member team sat at the door, gazing up at the expansive sky. Lu Wensheng propped his chin upon the steps, idly poking at the faint cracks beneath his feet with a twig. Noticing Ning Rongrong kindling spirit fire, pulling items from her storage ring, and writing furiously, piquing his curiosity. What are you writing? Ning Rongrong offered a shy smile. However, given her ease in lifting Gu Jinji, her stable posture, and the taut muscles revealed in her movements, Lu Wensheng dared not judge her by appearance. She was a veritable Kong Ming Barbie. It was astonishing that she possessed a Qilin arm after experiencing this journey. He had garnered a wealth of inspiration, and I intend to return and incorporate this into my narrative. While I have the time, I plan to continue writing and will use the teleportation array to send the manuscript back. He nearly forgot. Ning Rongrong was a wild author from Xianyi Pavilion, truly dedicated. Even while out in the field, she did not neglect her work. But do the cultivators from your Xianyi Pavilion all engage in physical training? Gu Jinji inquired with curiosity. Ning Rongrong nodded. It was not the case until we had a fellow who loved to ensnare readers in his tales, relishing their tears as they read his works. He even shared with us how to craft plots that could be heartbreakingly intense, such as the humble being reduced to dust, the proud yearning for what eludes them, the wayward son perishing for loyalty, the schemer dying for fidelity, the thief falling victim to sacrifice, the selfish meeting their end through altruism, childhood sweethearts turning into foes, love at first sight leading to unbidden fate, mutual affection forever missed, intimate companions harboring ulterior motives, sudden awakenings that come too late, long-lost reunions revealing changed hearts, the savior remaining nameless, and the wronged perishing on the eve of vindication. Lu Wensheng and Gu Jinji inhaled sharply. What a ruthless author! What a display of antisocial psychology, to reserve joy for oneself and leave anguish for the readers. Was it? Gu Jinji remarked, But what does this have to do with your physical training? Ning Rongrong wore a solemn expression. It was precisely because of this, coupled with his daily writing endeavors and mediocre physical condition, that he ultimately found himself ensnared by his readers, left bedridden and unable to rise. He declared that unless he devised a way to amend his writings, he would lose his legs and be confined to a dark room for eternity. Chapter 52 to Hehe. I can't help but think he deserves it. Lu Wensheng couldn't resist commenting that if he had such circumstances in modern times, he would gather all the authors who halt their updates and confine them to a dark room, compelling them to write vigorously. Moreover, this penchant for inflicting emotional wounds upon others is strikingly reminiscent of a certain author, surnamed you from their world, who reserves humor for himself while leaving sorrow for the readers. His trilogy can leave one utterly devastated. Ning Rongrong added, we also have an unfortunate soul among us who was quite literally smashed by someone. Gu Jinji, bewildered, asked, what do you mean by smashed? Lu Wensheng awkwardly cleared his throat. Interrupting the innocent Gu Jinji, and with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, he moved closer to Ning Rongrong. Please, do elaborate. Do not treat him as an outsider. Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly the type of person who thrived on gossip. As she immediately answered upon being questioned, one of my fellow disciples has a sworn enemy who, upon inciting his anger, became the inspiration for his rather risque writings, which include. The subsequent content reached a level of audacity that even Lu Qiqian raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Casting a look of mild disbelief, 1 VN. Rags, bondage play, procreation, Utavalkli Abel. Is it all this extravagant? My goodness, does Xian E Pavilion truly indulge in such luxuries? As a system birthed from the world of Haitang literature, it may be inexperienced, yet it is brimming with knowledge, Lu Wensheng remarked. I must say, this author possesses quite the talent. Furthermore, my fellow disciple was not content with merely writing. He even illustrated a picture book and went on to sell it within the sect. Later, his sworn enemy, for reasons unknown, came to confront him about his writings and discovered a room filled with various manuscripts. When that sworn enemy arrived, he was brimming with rage, prompting many disciples of the sect to follow him. Resulting in quite the commotion, I also joined in the fray, although I arrived rather late and only witnessed the moment when his sworn enemy hoisted him onto his shoulder and uttered, "You enjoy spreading rumors about me so much. What is the point of merely thinking about it? Writing and drawing on paper is meaningless." He then entered the house and shut the door. Chrysanthemums wither, and the ground is strewn with wounds. His smile has turned yellow. The system began to sing, quite fittingly, the song Chrysanthemum Terrace by Zhou Tenwang, with lyrics that resonated with the moment. Gu Jinji, realizing the implications, felt a flush creep onto his cheeks. But how do you know all this so clearly? It seems as if you were eavesdropping under their bed. Oh, the commotion that day was indeed quite loud. I happened to catch a glimpse of it, did I not? The disciples living nearby heard everything quite clearly. They cried all night, and it is said that it took them a long time to come down, limping as they walked. Following these incidents, we who possessed the ability to write scripts and illustrate began to refer to certain physical cultivation methods to train ourselves, ensuring that we could muster some resistance if we were ever ambushed by readers. Lu Wensheng concluded that he had discerned the situation well. This was a stark tug-of-war between readers and authors, a tale of love, hatred, and inevitable entanglements. Perhaps hiring a bodyguard would be wise, particularly the sword cultivators from Lingxiao sect. Who would be most suitable to Lu Wensheng intended to genuinely recommend some sword cultivators to Lingxiao sect when the opportunity arose. Ning Rongrong hesitated slightly. Wouldn't that be too expensive? And sword cultivators seem to embody a spirit of unyielding defiance. If I were to hire them with spirit stones, would they not perceive it as an affront? Moreover, did not your sect also suffer an attack from sword cultivators prior to our departure? They appear rather formidable, not expensive at all, and in fact they would relish the opportunity to be humiliated with spirit stones as for the incident involving the attack. Cough, cough, cough. That was a misunderstanding. Do you have any specific sword cultivators to recommend? Ning Rongrong inquired, her interest piqued. Wei Sun would be perfect. He also offers post-sale support. The chief of Lingxiao sect? How many spirit stones would that require? I hired him to assist me. Cough, 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 I forgot, but it wasn't costly at all. That was close. I almost let it slip. Lu Qiqian, overhearing Lu Wensheng, let out a low chuckle from deep within his throat, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his previously aloof demeanor softened by a touch of warmth as he considered the rumors surrounding the three of them. A glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. Lu Wensheng feigned ignorance of the light laughter beside him, insisting that as long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Ji Yujinji remarked. It seems hiring a bodyguard may not be reliable. What if that sword cultivator turns out to be one of your readers? Wouldn't that be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den? Or what if they harbor ulterior motives and the bodyguard ends up being overpowered? There are numerous sword cultivators involved in the aforementioned cases, Lu Wensheng retorted. You make a fair point. The reputation of sword cultivators is indeed unparalleled. A prodigious talent pool. The system chimed in with its commentary. Ning Rongrong nodded fervently. One must be resilient in one's own right. I prefer to rely on myself. As the Su sisters concluded their discussions. The group had almost finished their conversation when they entered the room, greeted by a pungent scent of blood. Wang Quanfeng hung lifelessly from the rafters, his body swaying slightly, the rope tightening around his neck. His facial muscles contracted downward, and his tongue strained to escape from his throat. His wide-open eye sockets stared vacantly at the ground, or what brings the demon clan from distant lands to the central state. By the heavens, Wensheng, this person is Wu Ji. Wu Ji. The system transforms into a screeching chicken. Lu Wensheng was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing, and after a brief contemplation, he finally recalled who this individual was. Are you referring to one of the attackers, the demon sovereign? Indeed, that very same lecherous and eccentric demon sovereign who, with two rings clasped in front, displays demonic patterns on the pillar of heaven, and insists that others partake in games with no less than two players. Lu Wensheng. I know who it is. You needn't be so explicit. And what exactly are you emphasizing? I suspect you are deliberately trying to provoke me. This Haitang system. So, shortly after I departed from the sect, I encounter one of the attackers. Does that not mean I must prepare once again for the defense of Lu Jiqian's rear? Perhaps it's a tough task ahead for you. Wensheng. Lu Wensheng, with a cold expression. Not difficult, just unfortunate. The group ultimately decided to report this matter to the sect, and simultaneously, the spiritual treasures at their waists trembled, revealing the results of their current mission. Why is the score so low? Gazing at the 85 above, Lu Wensheng felt a wave of disappointment. Wensheng, it commented, while your search for clues and analytical demeanor is quite impressive, your fear of ghosts is truly unbecoming. Lu Wensheng. What do you mean, unbecoming? I'm quite stylish, am I not? He is so stylish he fears rheumatism. Stroking his chin, Lu Wensheng felt as though he had stumbled upon a blind spot. Wait a minute, system. You can communicate with this entity? Indeed. Please inquire why it awarded Lu Jiqian a perfect score. With keen eyes, Lu Wensheng naturally noticed Lu Jiqian's 100 IT stated, composed and extraordinary. 100 brilliance. All right. So, it's a matter of appearance, is it? Please negotiate with it, urging it to consider my score judiciously. This score is utterly unscientific. The subjective bias is far too strong. Very well, the score may be unscientific. Yet it is metaphysical, the system internally muttered while still pulling strings for its little dear. The system offers willpower to Ling Ling. What does this mean? I am steadfast and will not be bribed. The system continues to offer. It's nothing, just a token gesture. You understand what I mean, right? Ling, ahem, you're quite amusing. Consumes the willpower. Lu Wensheng was oblivious to how the system and Ling communicated. Yet he watched as the score fluctuated, mistakenly believing the system had successfully persuaded someone. The bolder one is, the greater the score. At present, he exuded a terrifying confidence, with the mission concluded, bidding farewell to Chowkin City. The group could finally return. Anticipation arose as the penalties for those involved in Tianxian Tower were enacted. First, a whipping, followed by the extraction of their souls to face the wrath of thunder. Until their very souls were extinguished, rumor had it that there were those attempting to plead for leniency. Yet the elder was quite resolute, dismissing each request, and even dealt with several who were oblivious to the gravity of their situation. The last execution he witnessed was Jiang Jinfeng, and Lu Wensheng found himself reminiscing about that experience, pondering when he might have another opportunity to catch Jiang Jinfeng's little braid again. While returning on their swords, they soon spotted figures of cultivators entangled in battle above a mortal city, swords slicing through the air, arcs of energy colliding with a thunderous roar, sending violent shock waves rippling outwards, obliterating everything in their vicinity in a small theater. Tao In. Though Lu Wensheng is remarkable, isn't the score a bit exaggerated? Gu Yulan. I believe a score in the 90s is quite reasonable. Tao In. The issue is it's not merely in the 90s, Gu Yulan curiously leaned in. At most, it should be a perfect 100. Wait, am I seeing things? 105? When did a perfect score cease to be 100? As the direct mentor involved, Jun Ning felt a bit embarrassed, glancing at Mu Jin. Junior sister, would you kindly inquire? Mu Jin looked at Ling's response, hesitating to read aloud. Although Lu Wensheng fears ghosts, his bravery and forward momentum in the face of danger are commendable, a sight to astonish the heavens and weep for the spirits. An additional 5 points for not fearing pride, had it not been for knowing that Ling was difficult to communicate with and always fair. Everyone would suspect that Lu Wensheng had bribed it. It's not like that, review board. Where is the indecency in this chapter? Chapter 54. When celestials clash, mortals suffer. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the stone pavement. The townsfolk bustled about, children frolicked in the streets, vendors shouted their wares, creating an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by a sudden attack. In the sky, two cultivators intertwined in combat, moving so swiftly that only their afterimages were visible. Their garments fluttered in the fierce wind, with each weapon swing unleashing a might akin to thunder. Brilliant beams of light shot forth from their hands, weaving an intricate tapestry in the air. The celestial masters are fighting. Run! My stall! Mother! Where are you, mother? Hurry, the house is going to collapse. Ah, my leg is pinned. The townspeople were thrown into chaos by this unforeseen calamity. Some sharp-eyed individuals spotted the figures above and began to flee, while those unable to evade quickly sought shelter. However, as they ran, they found no safe haven. Homes and streets crumbled under the cultivators' overwhelming might. The sword energy surged. Sturdy houses crumpled like mere paper under external force, easily disintegrating into fragments. The air filled with dust and flames, transforming the once peaceful town into a hellish nightmare. The streets were thrown into disarray, and with noon approaching, countless individuals were bound to suffer. Most were caught off guard by calamity, enjoying a meal with family when a deafening roar buried them beneath the rubble. Wu Feiping's grandfather had recently been struggling with his legs, and Wu Feiping hurried to the apothecary to buy medicine. The tremors caused the shelves to topple, and the shopkeeper yanked Wu Feiping beneath the counter. The medicine bag lost to the chaos that the celestial master is battling above. Child, do not venture out yet, but my grandfather is still at home. Once the commotion subsided, Wu Feiping thanked the shopkeeper and crawled out from beneath the counter. Racing outside, the apothecary had collapsed, and not a single building on the street remained intact. The air was filled with painful moans and anguished cries, and Wu Feiping's heart raced as he navigated through the debris, desperately trying to reach home. Grandfather. The two of them had worked tirelessly for years, building a home that held their memories and new life, now reduced to rubble. Wu Feiping cried out as he rushed to lift the timber. But the debris and shattered tiles filled the gaps tightly. He dug fervently, unaware of how much time had passed. His fingertips were stained crimson, and his nails split, ultimately managing to unearth only his grandfather's hand and half a body from the wreckage. His grandfather's tattered clothing was covered in dust, obscuring his aged face, and that hand, calloused and thick, hung limply, the lower half of his body severed by the collapse. Wu Feiping struggled to extract his grandfather's body, the lower half vacant, devoid of any blood. Feiping is akin to wild grass. Wu Feiping's father once said he wanted his son to be as resilient as wild grass, impervious to destruction, thriving anew with the spring breeze. This was the greatest blessing an ordinary person in the realm of cultivation could bestow upon their child. Wu Feiping truly was tenacious. When demons attacked the village, he lost his parents, but had escaped due to accompanying his grandfather. After his wife passed, his grandfather lost both his son and daughter-in-law, and now Wu Feiping had lost his grandmother and parents. They relied upon each other, toiling from dawn till dusk to gather the basic medicinal herbs that cultivators deemed beneath them to sustain their livelihood. They had moved to the city, as his grandfather claimed it was safer than the village and more convenient for his education. Wu Feiping had grown up listening to tales of celestial masters. He too aspired to become one, to slay demons and protect his family. He was grateful to the celestial masters, for the herbs they refused to gather sustained him and his grandfather. If only he were a cultivator. He would never fear his grandmother falling ill. They possessed miraculous medicines. Yet, their family was unfortunate, never encountering a celestial master, and he could not procure medicine for his grandmother. If only he were a cultivator. He would never fear demon beasts assailing the village. They wielded unparalleled power. Yet their family was unfortunate, never encountering a celestial master, and he could not seek their aid. But now that he had encountered celestial masters, why was it so different from what he had imagined? Wu Feiping clutched the remains of his grandfather, sitting on the ground in a daze. At merely 10 years old, he had been teasing his grandfather just yesterday. And today he had become an orphan. Why must they battle here? There are so many people. Do they not notice? Or do they simply not care, observing the familiar streets transformed into a hellscape? Wu Feiping's small mind began to grasp the unsettling truth. The lives of mortals appeared so inconsequential. Their cries and pleas seemed so feeble in the face of the cultivators' powers. Their lives, in the eyes of cultivators, were no more than ants, mere wisps of smoke in their long lives, the most insignificant sacrifices in the realm of cultivation. Why? Why? Wu Feiping gazed at the horrific scene. Watching the entangled figures above, tears glistening in his eyes, filled with resentment. What could possibly be so alluring about such celestial masters? In the heavens, the combatants among the cultivators could not reach a decisive victor, and thus, with reluctance, they parted ways. It was only then that they noticed the grim scene below, a flicker of astonishment crossing their eyes, though it mattered little to them that a small pebble was tossed upwards, plummeting through the air with a delicate sound. Yet it was sufficient to catch the attention of the vigilant cultivators below. A mortal child stood, clutching the stone, filled with indignation. You wicked beings, you do not deserve to be called immortal teachers. You have caused the death of so many. Go away. Wu Feiping picked up several stones and hurled them in the sky. The lofty cultivators, the audacity of a mere mortal was a grave insult, albeit lacking in physical threat. Outrageous. The two cultivators displayed expressions of fury. Wu Feiping was swiftly lifted by the proprietor of the apothecary, who, having known him through herbal dealings, was alarmed by his actions. Immortal teacher, please quell your anger. It is merely a child's jest. He pulled Wu Feiping down to kneel, bowing his head repeatedly. Wu Feiping, held down, was filled with tears and resentment. Child, you must not act impulsively. Should they become enraged, the rest of us could suffer their wrath as well. The proprietor whispered, his body trembling with fear. The 10-year-old child could not fathom the far-reaching consequences upon hearing the proprietor's words. Wu Feiping stiffened, fear etched across his face. The survivors in the city knelt and bowed their heads. Even in the presence of the culprits, they could only muster silent anger, pleading for mercy and hoping for a chance to live. Chapter 55. No Thunder in the Sky. The deer is set to appear. The 6 great sins of the cultivation world offered no clear protection for mortals. Their stance was ambiguous, even if one committed an offense. As long as it did not involve acts of malevolence, they were generally regarded as inconsequential. The damages caused by their skirmishes could be reported, resulting merely in a fine of spirit stones. To them, the dignity of a cultivator could not be challenged by mere mortals. As they gazed upon the kneeling crowd below, one of the cultivators clad in white, among a duo in black and white, was the first to adopt a cold expression. How utterly disrespectful! He cared not whether Wu Feiping acted with intent. Without a second thought, he unleashed an attack, viewing the mortal as nothing more than an insect to be crushed. With a graceful descent from the air, he thrust his long sword forward, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, as if it wielded an endless rhythm that made the air tremble. In that fleeting moment, Wu Feiping comprehended the gravity of his aspirations to become a cultivator. He recalled the helplessness on his father's face and his grandfather's disapproving shake of the head. To be an ordinary person in the realm of cultivation was indeed a formidable challenge. Simply surviving was a struggle. Immortal teachers were beyond their reach. Encountering an immortal teacher was not necessarily a blessing. They were entities to be revered from a distance, an insurmountable tier of existence. It seemed he would soon reunite with his grandfather, grandmother, and parents. Instinctively, Wu Feiping shut his eyes. A piercing, jarring sound reverberated in his ears. Yet contrary to his expectations, he felt no pain when he opened his eyes. He beheld a scene of sword light, resembling a dragon, graceful as a startled swan, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, scattering countless beams of light in all directions. This sword appeared as both a weapon and an ethereal shadow, darting swiftly like a meteor. The sudden emergence of the flying sword disrupted the white-clad cultivator's assault. What skill was it to vent one's anger upon unarmed mortals? A voice from above rang clear, as pure as autumn waters, instilling a sense of reassurance. The prostrate crowd lifted their heads to behold a youth clad in black descending from the heavens, enveloped in a gentle radiance. His black robe, adorned with flowing golden patterns, was exquisite beyond compare. The youth smiled with an innocent warmth, the season still blooming, pear blossoms in full bloom upon his shoulders, petals drifting softly like whispers, staining his robes. He seemed to glide on the breeze, ethereal and light, as the suddenly appearing sword whirled around him before settling at his feet, swaying like water, creating ripples in the air, gracefully catching its descending master. Surrounding them were the ruins of buildings, adorned with wildflowers, their vibrant colors stark against the desolation. The fragrant blooms were the only remnants of beauty, swaying in the wind, dreamlike and melancholic, evoking profound sorrow. A cold breeze swept through, tearing at the tattered remnants of fabric among the rubble, while fragments of stone lay scattered about. In the damp crevices of the bricks, mottled moss thrived, and the low hum of insects mingled with the cawing of crows perched upon ancient branches. The trembling survivors knelt upon the ruined path, heightening the scene's desolation. The youth appeared as a beacon of light breaking through the clouds, igniting hope within their hearts. Wu Feiping momentarily forgot the admonitions of adults against gazing directly at immortal teachers. Staring in awe at the figure before him, reminiscent of a hero descending from the skies, promising salvation, what purpose does it serve to engage them in conflict? Let us instead spar. Upon concluding his words, Lu Wensheng landed gracefully on his flying sword, positioning himself as a shield for the mortals behind him. His sword flew into his hand, his face adorned with a smile, yet his eyes were icy. Lu Jiqian, alongside others, arrived on their swords, surveying the scene with furrowed brows. The attire of Lu Wensheng, with its black and red hues, and Lu Jiqian's silver hair and golden eyes, made their identities evident. While the cultivation world valued strength, social standing played a crucial role, and the white-clad cultivator, having been bested by Lu Wensheng, now wore a somewhat subdued expression upon recognizing their appearances. Who would have thought it was the esteemed disciple of the asking immortal sect? But this hardly concerns you, does it? Chimed in the black-clad cultivator. Indeed, when did the disciples of the asking immortal sect become so meddlesome? The regulations of the discipline hall hold no weight outside your sect. Are you seeking to advocate for these lowly mortals? At most, a fine of spirit stones is all that would come from this. Is it truly necessary? The two exchanged barbs, their words laced with disdain for those who dared to intervene. In the ruthless hierarchy of the cultivation world, Lu Wensheng was not one to meddle in the affairs of the powerful. Indeed, he might be too preoccupied with his own matters to concern himself with others. However, fortune smiled upon him, for these two cultivators were not significantly stronger than he, nor did they possess greater connections. According to the food chain of the cultivation world, he held the upper hand, and no one would question his authority as cultivators. They could treat mortals with disdain without consequence, and likewise, as elite disciples of a top-tier sect, Lu Wensheng could treat two unconnected rogue cultivators without fear of reprisal. Perhaps the two did not care. Other cultivators viewed the matter as trivial, considering it normal for cultivators to dominate mortals. Yet these mortals cared deeply, as did those who had suffered under the capricious actions of cultivators. And he was willing to stand as the cultivator who cared. With a scoff, Lu Wensheng declared, "Whether to fight or not is but a matter of a single word. Why indulge in so much idle chatter? What of it if I meddle? These people require someone like me to intervene. This matter I shall oversee. Who would dare provoke the affluent? Indeed, if conflict arises, the repercussions will fall upon us. We mere rogue cultivators cannot bear the burden." While rogue cultivators naturally envied those with sect backing, they also looked down upon them, viewing them as sheltered flowers. Despite their strength, their experience often lagged behind. Moreover, Lu Wenqing's actions left them feeling somewhat embarrassed, their words tinged with emotion. However, the degree of their sarcasm was not enough to infuriate Lu Wensheng, who maintained a calm demeanor, raising an eyebrow at the two, his tone casual and unbothered, leaving them with a sensation akin to striking a pillow with a fist. "You two are overthinking this. I do not intend to leverage my status against you that if my identity causes you concern, I swear upon my Tao heart that it is of no consequence. Should I lose in the spar, I assure you, I shall not pursue you afterward." For he intended to resolve the matter immediately, without waiting for any aftermath. Chapter 56. The entangled battle, you won't pursue trouble afterward? What of your companions? The gaze of the two cultivators shifted toward Lu Jiqian. Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng could not help but chuckle softly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "They will not engage with you." "Quite cautious," remarked Gu Jinji, glancing at the two cultivators as he slowly approached point 2 against one is rather unfair. "Why not let me join?" Lu Wensheng shook his head that I am quite capable of handling this. My intentions are not something others would easily grasp. It is unnecessary to involve the uninformed. That Jiu Jinji turned to Lu Jiqian. "Will you not dissuade him?" Lu Jiqian's amber eyes met Lu Wensheng's, exuding a soothing aura. He is untroubled. The cultivation levels of these two individuals, given the prowess of disciple Lu, should not have posed any concern. Yet he had not even established his foundation before he confronted Song, Wan, and Jiang Jinfeng's associates. The celestial being, the celestial master. Wu Feiping was unsure why, but his instinct suggested that the youthful celestial master who had rescued him was engaging in this sparring to avenge them. The youth who had just exchanged sharp words with the two cultivators turned around, his features strikingly clear and vivid, exuding an air of spirited confidence. "I am Lu Wensheng. There is no need to address me as celestial master. According to age, you may simply call me brother." Wu Feiping felt an undeniable sense of familiarity emanating from him. Yet the teachings he had received about celestial masters had instilled in him a reluctance to address the approachable Lu Wensheng with such an intimate title. Gu Jinji remarked, "You should quickly step aside to avoid any accidental harm." Grateful townsfolk scrambled to their feet, hastily retreating, their movements a practiced display of concern. Lu Jiqian promptly used a magical artifact to create a barrier for the residents. The proprietor of the apothecary pulled Wu Feiping aside, brushing past Lu Wensheng, who noticed Wu Feiping, turning his head to stare unabashedly. That Lu Wensheng offered a gentle smile and playfully patted Wu Feiping's head, exuding the warmth of a caring older brother rather than the aloofness of a high-ranking cultivator. Wu Feiping's face flushed instantly, peeking curiously at him from within the barrier. "How troublesome. Are we still going to fight?" The two cultivators bore expressions of impatience, perceiving Lu Wensheng's friendly demeanor toward the mortals as nothing short of hypocrisy. "Fight? Why not?" The cold glint in Lu Wensheng's eyes indicated his displeasure at this unprecedented eagerness to be dealt with. A gust of wind swept through, stirring a flurry of withered leaves. In Lu Wensheng's hand, the sword shimmered like a gossamer wing, its blade reflecting a chilling light akin to autumn waters, gripped firmly. It emanated a faint aura of menace, and Lu Wensheng's demeanor shifted from jovial to fierce, the atmosphere suddenly thick with a sense of desolation and impending doom. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she whipped out her notebook, ready to jot down material for her writings. Initially indifferent, believing the three were evenly matched, the two against one, their expressions swiftly changed. Lu Wensheng struck first, unleashing a blinding flash of sword light that shot towards the two, who could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the shattering cold radiance as it passed before them. With a flick of his wrist, the sword spun deftly between his fingers, stirring the sounds that lingered in the air. Creating an almost tangible vortex that seemed intent on engulfing the two, summoned the bright moon to illuminate my heart filled with ice and snow. Let the rivers flow ceaselessly, though the whale drinks. It does not swallow the sea. The sword energy already spans the autumn. The scene was imbued with immense beauty, prompting Ning Rongrong to exclaim, "The sword water reflects the rosy clouds. A single sword of pure spring immerses the setting sun." Lu Jiqian raised his head, his voice clear. The sound of the sheath rings from above. Do not underestimate the sword's edge. Jinji's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden poetic outburst from the two. Stammering as his mind struggled to form a coherent thought, ultimately managing only, Taoist Lu, you are truly formidable. The system, lacking in sophistication, cheered in Lu Wenxing's mind, chanting, little Lu, brave and soaring, we shall always accompany you." Accompanied by the sounds of drums, which Lu Wenxiang silenced with exasperation, feeling that the atmosphere of battle was at risk of being ruined by such childish antics. Lu Wenxing's sword was not merely a product of talent. It was a result of daily practice and inquiry, accumulated over time to forge his current strength. Though lacking in practical combat experience, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge and did not neglect to absorb lessons from the fray. Deftly engaging the two while maintaining an upper hand, ultimately taking control of the rhythm of the battle, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the left side of one opponent while assaulting the right side of the other, forcing them closer together. With his sword, he encircled them tightly, delivering 18 consecutive strikes, compelling the two to defend against each one without the chance to retaliate. Within a radius of 3 zhang, the area was enveloped in sword energy. No matter the direction of escape, it seemed futile. A resounding clang echoed as the black-clad cultivator's sword met Lu Wenxing's blade with perfect timing. His pupils dilated as, in that instant, the sword energy vanished without a trace, while a rain of withered leaves, akin to blood, hung suspended in the air. Lu Wenxiang stood amidst this rain, his sword still poised at his chest, the black-clad cultivator's sword in his grasp, the blade now shattered. With a jolt, the cultivator collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, cascading in crimson droplets, as he released a piercing scream, a gaping hole now hollowing out his abdomen, with blood raining down like scattered stars. The white-clad cultivator, witnessing this, was taken aback, and he is inherently a comedic individual, unable to embody indifference. Heartlessness signifies an unyielding resistance to the allure of greed, anger, and ignorance, maintaining a state devoid of distractions and delusions, thereby attaining clarity and a comprehensive grasp of the situation. This is further reflected in the ability to remain unperturbed by emotions, enabling rational choices, unshackled by fear or avarice. According to his understanding, Lu Wenxiang feels somewhat ill-suited for this path. He struggles to attain a state of complete mental clarity. Despite appearing rational, he sometimes acts impulsively and harbors his own fears and selfish desires. He cannot fathom why the Grand Elder initially deemed him suitable for such a role, as he is not solely preoccupied with Lu Jiqian, yet ultimately he serves that purpose. Nonetheless, Lu Wenxiang is not one to dwell on uncertainties. If he cannot comprehend something, he chooses to set it aside for the moment. The town's population is considerable, yet with a significant portion of the buildings in ruins, Lu Wenxiang and his companions lack the expertise to facilitate repairs. They can only notify the mortal dynasty of the situation in the name of their identities, a more effective approach than the cumbersome reporting these individuals would otherwise undertake. This is a harsh reality that cannot be avoided. However, the fortunate outcome is that the court will place greater importance on the matter, and these individuals will receive proper arrangements. Due to Wu Feiping's glance, Lu Wenxiang engaged him in conversation, learning that the child is now alone and unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Evoking a pang of sorrow within him, Wu Feiping, on the other hand, has made his plans clear. He intends to bury his grandfather first, then visit the orphanage, and once he is older, seek to earn a living. Gu Jinji, being more sentimental, was already tearful upon hearing Wu Feiping's mention of his late grandfather, clutching a handkerchief that Ning Rongrong had graciously provided. "Oh dear," Little brother, you are so strong. In comparison, I am far weaker, still dependent on my father for sustenance. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Gu Jinji, her expression tinged with helplessness. Wu Feiping is an endearing child, and all four of them are willing to support him wholeheartedly. Gu Jinji wished to offer him spirit stones to ease his living conditions, but was dissuaded by Lu Jiqian. Spirit stones hold significant value in the mortal realm, and giving them to Feiping could attract unwanted attention. Akin to a child flaunting gold in a bustling market, but Lu Wenxing added, if you wish to provide for Feiping, it would be wiser to transform that money into something useful. But Wu Feiping initially aimed to go to the orphanage. But the apothecary's owner expressed a willingness to take him in, noting that he only has one daughter, who is already married, and having a child for companionship would be beneficial. The owner is familiar with Wu Feiping and is willing to step forward at a critical moment. Demonstrating commendable character. Jiu Jinji, insistent on giving a reward, exchanged spirit stones for money to assist the two, while Lu Jiqian provided a small communication device. Once you learn to write, you can use this to contact us. Whatever you write will reach you. Lu Wenxiang glanced at him, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Ning Rongrong squatted beside Wu Feiping, engaging him in light conversation. Have you thought about what you want to be when you grow up? If possible, I wish to become a cultivator like Brother Lu. Wu Feiping hesitated, seemingly savoring the phrase Brother Lu, and upon voicing it, his eyes sparkled with delight as he looked at Lu Wenxing. Like me, Lu Wenxiang was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat flustered, as it was the first time someone regarded him with such idolization, and the child's admiration left him at a loss. Why? What qualities does he possess that are worthy of emulation? Wu Feiping shook his head, unwilling to reveal his thoughts, as if harboring a secret known only to himself. Chapter 58. Banter. The four set off on their journey, and Lu Wenxiang left behind some foundational texts on spiritual cultivation for Wu Feiping, hoping that if the opportunity arose for him to tread the path of immortality, they would meet again. The blessings of celestial beings are often inexplicable. However, this experience also granted Lu Wenxiang insight into the state of the cultivation world. He currently lacks the ability to influence the attitudes of those cultivators. No matter how eloquently he speaks or how beautifully he envisions change, it remains mere rhetoric. In reality, without a title, those individuals would scarcely acknowledge him. To alter cultivators' perceptions of mortals, he must first attain strength. After contemplating this matter, Lu Wenxiang tucked these thoughts away in his heart, resolving to act on what is within his capacity and to intervene when he can. Due to some delays on the way back, most of the elite disciples of the Inquiry of Immortals sect had already returned. Regarding the incidents at the Heavenly Immortal Tower, insiders revealed that the upper echelons have been embroiled in fierce disputes regarding the long-absent creation of artificial furnace cauldrons. When this issue resurfaced, the situation escalated dramatically, with certain factions among the higher-ups also having fallen into depravity. Capturing these individuals would undoubtedly have widespread repercussions. Now, with a front-row seat to such a scandal, the disciples who had completed their missions had mostly returned to partake in the excitement. Lu Wenxiang initially intended to seek out his master, but upon their return to the Inquiry of Immortals sect, they stumbled upon a commotion involving Song Wen and the others. Song Wen, Zhang Zhishu, Wei Sun, and Jin Jianxian were together. Song Wen and Zhang Zhishu appeared to be in a heated argument, their eyes wide with defiance. Exuding an air of mutual resistance, with Jiang Jinfeng present, Song Wen and Zhang Zhishu were the best of friends, each other's reliance, their banter seamless and harmonious. However, when alone, bickering was a daily occurrence, and without a quarrel for even a moment. They would feel restless, intrigued. Lu Wenxiang edged closer to listen. Song Wen exclaimed, "Everyone says not to use fire talismans. That was a water attribute beast, and the heat almost scorched me to death." Zhang Zhishu retorted, "When did you say that? That's just backpedaling. I have fire talismans on me. Are we supposed to wait for a few of us to be devoured alive?" Wei Sun, sword in hand, gazed at the heavens and earth, embodying the traditional skills of a sword cultivator, standing apart from his companions. Jin Jianxian, on the verge of tears, hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to say, "Song Shidi, Zhang Shidi, could you both please stop arguing?" In unison, Song Wen and Zhang Zhishu turned to him, It has nothing to do with you. Jin Jianxian. Jin Jianxian's brief moment of extroversion had earned him a lifetime of introversion. Wei Sun, Lu Wenxing remarked, what a stroke of luck this lottery is to have such talents grouped together. It's a delightful pairing. Lu Wenxing, you've returned? Yan Qingshu suddenly appeared, calling out to Lu Wenxing before greeting the others. Her cheerful demeanor immediately drew everyone's attention. Yan Jia, what have you got there? Lu Wenxing inquired. Noticing the bag she carried, his curiosity piqued. During this mission, I brought back plenty of wonderful things. You almost try them. This item is called iron fruit. Yan Qingshu pulled out a fruit resembling a chibi coconut, roughly the size of a palm, from her bulging waist bag. She enthusiastically handed several to everyone present. And as Lu Wenxing was favored, she offered him a generous handful of iron fruits, even placing some in the crook of Wei Sun's arm, ensuring to stuff them in. Gazing at his robust physique, Yan Qingshu swallowed hard, striving to maintain an air of composure as she attempted to tuck the fruit inside, her tone earnest. Wei Daoyu, you're so tall, you should eat more. Wei Sun, however, merely pressed her down with an impassive expression. Have some dignity. Her eyes nearly buried in his chest. She found herself at a loss for words, pondering the curious preferences of female cultivators these days. What is so alluring about a man's chest? Don't they possess their own? Yan Qingshu blinked innocently, her heart filled with regret, unable to fathom the happiness that would ensue should she actually reach for it. With her enthusiasm, even the bickering Song Wan and Zhang Jishu found their hands filled with 2 iron fruits each. Courtesy of Yan Qingshu. Initially brimming with anger and glaring at one another, they were suddenly rendered speechless, momentarily frozen in place, glancing from the fruits in their hands to Yan Qingshu, bewildered by her abstract actions. Yan Qingshu cheerfully interjected, eating while arguing is no hindrance at all. You may continue. Song Wan and Zhang Jishu. Their momentum disrupted, they forgot what they had been arguing about. Yan Qingshu enthusiastically elaborated. The flesh of the iron fruit is fragrant and juicy, though the shell is a bit tough. Daoist friend, what are you doing? Her voice shifted pitch several times, becoming somewhat strained as Gu Jinji innocently blinked. Having unknowingly bitten into the iron fruit, exposing its soft, white flesh. Yan Qingshu gasped, are you Ji Xiaolan? This fruit is meant to be cleaved open with a sword. Having never encountered iron fruit before, Gu Jinji, a northerner, pondered Yan Qingshu's words, his straightforward demeanor expressing genuine confusion. Ji Xiaolan. I don't know him. What's the matter? Lu Wenxing replied. She means you have iron teeth and copper teeth. What a stifling scene this is. Song Wan let out a chuckle, crossing his arms and tilting his chin. This thing is as hard as iron, requiring tools to open. Gu Jinji retorted, huh? That's not how you eat it, so that is why it was so hard. Song Wan smirked. Can you guess why it's called iron fruit? Zhang Jishu added. Did you not find anything amiss when you took your first bite? Wei Sun's face was filled with admiration. What excellent teeth you possess. Regardless, as sword cultivators, they gnaw on demon beasts but would never bite into iron fruit. An affirmation from a sword cultivator. Indeed one. This left Lu Wenxing, who had never tasted iron fruit, somewhat doubtful. Did becoming a cultivator also harden one's teeth? Hesitantly glancing at his unopened iron fruit and then at the iron fruit in Gu Jinji's hand, which was marred with bite marks, he ultimately refrained from testing its hardness, feeling it would be rather foolish. Yan Qingshu observed Gu Jinji's silly grin and head-scratching demeanor with a look of pity, moving closer to Lu Wenxing and whispering, Do you have some peculiar constitution? How is it that you encounter such oddities? First, there was Tang He, who was sold and then counted his own money. Then Wei Sun, who sold his integrity for a price. And now, yet another simpleton with splendid teeth, Lu Wenxing replied. That is quite rude of you. Chapter 59, non-main plot considered a humorous subplot, can be skipped. Yan Jia, Lu Shixiang, and Lu Shixiang, Song Shixiang. Tang He, for reasons unknown, had also arrived, and upon seeing everyone began a flurry of greetings, his little mouth chattering incessantly. Just as Yan Qingshu had mentioned him, he appeared. Tang He, I have some delicacies here. Have you tried it? Yan Qingshu cheerfully offered an iron fruit to Tang. He'd this iron fruit. I've never had it before. How do you eat it? Tang He, who was so impoverished he might as well be eating dirt, looked curiously at what was in his hand. Yan Qingshu smiled brightly. You just look at it and eat. Next, welcome to the segment where 1,000 faces appear as the system takes on the role of a commentator, chattering away for its own amusement that Jinji maliciously encouraged. Could it be eaten with your mouth? Ning Rongrong cast a glance at the person tearing the umbrella, noticing Tang He's sympathetic expression but remained silent. Song Wen's eyes curved with delight, his amusement almost written on his face. Zhang Zhishu suppressed his laughter but remained quiet. Jin Jianxian felt a fleeting sympathy for Tang He and, realizing they were teasing him, chose to remain silent but couldn't help but smile. Lu Jiqian's performance could only be described as Oscar-worthy, his ability to mock earning him the MVP of the event. With a spring-like smile, he exchanged glances with Tang He, his eyes clear, as if nothing were amiss, yet remained mute. Lu Wensheng surveyed the surroundings and, seeing that no one was speaking, decided, "Oh, so you all choose to remain silent? Then I shall too." Thus, under the collective effort of the group, the unsuspecting Tang He naively took a bite, only to yelp in pain. Clutching his jaw, while everyone burst into laughter, nearly exposing their front teeth. Unlike Gu Jinji, who merely had a mouth, Tang He was aware enough to ask questions, though his cleverness was somewhat limited. All right, with so many people. Not one of you warned me. There truly are many wicked individuals in this world. Little Tang, you share your heart with them, yet they push you into a ditch without a second thought. This child is not very bright to begin with, as the instigator of the scheme. Yan Qingshu, hearing the system's remarks, shamelessly feigned ignorance. Even Tang He, despite his simplicity, caught on, feeling pitiful and wronged. Why are you all so wicked? You conspire to deceive me. He felt bullied. Biting handkerchief JPG. Yan Qingshu, in all seriousness, replied, Ahem, how can you say that? I am merely training you. One learns from their mistakes. Do you not know? Songwen could not help but murmur. Ever the sharp-tongued critic. He has just focused on learning from his blunders. Wisdom does not seem to be appearing. Zhang Zhishu immediately shushed him. Be cautious with your words. Disaster arises from a tongue. Song 1. Tang He primarily directed his grievances towards Lu Wensheng, Lu Shixiao. Especially you. The others may remain silent, but you two did not warn me. You laughed alongside them. I have misplaced all my goodwill towards you in the discipline hall. Having just heard Song Wen's words, Lu Wensheng felt that his merits were slipping away, and upon hearing Tang He's complaint, he struggled to suppress his laughter. Ahem, I was merely joking. I did not mean to laugh at you. I'm naturally blessed with a smile. The others began to voice their thoughts in turn. Ning Rongrong. I merely thought my front teeth felt warm. I want to let them cool down. Not to laugh at you. Zhang Zhishu. Ahem. I recalled something amusing. I heard that the immortal cranes in the spirit beast garden have laid eggs. Jin Jianxian. I did not laugh. Wei Sun. I did not laugh. Tang He turned to Lu Jiqian, who maintained his humble demeanor. Lu Jiqian. I always wear this expression. Only Gu Jinji had said, could it be eaten with your mouth? Exactly. He wouldn't use his mouth at first. He intentionally led you astray. The case is solved. Gu Jinji was mocking you. Gu Jinji. Feeling betrayed. However, after the playful banter, Tang He eventually got to enjoy the iron fruit, while the wealthy Yan Qingshu generously bestowed several spirit stones upon Wei Sun, asking him to help open it. In truth, Tang He would have preferred to open the iron fruit himself. He would not have minded if Yan Qingshu simply handed the spirit stones meant for Wei Sun to him. Yet, watching Wei Sun slice the iron fruit effortlessly in two, he kept his thoughts to himself. As he continued to eat, Tang He suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Wensheng, his words muffled by the food. Right. I came to find Lu Shixiao for a reason. Lu Wensheng replied. Please swallow your food before speaking to me. You come in here eating, and yet you have a task? Brother Ji is looking for you. It seems to be concerning the Tianxian building, and he is already waiting for you at the discipline hall. Lu Wensheng nodded, bade farewell to the others, and left, while Tang He gobbled down the remaining fruit and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 60 Tianxian Building Furnace. As soon as Lu Wensheng stepped inside, Tang He followed behind, pointing out the location. Lu Shixiao. Ji Xiang is over there, Ji Yanli, clad in a black Tianxiang silk robe adorned with a moon-white cloud-patterned gold belt. His sleeves embroidered with auspicious cloud designs and golden threads, and his long hair, tied high with a black ribbon, seemed to meld into the dim corner, with elegantly arched eyebrows and a graceful stance. He stood outside the discipline hall, his gaze lowered, long, dark eyelashes quivering gently, concealing the emotions that lurked beneath. Beside him stood a reserved middle-aged man, wringing his hands and occasionally stealing glances at Ji Yanli, whom Lu Wensheng did not recognize. Ji Xiang. Lu Wensheng greeted as he approached, making polite eye contact with the unfamiliar middle-aged man. "What is the matter that you summoned me?" Ji Yanli nodded and then shook his head, falling into silence for a moment, seemingly pondering his words, before turning to the middle-aged man beside him. "It is he who wishes to speak with you." The middle-aged man, dressed in a deep blue robe, lacked embellishments, yet exuded a sense of understated luxury. His hair was neatly combed, with a few strands of silver at his temples, and his face bore a hint of cunning and shrewdness. Seeing that it was his turn to speak, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing repeatedly, his face alight with ingratiating smiles and a lowly tone. "I have the honor of meeting Lu Shou Tuesday. I am an outer sect steward, named Wang Fui, here to discuss the matter of the artificial furnace in the Tianxian building. As the head disciple of the Tianxian building incident, I rushed over to report to you." Ji Yanli frowned. "Why are you lying?" Wang Fui, who had been speaking incessantly, was taken aback. "What does Ji Shou Tu mean? Is it you who insisted on dragging me into saying I was responsible for this matter, while I refused and you insisted on bringing me here to find Lu Shidi? How can that be considered rushing over or hurrying to report? To deceive Lu Shidi in my presence with such words?" Wang Fui. "Ji Shou Tu, this is an unjust accusation. It was merely a polite expression." "Ha ha. Is Ji Yanli perhaps being a bit too straightforward?" The system chuckled. This made Lu Wensheng stifle a laugh. "Ahem, Steward Wang, please state your matter directly." Wang Fui sighed in relief, grateful that this individual understood him. Otherwise, he would have faced a professional embarrassment. He cleared his throat and continued. "It is like this. We are to deal with those individuals tomorrow and wish to inquire about the arrangements for the victims of the Tianxian building furnace incident. We would like to know where they will be temporarily housed." Lu Wensheng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Are the victims not to be present at the trial? Do we need to find a special place to keep them? Who made that decision?" Wang Fui, seeing Lu Wensheng's initially amiable demeanor shift so quickly, was taken aback by the sudden coldness in his gaze and the chilling aura that seemed even more intimidating than the aloof Ji Yanli. He realized he had assumed too much. The chief disciple of the discipline hall, a prominent figure within the sect, could not possibly be easy to deal with. Wang Fui was startled, his mind in disarray. In truth, no one had suggested such a decision. It was assumed to be an unwritten rule. However, they were concerned about potential objections from some individuals, so it was understandable to prevent the victims from witnessing the trial. Given their status as furnaces, the standing of a furnace is not unlike that of a concubine among mortals to deal with the culprits without allowing the victims to witness it. What does that signify? Wouldn't the meaning of the trial be lost? The Tianxian building's trial, would it not merely become a fade for those in power to save face? How does this relate to the victims? The focus is all wrong. Moreover, is such behavior not a glaring display of discrimination and disdain? The victim is not the one who desires to be a furnace. Wang Fui, in his self-righteousness, believed he could sway the matter with reason and emotion, only to observe Lu Wensheng's brow furrowing ever deeper with each word, which rendered him speechless. "There is nothing inappropriate about this. Regarding your concerns, I believe that establishing one's biases upon the suffering of others is hardly a justifiable stance. If anyone feels dissatisfied, direct them to me, and I shall address them personally to facilitate others. One must be willing to embrace the role of the villain." Lu Wensheng did not impose difficulties upon Wang Fui, only instructing him to make arrangements and to seek him out when necessary. He understood that these managers sometimes face challenges in their duties. Expecting them to perform beyond their capabilities not only risks poor execution, but also places them in uncomfortable positions. Wang Fui sensed the underlying meaning in Lu Wensheng's words and felt considerably reassured, harboring a favorable impression of him. knowing that a competent superior should not be overly accommodating. Initially, Lu Wansheng had returned in a rather pleasant mood, but it dissipated at once. Tang He, believing himself to be quite ambitious, noticed Lu Wansheng's frown and immediately offered to assist Wang Fui in handling the matter, asserting that a job well done could earn him additional points from senior brother Lu, which would translate to a few more spirit stones by month's end. Observing the eagerness in Tang He's eyes, Lu Wansheng could easily surmise his thoughts and nodded in agreement that I will add points for you later. Tang He exclaimed, "Oh yeah, truly, opportunities are reserved for the prepared." As he cheerfully followed Wang Fui, Ji Yanli remained stationary, prompting Lu Wansheng's curiosity. "Senior brother Ji, do you have any matters to attend to? When are you free? We should practice swordplay together." Others either lacked the requisite skill or became constrained in Ji Yanli's presence, leaving him unable to find a sparring partner. "I have quite a few matters to attend to." "Why not seek out senior brother Lu?" Ji Yanli furrowed his brow. "I am not well acquainted with him," Lu Wansheng remarked. I hadn't realized Ji Yanli had a touch of social anxiety. But then again, with his presence, the two of them seemed to have little interaction. "Isn't the chief of Lingxiao sect also around? You could approach him." "Even less familiar," Ji Yanli huffed. "If junior brother Lu is unwilling, you need not deflect with others." Ji Yanli felt slighted. "Feeling hurt, I shall remain silent and leave junior brother Lu to guess," Ji Yanli stated. Lu Wansheng, unable to decipher Ji Yanli's thoughts, found himself caught in a rather awkward gaze-off. And feeling the weight of Ji Yanli's increasingly sorrowful expression, he made an excuse to slip away. He recalled Wang Fui's earlier words regarding his audience with the elder, realizing this was his first proactive visit. Motivated by a request, which made him feel rather embarrassed, he felt he was not quite a worthy junior. The acolyte at the elder's door greeted him warmly, and although Lu Wansheng did not recognize them, they recognized him immediately. "The elder is in the cave. Please come in." Master Lu, Chapter 61. A visit to the elder. The sect, being the most senior in rank, resided in an impressive abode. Upon entering, one found corridors on either side, serving as passageways, adorned with a large screen crafted from purple sandalwood and marble. Turning past the screen, one entered the spacious main courtyard, with 5 intricately carved rooms at the forefront. The pavilions and towers were interspersed with vibrant green bamboo and oddly shaped stones, which, when stacked together, appeared both abrupt and magnificent. The acolyte gestured in a certain direction, instructing Lu Wansheng to wait there, explaining that the elder was currently occupied but would come shortly. Spotting a room nearby, Lu Wansheng pushed the door open, only to find himself unexpectedly locking eyes with someone inside. Lu Jiqian, dressed in a deep azure silk robe, embroidered with intricate silver threads. Lu Jiqian exuded an air of nobility, with a belt of gold and jade cinching his waist. His amber eyes, reminiscent of the cold sunlight of winter, appeared both languid and aloof, akin to the faint starlight of an autumn night, distant and detached. Lu Wansheng, momentarily taken aback, felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the person before him, as he seemed different from his earlier impressions. Lu Jiqian, observing Lu Wansheng's reaction, slightly narrowed his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice softening amidst the cool night. "Junior brother Lu, to see the elder?" "Ah, yes, I am here to seek the elder." Lu Wansheng regained his composure, perhaps due to Lu Jiqian's change in a darker attire, which felt different. He had previously believed that celestial beings typically donned lighter shades. Indeed, one must not harbor biases that in the northeast corner of the room stood a deep violet bookshelf. Warm light filtering through the intricately carved red wooden window, casting fragmented rays upon an ancient zither. Delicate silk curtains swayed with the breeze, allowing petals to drift in, brushing against the strings, while fragrant smoke from an incense burner spiraled through the air, enveloping the entire room that hardly resembled a reception area, prompting Lu Wansheng to glance around. "This is my room." Lu Jiqian seemed to sense Lu Wansheng's confusion. Then why did the acolyte direct me here? "This path leads to my grandfather's study." Had he misunderstood? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Wansheng stammered. "Then I shall take my leave." Lu Jiqian chuckled lightly, rising from his seat. "Allow me to escort you." Lu Wansheng nodded. following Lu Jiqian to the study where the elder awaited. Upon seeing the two, a glimmer of understanding flickered in the elder's eyes as he beckoned Lu Wensheng to take a seat. He appeared unpretentious, resembling a kind old man. Perhaps true competence manifests in such individuals. They need not uphold an imposing demeanor to assert their status, and an innate aura surrounds them, rendering them approachable and deserving of respect. Lu Jiqian remained. As the teapot simmered on the stove, he skillfully selected tea leaves, tilting the kettle, pouring steaming water from the silver vessel into a porcelain bowl. In an instant, the emerald tea leaves danced in the hot water, releasing a gentle aroma, unfurling like dancers gracefully twirling in the water. Receiving the tea from Lu Jiqian, Lu Wensheng found the atmosphere overly refined, perhaps too elegant for his tastes. He felt ill-equipped to appreciate such delicacies. Akin to a pig struggling to savor fine cuisine, the elder, embodying a straightforward nature, engaged Lu Wensheng in casual conversation, inquiring after his well-being before asking the purpose of his visit. The disciple is here regarding matters related to the Celestial Tower. I believe that during the trial tomorrow, the victims should also be present. Lu Wensheng briefly outlined his perspective. Although he could ultimately decide the course of action, he recognized the importance of the elder's opinion, as he was, after all, half a disciple of the elder. Even if the elder disagreed with his viewpoint, he would not face any loss. Lu Wensheng was not one to act stubbornly, preferring to simplify matters and minimize errors. And he did not mind seeking external assistance. That I find your thoughts commendable. These individuals, accustomed to their elevated positions, often overlook their own shortcomings while being critical of others, even looking down upon the furnace. How many among them willingly serve as a furnace? Those who can survive and possess strength are hardly inclined to bow low. They are no more noble than the furnace itself. If any gossiping fool dares to speak ill of you, come directly to me. I shall impart to them the wisdom of how to conduct one's self. The elder, possessing a righteous worldview and a fiery temperament, could hardly maintain his gentle demeanor for long before his ire surfaced. However, with such a formidable ally backing him, Lu Wensheng could not help but feel a sense of relief, his features relaxing. Yet I must say, Wensheng, do come by to spend time with Jiqian more often. You are both young, and I am certain you will find much in common that Jiqian lacks friends. You should pity him and take him along for some fun. The elder's encouragement resembled that of a parent urging their child to associate with diligent peers. Hoping for positive influences, that he found Lu Wensheng to be quite admirable, principled, adaptable, and possessing a pleasant demeanor. If Lu Jiqian could forge a bond with him, it would provide mutual support among their peers, potentially leading to positive change. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his grandfather's portrayal of him as a reclusive child, Lu Jiqian thought, is my character truly as peculiar as he describes? Lu Wensheng nearly burst into laughter, managing to say, all right, I shall seek out seeing your brother Lu more often. I will help him become lively and cheerful. Lu Jiqian, seated nearby, listened to Lu Wensheng's response, his slender fingers tracing the rim of the verdant teacup. The fragrant steam veiling his gentle gaze, that the smile gradually blossomed on his lips, and he found himself thinking that spending time with junior brother Lu might not be so bad after all. Lu Wensheng's remark brought immense joy to the elder, his gaze towards Lu Wensheng mirroring that of a grandfather's affection towards his grandson. Chapter 62. Conflict. On this side, Tang He, following Wang Fui, had become almost a spokesperson for Lu Wensheng, standing there with an imposing presence, as if daring anyone to provoke him, seemingly eager for a confrontation to showcase his abilities and then boast alongside Lu Wensheng, securing his points in the process. Although he had been unjustly assaulted, Jiang Jinfeng, being a cultivator, recognized that despite being injured and unable to undertake missions, he was nearly healed now. Upon his emergence, he spotted Tang He adorned in the garb of the discipline hall and instinctively felt a pang of pain throughout his body. His brother had cautioned him against stirring up trouble. While he would not provoke Lu Wensheng, perhaps he could create some disturbance for the discipline hall. After all, having suffered multiple defeats at the hands of Lu Wensheng, Jiang Jinfeng had developed a palpable disdain for everyone associated with the discipline hall. He had heard whispers about the heavenly immortal tower's creation of furnace cauldrons and learned that Tang He was bringing those artificial cauldrons to be arranged within the sect. Intending to position them for tomorrow's trial, he instinctively recoiled at the thought of mingling with the cauldrons, questioning the methods of the discipline hall in bringing such things here. De low, sinister voice broke the air, and Wang Fui, upon looking up, locked eyes with Jiang Jinfeng's narrow gaze, realizing the unfortunate circumstance of encountering this little devil of chaos. Feeling disgruntled, yet compelled to maintain decorum, he explained, "I have met Jiang Shixiao. This is Lu Shou's intention." Tang He found the voice somewhat familiar, and upon turning, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the unfortunate Jiang Jinfeng? Quite resilient, aren't we? Out and about again." Jiang Jinfeng scoffed, casting a cold glare at Wang Fui. "Did I engage you in conversation? Why are you interjecting?" Wang Fui, though brimming with indignation, could only apologize profusely, lowering his posture. Tang He, displeased, clicked his tongue and remarked sarcastically, "Ah, Jiang Shixiang, your stubbornness remains unchanged, just when things seemed fine. You begin to stir trouble again." Tang He and Lu Wensheng shared a common disdain for Jiang Jinfeng, and with Lu Shixiang backing him, they felt no fear. Jiang Jinfeng, aware of the camaraderie between Tang He and Lu Wensheng, felt a flicker of rage within him as he realized that like attracts like, and both shared a penchant for sharp tongues. "What do you mean by that?" he retorted. "Nothing much, merely reminding Jiang Shixiang to be cautious in his words and actions. Tomorrow, several sects will be present due to matters concerning the heavenly immortal tower. It would be quite embarrassing for Jiang Shixiang to join those who have erred in kneeling there, bringing shame upon her sect." Jiang Jinfeng's face nearly contorted into a grimace, but he swallowed his anger at the thought of Jiang Shi's warning. "Why are you speaking so harshly? I am only considering the sect's reputation. Having those cauldrons on display would be disgraceful. Even if Lu Wensheng is currently at his zenith, he cannot bear that burden." Tang He replied, "That has nothing to do with you. Lu Shixiang will do as he pleases. And what concern is it of yours? Instead of meddling, you should focus on self-cultivation and learn to be a better person." Jiang Jinfeng could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening, and if looks could kill, Tang He would have been pierced by 1,000 daggers. With a cold huff, he unsheathed his sword, ready for a confrontation. Tang He remained unfazed, scoffing dismissively as he took out a communication jade slip and began to shout. Oblivious to those around him, one might think he was enduring some unspeakable torture at the hands of Jiang Jinfeng. "The Lu Shixiao. That Jiang is here to provoke me again. He is attacking me. Hurry, or I might be beaten to death. Boo-hoo." Jiang Jinfeng exploded in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't done anything yet. Then why did you draw your sword?" "Isn't to teach me a lesson?" Tang He mused, recalling Jiang Jinfeng's demeanor that matched what Yin Qingshu had once said. "You've broken down." Jiang Jinfeng retorted, "You think you can call for help? I can do that too." When Lu Wensheng received Tang He's frantic cries, he had yet to leave the elder's cave. Accompanied by Lu Qiqian, upon arrival, he noticed Jiang Xing, who had also been summoned. To his surprise, Tang He did not appear as miserable as he had anticipated. He seemed perfectly fine, engaged in a glaring contest with Jiang Jinfeng. Lu Wensheng inquired, "What is going on here?" Jiang Xun, observing the scene, paused momentarily but chose to ignore his younger brother, approaching Lu Qiqian with a smile. "Greetings, Lu Shixiang, Lu Shidi." Lu Qiqian nodded, while Lu Wensheng responded with a nonchalant greeting toward Jiang Shixiao. What transpired? Lu Wensheng turned his gaze toward Wang Fui. Wang Fui, confronted with several scrutinizing eyes, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and briefly recounted the events. "This is merely a display of strength, right? These two are competing behind the scenes? I was merely trying to intimidate him. Who knew he would be so easily frightened?" Jiang Jinfeng crossed his arms. Feeling unjustly treated, Tang He, having learned from the sharp tongues of Yin Qingshu and Lu Wensheng, quipped, "Alas, I'm just not one to be easily intimidated. If it were anyone else, they would surely tremble before such a notorious little devil like you. You dare to provoke Lu Shixiang. What else would you shy away from? Who knows if perhaps I might frighten you, and then you'd end up piercing me with your sword, claiming I ran into it myself." Jiang Jinfeng, incensed by the insults, clenched his fists tightly, only to be discreetly restrained by Jiang Xun, and my younger brother tends to act impulsively. Shall I apologize on his behalf? Jiang Shuyuan smiled at Tang He, feigning understanding, yet his gaze held a deeper, ominous significance. Tang He's instincts flared, locking onto those unfathomable eyes, sending a chill down his spine as he instinctively hid behind Lu Wansheng. Cough, cough, no need for that. I am magnanimous. Jiang Jinfeng huffed. You're quite perceptive. With what status do you expect him to apologize to you, the brother of a direct disciple? Lu Wansheng chuckled lightly at Tang He and then turned his attention to Jiang Xuan. Why not have Jiang Shixiang apologize to Jiang Shixiang for this matter? We can call it even. Jiang Jinfeng exploded in fury. Why should I apologize to you? I haven't done anything. A flicker of cold light crossed Jiang Shuyuan's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained gentle. Lu Shitty, might I ask for a reason? My brother has done nothing wrong this time. If I require an apology from him, he would likely be unwilling. Unwilling? Who is truly unwilling here? Jiang Jinfeng has never backed down willingly. If you truly demand an apology from him, do you think Jiang Jinfeng would refuse? Lu Wansheng, well aware of Jiang Shuyuan's intentions, understood that it was merely a matter of personal grievance, and he seized the opportunity to provoke Jiang Jinfeng further. Chapter 63. Uncertain of my writing, what he said truly wounded my heart. What does it mean to question? How does the discipline hall operate? And to assert, even if Lu Wansheng is at his peak, he cannot bear that burden. Is he criticizing my actions? Jiang Jinfeng gritted his teeth. What? Are you now so esteemed that you cannot be criticized? Lu Wansheng let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing, the chill in his gaze rising as he raised his voice, exuding an undeniable authority. You think you can lecture me, someone who has stood before the elder, if he were to wield power unjustly? Jiang Jinfeng would find himself at a disadvantage, seeing Lu Wansheng pull out the ancestry of his family. Lu Qiqian found it somewhat amusing, but interjected, if you have any doubts, you may address them with the elder. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath, realizing that sparring with Lu Wansheng would yield no favorable outcome, especially for his foolish younger brother, who had fallen for the same trick repeatedly. Jinfeng, how can your words be so extreme? To utter such statements, apologize at once, or you shall face the elder's wrath. TSK. Jiang Xuan was truly adept at adapting. Moments ago, he claimed Jiang Jinfeng had committed no wrongdoing, yet now he was demanding an apology, completely distancing himself from the situation. Reluctantly, Jiang Jinfeng apologized, feeling that Lu Wansheng was certainly cursing him. On the way back with Jiang Shuyuan, he could hardly contain his displeasure. Why does Lu Wansheng always find ways to target me? Why? Because you are foolish and it drags me down with you. He had always enjoyed a glamorous life. When had he ever endured such humiliation? A cold, somber voice echoed in Jiang Jinfeng's ears, causing him to swallow hard as he glanced at his older brother. Jiang Xuan had shed his previous warmth, his smile evaporating, revealing a darkened gaze, his handsome features now imbued with an unsettling chill, the depths of his eyes swirling with a hint of madness, as he spoke words that sent shivers down one's spine. Fool, when will you learn to be wise and stop causing me trouble? Jiang Xuan regarded Jiang Jinfeng with an icy stare, his tone lingering, filled with a chilling emptiness. Jiang Jinfeng dared not respond, suppressing his previously arrogant demeanor, anxiously observing Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, not expecting a reply, turned his attention to a painting hanging in a subtle location within the room. Upon seeing the figure depicted in the painting, his cold visage softened imperceptibly, his lips curling into a smile that was both charming and unsettling, radiating a sense of obsession. Should one draw closer, they would sense the chilling aura surrounding him, and the madness in his gaze would threaten to erupt, overflowing with crimson intensity. Lu Wansheng seemed to be getting rather close to Lu Shixiang. Did he not? I do not appreciate that. The room was devoid of any illumination, the only source of light being the faint flicker of candlelight from outside, casting a shadowy veil over Jiang Shuyuan's facial contours. His gaze exuded a chilling coldness, devoid of warmth. He idly toyed with a small object from the edge of the table, casting a languid glance at Jiang Jinfeng, his smile growing increasingly sinister and unsettling. One must possess patience in their endeavors. Those lacking it are mere prey. For now, you should refrain from venturing out, as you have no pressing matters. Jiang Jinfeng shivered in response. Understood, elder brother. I shall heed your counsel. As the matter drew to a close. Faced with Lu Wenxing's meaningful gaze, the audacious Tang He Kanzan smiled with feigned bravado. I just remembered that Sister Yin sought me for something. It seems she has a new product for tasting. Being a seasoned employee, Sister Yin finds my assistance indispensable. So Lu Shixiao, I must take my leave. Lu Wenxing merely huffed. Watching as Tang He scampered away, ultimately choosing silence, he tasked Wang Fui with handling the affairs and invited Lu Jiqian to his quarters. Having been absent for a while, he found himself unable to locate a teacup for brewing. Lu Wenxiang bent down to rummage through a box beneath the bookshelf, which was crammed with books, causing several volumes to tumble down. Lu Jiqian, somewhat resigned, swiftly caught the falling books, narrowing his eyes upon reading the titles. Thank you. Lu Wenxiang rose, brushing off his clothes, and also noticing the inscription on the book. The stories I must share with Lu Shixiao. One birth. 108 treasures. Good fortune. Shixiao, don't run away. For related plot details, refer to Chapter 20. If the memory eludes you, feel free to revisit. Lu Wenxiang. Are the memories of the deceased suddenly launching an assault on me? Lu Jiqian opened his mouth to speak, but was taken aback by Lu Wenxing's expression, resembling a palette of spilled paint. His hand trembling as he clutched the book, he proceeded to open the cabinets and drawers in the room, his keen eyes spotting everything related to him. Tang He. Lu Wenxing's furious voice echoed, seemingly audible for miles around. Tang He. Ah, who is mentioning me? Lu Wenxing was infuriated. He had previously instructed Tang He to remove his belongings after the incident. Yet this rascal had forgotten entirely, turning him into a jester. Lu Shixiao, allow me to explain. These are Tang He's belongings. I am not a lovesick fool. Was his noble image about to crumble? Lu Jiqian. Naturally, believed Lu Wenxing. This child seemed unfamiliar even with his own quarters, and besides, it was he who had raised concerns about the strict censorship of books within their sect. Lu Wenxiang recounted the events, feeling that even though he had not suffered as much injustice as it, he feared Lu Jiqian might doubt him. Lu Jiqian, however, was not troubled and held no misunderstanding, seeing Lu Wenxing more agitated than himself. He attempted to soothe him like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. If Tang He were present, he would surely scratch him a comical face that, I believe you, Lu Shitty. This is clearly the work of Tang He Shitty. I truly harbor no misconceptions, Lu Jiqian assured repeatedly. At last, Lu Wenxiang calmed down. Should we just burn it all? Lu Jiqian. That seems excessive. Moreover, these items were procured by Tang He Shitty. He would surely be upset. Besides, this book appears quite interesting. Lu Jiqian even picked one up to peruse, catching the corner of his eye on Lu Wenxiang, who seemed on the verge of speech, his face turning crimson. He could not help but smirk. Yet Lu Shitty's bashful demeanor was far more amusing that Lu Wenxing usually appeared strong and serious. Now, with his face flushed, he presented a delightful contrast that was hard to dislike, even somewhat endearing. Feeling embarrassed enough to warrant a 3-bedroom apartment, Lu Wenxing noticed Lu Jiqian engrossed in the books, creating a profound sense of disconnection that he could not help but remark, reading such books excessively will warp your mind, turning you into someone like Tang He. Wenxiang, why do you disparage Tang He alongside your own observations? I speak only the truth, Lu Wenxiang retorted at the system. Lu Jiqian chuckled lightly, complying with Lu Wenxing's sentiment by setting the book down. Very well, I shan't read any further. Chapter 64. Title unknown, by the way, Shitty. I have some leads regarding that bow. What bow? Lu Wenxiang furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the bow that had been tampered with during the event. The investigation had ultimately only traced back to the disciple responsible for managing the bows and arrows, who merely claimed it was an oversight, leaving no further clues, appearing to be an unfortunate accident. However, I believe, Shitty, that you should remain vigilant. Lu Jiqian suspected that Lu Wenxiang was being targeted. The one who had truly meddled was meticulous, hinting that he should pay closer attention to those around him. Lu Wenxiang was indifferent, as the suspects were limited to just a few individuals. Let them come. I shall meet force with force. Worrying excessively is futile. The one targeting me will surely reveal themselves in due time. Moreover, he was a man of exceptional prowess. Hands on hips, Does Lu Shixiang know how the higher-ups have arranged for the celestial beings rescued from the tower? Lu Wensheng was more concerned about those who had been forced to become artificial cauldrons. Recalling the horrific scenes from before, now that they have become cauldron bodies, releasing them would pose a danger. From what I've heard from my grandfather, it seems they are likely to be placed within the sect, assimilating as ordinary disciples, performing menial tasks. Do you have any thoughts, Lu Shidi? Even if they remain within the sect, bearing the identity of inner disciples, they will likely face discrimination and bullying due to their cauldron status. The discipline hall cannot oversee everything, nor can it manage all cases. Lu Wensheng proposed an immature idea. Lu Shixiang, what if we first assign them to work in the lower levels of the discipline hall for a while, then disperse them into other areas of the sect? Would that be more beneficial? By associating with the discipline hall, those who might bully them would have to consider the implications of their relationship with the hall. The consequences of bullying others would be too great. They might hesitate to treat these individuals as easy targets, as no one knows if they have ties with the disciples of the discipline hall. Lu Jiqian naturally grasped this angle as well, and could not help but admire Lu Wensheng. Lu Shidi, you truly possess remarkable insight. This is indeed a splendid idea. I shall return and discuss it with my grandfather. You have genuinely considered the plight of these individuals. The disciples of the discipline hall are typically selected with great care. Not only are their abilities commendable, but their character is also admirable. With Lu Wensheng overseeing matters, these cauldrons can find a sense of security within the Wenxian sect. Take care, Shixiang. As Lu Jiqian took his leave, Lu Wensheng suddenly realized that they had been conversing for quite a while, without even offering Lu Jiqian a cup of tea. Where had his teacup gone? Glancing around the cluttered room, Lu Wensheng gritted his teeth. Tang He. Excellent news. Tremendous news. Early in the morning, Yin Qingshu burst through Lu Wensheng's door. Finding Tang, he's sniffling and moving things around in the room. Why are you alone? Where is Lu Wensheng? I'm tidying up Lu Shixiang's room. He's gone to find Jin Jianxian Shixiang to draw talismans that, oh. Yin Qingshu turned to leave. Tang, he lamented, aren't you even going to ask about him? After all, we have shared the labor of earning spirit stones. It was ultimately a misplaced affection at Jin Jianxian's residence. Wow. Jin Shixiang, you're incredible. You could easily rely on your looks, yet you choose to showcase your talent instead. From a distance, one might think he was effortlessly drawing ordinary talismans, but up close, it was evident that he was hand-drawing talismans with remarkable finesse. Lu Wensheng had experience in flattery, knowing that compliments cost nothing. And his praise left Jin Jianxian blushing as red as a monkey's rear. Jin Jianxian was a child who had received too little recognition, hence his shy and awkward disposition. When kindness was shown, he would chase after it as if it were a lifeline, desperately pursuing what he perceived as light. Such a condition could be remedied with more flattery. Allowing him to grow accustomed to praise would help him realize that he was not as inadequate as he believed. He too could be acknowledged, that he asked for whether Jin Jianxian would develop feelings for him. Lu Wensheng was well aware of the power of uplifting words. This situation had a perfectly viable solution. Yin Qingshu was also aware of Jin Jianxian's circumstances. Upon approaching, before even entering the courtyard, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh my, is that really Jin Shixiang standing there?" From afar, I mistook him for a talisman master. Lu Wensheng cleared his throat. "Sister, you're laying it on thick. Let us not overdo it." The quietly observing Ji Yanli was quite perplexed. Who else could be standing in Jin Jianxian's courtyard? Jin Jianxian, on the other hand, appeared as if he wished to disappear into the ground. His hand holding the talisman brush trembling. Lu Wensheng pulled Yin Qingshu aside. "What brings you here, Sister Yin?" Yin Qingshu tousled her hair, flashing a mischievous smile reminiscent of a cunning dragon king. "Min, you ask well. Lu Wensheng, have you lost your mind writing those novels? Are you still working on the first sect rejection? The sect leader's wife escapes 99 times? Who on earth reads such cringeworthy literature? Oh, it seems Wei Sun and the others do. You're the one who asks foolish. This is called creating a lively atmosphere." Yin Qingshu cleared her throat, suppressing her greasy expression, and handed Lu Wensheng several vials of medicinal pills. "Do you recall what you mentioned to me before? About developing pills that can neutralize aphrodisiacs and love poisons? Ah, you mentioning that has revitalized my spirits." Lu Wensheng perked up. Have they been developed? Truly commendable. You are a technical talent. Of course, just consider who I am. However, you may find yourself disappointed, as the elixirs currently available can only serve to enhance desire. Their effects are fleeting, and those on the market pose no issues. For the more potent varieties, consuming several can also yield results. However, these remedies are of little consequence against the poison of affection, primarily due to the lack of suitable materials here. Thus, one must be cautious of the adept who employs such means. Known as Shiubi, Lu Wensheng was not overly disheartened. Understood, I will be mindful when it comes to Lu Jiqian. You require assistance with the materials? There is a secret realm plot ahead. The one featuring the 2-point clasp on the chest, where the demon lord adorned with demonic patterns on a great bird makes an appearance. There are necessary spiritual herbs to be found there. And I plan to hire a few individuals to seek them out. If all goes well, it will likely be the sword cultivators from Lingxiao's sect, affordable and remarkably professional, Lu Wensheng remarked. Why does it feel like I've heard that phrase before? Yin Qingshu is imitating someone. The system hummed and buzzed, while Yin Qingshu wore a puzzled expression. Lu Wensheng sighed. Are you two perhaps a bit too close for comfort? You might as well become a pair. He truly struggles to keep up, leaving him feeling like an outsider. Chapter 65. The Punishment. No significant plot can be skipped. The time for judgment was chosen when the weather was just right. The sun was mild, the temperature not too low, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. The location was a vast square, its ground paved with shining white marble, sparkling brilliantly and evoking a sense of insignificance in those who beheld it. In the distance, mountains loomed, their peaks surrounded by wispy clouds, creating an illusion of floating above, with the occasional wild crane soaring by. To the center of the square stood a large cauldron, wisps of light, smoke rising from it. Its scent clear, yet lingering. This was the martial arts arena where disciples often gathered. When dealing with the refuse of the Celestial Pavilion, the intent was to sound a clarion call to the disciples within the sect. The disciples were not confined merely to observe the punishment. Aside from those from the Asking Immortal sect, disciples from several other sects also gathered to watch, the crowd bustling below. It was said that a recording stone would capture the event, to be later shared on the Jade Mirror, ensuring that nearly the entire cultivation world would become aware of it, serving as a deterrent to any nefarious individuals. These individuals were first subjected to whipping. The whips used in the cultivation world were specially crafted, adorned with barbs, ensuring that a single lash would leave the victim's flesh torn and bloody. Even though cultivators could recover quickly, the wounds were difficult to heal and would leave permanent scars. One need only recall how Jiang Jinfeng suffered for an extended period after enduring a thunder whip, and this time, the punishment was an enhanced version. Once it concluded, their bodies would bear no unscathed flesh. However, it seemed of little consequence, as the subsequent thunder punishment would obliterate their very souls, rendering their physical forms irrelevant. This time, Tao Yin refrained from excessive chatter. Perhaps it was the presence of the elders that made him reluctant to engage in meaningless dialogue. So he promptly announced the verdict. The young master of the Celestial Pavilion, Yin Feng, and Wu Wei of the Yingji sect have committed the second of the 6 grave offenses: wanton slaughter of innocents and the creation of artificial cauldrons. 18 minor offenses, including the 4th, causing calamities without reason to ordinary folk, and the 13th, relying on dark arts to disrupt karma. Leading the charge, Yin Feng's crimes accumulate with 18 minor offenses, including the 17th, instigating and corrupting the moral fabric of society. For the aforementioned crimes, each shall receive 81 lashes, with the instigator receiving an additional 18 following the whipping. Heavenly thunder shall be summoned to execute the thunder punishment until their souls are utterly annihilated. Those who remain silent and inactive shall receive 36 lashes of the thunder whip and bear the costs associated with the artificial cauldron. Those guilty of the 6 grave offenses shall not escape retribution. I hope all present take heed. Now, let the execution commence. Lu Wensheng arrived somewhat late. There were numerous matters to attend to in the discipline hall. However, he could hear the anguished screams of the condemned. Akin to a 3D surround sound experience, he relished the auditory spectacle without regret. The silent accomplices were members beneath the Celestial Pavilion, as well as Yin Feng's father and the masters of those who had transgressed. By the time Lu Wenxiang arrived, the whipping had just concluded. The figures on the execution platform bore the unmistakable signs of having endured inhumane torture. Their limbs were secured by iron shackles with barbs, rendering them utterly immobilized, stretched out like a leopard, their bodies stripped bare, resembling two desiccated fish suspended in midair. Not mere fish, but blood-soaked carcasses. I could see this moment. Aside from their faces, not a single inch of uninjured skin could be found on their bodies, which were marred by a multitude of wounds. Blood gushed forth from their gaping injuries like a faucet left wide open, pooling at their feet and forming a small bloodbath on the ground. The acrid scent of blood permeated the high platform. Had they not been cultivators brimming with vitality, a mere mortal would have undoubtedly succumbed to the blood loss by now. The number of individuals on the platform was considerable. In addition to Yin Feng and the others involved in the transaction, there were also those who participated in the artificial cauldron process, making for a particularly grand spectacle. The positioning of the spectators was arranged around the disciples of the discipline hall. And upon Lu Wenxing's arrival, Zhu Ning was already present. Lu Wenxing greeted him, and Zhu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. The master and disciple exchanged brief pleasantries before their attention returned to the platform. The extraction of souls felt akin to skinning. With the moment the soul departed the body, causing the physical meridians to crack under the strain, blood seeping from the pores, rendering the victim a ghastly figure. Suddenly, Lu Wenxiang sensed someone watching him from behind. Turning, he met the gaze of gentle, clear eyes. The person's visage resembled delicate white jade, smooth and warm, with large, bright eyes reminiscent of stars on an autumn night or mist at dawn. There was a familial resemblance to someone else, though this individual possessed a hint of youthfulness and softness, with a touch of femininity. Upon being noticed, their face flushed crimson, and they hurriedly turned away. Ah, it was that person. They seemed to remember him. Although it appeared he had yet to inquire about their name, that Lu Wenxiang paid little mind. Redirecting his gaze to the platform, I could see this moment, the formation on the execution platform had illuminated, and thunder began to coalesce, descending from the heavens. Amidst the dark clouds, flashes of lightning erupted, emitting a dazzling radiance, accompanied by the resounding thunder akin to war drums, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. At the center of the execution ground, these individuals were firmly bound to stone pillars, their faces etched with terror and despair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They understood that once the thunder punishment commenced, they would face unparalleled agony and torment, unable to seek life or death. The thunder began to descend, and the first bolt struck instantaneously, as if cleaving the sky asunder, illuminating the entire square. It struck their bodies with precision, eliciting piercing cries of torment as their forms convulsed violently under the wrath of the thunder. They were enveloped in electric light, producing a deafening explosion, the brightness akin to daylight, causing spectators below to instinctively shut their eyes. The thunder rolled, and those of righteous disposition felt a sense of exhilaration, while those with guilty consciences watched the platform with lingering dread, deeply unsettled. The thunder seemed to cleave through their inner selves, exposing their dark thoughts without refuge. The souls of the condemned appeared as if they would be torn asunder by the power of the thunder. With each strike, countless whispers echoed in their ears. Their consciousness blurred under the relentless assault of the thunder, as if plunging into an abyss of darkness. Gradually, their screams diminished, ultimately fading into the ether. The thunder struck not only their souls, but their very bodies. In the end, the only remnants left upon the execution platform were the specially crafted shackles, their physical forms reduced to naught but ash. Those gathered below gasped in astonishment, their expressions dazed, marveling at the might of the heavenly thunder, while the obliterated souls scarcely garnered any concern. Chapter 66. What I curse cannot be anything good, and those who curse me cannot be anything good either. Junior brother Lu. As the viewing concluded, Jiang Jinfeng rushed over to curry favor with Lu Jiqian. Had it not been for Lu Wenxiang and his companions, he might have managed to cultivate a closer relationship with junior brother Lu. Lu Jiqian nodded, his expression mild yet revealing a deep sense of detachment. Jiang Jinfeng, feeling somewhat aggrieved, noticed Lu Jiqian preparing to leave and quickly called out to him. Junior brother Lu, it has been far too long since we spent time together. I have made progress with a whip technique. Allow me to demonstrate for you. Perhaps you could offer some guidance. Lu Jiqian was unmoved by such appeals. I'm not well-versed in whip techniques, and I doubt I could provide valuable insights. You would do better to consult the deputy sect master. He is your master and far more capable of instructing you. Faced with Lu Jiqian's indifference, Jiang Jinfeng felt as if his teeth might shatter in frustration. His expression one of innocent grievance, he decided to play the emotional card. Had one been unaware of his nature, seeing the youth's countenance might have softened even the hardest of hearts. My whip is still the one you gifted me back then, junior brother Lu. Do you remember? I was so young and reluctant to learn, yet it was you who sparked my interest. Indeed, there existed a bond of camaraderie among youthful peers. So why, in the future, would he subject him to such humiliation? Ultimately, this connection was merely a means to an end, and the affection expressed was nothing more than a cheap facade. Lu Jiqian lowered his gaze, concealing the irritation and mockery swirling within. And when he raised his eyes again, his demeanor was one of calm indifference, his expression deceptively cheerful. Yes, that's so. I do not recall. It was but a trifling matter. I have given similar gifts to others as well. It is nothing particularly special, that I am surprised that junior brother remembers it so vividly. How utterly nauseating. With a tone of feigned nonchalance, Lu Jiqian effortlessly crushed Jiang Jinfeng's genuine feelings into oblivion. You are not special. In truth, you are utterly inconsequential. Have you truly elevated yourself so highly? Jiang Jinfeng discerned the general sentiment behind the words, momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by disbelief upon regaining his composure. His hands, which hung limply, suddenly clenched tightly, the long, pale fingers revealing prominent knuckles, his jaw taut with barely restrained movement. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and his fingertips trembled as if a handful of steel beads had been scattered within him. The cold, hard sensation rolling over his very core, he fixed a stubborn gaze upon Lu Jiqian, desperate to grasp his hand and demand clarity. His senior brother Lu would never utter such words. Yet, this also unveiled a perilous side, the fleeting shadow of gloom upon his face sending chills down Jiang Jinfeng's spine, which Lu Jiqian noted with keen awareness. Why had he not recognized the treachery of this ungrateful wretch from his memories? Lu Jiqian's understanding of Jiang Jinfeng's character grew increasingly lucid. The celestial master, Su Yubai, who had long been absent, finally arrived with a radiant smile. Seizing the opportunity to approach Lu Jiqian, Lu Wensheng was always accompanying Lu Jiqian or observing him from the discipline hall. Leaving him no chance to engage with the beauty, he chattered incessantly with Lu Jiqian, then turned to acknowledge Jiang Jinfeng, whom he had intentionally chosen to ignore. Jiang Shixiang. You are here too? I haven't seen you in a while. You seem unwell. Has something happened? Why not share, and let this junior brother assist you? After some time apart, Su Yubai's team-making skills had improved, and he had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive topic. Jiang Jinfeng glared at him fiercely. Mind your own business. Oh dear. Why is Jiang Shixiang so fierce? I was merely expressing concern. Su Yubai whimpered, tears glistening in his eyes, yet devoid of any true sorrow, feeling as though he might retreat behind Lu Jiqian for refuge. Lu Jiqian subtly evaded the hand that sought to clutch his garment. Refusing to indulge the theatrics of Su's pitiful display, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Yubai's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of naturalness. Still presenting a woeful visage, the tension between the two could be likened to sparks igniting a storm. Yet when they turned away, the object of their contention had already departed in silence. Lu Shixiang, celestial master, both were taken aback. Lu Jiqian, known for his gentle demeanor, had forsaken them without a word, leaving them to ponder the influence of Lu Wensheng. He had certainly led Lu Jiqian astray. At that moment, their thoughts aligned unexpectedly. Meanwhile, at Chu, Lu Wensheng rubbed his nose, while Yin Qingshu stood beside him, offering him a piece of fruit. Are you catching a cold? How could a cultivator catch a cold? Oh, right, someone must be cursing you. Cursing me? The Jiang brothers, or Su Yubai? Huh. You know very well, but then again, your tongue is quite sharp. You always manage to break through defenses with your words, leaving them to curse you behind your back. What could I possibly say that is pleasant? And what can they say that is commendable? Yin Qingshu raised his thumb at this remark. Senior brother, I have brought the roster. Suddenly, Tang He rushed in. Clutching a stack of scrolls, his voice preceding his arrival, he was so engrossed that he collided with the person ahead, sending the scrolls scattering like petals in the wind. Yin Qingshu remarked, What made you think he was suitable for such tasks? This is a case of being more hindrance than help. Lu Wansheng sighed. Tang He, akin to a cannonball, had barreled through, inadvertently knocking over the person in front. In modern terms, that impact would certainly have caused a concussion. Lu Shixiao, the individual who had fallen to the ground, wore a dark robe, his complexion pale as the moon, fragile as porcelain, as if he could shatter with the slightest pressure, his brown eyes brimmed with fear and unease, resembling a pearl shrouded in dust. The force of the collision was mutual. Tang He also saw stars, struggling to regain his balance, momentarily mistaking the youth for someone else. Wait a moment, Lu Shixiao, when did you dye your hair? And your eye color seems off, that Lu Wansheng, with a smirk, replied, Fool, could it not be possible that this is not Lu Shixiao at all? Yin Qingshu chuckled, while Lu Wansheng regarded the dazed Tang He with a resigned expression. Aren't you going to pick up the scrolls? Oh, right. Are you all right? He didn't mean. Lu Wansheng approached the evidently still dazed youth. Standing against the light, he blocked the radiance before Yuhi. The boy looked up, his gaze catching the ethereal outline of Lu Wansheng, as if he were adorned in a golden hue, his eyes exuding warmth and tranquility, reminiscent of their first encounter, which had been so reassuring. Upon seeing that familiar face, Yuhi felt his heart skip a beat, his breath quickening instinctively, overwhelmed by a sense of awkwardness and inferiority at encountering his benefactor in such a state. Noticing the youth's lack of response, Lu Wansheng instinctively assumed that Tang He had rendered him speechless and patiently repeated, Are you all right? Lu Wansheng extended his hand, signaling Yuhi to rise, assisting him to his feet. Yuhi felt both joy and trepidation. Upon seeing the hand reaching out to him, he unconsciously lowered his head, his hands gripping tightly, turning pale from the pressure, while he bit his lip, leaving a faint trace of blood. How could someone as unclean as he was dare to touch his benefactor? Observing the sudden veil of despondency enveloping Yuhi, Lu Wansheng blinked, noting how his eyes had momentarily brightened. Yet now he bowed his head again. Was the ground so comfortable to sit upon? I can get up by myself. Yuhi's nervous form trembled slightly, his delicate frame appearing frail, prompting Lu Wansheng to fear he might break. Thus, he firmly grasped Yuhi's arm and hoisted him up. No, don't touch me. I'm too dirty, too filthy. The seemingly obedient youth instinctively attempted to struggle, fearing he might soil Lu Wansheng's garments. Thus, tensing his body, his latter words barely a whisper, Lu Wansheng initially presumed that he simply disliked being touched, so he released his grip. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, he quickly comprehended the situation. I am the furnace saved from Tianxian Tower. Yuhi felt compelled to explain softly, fearing that Lu Wansheng might forget him that I know. I personally draped a garment over you. How could I forget? Lu Wansheng's tone was gentle. Benefactor, you remember me. Yuhi raised his head in astonishment. Why then did he still come to help him? Did he not find him repugnant? Why would I not remember? I inquired about your name at the time, yet you did not respond. Why Yuhi stammered, feeling somewhat shy. Perhaps he had overstepped, fearing that his benefactor would deem him ungrateful for not expressing gratitude. Lu Wansheng chuckled lightly. No matter. Can you tell me your name now? My name is Yuhi. Which he? The you of to be and the he of sudden realization that a name is splendid as a thunderstorm breaking through the rain. As radiant as you are. Yin Qingshu grimaced. If all she can do is praise the name, how could she reference classical texts? Yuhi felt his face flush. He could not help but relax. Delighted that his benefactor was complimenting him, perhaps indicating a favorable impression at that moment, Tang He, having gathered the scrolls, approached to speak. Why Yuhi, you truly resemble Lu Shixiao. I almost mistook you just now. Why Yuhi stiffened. Indeed, his resemblance to the esteemed Lu had led to his capture at Tianxian Tower for the amusement of others. Did his benefactor remember him due to this similarity? Lu Wansheng keenly noted Yuhi's discomfort and sighed. Deciding to give Tang He a scolding, this foolish child's emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. In what way do they resemble each other? Merely differing in hair and eye color. Only a blind person would confuse them. Why group unrelated individuals together? As a woman well-versed in the original text, Yin Qingshu easily understood the youth's identity, her heart brimming with pity for Yu He, who had been reduced to a mere specimen by a pervert. Indeed, there are many who resemble one another in this world. Yu He and Lu Shixiang are of entirely different statures. After hearing this, Tang He no longer perceived any similarity between Yu He and Lu Jiqian. Realizing that Yin Qingshu and Lu Wansheng had keen insights, suddenly, the communication jade pendant at Lu Wansheng's waist pulsed with warmth. It was the voice of his master, Juning. Where are you now? I am still by the martial platform. Proceed to the conference hall at once. Yes, master. Yin Qingshu interjected. It must pertain to the secret realm. We shall find out soon enough, Lu Wansheng replied, glancing at Tang He. I leave this matter in your hands. The roster has been secured, and the information regarding Yu He and the others has been recorded. Ensure they are assigned suitable tasks within the discipline hall. Lu Shixiang, what constitutes a suitable task? You shall discern that for yourself. If you fail to execute it properly, be prepared for my reprimand. Tang He pouted, feeling that Lu Wansheng had become increasingly domineering to be the way. Have you seen Shi Bai? No, but he was still present during the earlier court session. Should I fetch him for you? No need. I can guess with my toes where he is. That Lu Wansheng shook his head and directly used his jade pendant to send a message to Lu Jiqian. Brother Lu, is Shi Bai with you? Lu Jiqian glanced at Shi Bai, who was as sticky as toffee beside him, secretly thinking that Shi Bai was being taken care of, and he nodded with a hint of amusement. Lu Wansheng did not pay attention to Lu Jiqian's tone. He simply concluded the conversation and sent a message to Shi Bai, indicating that he had something to discuss with this good junior brother. Upon realizing that Lu Wansheng wanted to chat with him, Shi Bai felt as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Brother, is there something you need from me? Every time he saw Lu Jiqian, he would call for him, more timely than a rainstorm, and Shi Bai couldn't help but suspect that Lu Wansheng had some sort of surveillance device on him. My dear junior brother, the discipline hall is overwhelmed, and you run off to your immortal master brother. Are you expecting him to use his magic to assist you? With all that energy you have, you could plow a few acres of spiritual fields next door, which would be far more meaningful than your constant roaming. Immortal master brother Lu Jiqian. Actually, you don't have to involve him. Shi Bai was left dizzy by Lu Wansheng's barrage and found it impossible to interject. Brother, what about you? Not back yet. I'm listening to you speak. Not back yet. You're using your ears to listen. Not your legs. A sensible person would already be on their way back when I called for them. Shi Bai gritted his teeth. Is this picking a fight? Has the master called for you? No. All right, return now. The discipline hall has many matters awaiting your attention. Come back first. By the way, how is your homework progressing? Bring along what I asked you to write last time. I need to check it. Shi Bai felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had he known he would have such a senior brother as Lu Wansheng, he would have preferred to serve spiritual beasts as a menial disciple rather than be brothers with Lu Wansheng. Fine, I'll come back now. Shi Bai felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Chapter 68. The meeting when Shi Bai finally arrived, Lu Wansheng instructed him to accompany him and not hesitate to direct him. Lu Wansheng turned to Tang He and reminded him. Tang, he remarked, why do I feel like you don't like him? How could that be? I'm nurturing him. I constantly keep his studies in mind. Can't you see how much I care for him? Tang He replied, that truly sounds like a love that pierces the heart. Cough, 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 Yui said. I'll be leaving now. If there are any issues at the discipline hall, you can find Tang He and the others. As Lu Wansheng walked away, he remembered to greet Yu He, who felt a burning sensation in his heart, wanting to bid farewell gracefully, but words failed him, and he could only nod with a flushed face. Why Yu He watched Lu Wansheng depart, feeling utterly useless, lacking even the courage to speak. On the way to the meeting hall, Lu Wansheng encountered Bai Wenchao, who was followed by Jiang Xun, dressed in a deep blue robe with a chestnut-colored bat-pattern belt at his waist. A piece of white jade pendant hung from it. His flowing hair was elegantly tied up with a golden and jade crown. His tall figure exuded grace and elegance, and he greeted Lu Wansheng with a cheerful smile, appearing more like a peer than an elder. Bai Wenchao was rather difficult to assess. in the original story. When the Grand Elder passed away, Tao Yin, busy managing affairs as the sect leader, entrusted the education of Lu Jiqian to him. Subsequently, he developed feelings for his disciple, which he deemed unreasonable and buried deep within. Eventually, due to the antics of his two eccentric disciples, who were devoted in a peculiar manner, he fell victim to a potion obtained from a demon lord. The muddled relationship between master and disciple led to a connection with Lu Jiqian, and not long after awakening, he was consumed by inner demons and committed suicide as atonement. Upon reading this part of the plot, Lu Wenxing thought, "What a lunatic! Instead of lamenting the harm done to Lu Jiqian, why not save him first? After saving him, you can die if you wish. And what about the disgusting actions of your two disciples? Don't you have any opinion on that? It would have been more meaningful to eliminate them before taking your own life." Based on Bai Wenchao's role in the original tale, Lu Wensheng concluded that ultimately, Bai Wenchao was self-serving, appearing to have a conscience while being selfish and concerned about his reputation. The so-called remorse for Lu Jiqian was merely an immersion in his own world, finding the sole blemish in his life unbearable. However, Bai Wenchao might not even realize this himself. Yet if one were to label Bai Wenchao as truly wicked, that would not be entirely accurate. He did not show dissatisfaction towards Lu Wensheng for his disciple's shortcomings, indicating a level of magnanimity that can only be said that human nature is inherently complex and contradictory. With the Grand Elder in good health, Bai Wenchao no longer had the opportunity to develop feelings for Lu Jiqian. Lu Wensheng preferred to keep his distance from him, as it was best to remain uninvolved. Moreover, Bai Wenchao placed greater importance on his reputation than on his life. If handled well, this might yield unexpected results. Lu Wenxing's thoughts wandered, yet he maintained a serious demeanor and respectfully bowed to Bai Wenchao. "Nephew need not be overly courteous." Bai Wenchao smiled, looking at Lu Wensheng as if he were someone else's child. Little did he know, he wished for such a disciple. How worry-free that would be. Bai Wenchao raised his disciples with a loose hand, occasionally embarking on travels, and the Jiang brothers were obedient and courteous in his presence. He was unaware of how his little disciple, Jiang Jinfeng, was regarded among the other disciples. Standing high above, he could not hear the voices below, and even if he did, he would dismiss them as rumors. In his eyes, Jiang Jinfeng was merely a somewhat naive disciple, a bit impatient, yet obedient. In truth, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the three of them were familiar strangers, although Bai Wenchao taught the two brothers. Due to his frequent absences, he had not become well acquainted with their dispositions. Thus, he was utterly incredulous upon learning of Jiang Jinfeng and Lu Wensheng's incident, and after returning, he refrained from traveling for quite some time, struggling to recover. However, Bai Wenchao found solace in the fact that Jiang Xuan had not gone astray, or so he believed. His eldest disciple still seemed reliable and gentle. Bai Wenchao did not hold Lu Wensheng accountable for his little disciple's issues. Instead, after coming to terms with the matter, he envied his senior sister Juning for having such an exceptional disciple. Therefore, his gaze towards Lu Wensheng became increasingly affectionate. Lu Wensheng thought, "Then I shall take my leave now." Help! His gaze was so peculiar. The meeting hall was filled with high-ranking members and direct disciples, and Yin Qingshu's guess was correct. The purpose of calling the disciples here was indeed related to the secret realm. Not all direct disciples would be attending. The reason Lu Wensheng and the others were specifically summoned was due to their status as elite members of the younger generation, as the sect had additional tasks for them. It was said that this time the secret realm contained illusory spirit grass, and the sect hoped that during their training in the secret realm, they would find a way to locate and bring back the illusory spirit grass. Not all direct disciples would go. Shi Yubai, Ji Yanli, and Jiang Jinfeng would not be attending. Shi Yubai was not going because he had just joined Juning's sect and was too low in cultivation. Ji Yanli was preparing for seclusion, and as for Jiang Jinfeng, well, those in the know understood. Lu Jiqian and Jiang Shiyuan had the highest cultivation levels, so they would lead the team to the medical valley, and they were to set off immediately. The secret realm was discovered within the territory of the medical valley, and it would take time to reach there, which explained Tao Yin's urgency. Wensheng, Juning called out to Lu Wensheng just as he stepped onto the deck of the spiritual boat. Upon hearing, Lu Wensheng turned to respond, "Rest assured, Master, Your disciple will strive to complete the sect's task and bring back the illusory spirit grass. Zhu Ning shook his head. No, safety comes first. Always be wary of others. You must be extremely careful when entering the secret realm. Lu Wenxiang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart, and smiled in agreement to Lu Wenxiang's surprise. Yin Qingshu also came running over. I remember you as an outer disciple. Brother, your news is so outdated. Sister has long since been promoted and has become an inner disciple. Yin Qingshu, who usually did not wear disciple robes, had now changed into them, and upon hearing her words, Lu Wenxiang indeed noticed the cloud patterns of an inner disciple on her attire. I wasn't coming at first, but the beautiful and kind-hearted sister Li brought me along. Yin Qingshu suddenly adopted a high-pitched voice, sending shivers down Lu Wenxiang's spine, while the recently arrived Li Ruishi stifled a laugh that it was just a small favor. There's no need for you to be so polite. Junior sistered Lu Wenxiang. Chapter 69 Departure. The secret realm lies within the territory of the Medical Valley, hence it is only natural to notify them. Jiu Jinji, as the young Valley Master, was exuberantly waiting at the entrance to guide his companions. From Xianyi Pavilion came Ning Rongrong and several other disciples, while from the Miao Miao Valley arrived the chief disciple Sun Ruo, who had previously met Lu Wenxiang, along with other musical cultivators. Ling Xiao's sect was still led by Wei Sun and the same disciples from last time, but there was a handsome stranger accompanying them. Let us form a team together again this time. Gu Jinji exclaimed, bouncing around like a spring. Yin Qingshu remarked, he truly is amusing. He resembles an old friend, akin to Tang He. Lu Wenxiang's side, but he talks more than Tang He. Ning Rongrong exchanged greetings with her companions and then approached to say hello, winking at the group. That senior brother who got rejected before is here as well. Lu Wenxiang leaned closer. Where? Yin Qingshu, intrigued, listened as Lu Wenxiang whispered the details, prompting Song Wan, Zhang Zhishu, Li Ruishi, and the others to gather around. Unable to resist their curiosity, despite being cultivators, gossip was evidently an instinct. After hearing the news, Yin Qingshu's eyes lit up. You all eat so well when you go out on missions? Lu Wenxiang admonished. Sister, keep your voice down. Gu Jinji looked around eagerly. Where is he? Lu Wenxiang replied. You should tone it down too. Moreover, that sword cultivator is here as well. Ning Rongrong's words piqued the interest of Lu Wenxiang and the others. Junior sister, are you speaking to your friend? He has arrived, Ning Rongrong whispered. The young man approached, clad in flowing white garments, his long hair tied up high, with some strands cascading messily down. His brows were like painted strokes, his eyes dark like ink spots, and his lips resembled exquisite flowers. How could someone who looked so serious be a notorious writer of risque literature? Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. Bai Nanfeng approached with a cheerful greeting, only to be met with several pairs of bright, curious eyes. I met a few fellow cultivators. I am Bai Nanfeng from Xianyi Pavilion. The blatant stares were unmistakable. Had they met before? The group exchanged glances and spoke in unison. So you're Bai Daoyu? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Bai Nanfeng responded, why does it feel like their pleasure to meet isn't quite what I expected? Yin Daoyu, indeed. Wei Sun and his group have arrived. This batch of sword cultivators from Ling Xiao sect has been contracted by Yin, the wealthy lady. Yin Juanhui, Bai Nanfeng, who had just been smiling like a spring breeze, suddenly glared at the person beside Wei Sun. The individual he was staring at wore a fitted black outfit, with a strikingly handsome face and deep-set eyes accentuated by bold brows, exuding an aura of elegance and coldness. Akin to a tall pine tree, emanating a serene yet austere presence, like a clear spring bubbling forth in a tranquil mountain gorge. Ning Rongrong coughed lightly. He is the sword cultivator. Everyone exclaimed, what a small world. Gu Jinji noted with a curious gaze, his clothes have no patches. Songwen couldn't help but glance at him, so it seems he's quite wealthy in Ling Xiao sect, Zhang Zhishu remarked. Impressive, Lu Jiqin added. Willing to be the southwestern wind, fading into your embrace. Lu Wenxiang mused, so it's a couple's name? Yin Qingshu questioned. Are they not together yet? This is a definite lock-in. Wei Sun, oblivious to the gossip between his junior brother and Bai Nanfeng, was solely focused on spirit stones, his brows furrowing as he noticed a few people whispering, occasionally glancing with strange expressions between Yin Juanhui and Bai Nanfeng. Yin Juanhui chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Bai Nanfeng's waist. His words both intriguing and suggestive. So, you have the strength to provoke me again? Bai Nanfeng immediately flushed. Yin Juanhui, what nonsense are you spouting? The crowd chuckled. Yin Qingshu nearly let out an excited shout. Oh no. I toiled diligently, contributing to the sect and the cultivation world, and now I must witness this couple being affectionate. This is what I deserve. Wei Sun quipped, are you all right? What if you can't pay for spirit stones due to your foolishness? Oh, I'm just fine, Yin Qingshu replied, having produced a handkerchief from somewhere, patting the nearby people, enjoying the texture, and even giving a squeeze. Wei Sun, eyes wide, eventually gritted his teeth. You are truly getting bolder. A female rogue. Always trying to take advantage of him. Yin Qingshu, confused, turned to see her hand resting on Wei Sun's backside, her face a mixture of embarrassment and shock, reluctantly squeezing once more before withdrawing. Wei Sun was utterly enraged. Had it not been for his awareness of Yin Qingshu's status as a benefactor, he would have drawn his sword and made quick work of her. You still squeezed? Cough, cough, I didn't mean to. It felt nice. Die beneath the peony. Even as a ghost, one remains flirtatious. I have no regrets. You claim it's unintentional, yet it was deliberate. Yin Qingshu awkwardly laughed, offering to compensate with spirit stones, only to her surprise. Wei Sun, who valued spirit stones highly, firmly declined. Although I adore spirit stones, I am not so shameless as to sell my appearance for them. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yin Qingshu felt like a villain forcing someone into a compromising position. Her conscience pricking her, I have nothing else to offer. How about I give you a few Qingming stones instead? As she spoke, Yin Qingshu produced a small pouch of spirit stones and a few Qingming stones from her storage ring. Deal. I forgive you. Wei Sun's eyes brightened as he extended his hand. Will you give it or not? Seeing Yin Qingshu hesitating, Wei Sun frowned and urged her. After a moment, Yin Qingshu handed over the items. So it turns out I didn't offer enough, did I? Ha! I should have realized. Having taken advantage of Wei Sun repeatedly, he still willingly accepts. He's such a spirit stone brain. Perhaps I know how to entice him. Cough, cough. How did I end up on such good terms with Wei Sun? The expressions of the others watching the entire spectacle were utterly captivating. Zhang Jishu whispered, Is this how today's cultivators play? I've never seen such flirting before. Songwen hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. His words are quite harsh. Perhaps it's best not to comment. IT feels akin to those transactions in brothels where one touches for a fee. Ning Rongrong remarked, I feel inspired. Gu Jinji exclaimed, Oh, Lu Wenxin questioned, Sister Yin, are you no longer concealing your actions? Li Ruishi commented, Youth truly has its advantages, with a gentle expression. The disciples of Ling Shao sect, who had become mere background figures, looked at Wei Sun with admiration. Woo, senior brother Wei is so magnificent to sacrifice his appearance for spirit stones. This must be a tactic of feigned restraint. He's got all figured out. Then they turned to Yin Qingshu, eyes sparkling. She must be really wealthy. They mused among themselves. Can we do that too? We are more open than senior brother Wei. And we're not so pretentious. Chapter 70, the entrance opens. Cough, cough. Let's discuss this further inside. Gu Jinji said enthusiastically. He led the group inside for a tour. The medical valley, primarily inhabited by medical and alchemical cultivators, was indeed affluent, with each room exuding exquisite craftsmanship. However, true to its name, the medical valley was nestled within a mountainous gorge, surrounded by dense woods. Under the cover of a forest, a quaint residence suddenly appeared before them. Upon entering, the opulence of the interior was striking, with plush carpets patterned like tortoise shells adorning the floor, pristine white walls, and a scroll depicting beautiful women hanging prominently. In the center were several tables and chairs, with the main table draped in a tapestry of auspicious gourds and embroidered silk. Where has that little rascal Gu Jinji gone? As they entered, they barely had time to take in the decor when a voice filled with irritation echoed from outside. Seemingly drawing closer, Gu Jinji immediately recognized the voice. It's nothing. It's my father. Returning to the Valley Master, The young master has just arrived and is currently in the main hall. He has gone against me. Doesn't he even bother to inform me? After one outing for training, he is acting all high and mighty, swollen with pride. That little brat's soul has become stagnant, inflated, and indulgent. He seems to have forgotten me completely. The group couldn't help but turn to look at Gujinji. At last, they understood why his incessant chatter and witty remarks came so naturally. It must be a genetic trait. Gujinji was puzzled, unaware of the strange looks cast upon him. We have distant guests. I must apologize for my negligence. I wonder if my son has been attentive to your needs, came a voice from outside. And as the figure stepped through the door, the previously authoritative valley master now referred to himself differently. He was a robust man with a muscular build, a full beard, and 3 long strands of goat-like facial hair. Even his white robe could not conceal his imposing physique, which made him look more like a laborer than a practitioner of delicate arts. Jinji warmly approached, calling out "Father," standing next to the valley master Guqingha, who, while tall and broad-shouldered, suddenly appeared slender in comparison, making it seem as though he could be easily subdued by his father's single hand. The stark contrast in their appearances was striking. Guqingha was a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Even without paying attention, he could hear the myriad sounds within the room. Despite their overwhelming desire to critique, everyone exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the glaring contrast between father and son. "Do you think we look dissimilar?" The group quickly shook their heads. What nonsense! As Guqingha erupted with a boisterous and unrestrained laughter, he playfully patted Gujinji on the back, his robust palms striking with such force that it elicited a series of dull thuds from Gujinji, who grimaced in pain, fearing internal injury. "It's nothing. That's what they all say." Guqingha exclaimed, "I concur. This lad may not possess my good looks, nor my manly charm." His inquiry seemed merely a guise for ostentation. Seeking the approval of those around him, Jinji, the unfortunate subject of comparison, distanced himself from his father's affection, rubbing his shoulder in irritation at the disparaging remarks made in front of friends, and indignantly retorted, "What manliness! That image of yours is that of a brute. You're all brawn and no brains. How dare you speak to your father like that? Are you envious of me? What do you know, you little brat? This is what we call a sense of security. Look at this. Is it not a true sense of security?" Undeniably, Guqingha and Gujinji were cut from the same cloth. Their social tendencies bordering on the extravagant as they bantered. Guqingha rolled up his sleeves, eager to showcase his biceps to the younger generation gathered before him. Though the onlookers appeared bemused, they nonetheless lavished praise upon the impressive musculature. Remarking on its aesthetic appeal and unmistakable virility, Gujingha, nearly bursting with pride from the compliments, struck several poses to flaunt his well-defined back muscles. It was undeniable that the formidable presence of both father and son inspired a profound sense of security among the crowd. The collective thought that Gu, the master of the valley, would never encounter any trouble with unruly patients resonated among them. My father was not always like this, Gujinji mused. I wonder when he became enamored with physical fitness. He claims he cannot stop now, and that our interactions have become far more harmonious since he began exercising. The crowd exchanged looks, as if to say, who wouldn't be at peace under such circumstances? Fortunately, Guqingha soon remembered the matter at hand. You all came to the secret realm, did you not? Why have you strayed from one another? He likely referred to the disciples of other sects, as well as their own separated companions. Gujinji huffed. These are my friends. Thus, we are entitled to special treatment. I brought them along to show you. Guqingha exclaimed dramatically. Friends? Can you endure this chatterbox? Can you tolerate his inability to keep secrets? To befriend him? What if he holds something against you? Gujinji, exasperated, replied, What do you mean? Do you think I am unwelcome? Indeed, he was unmistakably his father's son. After their playful exchange, it was time to attend to serious matters. Calculating the time, it was time to journey to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm lay within a vast canyon, surrounded by scattered vegetation, varied rock formations, and steep cliffs. The interior of the canyon was shrouded in a veil of white mist, lending an air of mystery. I could see the mouth of the canyon. A throng of cultivators had gathered. the majority being independent practitioners, with others belonging to families or sects clad in uniform attire. The secret realm was first discovered by the Medical Valley, who possessed the key to its entrance. Although it was possible for an entrance to materialize without a key, it was far safer to follow the key holder, as entering without one could lead to unpredictable teleportation. The Medical Valley was willing to share access to the secret realm, not only to foster connections, but also to reap benefits, as the realm was vast and fraught with peril, too much for the Medical Valley to handle alone. Furthermore, the key was a one-time use item, possessing only the simplest functionality of granting access. Independent practitioners were not barred from entry, but they had to wait until the Medical Valley and other factions had secured their positions before they could enter. Thus, the Medical Valley had dispatched personnel to guard the entrance, preventing these practitioners from encroaching, a display of might that was harsh yet dictated by the law of the jungle. The strong survive. The independent practitioners, accustomed to such treatment, refrained from making any rash moves, remaining obediently on the periphery. However, this secret realm imposed cultivation restrictions, which is why disciples from sects were permitted entry. Once the disciples from various factions had assembled, Gu Qinghe activated the entrance key, causing the white mist at the canyon's threshold to swirl, revealing a brilliant passageway. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he had yet to document the levels of cultivation. Thus, he decided to clarify, for those who were uncertain, without taking up too much space, from lowest to highest cultivation level. Qi refinement, 19 levels, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension. Tribulation crossing. Except for Qi refinement, the other major realms are divided into smaller stages: early, middle, late, and great perfection. Chapter 71. The abandoned city of the secret realm. Lu Wensheng noticed Jiang Shuyuan among the crowd. It seemed he felt the gaze as he turned to meet Lu Wensheng's eyes, a smile gracing his lips, and surprisingly, he did not linger with Lu Jiqian, but instead entered the secret realm ahead of other disciples. As the saying goes, the villain lurks quietly, surely plotting mischief. It may well be the calm before the storm. Lu Wensheng would sooner believe the sun would rise from the west than trust that Jiang Xuyan had shed his ambitions and sought redemption. System, can you monitor Jiang Shuyuan's activities? I'm afraid I cannot manipulate him directly. At most, I can provide a location. While I possess some authority, I cannot interfere too much. Direct surveillance could disrupt individual destinies and lead to unforeseen consequences. Monitoring through willpower is quite costly. Charged by the minute. I can only offer assistance while you are nearby, Lu Wensheng replied, then simply track his location. Notify me when he appears. As for the rest, we shall proceed step by step. Fewer expectations lead to fewer disappointments. I have long known the system is unreliable, and I never intended to depend on it for substantial aid. Relying on myself is far more prudent. With his thoughts in flux, Lu Wensheng and the others entered the secret realm, and in an instant, the scenery shifted before them. In the depths of a tranquil forest, the only sounds breaking the serene silence were the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. Sunlight streamed like water, casting dappled shadows through the treetops, while a hidden waterfall deep within the dense foliage resembled a flowing ink painting, its cascading water gradually dispersing into a mist. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, creating shimmering rainbows within the mist. Lu Wensheng observed that although they were a substantial group, he now found himself accompanied only by Yan Qingshu, Wei Sun, Lu Jiqian, Li Ruishi, and Songwen. Were they intentionally trying to prevent them from banding together? Thankfully, Lu Jiqian remained. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Lu Wensheng cast a furtive glance at Lu Jiqian, who, sensitive to the gaze, innocently blinked back at him before shifting his focus elsewhere, and we are now at the periphery of the secret realm. The illusory spirit grass lies deeper within, and our objectives align closely. Venturing inward will present us with opportunities to encounter it. Lu Jiqian clearly had done his homework and possessed solid fundamentals. After discerning their direction, he led the group forward. Truly, a reliable companion. Lu Wensheng was pleased to follow without needing to think, happily playing the role of a little tail. The beasts in the outer perimeter were not particularly formidable, and with a considerable number of individuals in their group, along with Lu Jiqian, a golden core cultivator, they scarcely expended any energy. However, the secret realm imposed limitations on divine senses. Otherwise, Lu Jiqian could have ensured they perfectly avoided any lurking beasts along the way. Lu Wensheng indulged in the thrill of vanquishing the beasts, collecting their crystals until his hands grew weary. They encountered few other cultivators during their journey, with most of the time spent accompanied only by the faint sounds of birdsong and insects. Yin Qingshu remarked, "Something feels off. Is it too smooth sailing?" Based on her extensive reading experience, she sensed something ominous lurking ahead. Songwen pointed toward the distance. How could there be a town within the secret realm? The group turned to gaze in the direction Song when indicated, and indeed, the outlines of buildings became visible in the distance. Lu Jiqian stated, "It lies within the inner circle of the secret realm." This meant they had no choice but to proceed. The group cautiously approached the town, remaining vigilant. As they drew near, the town's true nature became evident. It was situated on a desolate stretch of land, surrounded by dense forests and steep mountains, seemingly isolated from the world. That a narrow path led to the town, flanked by overgrown weeds, a neglected site, though its exterior appeared no different from that of a mundane town. It exuded an eerie silence. The walls were covered in moss, and the group cautiously surveyed the area before stepping inside. The streets within the town were eerily vacant, as if time had come to a standstill. Only the gentle breeze stirred the flags and bells adorning the ancient buildings, producing faint, melodious sounds. The doors along the street stood ajar, hinting at a life once lived, yet not a soul could be found. As if the townsfolk had vanished into thin air, never to return. The mist that enveloped the secret realm thickened as they entered, transforming their surroundings into a white haze. Lu Wensheng suddenly realized that the figures of his companions had begun to fade. Leaving only him behind, he called out their names, but received no reply, the only constant being the increasingly dense fog. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are like dew, like lightning. Thus, one should observe them as such. When the false appears as true, the true also appears as false. Where there is no action, there is still existence. Arriving leaves no trace, departing leaves no sign. Coming and going are intertwined, if dreams are the affairs of fleeting life. Then returning to life is but a dream. The indistinguishable voice drifted ethereally, seemingly close, yet paradoxically distant. Lu Wensheng felt his consciousness gradually blur, and when he regained awareness, he discovered himself sprawled upon a hard wooden bed. He also noted that his garments had been changed. He now wore coarse, uncomfortable cloth attire, and his sword was nowhere to be found. "System, are you still there?" Yes, Wensheng. It appears you have entered an illusory trial." The surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. A low, dilapidated room, dim and damp, with peeling walls that bore witness to decay. The wood was riddled with insect damage, aged to a gray hue. Many roofs resembled sieves, some showing only beams, while a few crossbeams appeared like ribs on a skeletal frame. Rags or torn cloth stuffed the window openings, and the small balcony beneath the eaves, adorned with a railing, was inexplicably tilted and weathered. The paint on the wood completely flaked away. As soon as Lu Wensheng stepped outside, he beheld a spacious courtyard, where an old, crooked locust tree shielded the autumn sunlight, casting a cool shadow over the area. He touched the door frame beside him. The texture felt undeniably real, the grain of the wood equally tangible. Observing the courtyard, he noticed bamboo fish baskets and nets drying in the sun, with fish spears leaning against the fence. "Wensheng, aren't you going out today?" A passerby spoke from outside the fence, addressing Lu Wensheng. He was clad in simple clothing, carrying fishing tools, his tone warm and familiar, yet Lu Wensheng did not recognize him. This middle-aged man wore a short tunic, a straw hat atop his head, a fur belt at his waist, and a basket slung over his shoulder, presenting the appearance of a fisherman. He smiled as he gazed at Lu Wensheng from across the fence, though the glint in his eyes bore no trace of joy. The man seemed to await Lu Wensheng's response, maintaining his position against the fence, his smile unwavering. Yet the more one looked, the more peculiar his dark eyes appeared. Lu Wensheng paused before replying. "I'm going out." As he spoke, he reached for a fish basket, noting the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in the man's eyes. Chapter 72. Large-scale role-playing does OOC lead to doom? What was he disheartened by? Was it due to Lu Wenxing's reply or his actions? Lu Wenxing remained nonchalant as he picked up the tools, but the middle-aged man continued to stare intently at him from outside the courtyard. "Shall we go?" Lu Wenxing approached the man, pondering his current identity as a fisherman. Was he constrained from exhibiting any unreasonable behavior? "You go ahead, uncle. I have a few things to carry." The man chuckled. And now that Lu Wenxing was closer, he could discern the malice lurking in the depths of his eyes after he spoke. How could Lu Wenxing possibly know the way? Coupled with the man's demeanor, he suddenly realized this individual was attempting to ensnare him, that it seemed he could not act contrary to his assumed identity. The consequences of any unreasonable behavior remained a mystery. Go on ahead. The middle-aged man urged again, his expression growing increasingly odd, with his dark pupils seemingly expanding. "You don't remember the way, do you?" Lu Wenxing would never forget the path. As the man spoke, his voice gradually turned hoarse, and Lu Wenxing heard a rattling sound, akin to bones shifting. An instinct honed from his days as a cultivator set alarm bells ringing in Lu Wenxing's mind, yet he maintained a calm facade, feigning ignorance of the man's transformation, and naturally took hold of the fish basket on the man's back. "How could I leave you behind, uncle? Let me help carry some. We shall go together." The middle-aged man remained silent, staring at Lu Wenxing for a moment before abandoning his peculiar demeanor and slowly moving forward. "Very well. Then I shall trouble you." Lu Wenxing walked alongside the middle-aged man, keeping a slight distance behind to avoid arousing suspicion. While deep in thought, thus, he needed to embody his current role impeccably, ensuring he did not exhibit any OOC behavior that might draw the man's scrutiny. If suspicion arose, would the NPC mutate and subsequently eliminate him? This remained a point of contemplation. Moreover, Lu Wenxing suspected that the inhabitants of this illusion might deliberately test one's character, looking for flaws. With this in mind, the middle-aged man's actions and words began to reveal a pattern. The tea blossoms are red in full bloom, yet the maiden refuses to wed the fisherman. The verdant hills in February beckon, while the winter months remain busy. The tea blossoms are red in full bloom, and the maiden wishes to marry the fisherman. The fisherman's bonds of friendship are strong. As he joyfully walks alongside the maiden by the riverside, fishermen propped their small boats, while women caught shrimp. Singing folk tunes, Lu Wenxing, with his fair complexion, stood out conspicuously among the sun-kissed fishermen, and Yin Qingshu spotted him immediately, sneaking closer. "Are you also a fisherman?" Yin Qingshu, clad in the guise of fisherwoman, appeared to share Lu Wenxing's role. Lu Wenxing nodded, and Yin Qingshu continued. "We are engaging in role-playing now. However, while they are merely OOC, we are risking our lives. When I arrived, I personally witnessed a cultivator questioned by the locals, who then devoured him alive. His cultivation was utterly useless. Moreover, these locals are cunning, speaking in riddles while setting traps for you." Lu Wenxing resonated with her sentiments and was about to respond when the middle-aged man approached once more. "Wenxing, aren't you going fishing?" "Fishing? Convincing them to consume fish would be more plausible." The man stared intently at them. Lu Wenxing's mind raced, and he exchanged a meaningful glance with Yin Qingshu. "Isn't this far more important than fishing?" Lu Wenxing winked at Yin Qingshu, who quickly caught on and feigned shyness. The middle-aged man paused, then let out a contemplative "oh," and decisively departed, casting Lu Wenxing an encouraging glance. The two exhaled in relief, yet fishing remained a necessity. They chose a less populated area to observe the actions of other fishermen from a distance. Perhaps setting fish traps would suit us better. Lu Wenxing mused, stroking his chin. "What is setting fish traps?" Yin Qingshu inquired, her eyes bright with innocence. Setting fish traps is a traditional fishing method that primarily involves creating barriers to capture fish and crabs. Originally, traps were woven from reeds, suitable only for small rivers and ditches, as they were easily damaged. Later, fishermen switched to bamboo traps, made from split bamboo strips secured in the waterways, ensuring the traps spanned the entire river width. With openings left for boats to pass through, the bamboo barriers rise significantly above the water, guiding fish and crabs toward the traps, where they would unwittingly enter the fishermen's snares. Lu Wenxing, though not adept at such precise operations, had seen various bloggers create or utilize these traps in videos. Now, with improved memory from his cultivation days and the presence of other fishermen setting traps nearby, he felt confident in attempting the task. There's an old saying among fishermen: be diligent in setting nets, but lazy in trapping fish. This implies that one must be industrious when setting nets, while trapping fish allows for some leisure. Once set, the two of us may merely wait. Seizing the moment, the two whispered to each other about their plans that if we distance ourselves from familiar fishermen, will we encounter fewer identity restrictions? If we go OOC, will we be safe? We could also refine our role backgrounds. We can claim the fish we catch are for sale in the city. Perhaps others will be there, and I can access a cart to the city. Let us give it a try. I have memorized the route we took here. I have it memorized too. Thus, we need not return with them. The two excitedly conspired when suddenly a familiar voice called out to them. Master Lu, Wen Sheng, Yin Qing Shu. They turned in unison to see Jin Jianxian standing by the surging river, his face alight with surprise, as if he had spotted a lifeline. You too, before Jin Jianxian could finish. A large fish leaped from the river, slicing through the air like a swift pair of scissors, striking him squarely and sending him tumbling into the water, causing ripples to spread across the surface like petals on green satin. Chapter 73. This is not an ordinary fish, Lu Wensheng. Yin Qingshu exclaimed. Indeed, the rumor about flying fish being so easily capable of knocking someone down holds true. Struck down by the whimsical flying fish, Jin Jianxian sat dazed in the water, clearly unable to process the absurdity of being so inexplicably splashed. Observing this, Lu Wensheng and Yin Qingshu hurried over, each taking one side to help the unfortunate child to his feet. His backside smeared with mud, presenting a pitiful sight. Jin Jianxian lamented, "Why am I always so unfortunate?" Lu Wensheng coughed lightly. Jin Shixiang, who did you come in with? Jin Jianxian wrung out the water from his clothes, replying, the chief of Piamiao Valley, Sun Ra, along with junior brother Zhang and senior brother Jiang. Jiang Shuyuan has arrived as well. Lu Wensheng furrowed his brow, choosing not to comment further, and simply beckoned Jin Jianxian to join them. As they were not genuine fishermen, they ceased their work once their baskets were filled with fish, choosing instead to place the fresh catch into shallow buckets, soaking them in clear water amidst the willows. The three of them returned home with their fish baskets. Lu Wensheng, having a well at his house, pumped water with effort and poured the fish into a bucket, also tossing in the shrimp they had caught. They required fare for their journey to the town, so the trio rummaged through their home, searching for coins. Jin Jianxian even changed into a fresh set of clothes before they pooled their resources for a bullock cart. The bull was robust, its horns sharply pointed, its head adorned with a yoke, a small bell hanging from its neck, and its beard extended down to its belly. The cart was slightly hunched, with a double yoke harness resting atop, while the broad body was adorned with leather straps. The seating consisted of two sturdy, unyielding yoke beams, which passed through the base of the cart. Lu Wensheng and Jin Jianxian hoisted the bucket onto the cart, and the three of them sat amidst the hay spread across the cart, appearing rather shabby as cultivators. It was their first experience riding in a bullock cart, and they marveled at the novelty of entering the town. Glancing around like country bumpkins, entirely devoid of any out-of-character behavior, the town bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Lu Wensheng and the others had previously encountered, the only difference being the uneven roads. However, both sides were brimming with life, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass. The towering city walls before them appeared somewhat weathered, with only the corners entwined by climbing ivy. The city gate was bustling with residents, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon entering the town, they were required to pay an entrance fee. Their first encounter with the streets had felt desolate and eerily quiet, but now it was infused with vitality. At the street corners and bridge markets, various seasonal fruits, food, and beverages were sold, all sheltered beneath blue cloth umbrellas, with makeshift stalls set up using beds and benches as counters. Numerous itinerant vendors populated the streets, selling knives, sundries, tea, fortune-telling, and performing street acts. The bustling peddlers navigating the alleys and streets created a lively scene. Even on the bridge, where several stalls were set up, some shaded by umbrellas while others were covered by awnings. On shelves or plates, various foods were displayed, while tools and utensils lay on the ground. Point two stalls on the right also sold goods beneath their umbrellas and awnings. Lu Wansheng added a few copper coins to the fare for the bullock cart driver. Inquiring about the specific locations of the vendors. Why not go to the tavern? He asked. Because it's easier to find others in crowded places, came the reply. You sell fish? How come you don't have scales or knives for gutting? A woman carrying a basket approached. They were merely pretending to sell fish. Where would their tools come from? The three fell silent momentarily. Yin Qingshu interjected, because my heart has grown as cold as the knife that has been used to catch fish for 10 years at Duran Fa. So there's no need for them? The woman, not comprehending, scoffed, her expression suddenly turning ominous, revealing a sinister smile. Or are you not really fishmongers? Upon hearing this, some passers-by halted. The customers and vendors nearby turned their heads. And several children playing by the roadside stared with peculiar eyes, seemingly eager for the trio's identities to be questioned, hoping to partake in the commotion. Yin Qingshu clicked her tongue and took a deep breath. We are fishmongers, but we do not sell ordinary fish. Not ordinary fish? Yin Qingshu declared earnestly. Indeed, not ordinary fish. These are the fish from Wang Wei's poetry. The woman's transformation resulted in a moment of bewilderment. Ah? Even the other curious residents were taken aback. Jin Jianxian exclaimed. Ah, who is Wang Wei? Lu Wenxing added. Yin Jie, your mouth is truly impressive. Cough, cough, cough. Have you heard Wang Wei's verses? The fish is seen warmed by the deep red sun. While the village green darkens as dusk conceals the crows, the young and old gather by the marsh. Our fish is precisely from that poem. Sold by the piece, Lu Wensheng remarked. I'm quite moved that Yin Jie remembered the poem. But that was written by Du Fu. The woman, momentarily stunned, asked, so remarkable, how much is it? Yin Qingshu, having no idea how to price a fish, blurted, 101.101. So expensive, you might as well rob me. She retorted. You could have just taken my money directly. Why give me a fish? The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Yin Qingshu countered, where's the luxury in that? We've been selling at this price for years. This is a co-branded fish from the renowned Wang Wei. Do you know how much effort we put into this? Why do you think it's expensive? Don't just open your eyes and speak recklessly. Sometimes consider your own circumstances. Have you worked hard to make money over the years? Has your monthly salary increased? If you can't afford it, so be it. Why slander our fish? The two could only watch as Yin Qingshu deftly turned the situation around. Her tone somewhat spiteful. The woman, blushing and stammering, struggled to retort, but Yin Qingshu pressed on, don't tell me you've never heard of Wang Wei. He is a renowned figure, which wise person does not recognize him. Overcome by social anxiety, Yin Qingshu turned to a resident who had been staring at them and asked, do you know Wang Wei? Wise people all know him. Do you know him? The resident would not admit ignorance. Regardless of who Wang Wei was, under the scrutiny of many, they nodded, feigning familiarity. Of course, he's that famous Wang Wei. And you, do you know him? Yin Qingshu quickly followed up. The questioned individual replied, of course. How could I not know? It's Wang Wei. Wait, there really is such a person. They pondered if everyone else knew him. How could they not? Lu Wensheng remarked, the Wang Wei of the emperor. Is that too many elements? Yin Qingshu shrugged and turned to the woman. You see, he's a well-known figure that everyone recognizes. Tell me, does this fish merit its price? The woman nodded furiously, yes, yes, yes. Although I don't know who Wang Wei is. This is still the fish from his poetry. Then who among you wishes to buy Wang Wei's fish? The fish from a great man's poetry. The residents exchanged glances, surprised that someone was willing to pay. They actually recognized Wang Wei. Feeling too shy to inquire further, they thought it better to buy a piece of Wang Wei's fish to study at home, which would be a point of pride. Why are there different types of fish? Someone questioned, eyeing the bucket. Wang Wei's fish comes in various styles. Do you understand the value of Wang Wei's fish? The residents, now thoroughly bamboozled, dared not ask further, fearing it would expose their ignorance. And what about the shrimp in here? Are they also from Wang Wei's poetry? Yin Qingshu replied, no, no, no. These are the shrimp from Qi Baishi's paintings. The residents responded, oh, so these are shrimp from Qi Baishi's paintings. Who is Qi Baishi? Grabbing their heads in confusion. That Lu Wenxing quipped, you seem to understand the art of celebrity marketing. Speaking of which, Weren't we just pretending to sell fish to find others? Jin Jianxian noted. Looking at the residents who had formed a line, Yin Qingshu found a table, standing and shouting that the highest bidder would win. Lu Wenxin commented. Who knows? Yin Qingshu truly is a cunning merchant. Has she struck it rich in the illusion realm, starting with a bucket of fish, and the fortune depends solely on her tongue? Ha ha ha, she's hit the jackpot. Yin Qingshu clutched her coins. Overjoyed. Yet, items from the illusion realm could not be taken away. Right? That's rather disappointing. Don't forget our main objective. Yin Qingshu tucked her money away. Now that we have funds, it's only reasonable to go shopping. Right? Perfect timing to find them. Jin Jianxian glanced at the bucket they had brought along. What shall we do with this wooden bucket? I've already sold it. This is the bucket that held Wang Wei's poetry fish and Qi Baishi's painted shrimp. No sooner had she spoken than someone approached, huffing as they took the bucket away. Jin Jianxian and Lu Wensheng exchanged glances. Truly a cunning merchant, even exploiting the illusion realm. Come one, come all. Freshly arrived rouge and powder, sweet, fresh melons, being sold here. Candied hawthorns, a sweet delight that brings smiles, steaming buns, thin skins, ample fillings. Don't miss out as you pass by, when these residents were not casting sinister doubts upon you. They seemed no different from ordinary folk, bustling about, some calling out their wares, others accompanied by families, creating a scene of harmony. Oh look, there are even those selling their bodies for their father's funeral. Let's go take a look. Yin Qingshu observed a lively gathering and promptly squeezed in with two companions. There, she beheld a man kneeling beside a wooden board inscribed with the words "Selling myself to bury my father." Behind him lay a covered body, clad in white mourning garments, his long ebony hair cascading over the white fabric, restrained only by a simple white ribbon at the back of his head. His chiseled features, as if sculpted from ice, exuded a chilling aura. His lips, delicately pressed together, bore an oddly alluring quality, yet his expression was devoid of emotion, resembling more a hired assassin than a bereaved son. The three familiar faces stared, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming in unison, "Wei Sun." At the sound, Wei Sun lifted his gaze, his presence radiating an unspoken intensity, akin to a sword sheathed in its scabbard. The white of his attire accentuated the depth of his dark eyes, which appeared particularly bright, and his rosy lips seemed almost pitiable. There is no feminization here. It's akin to the enchanting figure seen in viral videos, where the term alluring is merely metaphorical, not a reflection of Wei Sun's true nature. Yin Qingshu remarked, "Indeed, if one wishes to appear charming, one must don the garb of mourning." That Lu Wensheng interjected. Is this really the moment for such musings? Jin Jianxian added, "Shouldn't we first rescue our friend Wei?" Noticing some onlookers stirring with interest, Yin Qingshu cleared her throat, letting out a bold howl as she charged forward, prompting the crowd to part in astonishment. "I am but a humble villager, and my greatest aspiration in life is to marry a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted husband. No one shall contest this with me." Jin Jianxian, wide-eyed, exclaimed, dumbfounded JPEG. Lu Wensheng instinctively shielded his face, lamenting, "How embarrassing. Can we not pretend not to know her?" A stranger, clearly affluent, emerged, brandishing a fan and proclaiming his desire for Wei Sun. Yin Qingshu clicked her tongue, scrutinizing the newcomer from head to toe. Her assessment causing minimal harm, but high insult. A servant. Do not presume. I am unaware of the connotations of your so-called servant. You wish for a servant to indulge your whims, while I can offer him a life far superior to yours. Another wealthy lady, captivated by Wei Sun's appearance, approached. Yin Qingshu chuckled as she leaped into Wei Sun's embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, do say something." The crowd gasped in unison. Jin Jianxian and Lu Wensheng exchanged bewildered glances, while Wei Sun stood in shock. Observing Yin Qingshu nestling into his embrace, Wei Sun felt his fists clench, a conflict of emotions brewing within him. He could not strike, for she was his benefactor. Yin Qingshu, having left the modern world, lamented theatrically, "Ah, my dearest son, how fortuitous to find you here. Had it not been for certain circumstances, we need not have parted ways. I had intended to live as an ordinary person among you, to provide you with financial support, Yet fate has conspired against us. At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am the wife chosen by your parents' decree." The gathered crowd erupted in astonishment. Their imaginations weaving a grand romantic tale between the two, moved to tears by their own fancies. Wei Sun, now inexplicably burdened with a wife, wore an expression of utter bewilderment, while Yin Qingshu grinned, subtly pinching his waist. "Husband, let us return and enjoy our time together," she whispered. "Cooperate obediently, or the reward shall be diminished." Wei Sun, rigid with tension, nodded in acquiescence. "Together! Together!" the crowd chanted, reveling in the spectacle. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, "What a dramatic turn of events! Oh, how touching!" The wealthy lady, wiping her tears, expressed her desire to provide for Wei Sun's father, urging him to return and build a life with Yin Qingshu. Yin Qingshu grasped the lady's hand, saying, "My lady, you truly are a paragon of virtue, beautiful in heart and appearance." She then turned to Wei Sun. "Husband, why do you not come and express your gratitude?" Wei Sun's breath caught in his throat, his composure fraying as he realized the implications of her words. "Thank you," he stammered, feeling as if he were at a disadvantage in this transaction, stealing glances at her, only to be met with her playful gaze, which left him utterly flustered. Chapter 75. The exiled immortal transformed into a charlatan. Wei Sun feigned protest against Yin Qingshu's antics, yet it seemed he was rather compliant. The system, having been disrupted, observed with intrigue that Lu Wensheng remarked, "It's a classic case of mutual consent. One is willing to play the fool, while the other willingly endures it. How insightful." As they exchanged glances, Yin Qingshu chuckled softly, her features softening as ripples of delight spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief that quickly vanished into the depths of her gaze. In stark contrast, Wei Sun appeared anxious, turning away from her, his heart racing and his ears flushed. Jin Jianxian, sensing the peculiar tension between them, glanced between Yin Qingshu and Wei Sun, pondering the odd atmosphere that Lu Wensheng, breaking the spell, redirected their focus back to the matter at hand, noting that Yin Qingshu might be provoking Wei Sun to the brink of exasperation. Having successfully rescued Wei Sun, they vowed to assist in arranging for his father. The group proceeded to a secluded area, where Wei Sun discarded his father's body among refuse. Though it was a mere ruse, it still manifested a profound display of filial piety. Lu Wensheng inquired, "Did you happen to see anyone else, Wei?" Wei Sun nodded. "I caught a distant glimpse of Brother Yin and the others. They seemed to be heading to a tea house, but I could not call out to them then." Jin Jianxian suggested, "Let us go to the tea house." Lu Wensheng added, "We must change our attire first. The appearance of 3 fishermen and a mourner would surely raise suspicion." Once they had changed, Yin Qingshu remained the wealthiest among them, purchasing clothes for Wei Sun with the proceed from selling fish and shrimp. The 3 fishermen transformed into refined gentlemen as they neared the tea house. They encountered a stall offering fortune-telling services, where a striking figure with silver hair was seated, drawing the attention of the crowd. Dressed in a long black robe, the man, Lu Jiqian, appeared distinguished, his silver locks partially tied back with a dark ribbon, and he was engrossed in reading the fortune of a woman before him. An exiled, immortal, turned charlatan. Lu Wensheng mused, perplexed at the increasingly bizarre developments. As they approached, Lu Wensheng was accidentally jostled and instinctively apologized, only to realize the other person had collided with him. Yet, as the crowd surged, the individual vanished from sight. They soon found themselves in a queue, where Lu Wensheng inquired of an older woman, "Is this gentleman truly gifted? So many people are waiting." The woman shook her head. "I cannot say, but he is quite handsome. It might be worth chatting with him." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, his voice is pleasant, and such beauty is rarely seen." Realizing they had come for superficial reasons, Lu Wensheng sighed in resignation. When it was the older woman's turn, Lu Jiqian feigned seriousness while examining her palm, adopting the classic phrases of fortune-tellers, his performance suggesting he had honed this craft since acquiring his newfound title. The subtle disturbances of fate indicate a turbulent path ahead. This reading is shrouded in mystery, and fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The older woman, feeling bewildered, had merely come for amusement, Yet now her fate seemed entangled in uncertainty. Lu Jiqian, with a grave demeanor, inspired a sense of trust, prompting her to ask, "What should I do, master?" "Fear not, dear patron. I perceive celestial signs of an ominous nature, which only I can dispel. My skills are formidable, and your destiny remains stable and serene. Merely bide your time for fate to reveal itself." Lu Jiqian whimsically manipulated the tools on the table, presenting an air of resolution, his lips curving into a gentle smile, his eyes shimmering with delight as if pleased to assist the woman. The older woman felt her heart flutter, as if rejuvenated, her complexion brightening as she became utterly captivated, dismissing her concerns as Lu Jiqian's charm enveloped her. Immediately, they kept saying yes, and when they left, they appeared somewhat dazed, as if they had not yet recovered. Lu Wensheng looked on in utter confusion, unable to discern whether Lu Jiqian's actions were driven by charm or eloquence. Yan Qingshu clicked her tongue, feeling that Lu Jiqian's demeanor had deviated from her expectations, and quietly remarked to Lu Wensheng, "Why does it seem like Lu Jiqian is quite enjoying himself?" Lu Wensheng replied, "Be a bit more confident. Remove the feelings." Even in the face of the peculiar gazes from Lu Wensheng and the others, Lu Jiqian maintained his persona as a master, calculating leisurely with a flick of his fingers. Before expressing astonishment at Lu Wensheng, "What a remarkable fate we share across several lifetimes. You are indeed the destined one I have long awaited." Lu Jiqian sprang to his feet to pack up, not forgetting to inform the others in line that he would be continuing his fortune-telling with the fated one and would not be reading for anyone else thereafter. Lu Wensheng questioned, "Will anyone actually believe such a flimsy excuse? And what of this destined one?" To their surprise, the residents did disperse, albeit with a hint of regret on their faces. Well then, with nothing more to say, Lu Jiqian removed the prince's mirror, reverting to the esteemed figure of the Xianwen sect's chief, adding another member to their quartet. "Oh, you know what this is? Isn't it just a fish? No, this is the fish from Wang Wei's poetry. You uncultured bumpkin, you wouldn't even know Wang Wei, would you?" "Surely not. Of course I know. The fish from Wang Wei's poetry." Wang Wei, the poet. Upon entering the tea house, they overheard a conversation between two individuals nearby, one of whom was holding a small bucket containing a grouper, akin to the ubiquitous transparent tape of the previous life, merely requiring a logo to transform into something luxurious. The fish was indeed that fish, and with a bit of packaging, it morphed into the fish from Wang Wei's poetry, thus altering its perceived value. Almost simultaneously, Jin Jianxian and Lu Wensheng turned their gazes towards Yan Qingshu, while Wei Sun and Lu Jiqian appeared somewhat perplexed. Yan Qingshu innocently shrugged. "It seems to have gained popularity." Lu Wensheng cautioned, "You'd best not be recognized by your customers." Yan Qingshu retorted boldly, "I have money now. Dressing up to come to the tea house is perfectly fine." "Isn't it?" Lu Wensheng replied, No problem. It's just that those who spent money on you might feel a tad disheartened." Chapter 76. Moi. The distinction between cultivators and residents was quite apparent, and soon enough, Lu Wensheng and company spotted familiar faces, settling nearby. Upon discerning the situation, their expressions turned peculiar. Yin Juanhui and Gu Jinji sat together, dressed like young masters, while Song Wen and Ning Rongrong, clad in efficient guard attire, stood behind them. However, Bai Nanfeng's presence was somewhat ambiguous. Clad in a robe of lip color, he accentuated his slender waist, and with his picturesque features, he exuded an air of elegance, albeit with an inexplicable hint of flamboyance akin to a young nobleman. Stripped of any other luxurious adornments, one might mistake him for a servant, yet he sat beside Yin Juanhui. One of the local young masters, fanning himself, inquired, "Juanhui, is this your male pet? Why does it seem like you two aren't close?" At the table behind, Lu Wensheng and the others instinctively glanced at the resolute Bai Nanfeng, who was eager to join the party. "What? Male pet? This is quite scandalous." Yin Juanhui chuckled lightly. He tended to be shy. The young master eyed Bai Nanfeng with skepticism. "He doesn't look like a male pet. If anything, he resembles a soldier." Bai Nanfeng felt a surge of frustration and wished he could tear the young master apart. But he still took a deep breath and leaned into Yin Juanhui's embrace, speaking with a feigned high-pitched tone. "Oh, "What you saying, young Master Wu?" He is just a bit introverted and nervous. While saying this, he playfully thumped Yin Juanhuai's chest, producing a resounding thud. Yin Juanhui cast a glance at the person nestled in his arms, allowing the playful jabs to continue. Young Master Wu's skepticism deepened. "You don't seem like someone from this line of work." Bai Nanfeng spat out words with difficulty. "I wasn't in this line of work before." Young Master Wu's eyes narrowed with suspicion, fixated on Bai Nanfeng. With no other option, Bai Nanfeng gritted his teeth and turned to plant a suggestive kiss on the side of his face, only to misjudge the distance, inadvertently biting down on his Adam's apple before pulling back in surprise. Yin Juanhui chuckled softly, a hint of triumph gleaming in his eyes as he lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow. Gradually, he leaned down, gently kissing Bai Nanfeng's slightly cool lips. One hand wrapped around Bai Nanfeng's waist, drawing him closer, deepening the kiss, while the other hand tenderly brushed aside Bai Nanfeng's cascading hair, tucking it behind his ear with an affectionate touch. "Bi Nanfeng." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. Gu Jinji covered his eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through the gaps between his fingers. Songwen closed his eyes. "I really don't wish to witness the extreme flirtation of young lovers." The others at the back cast envious glances, their eyes filled with longing. Liu Wensheng touched his ears, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and turned to find Yin Qingshu staring intently, her eyes nearly bulging out. Eager to lean in closer and observe how they exchanged kisses, Liu Wensheng remarked, "Truly, a woman of the new age. Thumbs up." Only Wei Sun, belatedly realizing, felt his worldview shatter. "Wait a minute, could it be that junior brother Yin and Daoist Bai are involved?" The others replied, "Only you would know. When did this happen?" Wei Sun thought he needed a moment to collect himself. Within the tender exchange of lips between Yin Juanhui and Bai Nanfeng, soft breaths mingled. And upon sensing Bai Nanfeng's tense body, Yin Juanhui narrowed his eyes, intensifying the kiss. Their lips met in a passionate yet forceful embrace, and Yin Juanhui mischievously nibbled on Bai Nanfeng's lower lip. You, kissing is one thing, but why are you getting handsy? And biting me?" Bai Nanfeng protested, pushing Yin Juanhui away in a fit of fury. Yin Juanhui blinked innocently. "Wasn't it you who initiated this? And we've done even more intimate things before, so what's the big deal?" Bai Nanfeng, flustered, hurriedly covered Yin Juanhui's mouth. "Shut up." The onlookers, indulging in the drama, thought, "The silly child thinks no one is aware of their affair." After venting his frustration, Bai Nanfeng snapped back to reality, quickly glancing at young Master Wu, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Young Master Wu, who had been skeptical moments ago, leered with a smirk. "Oh, so this is the game you're playing?" Bai Nanfeng, "While the crisis has passed, I still can't find joy in this." Gritting his teeth, Gu Jinji and the others naturally noticed Liu Wensheng and his companions. After concocting an excuse to dismiss the young masters, the two groups gathered together, except for Bai Nanfeng, who wore an expression of social death, and Wei Sun, who looked utterly conflicted, while the others bore smiles of delight. Liu Jiqian declared, "The true nature of this place is that of a desolate city. We have most likely entered another illusory realm within the secret domain, and we simply need to locate the city's exit to escape." Liu Wensheng suggested, "The exit shouldn't be outside the city, right? We three entered from outside." Songwen proposed, "Could it possibly be the Lord's mansion? It's situated at the innermost and central part of the city and is quite expansive." Bai Nanfeng concurred, "It's very likely. The place we arrived at is close to the Lord's mansion, which is guarded as well, so we must observe a bit longer." Yin Juanhui stated, "I know the way." Jin Jianxian interjected, "By the way, has anyone seen Zhang Jishu or Li Ruishi?" Gu Jinji replied, "No, we were mysteriously dragged here as soon as we arrived." Yin Qingshu suggested, "Let us head to the Lord's mansion. If it is indeed the exit, we should encounter them. They must have already gone to the Lord's mansion." A clear, melodious female voice chimed in, startling Gu Jinji, who nearly jumped. The drawback of entering the illusion was that their sensory awareness wasn't as sharp as before. They could walk lightly beside someone without even realizing it. The woman, clad in a blue gauzy garment with a light blue veil draped over her shoulders, had willow-like brows and a slender figure. With a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her EYEI and her arms, she held a pipa. It was Sun Ra, the chief of the Piao Miao sect, Yin Qingshu exclaimed. "Oh, hello, beautiful sister." Wei Sun cast a helpless glance at her. Having never seen someone so infatuated. Taoist Sun. The others greeted in unison. "My role is that of the musician in this tea house, and my hearing is quite acute. I happened to overhear your conversation and took the liberty of approaching. I hope I did not disturb you." Sun Ruo smiled, embodying grace and beauty. It seemed there were no unattractive individuals in the world of cultivation. That Lu Wensheng inquired. "Did you just mention seeing Sister Li and Brother Zhang?" Sun Ruo nodded. "They appear to be performing as jesters. I even saw Brother Zhang smashing a stone on his chest, close to the Lord's mansion." Song 1, familiar with Zhang Jishu, chuckled. "Smashing a stone on his chest? What a pity he can't see it." However, upon hearing that they were safe, everyone sighed in relief. "Young Master Lu, we meet again." Upon exiting the tea house, an unexpectedly familiar voice suddenly resonated, prompting Lu Wensheng to turn around, only to find himself confronted by an unfamiliar individual whose eyes unmistakably glimmered with malice. Chapter 77. A Sudden Transformation. The person who called out to Lu Wensheng was clad in simple cloth garments, possessing a reasonably handsome visage. However, amidst a throng of cultivators, he appeared rather unremarkable, his somewhat sinister and cunning expression detracting from his aesthetic appeal. Lu Wensheng inquired, "Who are you?" The voice was reminiscent of someone he had encountered. Yet he could not place the individual. It was evident that the stranger was a villain reluctant to perish from excessive chatter, as he merely scoffed and launched an attack without replying. Lu Wensheng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed. Just then, a warning signal surged in his ears, a gust of forceful wind causing his facial skin to tighten. Beside him, Lu Jiqian swiftly pulled him aside, a shimmering flying blade, accompanied by the sharp sound of tearing air, barely grazed Lu Wensheng's cheek, while a dull thud resounded behind him as the blade, adorned with crimson tassels, embedded itself into a nearby pillar, the red threads cascading down, shedding the identity of the assailant, who immediately resorted to lethal tactics. The boldness of this individual took everyone by surprise, as he dared to act so brazenly in full view of the crowd. Wei Sun and the others instinctively reached for their usual weapons, only to realize they were unarmed. The commotion attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, and Lu Wensheng frowned, remaining vigilant against the unfamiliar cultivator while cautioning his companions. "It would be prudent for you to refrain from engaging, lest your identities be called into question." Yin Qingshu searched for a weapon, asserting, "We are fellow townsfolk. It is entirely reasonable for us to intervene when we witness you being bullied." Jin Jianxian nodded in agreement. "We shall assist you. It is unthinkable to allow junior brother Lu to bear the brunt alone." Wei Sun paused momentarily, his voice low yet clear. "A couple must support each other." This remark prompted Yin Qingshu, who was fetching a stick, to raise an eyebrow at him. "Is there a problem? Did you not say so? A wife chosen by parental decree and matchmaker's words." Wei Sun unceremoniously seized the stick from Yin Qingshu's hands, weighing it in his grasp. Yin Qingshu replied, "No problem. One should seize the opportunity when it presents itself." Gu Jinji, raising his claws, declared, "I'm a gallant young man who stands up for justice." Ning Rongrong added, "I shall accompany the gallant young man as his protector." Yin Junhui smiled, but remained silent, choosing instead to stand beside Lu Wensheng, radiating a sense of righteousness. Bai Nanfeng, eager to charge forward, was pulled back by him. Sun Ra, cradling her pipa, though the musical notes had ceased, still found the instrument to be quite heavy to in a dire situation. Throwing it at someone would surely suffice. Lu Jiqian pulled Lu Wensheng to the forefront, revealing a ceremonial sword he had drawn without anyone noticing. "You shall not escape." The man laughed ominously, tossing a spherical object towards them. The sphere erupted in mid-air, scattering a cloud of substance resembling pollen that drifted down like a torrential rain. Lu Wensheng swiftly snatched a cloth from a nearby stall, wrapping it around him to shield against the falling pollen, ensuring they would remain unaffected. Lu Jiqian, acting decisively, unleashed a swift strike, the blade whirling through the air, aimed directly at the assailant's chest. The sword, held firmly in his grip, radiated a lethal aura even without being unsheathed. Engaging in combat with the renowned chief of the Wenxian sect was evidently an unwise choice, prompting the man to evade confrontation, while his accomplices surged forward to create a diversion. Rather than entangle with us, Lu Chief, it would be wiser to safeguard those around you, Lu Jiqian noted, maintaining focus as he deftly faced multiple opponents. The blade stood tall and unwavering, piercing through the openings in his adversary's defenses without hesitation. The struck individual staggered, slowly collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his chest, clearly mortally wounded. The effectiveness of an unsharpened sword in such a manner spoke volumes of Lu Jiqian's formidable foundation. After flicking the blood from the blade's tip and observing the others retreat warily, Lu Jiqian turned his attention back to his companions, his brow furrowed. The pollen had not settled upon Lu Wensheng and his group. However, much of it had dispersed onto the surrounding residents, whose expressions gradually morphed as they shed their human facades. With dark, hollow eyes, they fixated intensely on the group, emitting shrill sounds akin to nails scraping against the chalkboard. Their bones creaking ominously, skin taking on a ghastly pallor. Noticing Lu Jiqian's attention diverted, the remaining cultivators exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to flee. Lu Jiqian cast a glance at their retreating figures, but chose not to pursue. Instead, he hastened back to Lu Wensheng's side. "You do not belong here. You shall all perish." They found themselves on a bustling street filled with residents, and, as the once invisible pollen spread, the transformed individuals multiplied without warning. Entering a frenzy, intent solely on eliminating any cultivators that dared to intrude, without waiting for a portion of the residents to fully transform, Lu Wensheng seized a wooden plank from a nearby stall, wielding it with decisive efficiency, severing limbs and rendering incapacitated those who approached. The others stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the wild ferocity exhibited by this member of the discipline hall, while they remain unprovoked. "We must swiftly clear a path to the city lord's manor." Lu Jiqian was the first to respond. Stepping forward as the only one armed with a respectable weapon, he took the lead. Followed closely by the resolute Wei Sun and Yin Juanhui, forming a formidable front, Jiu Jinji, unlike his father, was less inclined towards hand-to-hand combat. As an unremarkable healer, he struggled with wielding a sword that, if unrestricted, he could deftly throw needles or pills, but with nothing at his disposal. Swinging a stick would likely yield little success. I admitted, I am indeed a little useless. Ning Rongrong, ever reliable, effortlessly hoisted the seemingly fragile Gujinji on her shoulder, showcasing her agility and strength. This truly exemplified the notion that concentration is the essence. Jiu Jinji, profoundly moved, had transitioned from initial embarrassment to a state of emotional indifference. He even contemplated submitting before Ning Rongrong's enchanting presence. "The sweetness of this girl is genuinely overwhelming," Gu Jinji exclaimed. "You have always protected me. This time, I also implore your assistance." 3. Songwen remarked, "How many oddities are there among this group?" Sun Ruo, with the pipa slung on her back, mimicked Lu Wensheng by grabbing nearby objects as makeshift weapons, while Yin Qingshu eyed the broken stick in his hand, his mind racing as he glanced at Sun Ruo.